Chapter 851 Assault. All the thieves died, and there was no archer to suppress them. The remaining 20 or so people were quickly dealt with by Shui Nai and Huang Hun. What's going on? Why are you fighting? Shui Nai looked at the guys she had just killed, all of whom were Long Tian's men. Logically speaking, they should have no grudges against Huang Hun. Huang Hun was a little confused after taking the ring handed over by Shui Nai. I don't know either. They started fighting as soon as they saw me. I didn't even have time to ask before those thieves caught up with me. Huang Hun was also angry with these guys, and he gritted his teeth when he spoke. Let's go back to the main city first. The two returned to the nearest main city, but suddenly found that Huang Hun was being watched as soon as he entered the city. I was scouted. Huang Hun said helplessly. Yeah, I saw it. Shui Nai had already seen the gleam in the eyes of the thieves around the teleportation array. Although they could not detect his information, they could also know that he was immortal. I'll ask my friends. I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit that. Huang Hun looked at the eyes of those people around him, which were obviously not friendly. Yeah, I'll ask too. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he began to contact Dao Lang and the others. However, when they ended the contact, both of them looked a little unhappy. It seems that we have made a big mistake this time. Shui Nai now understands why these guys look at him with such a boss-like look. It turns out that he has really become a task boss. Fortunately, there is a generation gap between the Dark World and the Undead Clan, otherwise we might not even be able to enter the main city. Huang Hun sighed and said helplessly. It turned out that just a while ago, the returning Lich King suddenly issued 2 wanted orders in the name of the Dark God's spokesperson in this dark world, and issued hunting orders for the traitor Dusk and the invader Mortal. All players in the Dark Camp must hunt them down and fight to the death. The rewards for this wanted mission are very generous, which can definitely lure the presidents of those big guilds to hunt down Shui Nai and his team to the death. What should we do now? Should we go to the Holy Light Camp? Shui Nai asked. Well, let's leave here first. If we count the time, this place will soon receive this wanted order. Even if the NPC here doesn't want to have friction with us, they will not take us in. Okay, let's go. So Shui Nai and Huang Hun used the teleportation array to leave the main city together. The two people who came to the Iron Castle fortress soon found that they had become blacklisted characters in the fortress. This time, Shui Nai and Huang Hun were directly red-listed. However, Shui Nai, who had already informed Dao Lang and his men, quickly left the teleportation array and followed Dao Lang to a safe place. I say, two bosses, what on earth did you do that even the Dark God's spokesperson came out to find you unlucky? Dao Lang brought the two to the general's mansion and asked as soon as he opened his mouth. It's hard to explain, but we are here, you won't have any problems, right? Shui Nai was still very worried about this. After all, this is the Dark World, nominally under the jurisdiction of the Dark God. This, in fact, is also difficult to say. After all, we are still confronting the people on the side of the player camp. I don't know which side we are on now. By the way, how are the people in the player camp? Did the Lich King not fight with them? Shui Nai was still looking forward to this happening at this time. What the hell, when the Lich King came, they didn't even dare to fart, so why hold a welcoming ceremony? So, the Lich King is now in cahoots with them. Not really. Anyway, when the Lich King came back, he took out his identity as the spokesperson of the Dark God and directly issued an order, and then ignored them and returned to the Undead Empire. Hands off, boss? This is really direct. Wait, you said he went back to the Undead Empire? Shui Nai suddenly jumped up and asked. Yes, he left directly by the World Gate. Dao Lang was also a little confused about Shui Nai's surprise. This is troublesome, he must be going for the Holy Book of the Undead? No, I have to go back first. Shui Nai looked at the time. He stayed in the Abyss Temple for so long, God knows what the Lich King is doing now. With the current strength of the Lich King, if he launches a sneak attack, I'm afraid that Yangzhen and Fao alone will be in trouble. Moreover, he is now the spokesperson of the Dark God. God knows what trump card he has. Let us take you there. Dao Lang also stood up. No need, I can do it faster by myself. By the way, Huang Hun, what are you going to do? I'm afraid there is no room for you here now. The Dark World is different from the Holy Light World. There is only one country here. Once mobilized, Huang Hun will have no chance here. What a good way out. I still have some things to deal with, I don't think I can leave now. Huang Hun hesitated at this time. Then you be careful. Don't underestimate me, but it's not good for me to stay here now. If they catch me, it will be difficult to explain here. Huang Hun is naturally not that kind of straw bag, but he is still very happy about Shui Na's concern. Let's do this, if you need any supplies in the future, just call me directly and I will send someone to send it. To be honest, you are my idol, how can you be tortured by the system? Dao Lang really wants to win over such a master, but now he can only do this, otherwise if someone really catches them, they will be in trouble. Thank you in advance. Huang Hun said to Shui Na, leaving a nightmare warhorse at the same time and leaving. Looking at the two tall nightmare warhorses in the yard, Dao Lang was also a little absent-minded. He didn't understand why people like them always get such good things. He couldn't figure it out. However, he did not understand that this was the effect of one step ahead, every step ahead. People like Shui Na and others can often go deeper into the world of this game than others, and naturally get more resources. Although it was the mysterious cave mentioned by Dao Lang, it was still 3 hours later when Shui Na returned to the Undead Empire at the fastest speed. As soon as Shui Na returned to the Undead Empire, he immediately used the teleportation ring to return to the Elf Empire, but at this time the Elf Empire was already in flames. In the sky, the blood clans with bat wings were launching flexible attacks on the elves riding Pegasus and War Eagles, while on the ground, a large number of undead were rampant, attacking all their living creatures. Xiao Yu, what's the situation inside? Shui Na looked at the battlefield outside the Dark Tree Demon Forest and asked Xiao Yu beside him with a little worry. The Lich King forcibly attacked the players here 2 hours ago, and he is inside now. However, the people who stayed behind, Yan Xin and Fowl, have already reminded them, and now we are waiting for the people from the Elf Empire to come and join us. That's fine, then I'll go and get through here first. Shui Na glanced at the players around him. It seemed that there were not many powerful guys who could accompany him into the Dark Tree Demon Forest, except for himself. If he encountered the Lich King inside, he would definitely be unlucky. It would be better to wait for the people from the Elf Empire to come. Shui Na, who flew into the sky with a shuttle, immediately set up a magic cannon and began to find the necromancers one by one. However, when Shui Na flew into the sky, he was frightened by the rows of portals in the center of the undead army. This was obviously an enhanced version of the portal, which was spitting out a large number of players, and looking at their silly looks, it was obvious that they didn't know what this was about. However, considering that the Lich King decided to start this war in just a few hours, it was obviously not well prepared. However, this made none of the spies of the Holy Light Camp react, which led to the Holy Light Camp not being prepared at all. However, since it was discovered by Shui Na now, the portal below would naturally not last long. As the beams of light fell, all the portals were quickly destroyed. Afterwards, with the crazy attack of the Elf Empire player force and the rescue NPC team, the Dark Camp's offensive quickly slowed down after losing its manpower source and being bombarded and killed by Shui Na in the middle. A group of players with flying ability, watching Shui Na killing like this, although they were somewhat unwilling to see this kind of guy who was crazy about grabbing experience and tasks, it also aroused their fighting. When Shui Na saw that there were high-level NPC troops flying over, he flew over immediately. Shui Na, this way. At this time, Shui Na suddenly heard Tai Feng's voice, raised his head and saw the sturdy Thunder Eagle Temple Wing coming over. By the way, what happened to you guys down there? Why did you make such a big noise? Tai Feng asked Shui Na aside as soon as he saw him. Don't mention it. I ran into the strongest Lich King and was almost controlled by him. Shui Na thought that if his body was controlled by the Lich King, the result would be terrible. Damn, how many Lich Kings are there? Why did you fight for so long and still fight him? Don't underestimate him this time. Now he has an affair with the Dark God. God knows how strong he is now. Don't be careless and lose Jingzhou later. Shui Na reminded Tai Feng immediately when she saw that he didn't care. An affair, what's the matter? Even the Dark God is here. It's not going to start a camp war. Tai Feng was a little excited when he heard this. For a long time, the only people in their Holy Light Camp were the Human Empire and the Undead Empire. This can only be regarded as a national war, not a camp war at all. Once the faction war is truly launched, the flames of war will probably spread throughout the entire Holy Light faction, and players will be able to obtain more resources. Don't be too happy too soon. The players are still too weak. They are not even as good as cannon fodder in front of high-level NPCs. Shui Na sighed and looked at the dark tree demon forest. Chapter 852 It's too late. Shui Na and Diana and hundreds of others could only fly all the way to the Tree of Life when the teleportation array was destroyed. This chapter is updated by netizens. However, when they saw the large area of black air around the Tree of Life and the dark creatures that far exceeded it by many times, everyone was dumbfounded. Where are the people? Tai Feng looked at the battlefield below where there were only monsters and no human figures, and he was a little suspicious. I think they are all controlled. Since Shui Na heard Tai Feng say that the remaining players were offline just now, he already knew that they had become corpses and mixed with the dark creatures below. But he didn't expect that the Lich King could actually control the dark creatures in the forest to besiege the Tree of Life. There is a fire over there, it seems to be Master Yan Xin. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly pointed to one side of the Tree of Life, where a strong fire was flickering. Diana, take your people into the Tree of Life to help Fal, and the rest of you go to help Yangzhen, and set up a teleportation array to guard the Tree of Life below. At this time, the old wizard suddenly appeared behind Shui Na, grabbed Shui Na's arm to prevent himself from falling, and then took a look at the surrounding situation and immediately assigned tasks. For this elusive old wizard, everyone has been immune to him. Anyway, this old guy seems to have the ability to teleport across the map. Teacher, you have to be careful, this is hundreds of meters high. Shui Na carried the old wizard to Diana's huge griffin. Tai Feng, we're leaving. After that, Shui Na and Tai Feng led all the players to leave the team and rushed to Yan Xin's battlefield. With Shui Na's magic cannon paving the way, dozens of people quickly found a safe place. Tai Feng and other players don't have many flying pets. Although his guild has obtained the Dark Tree Demon Forest, a top-notch leveling treasure, and the development speed is abnormally fast, it is really difficult to get such precious resources as flying pets. If Tai Feng hadn't cooperated with unscrupulous merchants and almost monopolized the sale of flying skateboards, otherwise, these players would really not be able to enter. Damn, why are you so late? Dao Yudao shouted in the regional channel. Since receiving the news that something happened here, Dao Yudao has already rushed over. What's the situation now? Shui Na asked immediately. I just came here too. As soon as I arrived, I saw Yan Xin being attacked by this blood clan. I don't know the situation either. Anyway, come quickly, we can't deal with this blood clan duke. Creatures with the ability to fly have always been the most hated creatures by thieves, and Yan Xin is naturally no match for this vampire duke when he cannot use his domain. I'll be there right away, take over. After Shui Na finished speaking, she talked with Tai Feng for a few words, and then took Xiao Yu and Po Xiao to the battlefield of Yan Xin and his team. The rest of the people began to defend this temporary position one by one. When they arrived at the battlefield, Shui Na immediately saw the Blood Clan Duke flying in the sky. This Blood Clan Duke was a level 150 red boss, but under the bombardment of Yan Xin, he no longer had the noble temperament of the Duke. The gorgeous but impractical beautiful aristocratic clothes on his body had leaked everywhere, and the originally smooth golden long hair had become scorched, and his health value was even half gone. However, Yan Xin was not doing well either. He had more than one wound on his body, and some of the wounds even showed bones. For a profession like a mage that needs to control skills with the mind, Yan Xin's casting is no longer stable in this situation. Now Dao Yudao was guarding Yan Xin. As soon as the vampire duke came down, he would immediately launch the most deadly attack. Fortunately, they were facing a warrior-type vampire, otherwise, if a magician came, even Yan Xin, a sage, would have to flee. Since the damage to his domain, Yan Xin's domain ability has been greatly reduced, and this also made him concentrate on comprehending the god level, but this god level is not so easy to promote. As soon as Shui Na and the others came, Xiao Yu and Po Xiao immediately greeted the vampire duke with elemental arrows and magic arrows. After using 2 life lights to recover Yan Xin's injuries, Shui Na gave the flame crown in his backpack to Yan Xin, and put on the ice crown himself, and rushed directly to the vampire duke who had already thought of escaping. The Blood Clan Duke was fighting with Xiaoyu's Thunder Eagle when an ice ring suddenly came from behind and froze him. Then, the Thunder Eagle flew away from the Blood Clan Duke under Xiaoyu's control. Then, Mizuna's Super Frost Nova, Poxio's Ice Pillar Arrow, and Xiaoyu's Ice Soul Arrow all hit the Blood Clan Duke whose reaction slowed down instantly. Although the Blood Clan Duke reacted quickly, he ignored the super attack power of the two mages, Mizuna and Poxio. When the vampire duke turned into a block of ice and fell to the ground, Yan Xian, who had already finished singing, directly raised a huge golden fireball and smashed it down. The violent flames quickly melted the ice, and the vampire duke inside wailed, but he was shot through the wings by Poxio and Xiaoyu at the same time, and he could only roll on the ground with flames all over his body. "I'll leave this place to you. I'll go and see what's going on inside." Yan Xian glanced at the vampire duke who was almost dead, and ignored the enemy who almost took his life just now, and quickly ran to the god's residence. "Sister Xiaoyu, you should do it." Poxio saw that Shui Na had taken out the magic cannon and attacked the dark creatures around the battlefield, and immediately gave the experience right of this violent boss to Xiaoyu, who had the lowest level. Xiaoyu's archer profession can play a big role if she is in a team, and her level will naturally rise quickly, but Xiaoyu doesn't like to team up with others, so her level has not risen quickly. Yu responded, and directly drew her bow and shot the vampire duke. After that, the golden light on her body flashed several times in a row, which made Poxio a little dizzy. "Don't you want to summon your pet to play?" Shui Na looked at Poxio and asked a little doubtfully. "I want to, but the dragon pet upgrades very slowly. It is less than level 50 now, and it is useless if it comes out." Poxio said a little embarrassedly. "No way, it's almost been a month, and it's only level 50. Shui Na couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Well, Tai Feng's Shuo is only level 30, but it can fly, so I can pick up some bargains. This guy didn't even tell me." Shui Na only knew that Shuo was able to fight at this time. "He didn't tell you?" Poxio was a little suspicious. "No, maybe he wanted to give me a surprise." Shui Na knew Tai Feng quite well, so she naturally knew that he liked to hide things and give others a big surprise in the end. "Poxio, you can guard this side by yourself, right?" Shui Na saw that there were not many monsters around, so she planned to go to the next area to sweep. "Okay, give it to me. The level of the monsters here is not too high, and they are mainly ordinary monsters," so Poxio said with some confidence. During this period of time, they have killed all the bosses of the Dark Tree Demon Forest, otherwise, they will have to face a large number of bosses now. However, Shui Na and the others really want to know what method the Lich King used to control all the monsters in the surrounding forests. At the fastest speed, Shui Na's magic cannon continued to harvest these monsters, but even so, there were still many monsters attacking the Tree of Life. However, the people of the Elf Empire had obviously set up defensive magic around the Tree of Life, guarding the Tree of Life firmly. Otherwise, once these monsters obtained the energy of the Tree of Life and evolved into the first level of the boss, they would be almost finished. Just when Shui Na felt that it was not possible to go down like this, the teleportation array on the other side had been completed. This teleportation array was coordinated with the teleportation array outside the Dark Tree Demon Forest, and a large number of players began to teleport from the teleportation array of Tai Feng's guild. Among them, many players here are not from Tai Feng's guild, but in order to deal with this problem, Tai Feng had to use the teleportation array of his guild as a public teleportation array, otherwise, this place would really be undefended. Although many of the players who teleport here are not very strong, with enough people, the role of these players was brought into play. Tens of thousands of attacks made the ordinary monsters below unable to even raise their heads, let alone attack, but the price of this was that all the resources of the Tai Feng guild were consumed on this. However, at this time, Shui Na and Tai Feng did not care about this. Instead, they broke away from the battle one by one and went to the god's residence of the Tree of Life. The Tai Feng group who had gathered together looked at the god's residence filled with darkness, and they immediately became very worried. Something happened. The darkness had little effect on Shui Na, so he could see that high-level NPCs of the elves were lying on the ground not far away. Even these NPCs of level 100 were knocked down after just a few steps, so there was no suspense for players who were not much higher than NPCs. What was even more troublesome was that this dark environment was not suitable for them to perform. "All mages and archers, stay outside, and others, follow me carefully," Shui Na said, and took the lead to walk in. "Let's go." Tai Feng followed Shui Na into the darkness without saying anything, and the rest of the people naturally knew what Tai Feng meant, which was to follow the mage. Under Shui Na's leadership, the group quickly came to a place without a place surrounded by darkness. It's not that the dark space of the Lich King didn't reach here, but here, Yan Xian's golden flames pushed away the darkness around. "Why are you so late?" Dao Yiyu Dao shouted in dissatisfaction, while controlling his clones, cooperating with Yan Xin, besieging a Lich King. However, on the other side, Fal and Diana were attacking another Lich King. We are really late. Chapter 853 Failure. After taking a look at the battle situation here, everyone immediately went to Yan Xin's side. Judging from the current situation, the sealed Lich King has awakened and is now fighting with Yan Xin. Tai Feng, call the archers up, and the mages will guard outside. It's disadvantageous to have too many people here. Shui Nai said, while asking Tai Feng to call the archers outside to be on the safe side. Just now, due to the problem of the dark space, all the mages and archers who have long range and no melee ability should not come in. However, what Shui Nai did not expect was that in this dark space, all the dark creatures had been cleared, although the NPCs of the elves also paid a lot of price. Use the forbidden magic powder. Tai Feng shouted in the guild channel, and immediately asked the thieves around to prepare to use poison. Don't use it, this guy is not affected by this trick, use other stronger poisons, otherwise it will not be able to break his spell. Dao Yiyu Dao heard this and immediately corrected Tai Feng's order. As the strongest boss of the Undead Empire, the ability of this Lich King is naturally not too bad. Do it. After Tai Feng said, he picked up his legendary axe and got fully equipped, but he did not dare to interfere in this battle. The current fight between Yan Xin and the Lich King is completely based on low-level magic, but these magics are a bit scary. The golden flames of Yangzhen were terrifying enough, but the Lich King used the two artifacts in his hands, the Transfiguration and the Dark Shield, to cast a series of magic with terrifying fluctuations. If these magics accidentally hit the god's residence, they could directly dye the trunk of the Tree of Life black. Even if the vampires who were fighting in coordination on the side encountered it, they would often have to retreat and recover desperately before they could fight again. As for Dao Yiyu Dao on the side, he could do nothing except create a little trouble. However, Shui Nai who came over was different. He took out the mage killer and threw it directly with all his strength. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao had obviously received the news and kept attracting the attention of this Lich King. The mage killer turned into a high-speed silver light and stabbed the back of the Lich King fiercely. At the moment when the mage killer touched the Lich King, a dark energy shield lit up from the Lich King, but the silver light on the mage killer was brighter. Under the silver light, this thin layer of dark energy shield was easily broken in less than half a second. With the sound of the cloth robe tearing and tearing, the Lich King let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, the mage killer was piercing through the Lich King's left chest, and the entire blade almost went in without a handle, which was obviously heart-wrenching. However, this serious injury did not take the Lich King's life, but the mage killer inserted into the Lich King caused him a lot of damage, and the magic power on his body was also dissipating rapidly. This time, the severely injured Lich King now has a bit of difficulty even casting low-level magic. At this time, the attacks of Dao Yiyu Dao and Vampire Fan Chen, which have already surged up, although most of them cannot penetrate the protection of the Dark Shield, can still make it more injured, not to mention the ability of Yan Xion's Golden Flame to incinerate dark energy. At present, the Lich King is definitely protected by two artifacts, but he has just awakened from the sealed state, and the energy in his body is basically not enough to consume these two artifacts, and he can't exert his most powerful power at all. Soon, under Shui Nai's sneak attack and powerful blow, this Lich King was soon beaten to death by them. Similarly, Yan Xian just left a word and asked Shui Nai and others to deal with him, while he and the Vampire Fanchen rushed to help Fal. Having felt the damage to his clone, the strongest Lich King had no way. Although he now has the Holy Book of the Dead and the Book of Darkness in his hands, he has no time to merge these two books into the legendary Dark Origin artifact, and the enemy around him will not let him have this time. The Lich King, who made up his mind, decided to give up the other clone and directly summoned the Phantom and Dark Shield on his body. This was his last resort, but it made him lose a part of himself, but he didn't want to lose himself even more. After losing his two artifacts, the Lich King could no longer withstand their destruction and soon disappeared in the attacks of everyone. Although the Lich King was 200 level strong men, but there are too many water in it, which also makes the experience they get pitifully little. In addition, there are more than a dozen players participating in this battle, and they actually don't trademark to get much experience. However, as the top NPC, the equipment that the Lich King exploded is eye-catching. A ring shining with a red equipment halo, an ordinary space ring, and a dark gold level wizard robe and cloth shoes have already made most people excited. Shui Nai, who came down from the sky, directly handed these two pieces of equipment to Tai Feng and asked him to deal with them later. However, Shui Nai, who has seen these two pieces of equipment, knows that this thing cannot be used by the Holy Light Camp. Let Tai Feng have a headache for this problem. At Shui Nai trademark's request, this time, Tai Feng did not let other players go to help, but scattered around the battlefield one by one, and began to save the fallen NPCs around him with all his strength. The Lich King, who had the artifacts of Transfiguration and Dark Shield, was fighting in an extremely unbalanced situation, but he had the upper hand. The artifacts of attack and defense made the Lich King temporarily undefeated, but the strength of the two mages, Diana and Yangzhen, was somewhat insufficient, and the strength of Fal, the Sword Master, was greatly suppressed by the Dark Shield, and the combat power he could exert was less than 50%. The Lich King, who was almost in his prime, emitted a much stronger light from the Transfiguration and Dark Shield in his hand than the Lich King who died in the battle just now. The Lich King forced Fal's attack away with a sword, and then the Transfiguration in his hand shook, turned into a spear, and stabbed Diana on the side. This spear was very strange and sudden, and the timing was also very appropriate. At this time, Diana was releasing magic with all her strength. The magic in her hand had just been released and had not hit the Lich King, but was pierced by this pure black spear mixed with dark energy, and then pointed at her heart. However, at this time, the Lich King was suddenly covered with a thick layer of ice, and the shot finally stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Diana. Diana, who saved her life, immediately withdrew and retreated, and then looked at Shui Na who was desperately hitting Frost Nova. "You can stop," he ran away. The old wizard looked at Shui Na who was constantly hitting Frost Nova and came out from an unknown corner, saying so. "Run away." Shui Na looked at the old wizard, and then at the giant ice he made, a little unbelievable. It's just tearing the space. For the current Lich King, this ability is not too difficult. The old wizard looked at the situation of the people around him, and seemed a little relieved. The current Lich King is obviously about to enter the god level. Although his way of advancing by pulling up the seedlings for growth is a bit too aggressive, his strength is obvious. In the absence of artifacts and with injuries, driving the Lich King away is the best outcome. If they really want to fight to the death, even if they can kill the Lich King, they will suffer heavy losses, and they don't trademark T know if this is the last Lich King. Rip space? Is it a god level ability? Shui Na asked at this time, because in the past, even the 200 Lich King didn't trademark T seem to have this ability. Well, yes, this is a little different from teleportation, because it is purely using huge energy to bombard the space and create a channel. It is more direct and faster than the gentle method of teleportation, but the consumption is a bit high. So he is not here now. No, if you really want to use the ability of tearing space, it is better to go back to your own nest directly. Anyway, the consumption is about the same, there is no need to stay here and waste time. We lost this battle, but fortunately our personnel did not suffer too much loss, and we still have a chance. The old wizard saw that they were a little decadent and felt defeated, and couldn't help but encourage them. It doesn't matter if you lose, the important thing is to have a mentality that you can afford to lose, otherwise it will be useless. So what should we do now? Mina took a deep breath and asked. Now, we can only wait and see what the high-level officials of the human empire decide. However, you'd better do your best to improve your strength during this period of time, otherwise it may be difficult to convince them to hand over the Book of Elements to you. The old wizard said with a smile, and it seemed that he was not too worried about today's battle. Really? Shui Na asked in surprise. Nonsense, the Book of Elements cannot exert its power if it is not closed. However, you have to become stronger now, otherwise if someone steals the limelight, we will lose a lot. The old wizard said seriously. Shui Na, who already knew that there were more people with the heart of elements than herself, immediately understood the old wizard's concerns. I will work hard. Shui Na also said seriously and cautiously. Oh, by the way, I have thought of a solution to the source of darkness here. It may be a little dangerous, but it is not too late at present. Only you can do it, so. Okay, I trademark LL do it. Shui Na looked at the unknown task prompt on the task panel and could only nod. Since the old wizard had already said that he wanted to do it himself, there was no reason for him to refuse. More importantly, this task was a top-notch task. Anyone who didn't accept it would have a problem with his brain. Chapter 854 Meeting. After extinguishing the war around the Tree of Life, Basically all the players who were not dead gained a lot of experience. And when the Lich King left, all the participating players received the system's task rewards. The large amount of experience made the players around them shine with golden light. Afterwards, although most of the players didn't want to leave this forest full of opportunities, they still left obediently at the request of the NPC, leaving only Taifeng and his members who had an agreement with the elves. However, in the god's residence that the players couldn't see, there was no player around except Shui Nai. Although the old wizard acted indifferent in front of everyone, as if this failure was in his plan, his real thoughts were more depressed than everyone else, but he always showed a strong optimistic expression. No one knows the power of the Book of Elements and the Book of Darkness better than him, and no one knows the disasters that will be faced in the future better than him. So, the Lich King has completely surrendered to the Dark God. The old wizard was also very surprised after listening to Shui Nai's explanation of what he heard in the Dark World. That's what His Highness the Black Dragon King Neldharion said. Shui Nai nodded. That's right, I was wondering why the aura of the Lich King became so familiar and strange. Now it seems that he has received the blessing of God, although it is a blessing contrary to the God of Light, but this is indeed the case. Then what should we do now? Still the same sentence, wait for the decision of the high-level officials of the human empire. If they don't hand over the rest of the Book of Elements, we can only wait for them to change their minds. This is our helplessness. Isn't it useless for them to keep this Book of Elements? Who said that? If there is a safest place in the world, it is there. The elemental formation composed of the Book of Elements and the Tower of the First Elements can withstand the attacks of the gods. It is the safest there. The old wizard said helplessly. In a way, if the Lich King uses the Book of Darkness, then... isn't trademark T there still the Book of Light? Now the human empire wants to ask the owner of the Book of Light to come forward, but I don't trademark T think it is likely, because the Book of Light also consists of two parts, namely the Holy Book and the Punishment Order. I remember that the Punishment Order seems to be in the hands of the Pope, but the Holy Book is missing. Oh wait, didn't trademark T you say that the human empire asked the Church to take action? Because they don't trademark T know that the Holy Book has disappeared. This is a top secret of the Church, right? The old wizard said jokingly, holding a cup of light fragrant tea. Damn, you are still in the mood to joke, and this joke is not funny at all. Shui Na was mad at this guy. If it is really as the old wizard said, then the only thing that can fight against the Book of Darkness in the hands of the Lich King is the Book of Elements. Although Shui Na didn't know what kind of power the Book of Elements and the Book of Darkness had, just from the situation in the Orc Kingdom, Shui Na dared not imagine what kind of power it was. Tisk tisk, it's not necessary to use mages to deal with mages. We still have sword masters, so if that's the case, we still have a chance. We are not afraid of a heathen confrontation. The only trouble is that I am afraid that the Dark God and the Light God will intervene, and then it will be troublesome for us. What's going on? Shui Na really doesn't seem to be afraid of the Lich King. If he has any secret weapons, Shui Na believes it, but why is he afraid of these two unreachable gods? To be honest, whether it is the God of Light or the God of Darkness, they all have a surprisingly consistent reaction to us, the gods of the lower world. As long as such people are found, whether they are gods or not, they must be destroyed unconditionally. So to be honest, the gods are not friendly to people like us. The old wizard said lightly. But, to be honest, people like us, which one does not have deep-rooted relationships with various forces. So most of the superiors are not interested in gods at all, and even hate them. Now, if these two great gods suddenly order their ordinary people to attack us, what should we do? Is it that serious? Mina didn't have the same anxious mood as him. After all, their worldviews are completely different, but if Mina just watched the old wizard being solved, he would definitely not rescue him. It's more serious than you think. What's more troublesome is that those two despicable gods will always come out to reap the fruits of your battle when you and your people are half dead. Do you think we have a chance of winning? What are you going to do now? Give me a way out. That's it, don't explain it anymore. After hearing this, Shui Na felt that the content here was a bit too complicated and a bit inconsistent with her identity as a player. Become stronger, it's better to become strong enough to fight against the gods. You are my last resort, so you have no choice but to become stronger. Damn, I've been in front of them for half a year, and they have already blacklisted me. What last resort? Shui Na said to herself. After leaving the god's residence, Shui Nai soon met up with Tai Feng and his people. After more than a month of not seeing each other, they had a lot of topics to talk about. After all, after exchanging the information they had collected, Shui Nai and Tai Feng and their people also started another round of meetings. So, we are now fully developing our strength at this stage. Tai Feng asked first. Now Shui Nai has a lot of the most in-depth and comprehensive information about the game, and according to the old wizard's requirements, there will probably be a faction war in the near future. Yes, strength is everything for players, but now the situation on the side of the human empire is a bit problematic. Shui Na looked at the whole map of the human empire with some worry. As far as he knew, although the human empire was still in the hands of the royal family, it had been divided into two camps in secret. One was the new Holy Light Church led by Howard, and the other was the original Holy Light Church controlled by the Pope. For these two conflicting forces, both the top leaders of the human empire and the top leaders of the magic eunuchs maintained a surprisingly consistent decision, that is, there was no reason for their open and secret struggles. However, the players below were very happy to see this conflict, because there were tasks with conflicts, and there were rewards with tasks. In the main city territory controlled by Howard, players like Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao from the Holy Light Camp were the same as the Dark Camp. They were the targets of all NPC forces to resolutely attack, and this trend of the upper level attracted the players below. Therefore, the players and even the guilds familiar with Shui Na were more or less implicated. By the way, Shui Na, I plan to fully develop the resources of this dark tree demon forest. Tai Feng suddenly said this. For a long time, the dark tree demon forest has not been further developed under Tai Feng's strict control. On the one hand, they have to take into account the attitude of the NPC, and on the other hand, they are afraid that other hostile guilds will sneak in and cause damage. However, as the player level increases, the value of the dark tree demon forest has been declining, and only the rich plant resources in it are truly valuable. Wait a minute, the elves' high-level people have begun to prepare to solve the problem of the source of the dark spring, so everything must be solved first. At this time, Shui Nai also detailed the plan he heard from the NPC. However, this plan does not mean much to them, because Shui Nai is the only player who can participate in it. Is this okay? The Fountain of Darkness has not been studied clearly yet. If we act rashly, will we be afraid? The half-necromancer Poxio began to understand more about darkness, so he naturally had some reservations about the plan mentioned by Shui Nai. Let's put this aside for now. You will never know if it is feasible or not if you don't try it. The group talked for a long time and turned all the content into future plans before adjourning. Hey, I hate this kind of long meeting the most. I almost fell asleep listening to it. Dao Yiyu Dao shouted unhappily as soon as he came out. You are the honorary president after all. You still have to show up for this kind of meeting. Shui Nai didn't care. Anyway, they were all people he knew. By the way, did the beautiful foxes leave? Shui Nai suddenly asked at this time. Well, I heard that they received a task related to that angel, and they all left. Dao Yiyu Dao thought about it for a while, and then he said, Lao Fan, you are planning to go there to level up now, do you mind joining a group? Don't, I can't protect myself now, you can practice on your own. Shui Nai felt helpless when he thought of the grey dragon egg in his backpack. When he got the dragon egg, he didn't know that it was so difficult to upgrade a dragon pet. Where did you get it from? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the egg in Shui Nai's crystal and immediately recognized that it was a dragon egg. For now, only large creatures like dragons can have such a large egg. And this one, it's a pity you can't use it, otherwise I'll give it to you. Shui Nai said, summoning the nightmare warhorse and leading it to the still dazed dawn. I want it too. The tall and cold appearance of the nightmare warhorse is very cool, but Dao Yiyu Dao can't be accepted by this nightmare warhorse no matter what. Dawn, come and try, I think you should be able to become its master. Shui Na pulled Dao Yiyu Dao, who was crying on the horse's back, down and made way for him. After that, everyone saw the pet bracelet on Po Xiao's wrist flashing, and the nightmare warhorse began to move. What a perverted horse! Looking at his own condition, Poxio just said this in shock. Chapter 855 Chaos Dragon. In the mine filled with a dark atmosphere, Shui Nai was holding the petite silver grey dragon, leisurely looking for the next target. Since Shui Nai hatched this grey dragon egg, he finally understood the meaning of the physical defects mentioned by the Black Dragon King. That is, this silver grey chaos dragon, does not have the hard dragon scales of ordinary dragons, and the skin on his body is obviously not as tough as Shiwo. This also shows that its defensibility is very weak, basically incomparable with the dragons. However, what makes Shui Nai more worried is that Hui'er is very thin, which is very different from Shiwo, whose belly is as fat as a ball. Although Shui Nai cannot keep it as a pet and cannot see its attribute information at present, Shui Nai also knows that this grey child's physique may not be too high. However, Shui Nai still did not give up on it, and now its Chaos Dragon's name is very cool. According to the rules of this game, the cooler the name, the more powerful it is. And the most important thing is that this little guy regarded himself as his parent as soon as he came out of the eggshell. When Shui Nai saw its intimate eyes, his heart was almost melted by it. Seeing its thin body when it was born, Shui Nai felt even more pity. In order to make this grey child his pet as soon as possible, Shui Nai followed the guidance of the 100 methods of raising dragons that Tai Feng tried personally, and took it to fight continuously this week, prompting the dragon's bones to fight earlier, and they specifically looked for such places filled with darkness. The old wizard agreed with this, but he couldn't tell what the origin of this chaos dragon was. After all, creatures like this that merge light and darkness are rare. Therefore, in line with the quality of not speaking when ignorant, the old wizard didn't say much, but only made some personal suggestions. One person and one dragon wandered in the second layer of the dark mining area. Shui Nai didn't find too many targets to hunt, but the chaos dragon liked the dark atmosphere here very much. It was not very active to begin with, and it was rare for it to want to go down and walk. Shui Nai, did you find anything over there? At this time, Shui Nai suddenly received a private message from Tai Feng. Nothing. They cleaned this place too cleanly. Shui Nai looked at the quiet environment in the dark and said helplessly. I'm here too, I won't say anything, Chi Huo seems to have found something just now, let's talk about it later. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he closed the private chat and disappeared. Under the cleansing of the Jodega family guild, the large number of dark zombies in the Isoda mine in this dark mining area were almost eliminated. After that, they developed the second layer of the dark mining area. Under the powerful recording function of the player map, this second layer was soon explored by a large number of players. Now the place where Shui Nai is responsible is a mutant energy crystal mine that has been explored. His goal is the mutant energy crystal there. Since Hui'er was born, Shui Nai has been collecting a large number of things with holy light energy and dark energy for it. Although most of the gems and crystals cannot arouse its enough interest, there are still some things it needs. Among them, there is the mutant energy crystal. Based on the idea that it is better to ask for help from oneself than from others, Shui Nai still thinks it is better to lie down, which can not only increase the relationship between each other, but also allow Hui'er to witness the battle scene more times. Hush, Hui'er, stand behind. Shui Nai also found footsteps in front of him at this time. But the footsteps were heavy, not like the flexible sound of a living person, so Shui Nai immediately knew that there was a target. The person who came was a dwarf dark zombie. In the second floor of the dark mine, because the dark atmosphere here is stronger, the level of the monsters here is about level 80. Coupled with the powerful attributes of the dark zombie itself, it can fight against players of level 90. However, this can't do anything to Shui Nai now. 5 minutes later, Shui Nai gave the dark energy crystal that the dwarf zombie exploded to Hui'er to play with, and then continued to go deeper with it. In order to let Hui'er adapt to such a battle as soon as possible, Shui Nai's attack frequency is not fast, and he often deliberately prolongs the battle time. The result of this is also very satisfactory to Shui Nai. After staying in the second floor of the dark mine for only a few days, Hui'er has begun to slowly show his fighting spirit, and often gestures to those dark zombies that come over. However, Shui Nai did not dare to let it join, but just let it watch from the outside. At the same time, Shui Na also discovered that Hui'er obviously had a strong perception ability. As long as there were suspicious creatures within its perception range, it could detect them and give early warnings. However, for now, Shui Na could only say that Hui'er had a reaction to this monster, but as for the players or NPCs, he had no chance to try. Now Hui'er's perception radius is not too large, only about 30 meters, but this surprised Shui Nai very much. After all, there is a big difference between perception and seeing with the eyes. However, this time, Shui Nai had not walked far, but Hui'er in his arms suddenly struggled and quickly jumped to the ground, and then howled at a fork in the passage, with strong hostility in his eyes, staring at the darkness inside with bared teeth. This was Huier's warning action, but what made Shui Nai feel strange was that he did not find any monsters. Because this fork in the road, on Shui Nai's map, is only less than 15 meters away, and it has been explored here, it is a dead end with no meaning. However, Huier's reaction was obviously very strong, and it looked like it was going to rush in. For this reason, Shui Nai had to go in and take a look. However, Shui Nai still did not see any monsters, at most he found that the temperature here was a little bit cold. Wait, is it a ghost? At this time, Shui Na suddenly remembered that Dui Ju Dang Ji had said that there was a very strange monster on the second floor of the dark mining area. This monster is very similar to the ghost, but it can be invisible and will also choose weak targets. Once it finds that a strong person has entered its attack range, it will often disappear directly, and then sneak out to attack weak players. This kind of ghost with a weird attack mode once gave Dui Ju Dang Ji a headache. Later, he had no choice but to equip each team with a priest or holy light knight with an attack soul state, and since then, this ghost has never appeared again. And now, the situation here is very similar to what Dui Ju Dang Ji said. Seeing Shui Na standing in this dead end and turning around, Huier suddenly shouted anxiously, and then a ball of silver grey energy suddenly shot out of Huier's mouth. This silver grey energy ball is not fast, but it emits energy with the dual attributes of holy light and darkness. This change immediately made Shui Nai overjoyed, and at this time, Shui Nai suddenly found that there seemed to be an illusory figure beside her. The way this figure appeared was very scary, and its face still maintained the desperate and fearful look before death. Looking at this suddenly appearing ghost, Shui Nai only felt a burst of coldness from the tail end of the spine straight to the brain, and the body instinctively stepped back several steps to distance itself from each other. However, this ghost was obviously more afraid of Shui Nai. Even though it was so close, it did not go to Shui Nai's body, but hid in the deepest corner and soon became invisible again. The silver grey dragon breath ball spit out by Huier hit the rock wall and scattered into a ball of silver grey energy mist. Shui Nai, who only saw this scene, was unbelievable. Shui Nai, who saw this dragon breath, soon felt that there were two effects in this energy mist, purification of holy light and erosion of darkness, and these two properties did not offset each other, but seemed to be assimilated and enhanced. Haha, you finally know how to use dragon breath. Shui Nai ignored the trembling Yinling hiding in the corner, and ran out to hug Huier and shouted excitedly. According to Taifeng's experience, being able to use the dragon's breath means that it is about to leave the dragon's infancy and enter the growth period that can be conquered. As long as you stay with it more at this time and try to make it recognize your status, then this dragon pet will naturally be yours. However, according to the personal advice of the old wizard, he hopes that Shui Nai can make the two energies in the body of the Chaos Dragon develop in a balanced way. According to the old wizard's guess, if the two energies in the body of the Chaos Dragon are unbalanced, it may cause the energy in its body to be unable to merge, resulting in adverse reactions. Let's go, we'll go directly to the destination. Seeing that Huier could use dragon breath, Shui Nai immediately planned to give up its combat training and instead accelerate its growth rate with all his strength. Only in this way can Huier truly become Shui Nai's pet, and naturally possess an immortal physique, which is crucial for what may be the only dragon clan. Chapter 856 Three-Headed Hellhound. Sorry, there are a lot of things going on during this period, so the update time may be a bit chaotic, please forgive me. At the same time, thank you all for your support. 2. There will be another chapter later. As far as Shui Nai knows from the old wizard, there are two ways to obtain dragon pets. One is to obtain them directly from dragon eggs, and the other is to tame adult dragons or reach some kind of agreement with adult dragons. However, for players, obtaining dragon pets from dragon eggs is their most likely way. Letting them face adult dragons and tame them is better than letting them die. It's just that the number of dragon eggs, so far, seems to have not been discovered more. However, even if a player is lucky enough to discover it, it probably won't be announced casually. After all, rare things are valuable. Once this thing is exposed, it will naturally attract the prying eyes of countless players and cause trouble. Arriving at the mutant energy crystal mine, Shui Nai began to pull off these mutant energy crystals without saying a word, and handed them over to Huier to absorb one by one. Huier absorbed these crystals very quickly. Almost as soon as he touched them, the crystals would break into pieces in a short time, and the energy inside would be absorbed completely. There were not many crystals in this crystal mine. After all, they had been mined by the people who drank wine before, and now these were just refreshed. However, according to what the old wizard said, the dark energy of the mutant energy crystals here is very pure and stable, much better than those dark gems, and very suitable for the Chaos Dragon, which has just been born not long ago, to absorb. Shui Nai, who has become the incarnation of the water element, can easily mine the mutant energy crystals deep in the cracks. 2 days later, Shui Nai and the Chaos Dragon appeared in front of the players again. During these 2 days, Shui Nai visited almost all the mutant energy crystal mines that could be found here. And God will not disappoint those who work hard. After these few days of sleepless efforts, Hui Er finally moved into Shui Nai's pet space. The Chaos Dragon, which has entered the growth period, has grown a pair of flesh wings, just like Tai Feng's red flame dragon. Although the size of the flesh wings is not enough for it to fly, Shui Nai knows that as long as Hui reaches level 30, it can fly by itself. However, as Shui Nai thought, Hui's physique has serious flaws. At level 1, its physique is less than 5 points, its strength is less than 15 points, and its agility is only 16 points. The data of these 3 attributes are pitifully low. And its health is less than 1000 points, which is a very embarrassing data for a pet. According to Tai Feng's guess, the limit of the basic attributes of the dragon race should be 30 points. In other words, Hui is probably not as good as Tai Feng, a dragon man, in these 3 attributes. However, Hui's spirit value is as high as 30 points, and Shui Nai is helpless about this. According to the theory that mages are equipped with melee physical pets, pure magic pets like Hui should be equipped with warriors. This combination of one object and one demon allows players who train alone to face all kinds of monsters calmly. However, Mizuna's own magic damage is surprisingly high. Now that Hui is behind her, it is destined to be difficult for her to show her original brilliance. The Chaos Dragon currently has only one skill, which is its Chaos Dragon Breath. This skill is its innate skill and can be used anytime and anywhere. However, each use consumes its innate energy. The Chaos Dragon Breath is not very lethal to ordinary monsters, but if it is facing a creature of the Holy Light or Dark system, it is a bit scary. The Chaos Dragon Breath, which mixes 2 different energy properties, can make the Holy Light or Dark system creatures attacked by it receive 2 completely different targeted attacks at the same time. For example, if the Chaos Dragon Breath hits the Dark Zombie here, the first effect triggered is the purification effect of the Holy Light. During this purification process, the undead energy in the Dark Zombie will violently collide with the energy of the Holy Light, causing great energy damage. During this process, the dark energy of the Chaos Dragon Breath will collide with the Holy Light energy of the Dark Zombie for the second time. Although it will offset part of the Holy Light energy, it will produce an external energy shock. This internal and external attack will cause a significant decrease in the energy in the Dark Zombie, which will also lead to a decrease in health. In addition to this very targeted skill, the Chaos Dragon's own claws and defense are much weaker, which also means that the Chaos Dragon can only attack from a distance, not in close combat. Tisk tisk, it seems that you have worked hard during this period. After seeing Shui Nai, Tai Feng carefully looked at the Chaos Dragon that had grown more than 10 centimeters taller, and traded the medicine in his backpack to Shui Nai. By the way, is there any densely populated monster area here? I will do my best to help it upgrade. You can go directly to the 3rd floor. There are all level 100 monsters there, and most areas have not been opened up yet. You can try. Tai Feng knew that if Shui Nai, the Chaos Dragon, could not fly, it would be a first-class live target. Okay, give me the map later, I'll go take a look. Mina nodded. Hey, I say, shouldn't you consider other people's feelings? At this time, Tai Feng suddenly put his hands on Mina's shoulders and whispered. Mina knew that he was talking about Xiaoyu, who had been staying here since she came back. In the real world, they were rarely together due to their respective courses and other issues. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for Mina to see each other only a few times a week. Looking at Xiaoyu who was quietly watching her, Mina couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Xiaoyu never asked her to do this or that for her, and she trusted herself very much, and she never let her boyfriend do everything for her like ordinary couples. This kind of considerate character can only be known by people who are familiar with Xiaoyu. As for other people's cold behavior towards Xiaoyu, they feel there is a problem, and it seems that she is born lacking some emotions. Xiaoyu, after this mission is over, I plan to go to the 3rd floor. Do you have time? Just the 2 of us? Xiaoyu was a little confused. With her ability as an elemental archer, this dark mining area is not suitable for her at all. If you count it, it counts as 3. Shui Na pointed at Hui'er who had been following her feet. Hui'er is now almost as tall as Shui Na's knees. He follows Shui Na's steps, and one hand is still holding Shui Na's cloak tightly, as if Shui Na doesn't want it. Okay. Xiaoyu responded to this sentence and picked up Hui'er. Although Hui'er saw Xiaoyu for the second time, he was not afraid of strangers. He lay comfortably in the gentleness of Xiaoyu's chest and looked at Shui Na comfortably. Hui'er, you have to call her mom in the future. Shui Na whispered to Hui'er, and Xiaoyu blushed when she heard it. A group of hundreds of people were following the map and came to a corner of the second floor of the dark mining area. There is a small dark spring in this corner. Although it is the smallest dark spring found so far, the dark aura it exudes is not weak at all. There is a three-headed hellhound guarding here. Our mission is to eliminate this hellhound, and then let Fanfiction and those N completely solve this dark spring. Tai Feng then explained the steps of this plan to the people participating in the action below. But, if this is the case, then wouldn't we be cutting off our own financial resources? At this time, one of Duijodega's subordinates suddenly said with some dissatisfaction. It seems that Tai Feng's guild's actions have never been told to them. No, NS goal is to clear the dark springs on the second floor. As long as the 10 dark springs on this floor are solved, the first floor will not be able to form new dark zombies due to the lack of dark energy. As for the third floor, no matter how strong Fanfiction and N are, they can't deal with it. In that case, won't our garrison point be gone? The player seemed a little dissatisfied. Du Kong, do as Tai Feng wants. If Tai Feng hadn't asked N for this task, we players wouldn't have participated in this operation. For this alone, we owe Tai Feng a favor. As for the garrison issue, I think the fortress will be opened soon, and there is no need for us to waste energy here. Although the level of Duijodega is not high, his ability to collect intelligence and analyze is very strong. He soon realized from this that the Elf Empire actually wants to focus all its attention on the Dark Camp. There is nothing wrong with pacifying the country first and then fighting against foreign enemies. Yes, the Elf Empire's top leaders are indeed going to fully activate the fortress. As long as the problem of the dark mining area is solved, I'm afraid the Elf Empire will declare war on the Undead Empire, so this dark mining area must be solved as soon as possible. What about the dark spring in the dark tree demon forest? At this time, Shui Na suddenly asked Tai Feng in a private chat. Don't deal with it for the time being. In view of the current situation, we should give priority to making full combat preparations. As for the dark tree demon forest, the elders think that it should not become the target of the Lich King again, so it will be put on hold for the time being. Okay, everyone has rested well. Now let's prepare. The bee we are facing this time is a black three-headed hellhound. The level is 0. With our current combat power, we should be able to solve it before N comes over. Tai Feng spoke in the regional channel, attracting the attention of most players. This is the first time that our Wine Fairy Guild and the Twin Dragon Guild have in-depth cooperation. I hope that all the warriors of the Wine Fairy Guild will go all out and not let the handsome men and beautiful women of the Twin Dragon Guild look down on us. As soon as Tai Feng finished speaking, Duijodega followed suit. It's the same for our Twin Dragon Guild. Tai Feng said, looking at the players around him. These players were selected by Tai Feng and Duijodega one by one. Although there are inevitably one or two little mice mixed in, this does not affect the plans of their two guilds. Since the place where B is stationed is very empty, this time, we decided to divide you into 3 teams, 2 of which are main attackers and 1 is for backup and cover work. Now please form teams according to our grouping requirements. Among them, I want to remind you that the main attacker of team number 1 is Fanfiction, and the main attacker of team number 2 is Poxio. Everyone must fully cooperate with them. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he began to display the grouped information one by one. The reason they did this was to prevent people from other guilds from getting the news and then interfering. After all, this mission is actually an imperial mission, and all guilds stationed in the Elf Empire are eligible. However, this news was controlled by Tai Feng and his team. Chapter 857 Hunting the Three-Headed Hellhound, Part 1. Oh my god, Dang Ji, is this the three-headed hellhound you mentioned? Can it be a dog? Tai Feng pointed to the monster in the distance that was as big as an elephant. Although he couldn't see its true appearance in the dim light, he could still see its size. Hehe, when I first saw it, I was shocked, surprised. Duijodega smiled happily when he saw most people showing this shocked expression. However, no matter how surprised they were, Shui Nai and Tai Feng had to deal with this black bee, because this was the experimental field designated by N. Considering that this bee was the black bee in the legend, and it seemed to be a melee type, Tai Feng and his team did not dare to let those shield armors block it. Since the Elf Empire did not produce top-quality shield armor equipment, Tai Feng and Duijodega planned to use the method of long-range hatred traction to reduce the attack frequency of bee. The biggest premise of this method is that both teams must have a strong lethality to attract the hatred of bee, and it just so happens that Shui Nai and Po Xiao, the two mages, have this ability, and with the attack of others, it stands to reason that this melee bee should be able to be worn down little by little. Your only mission is to resist the attack of bee, so are you all ready? Duijodega looked at the soldiers sent out by his men. Their only role was to be cannon fodder. We are all ready. The 20 or so soldiers in heavy armor looked at each other and nodded seriously. Alas, it seems that I have to import a batch of shield armor equipment from the human empire. Duijodega looked at the highest golden equipment on the soldiers and felt a little uneasy. These people are his confidants. It is a bit sad to see them die. I think so too. It's a pity that those top-grade shield armor equipment are hidden by those guilds. Alas. Tai Feng also had this idea. At present, the soldiers with the best equipment are from the human empire, but there are more guilds on that side, and the demand for shield armor equipment has been high. Hey, I was almost discovered. This is the detailed information of that bee, everyone take a look. At this time, Mina, who was in charge of reconnaissance, came back. The three-headed hell is a monster with both strength and physique, which also makes this monster have extremely strong physical attack and defense capabilities. At the same time, its health value is as high as 1.5 million, but its speed is not as fast as the thief. It can be used to lead it in a critical moment. Its weakness lies in the three heads. I personally suggest that we focus our firepower on the leftmost one, and then the middle one, so that we can cause the most thorough damage in the first place. Everyone understands. Those who understand will disperse and act according to the original plan. Seeing everyone nodded, the commander of the whole scene, Duijodegama, gave the order to act. The first attacker was Mizuna. Since he had many legendary equipment and had a strong advantage that others did not have, he was the most suitable person to attract monsters. Although the space in this place was large, its height was less than 5 meters, which was half less than that of the general mine tunnel. Therefore, Mizuna's flying skill naturally did not have much effect. What Mizuna had to do now was to lead the three-headed hellhound guarding the deepest corner to the place where everyone was ambushing, and then according to the plan, you cast a magic, I cast a magic, and slowly grind this monster to death. After everyone was in their positions, Mizuna used the phantom stealth to quickly come to the not far away from the monster. Then Mizuna waved his magic wand, and entered the magic chanting stage as soon as he appeared. As the blue magic circle composed of magic power of Shui Nai slowly took shape, the surrounding lightning elements were condensing rapidly, and turned into a giant dragon composed of lightning in this magic circle. Before Shui Nai's thunder dragon bomb was formed, it had already attracted the attention of the three-headed hellhound. The three huge heads of the three-headed hellhound locked onto Shui Nai, who was outside the warning range, almost at the same time. After thinking for a moment, it immediately decided to attack. However, the speed of the three-headed hellhound was obviously not too fast. Before it came to Shui Nai to attack, the thunder dragon had already bombarded its huge body. The magic defense is at least 20,000 points, but it is afraid of electricity, so you can use the thunder system to stop it. Shui Nai looked at the three-headed hellhound that was electrocuted by the mage-level magic of Thunder Dragon Bomb, and immediately announced his discovery in the regional channel. No, 20,000 magic defense? When Duijodega and Tai Feng heard this data, their faces changed. 20,000 magic defense, that is to say, the player must at least deal more than 20,000 damage to cause damage, but to deal more than 20,000 magic, at present, only the magic of the mage level has this ability. But the cooling time of the magic of the mage level is very long. Wait, I will try its physical attack and defense. Tai Feng put on the helmet at this time, and asked Qun Lixu to cast a magic to increase the life limit and several protective magics to increase physical defense. Be careful. When Shui Na used the elemental magic wand to wave small fireballs to guide this three-headed hellhound, everyone looked at the damage that appeared by dozens of points, and they were all a little stunned. A fireball can actually deal 10 points of damage to this bee with 20,000 defense, which means that the fireball of this mage has reached more than 20,000 damage. However, if those players who know the secrets and equipment of Shui Nai, they will probably know that this one may be very normal. Now Shui Nai has switched to fire as the main attribute, and he has a crown of flames on his head. At the same time, he has used almost all the equipment skills that increase magic attacks. Just when Shui Nai led it into the battlefield, Tai Feng ran towards Shui Nai, and a huge axe was burning with red flames. When Tai Feng and the three-headed hellhound collided fiercely, and the flames splashed, a huge 13,000 damage floated out of Tai Feng's head, while the three-headed hellhound only lost 5,000 points. Damn, at least 25,000 attacks, and the defense is as much as 15,000. This guy is difficult to deal with. Tai Feng looked at the flames on his axe that had not disappeared, and couldn't help but be a little shocked. This is the strength of Black Bee. His strongest dragon flame martial arts of the dragon clan plus the most violent earth-shattering attack of the axe system only caused 5,000 points of damage. However, Tai Feng knew that now was not the time for him to be dazed. He exerted his strength and pulled away from the huge three-headed hellhound when its three bloody mouths were about to bite him. Mage, first use the thunder system, then the fire system. Then choose to increase or decrease the amount of attack depending on the target's hatred. The third thief team will prepare to rescue people. Duijodega, who was an outsider, issued an order when Tai Feng retreated. Since Duijodega was the main commander this time, Shui Na and Poxio did not prioritize saving Tai Feng, but instead held the magic they had prepared in their hands tightly. The thunder system magic that hit this bee first came from the thunder system mage next to Duijodega. He was the first to notice Duijodega's expression, so he attacked as soon as he gave the order. The magic he used was Thunder Blast, a single target magic of the mage level. A lightning column as thick as a bucket shot out from the magic circle of his magic wand, almost brushing against Tai Feng's armor. The strong thunder explosion and the flash of lightning almost swallowed up the huge body of this beast in an instant. Even Tai Feng, who was not far away, was pushed away by the impact airflow generated by this magic. Hey, I'm finally alive! Tai Feng looked at the three-headed hellhound that had been covered by thunder and fire magic, and said with some emotion. If this three-headed hellhound attacks again, he will definitely die with his current health value of less than 2,000. Since it is not clear whether this three-headed hellhound will have any great hatred for the priest's healing magic, Duijodega naturally dare not let the priest treat it. If the beast transfers all its hatred due to the treatment, then the arrangements of these people will be in vain. Roar! As a large amount of magic continued to fall from all directions, the three-headed hellhound, although it had 3 heads, only had 4 legs and 1 body. For this reason, it was somewhat unable to lock on to the target and could only vent its anger through roaring. This kind of attack from all directions, although the attack strengths were different, had a great effect on the bee that determined the attack target based on the hatred value. Mages who have finished casting magic, try to retreat, and also pay attention to maintaining a good formation, and don't leave the frontline soldiers too far. Duijodega watched these mages casting magic in an orderly manner, and couldn't help but remind them to pay attention to their positioning. Now the reason why they can make this bee stand there motionless, in addition to the paralysis effect of the thunder magic, is that they are now in a diagonal attack mode. In this tug-of-war formation, the hatred of the three-headed hellhound has been unable to concentrate, and it has to swing left and right. Seeing the huge blood bar on the top of the bee being steadily knocked down by 10%, Duijodega and the others began to face a serious problem. That is, their magic has been used up and the cooling time has not yet passed. Looking at the mages retreating one by one, Duijodega immediately knew that it was up to Shui Nai and Po Xiao. The number of magics Shui Nai had was several times that of other mages specializing in one system. Basically, as long as the magic power was guaranteed, he could use these magician-level magics back and forth without pause. As for Po Xiao, although his highest level of magic was only at the wizard level, his powerful critical attack bonus and skill bonus made his wizard-level magic often have the effect of a wizard level, and he also had a lot of wizard-level magic, so he could definitely hold on steadily. Chapter 858 Hunting the Three-Headed Hellhound, Part 2. In order to ensure the feasibility of the plan, Mina and Poxio only used a few magicians at the beginning to test the boss's true endurance, and then they have been assisting. Now, when Mina and Poxio took turns to deal high damage to each other and used it to control the boss to move continuously within a distance of more than 100 meters, everyone I put down the heavy stone in my heart. It seems that our plan is half successful. Duijodega looked at the perfect cooperation between Poxio and Schwina, and they could often hold each other's hatred at the last moment, which made Duijodega very envious. However, at this moment, a change happened. I saw the red light flashing on the three-headed hellhound, and then I saw the red light suddenly transferred from the body to its limbs. Frenzy? Everyone keep your distance, warriors and thieves are ready. When Duijodega detected that this was a frenzy state, he immediately became nervous. He didn't expect that this boss would go frenzy directly after being beaten down by less than 20% of its health. And looking at its frenzy state, it seems to be a targeted enhancement that increases speed. As Duijodega expected, the speed of the three-headed hellhound in the frenzy state immediately increased to a higher level. Under this change, the delicate balance between Chwina and Poxio was broken. Before Mina's fiery blast could be aimed, the three-headed hellhound had already accelerated towards Dawn. Although Dawn had already retreated on the Nightmare Warhorse, the three-headed hellhound, which had increased its speed by a level, was even faster than it. When Dawn was about to be caught up, a warrior in heavy armor immediately stood between Dawn and the three-headed hellhound, and at the same time, the machete in his hand slashed fiercely at the boss. However, the shield-armored warrior's desperate blow did not even break the boss's skin, and a miss appeared in front of him. Seeing that the boss did not even pay attention to him and continued to chase Dawn, the shield-armored warrior immediately yelled and activated the taunt skill. Under the effect of the skill, the boss, who had not had time to leave, immediately aimed all three heads at the warrior, and three pairs of huge eyes like copper bells were flashing with anger of humiliation. For the three-headed hellhound, it was a very surprising and infuriating thing that this weak guy dared to challenge his dignity. The warrior was frightened by the six eyes, and when he was about to retreat, the three-headed hellhound had already attacked him. One of its heads stretched forward and bit the shoulder of the retreating warrior. Then, in a sharp friction sound that made people's teeth ache, the thick heavy armor on the warrior's shoulder guard was actually flattened little by little. The sharp teeth easily pierced into the warrior's body, and then the warrior's health value disappeared quickly. In the process from the boss's attack to the warrior turning into white light and falling to the ground, it basically took no more than 1 second. This absolute instant kill made the warrior very chilling. However, at this moment, a fiery red figure suddenly rushed out of the boss, but when the figure saw the warrior falling to the ground, he hesitated a little. But the three-headed hellhound did not give Tai Feng time to hesitate. The three huge heads actually attacked Tai Feng at the same time, two of which bit Tai Feng's shoulders respectively, and one attacked Tai Feng's face. Once the boss's attack was implemented, Tai Feng would probably have no way out. Tai Feng pulled the giant axe in his hand and blocked it in front of the door, and at the same time punched with his left hand. With a bang, the giant axe held by Tai Feng in one hand was knocked away first, but Tai Feng successfully blocked the attack and caused the three-headed hellhound to suffer more than 1,000 points of damage. After that, Tai Feng's iron fist also hit another head of the three-headed hellhound. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, there were also advantages to being at a disadvantage. Although Tai Feng was seriously injured, he successfully left the bloody mouth when the third head was about to bite him. At this time, Shui Na's flame explosion also arrived in time, successfully attracting the attention of this boss. Before the raging flames ended, the three-headed hellhound rushed towards Shui Na at a rapid speed. Seeing it coming, Shui Na was not too worried, and retreated step by step, while the low-level magic in his hand hit it one by one. "Everyone, don't move, I'll delay for a while." Seeing several mages raising their wands, Shui Na immediately shouted in the regional channel. "In the current situation, if there are only a few mages, I'm afraid there is no way to attract its attention. The best way is to find a way to wait until the status on its body disappears. Ice mages slow down, and thunder mages use magic appropriately to delay as much time as possible." Duijodega also said so. And as that low-level ice and thunder magic was cast, although the deceleration effect was not obvious, it was better in number. As long as one was triggered, Shui Na would have a few more seconds and could better attract the hatred of this boss. As the recovered mages started the second round of bombing, Duijodega breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyu, do you have the confidence to defeat this boss?" At this time, he asked several archers on Xiaoyu's side. Because they had a preconceived notion that this was a boss with extremely high physical defense, they only brought a few archers. "Yes, but it has 3 heads, and we can't knock out all the eyes at once." Xiaoyu and several archers looked at each other and nodded. If the archers use this attack at this time, the hatred of this boss will definitely get out of control, and the plan of this action will be unpredictable. Because for all bosses, once an important part like the eyes is seriously damaged, it will directly enter a state of confusion, and all players close to its attack range will be attacked to death. Often this approach will only be used at the last moment. That's good, I'll let you take action at the last moment. Duijodega nodded. He naturally knew that it was not the right time to attack now, but he saw that the situation was a little unexpected, so he wanted to confirm it. By the way, I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with this boss. Did we miss something? At this time, Tai Feng took off the damaged armor and gave it to the logistics team to repair it, and said with some doubts. What do you mean? Duijodega didn't think much about it. Now he was concentrating on watching the boss whose health value slowly dropped to 60% under the violent magic. For example, its physical defense is not high, but its magic defense is very high. This alone is a bit inconsistent with the rules of physical attack monsters. Moreover, this boss seems to have never used skills, which makes me very worried. It has never used skills. At this time, Duijodega asked curiously. No, at least I haven't seen any skill light effects. Tai Feng fought with it twice and knew very well that this boss had never used any skills. Could it be that this is a magic attack monster? At this time, sweat began to appear on Duijodega's forehead. No way. Tai Feng was also a little bit unconvinced. But it is indeed a magic beast, and according to what you said, its magic defense is higher than its physical defense, which is also the characteristic of magic monsters. In addition, it has never used any skills. It seems that we were wrong from the beginning. Duijodega wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to calculate in his mind. When the boss's health dropped to 50%, its three heads suddenly roared towards the sky. Then Shui Nai and a group of mages felt that a large amount of elements around them were gathering on this three-headed hellhound. Among them, the most seriously injured head on the left was flashing with a red fire element halo, the middle was an ice halo, and the last one was a trace of lightning. Everyone be careful, it has activated the element condensation state, and the magic casting time is reduced by 50%. This is a magic attack boss. When Shui Nai read the state of this boss, he knew that this boss was actually a magic attack boss. It was just that at the beginning, due to the continuous attacks of these people, it didn't even have time to cast spells. And now, because these people have reduced its health to 50%, its specific state has been triggered. Everyone disperse, all thieves go forward to poison, and be sure to interrupt its casting. Duijodega was shocked when he saw the three heads of the three hellhounds flashing magic circles at the same time. Magic circle magic is a skill of the mage level. Even the weakest one can make most of the players here fall to the ground directly. However, Duijodega's order was still a step slower. The first Thunder Dragon attack was shot directly at Shui Nai, and Shui Nai now had the highest hatred value of the boss. Although the speed of this magic was very fast, Shui Nai, who had been prepared, had a chance to dodge it, but when he saw the mages behind him, he knew that this time he was in trouble. Shui Nai took out the ghost shield from his backpack, and when the Thunder Dragon attack was about to hit the shield, he activated the Ghost Reflection Shield skill on the shield. When the ghost on the ghost shield turned into a grey energy shield, the Thunder Dragon just rushed in front of him, but what made Shui Nai feel horrified was that this magic had obviously exceeded the tolerance range of the Ghost Reflection Shield. Although the Grey Wraith Reflection Shield still played a defensive role when it came into contact with the Thunder Dragon, it had no way to reflect the attack. Moreover, the attack time of the Thunder Dragon's attack was a little longer than that of the Wraith Reflection Shield. As a result, at the last moment, a flash of lightning from the Thunder Dragon's attack still wrapped around the Wraith Shield and then passed to Mina's hand. However, Mina finally blocked the magic, giving the mages behind enough time to escape. Chapter 859 Hunting the Three-Headed Hellhound, Part 2. The Three-Headed Hellhound, which had obtained the element condensation state, exerted its powerful magic attack to the fullest. Coupled with its powerful physical attack and defense, neither the long-range mage nor the melee thief could play. Moreover, what made the thieves most helpless was that this monster was completely immune to the forbidden magic poison, and the effects of other poisons were not very effective. However, fortunately, its magic could still be interrupted, but the way to interrupt was a bit difficult. The three-headed hellhound with three heads could use three different types of magic at the same time. Only by using extremely strong attacks to hit one of the heads could its magic be interrupted. As for hitting other parts of the body, it would not affect its spell casting at all. However, there were not many players who could interrupt its magic, especially when the chanting time of this boss could be calculated in seconds. All the magic of the mages could not even keep up with its speed, let alone the time to escape, so they naturally had no time to interrupt. As for the thieves, only Dao Yiyu Dao and Yu Ying Qing Chen, 2 thieves with top-grade equipment, were qualified to interrupt its chanting and return with their lives. Let's retreat first. We can't defeat them in this state. Tai Feng and his soldiers looked at the 3-headed hellhound that had completely transformed into a turret, and their mouths were full of bitterness. The soldiers now had no role to play. Apart from carrying away the slow-moving mages like chickens, they could only watch Shui Nai and the others try to control the boss and reduce greater losses. With the addition of Xiaoyu and other archers, the situation on the battlefield gradually stabilized. However, what made Tai Feng and the others feel helpless was that the elemental condensation on the 3-headed hellhound had never disappeared, and its magic power seemed to be inexhaustible. It cast a mage-level magic almost every once in a while, and there was no such thing as cooling. This black boss was also very abnormal. Just these few attacks just now killed 30 mages, and more than a dozen of the rescue soldiers died. Although its skills were also within the norm, its attack power and attack frequency were far beyond the level of players. There are 6 magics in total, 2 from each system. At this time, Duijodega suddenly said. For this, Shui Nai and the others also discovered. This boss can only use the 6 magics of Fire Dragon Shock, Ice Dragon Shock, Thunder Dragon Shock, Flame Blast, Ice Blast, and Thunder Blast. These 6 magics are not a big problem for Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao. If a thief like Dao Yiyu Dao, who has many magical equipment, wants to leave, even Shui Nai can't stop him. And Yu Ying Qingchen's speed has already reached the level of entering the hall. As long as there is no accident, she will not be hurt at all. As for Shui Nai and Po Xiao, the 2 ultimate mages, this boss transformed into a turret mode is really not a threat. However, to be honest, although they can fight with it without damage, due to the more dodges and other things to pay attention to, the frequency of its attacks is inevitably reduced. At the same time, coupled with the physique of the black boss itself and the extremely strong recovery speed, they have to enter a tug-of war. But such a tug-of war is very disadvantageous to the players. Xiaoyu, your attacks are not strong enough. Tai Feng looked at Xiaoyu and other archers shooting arrows one after another, but they could not shoot much damage, and he couldn't help but get a little anxious. It's hard to aim, this guy's 3 heads are too disgusting, there is no dead angle at all. An archer was also a little impatient. He shot so many arrows, most of the arrows missed, and only once did he hit a damage of more than 100 points, which made him, the chief archer, a little embarrassed. And more importantly, the beautiful female archer next to him shot more fiercely with each arrow, which dealt a serious blow to his extremely confident male face. Mina, can't you let it stop for a while? Tai Feng also asked. As long as the archers can exert their combat effectiveness, it will be much easier to fight later. Its 3 heads are not affected by the elemental effects, and we have no way to deal with them. Shui Nai struck the severely injured flame head with a thunderbolt. Although it could deal hundreds of points of damage, it did not trigger the electric current paralysis effect at all. Yudao, Yuying, I'm going to use my ultimate move. You guys should give way first. Seeing that the boss's health value had hardly changed, Shui Nai had to use his trump card early. According to the original plan, his trump card should be revealed at the last minute. After all, that was the most troublesome and dangerous moment. Magic Cannon. When Duijodega heard this, he couldn't help but think of this. However, Shui Nai did not take out the nearly invincible magic cannon. Instead, he stood far away from the 3-headed hellhound. Then, Shui Nai's elemental magic wand flashed, and a large number of light balls suddenly emerged from the magic wand. These red light balls began to slowly stretch and deform during the flight process. When they flew less than 10 meters, they had turned into a flying bird the size of a palm. Using the exploding flame bird at maximum power almost consumed 5,000 points of Mina's magic power in one go, but the red birds flying all over the sky made Mina all the players were shocked. Under the effect of the flame crown, Mina's god-level magic seemed to have been upgraded to a higher level. The originally red-colored flaming birds now had a little bit of purple flame color and effect. Afterwards, the birds in the sky almost hit the huge body of the 3-headed hellhound at the same time. After a thunderous explosion, the red-purple flames quickly engulfed the boss's figure and the amazing damage values on the boss's head. With this attack alone, Mina dealt nearly 50,000 damage. However, from the howling sounds coming from the flames, everyone knew that this boss would not die so easily. However, when Mina's second wave of elemental birds flew out again, they knew that their plan was promising. Boss, we. At this time, several overjoyed mages were about to go to the battlefield again. After all, seeing this mage dare to lead the way and fight such a strong boss alone, it stands to reason that they, with so many people, would naturally have a way. Don't move, let's not intervene. We can't intervene in the current battle situation. Duijodega knew very well that the reason why Shui Nai was so strong was entirely because of the absence of these guys. Otherwise, just these few attacks would definitely make the hatred out of control, and even if they all went together, they might not be able to pull it up. But the out-of-control hatred had no effect on Shui Nai. Anyway, Shui Nai was the only one who got out of control, and he had the final say on whether to leave or stay. Moreover, the most important thing was that without their intervention, Shui Nai could completely ignore them. When to retreat and when to use teleportation was not ambiguous at all. After eating several rounds of explosive birds, the three-headed hellhound also knew that his magic could not deal with this guy who ran away without a trace, so he began to move. The three colors of element condensation on its body suddenly flashed, and then disappeared, but a layer of red halo suddenly appeared on its body, and its limbs were obviously particularly bright. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately retreated, and at the same time used the little magic power to shoot a group of thunder birds. Retreat, all mages immediately open up the distance. Duijodega immediately knew that Shui Nai needed a wide space to run. At this time, Dao Yiyudao, who had been guarding the side, also took action. Under acceleration, his figure quickly caught up with it, and then he jumped onto the broad back of the boss, and the dagger in his hand kept waving a circle. Although the three-headed hellhound was very unhappy with the guy on its back, due to its size, its three heads could not attack him, and no matter how it jumped and ran, it could not get rid of this brown paper guy. However, what made it even more upset was that the mage in front of it, who was bombarding it with magic, actually slowed down his speed and kept hitting its three heads with magic, constantly provoking its already erupted anger. These two guys really don't care about their lives. Duijodega looked at Dao Yiyudao and Shui Nai. One of them was constantly provoking the three hellhounds with magic less than 10 meters in front, and the other was constantly attacking them closely. Such attack methods opened his eyes. This is called being bold with high skills. We can't learn it. Now we just wait for the division of spoils. Tai Feng looked at this battle that he couldn't intervene at all, and he was also happy and relaxed. He walked towards Qun Lixu with an axe. And everyone also knew that they really couldn't join this battle now. After all, the battle has reached a very high level now, and they can't intervene at all. So they had to accept their fate, do their own things, and no longer pay attention to this boss whose health value is getting lower and lower. Chapter 860 The Fountain of Darkness, Part 1. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the corpse of the three-headed hellhound that had fallen to the ground and had 0 health. After he breathed a sigh of relief, Shui Nai felt his whole body go limp. If it weren't for the support of the elemental wand, he would have probably fallen to the ground. Dao Yiyudao was even worse off. He was thrown up and down by this boss for half an hour, and his bones were almost shaken apart. Now he didn't even have the strength to pick up things, and could only lean on this corpse and gasp for breath. Can you still move? Shui Nai walked to Dao Yiyudao. The thighs are all weak, what do you think? Dao Yiyudao pointed at the completely weak thighs and shook his head. This boss was much stronger than they imagined. The last 10% of its health was spent running around for 15 minutes, and the two were almost run away by it. You two, what's the big difference? Tai Feng also came over at this time and picked up the things that exploded from the boss one by one. Try riding on it, I was almost shaken to death. I can't even stand steadily now, and there is still a gap. Dao Yiyudao was obviously exhausted by the boss's strong vitality. It was very hard, and he was dissatisfied. It's called the capable should do more work, but you can ride for half an hour, you are very strong. Tai Feng smiled obscenely. Watch out behind you. Be careful not to be squeezed dry when you go back. Dao Yiyudao pointed behind Tai Feng and smiled obscenely. Hehe, what did we say just now, how could I forget it? Tai Feng, who had already felt the murderous aura behind him, was very single and had selective amnesia. Do you want me to repeat it? My memory is very good. Dao Yiyudao obviously didn't want to let him go, and completely ignored Tai Feng's eyes. No need, let's take a look at the stolen goods first. Tai Feng laughed dryly. After Tai Feng moved this huge three-headed hellhound away, everyone was dazzled by the pile of things under its belly. Damn, why is there so much? Dao Yiyudao wiped his eyes, but there were still as many things in front of him. This time, this black boss dropped a total of 10 items. Although these items were both good and bad, the good ones were actually legendary, while the bad ones were white equipment. Such a gap was disappointing to people like Duijodega. According to the distribution agreement between the two guilds at the beginning, the distribution was based on their respective output. Although the main personnel of his guild were nearly twice as many as Tai Feng's, the final result was that Tai Feng's guild accounted for the majority, and the ratio was already 9-1. If all the equipment here were legendary, it would be good, at least there would be a legendary one, but it seemed that this was impossible. When Tai Feng and Duijodega showed the items dropped by the boss this time, many mages were very interested in the legendary Fire Hell Wand. This time, the legendary equipment that was dropped was this Fire Wand. Although the level was only 80, the legendary quality could make many mages excited. Shui Nai, you are the one who got the most out of this time, so you should be the one to deal with this magic wand. Tai Feng discussed with Duiju Dang Ji and decided to let Shui Nai deal with this equipment. Give it to Duiju Dang Ji. They have lost more people and suffered more losses than our guild. They also have to take some things back to explain. Shui Nai thought about it and still felt that it would be best to give this magic wand to Duiju Dang Ji. First, this was discovered by Duiju Dang Ji. Second, they really lost a lot of people. Third, Shui Nai didn't want to cause any rifts between their two guilds because of this equipment. When the people of the Twin Dragon Guild heard Shui Nai say this, they felt a little regretful, but it was just a regret. After all, this magic wand was exploded by Shui Nai. Without Shui Nai's final effort to turn the tide, they couldn't even get experience. This isn't good. Duiju Dang Ji really wanted to get this Hellfire magic wand, but he still had to do some work. What's good or bad? In the future, our two guilds will be like this, sharing happiness and suffering together, without distinguishing between you and me. Tai Feng understood Shui Nai's painstaking efforts. Even if he doesn't use this magic wand, there will still be many rich people who will come to grab it if he puts it up for auction. After all, the properties of this magic wand are much higher than those of the 100 level gold equipment. And most of the current 100 level players still have purple or blue equipment. Well, let's do this. All the expenses of this operation will be borne by our guild. Is that a problem? Duijodega immediately followed this and stepped down, and at the same time gave the Twin Dragon Guild a sweet treat. When Tai Feng and Duijodega saw that their respective members did not show any opposition or disapproval, they were relieved. For the presidents like them, if they want to control the entire guild, they must control the mentality of their elite members. Only in this way can they make the guild truly develop. Okay, Shui Nai, choose another one. Tai Feng winked at Shui Nai. I want this dark crystal, Hui Er just needs it. Shui Nai said, and took out a black crystal from the pile of items. This crystal was exploded. Shui Nai's insight showed that it was a crystal of dark energy, which was very beneficial to dark creatures. Dao Yiyu Dao, it's your turn. As the second hero, Dao Yiyu Dao is naturally indispensable. I want this, the Hellhound Summoning Scroll. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately took out the scroll made of animal skin from the ground. This, are you sure, the effect of this scroll is random, if you get a garbage pet, then. Tai Feng was a little surprised. Among the exploded items, the second most valuable one was the Element Condensation Skill Book. Although the effect was not very good, it had to be said that it was very expensive. I'm a gambler. If I win, that's the best. If I lose, I can only accept my fate. Dao Yiyu Dao shrugged and said that he had been looking for a good pet for a long time. And this Hellhound Summoning Scroll can summon a Hellhound. Although the Hellhound summoned is random, it is a chance after all. Yes. Cerberus is not too rare in the Dark Camp, and it is a monster with physical attack. But a three-headed Hellhound with 3 heads and the ability to use magic is very rare, not to mention the 3-headed Hellhound that is stronger than the 3-headed Hellhound. However, this scroll is also very random, as Tai Feng said. This scroll has a 10% chance of summoning a 3-headed Hellhound and a 1% chance of summoning a 3-headed Hellhound. Such a probability is a bit too low. After taking the scroll, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately found an open place and used the scroll. The scroll in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand suddenly turned into a ball of black flames, and then the flames just burned out, and a black magic circle appeared in front of Dao Yiyu Dao. When the black magic circle started to operate, a red dog-like monster puppy gradually appeared in the magic circle. The players who saw this scene were immediately disappointed, because this was a Hellhound with only 1 head, and as soon as this little guy appeared, he immediately started running towards the depths of darkness. Fuck, damn it! Dao Yiu Dao looked at the ashes in his hand, suddenly shouted, and chased in the direction where the puppy ran away. Don't! Before Tai Feng could say the word chase, Dao Yiu Dao had already disappeared. Alas, this 10% chance of good things, is it so easy to get it? No, he got it, that puppy is the infancy of the three-headed hellhound, so it has only one head, and later, it will grow 2 more heads. Shui Na felt happy for him. Really? Nonsense, if he really couldn't afford to lose, he wouldn't have chosen this scroll. I think what worries him is that he has to tame this guy to complete the last step, but taming is not easy. And as Shui Na guessed, this scroll can only summon a hellhound, but the taming can only be done by the user. When Dao Yiu Dao came back, most of the players had already dispersed, leaving only a few players who were familiar with the NPCs. And this place has begun to gather a lot of elf NPCs, and they have begun to set up magic circles one after another here according to the requirements of the old wizard. Is it solved? Shui Na asked. I have subdued it, but the attribute of this little guy is actually agile, which is a bit. You, a thief, are not a physical type. What's so surprising about this? Anyway, there are all kinds of surprises. Shui Na was not surprised. Are you ready? At this time, the old wizard had also completed the preparation stage. Anytime. Mina turned around and responded, then said a few words to a group of friends and prepared to leave. Be careful. Mina's task now is to activate the power of her dark seal and absorb the dark energy of the dark spring. If this process is not well controlled, Mina may burst her body due to excessive energy. Okay, what should I do now? Mina looked at the dark spring in front of her, which was constantly emitting dark spring water, and she was a little nervous. Put your left hand in, slowly at first, don't be too fast, if you feel something is wrong, leave immediately. The old wizard stood 10 meters away and guided Mina. For them, this dark spring is an extremely strong poison, and even if they get close, they will be hurt. Only people with dark constitutions like Mina can touch the water of this dark spring. Chapter 861, The Fountain of Darkness, Part 2. Shui Na slowly put his hand into the Fountain of Darkness. When he touched the black spring water, he felt a chill rushing down his arm into his head. However, this chill did not make Shui Na feel cold. Instead, he felt a burst of heat in his body. At the same time, his eyes became red, his breathing became heavier, and his muscles continued to expand. Berserk state? What's going on? Shui Na felt his head was dizzy and his reaction was obviously slow. From the outside, Shui Na was shrouded in black, and in this black air, a blood-red halo was constantly flashing. Activate the effect of the life array immediately. At this moment, the old wizard suddenly said this. The magic arrays flashing green were constantly emitting energy representing vitality. As these energies gradually converged on Mina through the lines of the magic circle, the red violent state on Mina's body began to slowly disappear, and Mina felt a coolness on her body. However, Mina found that her life value was slowly decreasing because of this. This is the violent breath of dark energy. Dark energy has a lot of negative energy. It will constantly erode your consciousness and assimilate you, so you must work hard now. Maintain your consciousness and don't fall into darkness. The old wizard's words just explained the current situation to Mina. What should I do now? Continue to go deeper. Yes, to be honest, I don't know what's down there. However, I think there must be a core or something like that, which is constantly absorbing the negative energy around and generating this dark energy. Then you can use the dark seal to absorb it. Core? Absorb? At this time, Shui Na found that her dark seal refused to absorb the spring water with dark energy, which made Shui Na a little curious. As Shui Na's palm continued to reach down, Shui Na's health value dropped faster and faster, but at this time, several life priests such as Lu Yi who were not far away would continue to use wood healing magic to quickly restore Shui Na's health value. When Shui Na almost half of her body was in the ink-black spring water, Shui Na's palm had obviously reached the bottom. Looking at the black spring water that was less than a few centimeters away from her nose, Shui Na instinctively felt that something seemed to be taking shape in the water. Upon closer inspection, Shui Na saw that her reflection was slowly deforming, and finally turned into a hideous skull biting towards her nose. Ah! Shui Na, who was startled, immediately tilted his head back, but when he looked again, he did not find any skull, Everything seemed like an illusion. Don't be fooled by illusions, you will be fine here. Although the old wizard didn't know what happened, he knew from Mina's expression and actions that Mina must have seen something horrible. This is the way that dark energy likes to erode other people's consciousness the most. Dark energy often starts to erode from a person's heart until the whole person is swallowed by all kinds of negative energy. Mina, who had calmed down, quickly began to explore in this pool. Soon, Mina obviously found that when her dark seal touched one of the stones, there was a unique sucking feeling when absorbing dark gems. With a flip of her palm, Mina immediately scooped the stone into her hand. When Mina really touched it, he found that it was not a stone, but a soft but slightly tough thing, but the wet and sticky feeling made Mina feel that this thing was disgusting. What's more disgusting is that this thing actually drilled into the palm of his hand very quickly. When Mina took her palm out of the dark spring, the thing in her palm had shrunk by half, and now it was like a living thing, constantly drilling into her palm and then into the dark seal. Is this the blood of the dark god? The old wizard had obviously discovered that the dark energy emitted by this dark spring had weakened, and knew that this was the core. This thing has no effect on me, right? Although the experience value and level of this dark seal were constantly soaring, his entire palm was also stained black. It looked like the dark seal was like a drop of black ink that entered clear water and continued to spread. In theory, there is no, because the stronger the energy absorbed by this dark seal, the stronger the seal. However, the stronger the seal, the higher the requirements for you, and the stronger the dark aura it emits. It seems that I have to change a candidate. Candidate, what do you say about the vampire mortal? Mina suddenly thought of this. Not yet, I plan to try it with your bone dragon. The bone dragon's tolerance is much stronger than yours, but the dark seal is more troublesome. By the way, I will use you to try another engraving later. If it succeeds, your strength may rise to another level. The old wizard looked at Mina's right hand, his eyes flashing. Wait, try? Be a guinea pig again. This, hee hee. The old wizard laughed dryly. Okay, our plan is successful, now let's start the next stage of preparations. Wait, what should I do with this hand? Mina pointed to his left hand, which was still black. Although there was no pain or abnormality, this was not a solution. Well, when your strength is a little stronger and you can fully control this dark seal, you can recover. The old wizard was not too worried, and said it casually. He was very confident in his sealing magic circle. Although he was still a little worried when Shui Nai absorbed the dark spring, he was worried that Shui Nai would be eroded by darkness. After leaving the dark mining area with the old wizard, Shui Nai finally understood the new seal that the old wizard said. This is a seal that can absorb holy light energy. It has the opposite properties of the dark seal, but the effect is roughly the same as the holy light seal. However, since it does not contain something of the level of the Lich King, its properties are much weaker. Looking at this somewhat useless holy light seal, Shui Nai can only get rid of himself with the mentality of better to have than not to have. This holy light seal is the same as the bone seal, which is an engraving that can only comprehend skills spontaneously, and it does not have the effect of the bone talent that increases the bone magic by 10 levels. The reason why Shui Nai is said to be useless is that its first magic is actually a primary healing spell, a magic that can only restore less than 100 points. Even if Shui Nai has not used the recovery spell for a long time, it is not so little. However, the old wizard is very satisfied with his work. After all, this masterpiece is a very creative idea, and more importantly, his idea is successful. Now the old wizard has begun to slowly overlap these two engravings towards the power of creation that Shui Nai mentioned, hoping to simplify the magic circle of the power of creation of the Lich King. Shui Nai, how about we find a way to make your friend's angel, and let your teacher seal it again? At this time, Tai Feng suddenly instigated. Six-winged angel, that is a higher-end existence than the bishop, do you think you can beat it? Shui Nai shook his head, this is a completely bad idea. After leaving Tai Feng and his group, Shui Nai quickly replenished the necessities and came to the second level of the dark mine with Xiaoyu. Holding hands, the two walked deeper and deeper into this dark mine with no one. In the next 2 weeks, the human empire had officially fought with the undead empire. At the same time, the elf empire, which had completed the purification of the dark mine with the help of bone dragons and vampires, also officially joined the battle and sent a team of 10,000 people to assist the human empire in defense. This was the maximum mobilization that the elf empire could bear. Although the number of people was a little less, the archers were really impeccable in terms of city defense, firmly guarding all the fortress defense lines of the human empire and the undead empire. And the participation of the players is even more needless. Almost all the militants of the two camps joined this real camp war. But people like Shui Nai and Tai Feng did not leave their own territory. Instead, they continued to use various methods to expand their own territory and strength, and occupied several fortresses inside the Elf Empire in a peaceful way, without being infected by the atmosphere of this war. Damn, another fortress of our Holy Light camp was destroyed. Shui Nai, we really don't want to join the war. Tai Feng asked Shui Nai, who was sitting next to him, and at the same time he had to be careful of the traffic in front. No, we'd better not act rashly before we see the Dark Book of the Lich King. Shui Nai looked at the information on the projection screen in front of him and frowned. The two sides have been fighting for several days, but what makes Shui Nai feel uneasy is that the Lich King, the initiator of the war, has never appeared. However, this is a good thing for most players. Because on the battlefield, they can get a lot of experience and honorary military merits, which is the fastest way to enhance their strength. For this reason, Tai Feng naturally wants to get this benefit. And the most important thing is that Tai Feng has digested these newly obtained fortresses, and is waiting for his family to find ways to develop these fortresses to make a profit. However, Shui Nai, who knows more about the game world, has always been reluctant to let Tai Feng act rashly. Shui Nai is still very worried about the Dark Book in the hands of the Lich King. What is more worrying is that this Lich King has not appeared, and even other higher level Undead Empire NPCs have not made a move, which is obviously abnormal. Chapter 862 Forbidden Spell Massacre. By the way, Shui Nai, what is the level of your Chaos Dragon? At this time, Tai Feng asked. It's almost level 40, but it's really hard to upgrade. I killed 20 level 100 bosses in the dark mining area to get it to this level. Shui Nai glanced at Xiao Yu, who was dozing in the back seat, and then focused on the game data. Tai Feng also saw Shui Nai's actions, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then you won't go back this holiday. I shouldn't go back. The research at school is almost done. The next research will not be carried out until the beginning of the new semester. You can have a good rest during this time. When I think of the crazy work in my laboratory in the last few days of the final exam, Mina feels a little tired. Although the research instructor does not advocate such a life-threatening life of working at night, the dozens of experiments during the day are enough to make people drink a pot. However, the results of the experiment are still very satisfactory. Mina looked at the single-molecule knife in her hand, which was one of the experimental products. This is an almost transparent dagger. Although it is extremely sharp, it is also easy to break. The research goal of the next period is to make it tougher. In fact, you don't have to work so hard. Anyway, you can make money in the game. There is no need to go to the laboratory again. This is an interest, not money. Mina took back her dagger that was more decorative than practical. By the way, what are you going to do with those fortresses? Since the Elf Empire has not become a battlefield, the significance of those fortresses is greatly reduced. On the side of the human empire, those frontline fortresses have long been more and more developed due to the large number of people, and the income they have created is also very enviable. I plan to use them as leisure-themed resources first. To be honest, the biggest advantage of the Elf Empire is the good environment, which allows old men like us to relax. That's right, the Elf Empire is good for developing this kind of leisure, but the income problem. Whatever, this is just an idea. If it succeeds, it will be cited in the next game. If it fails, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the cost is low. Tai Feng doesn't care. This is an attempt. He knows that there are risks in the attempt, and he is naturally prepared. Okay, we're here, Xiaoyu, I'll take you back now. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he directly opened the trunk with the remote control and asked Shui Na to take back his luggage. No need, I'll get off here. But... Tai Feng's brows immediately frowned slightly. Logically, Xiaoyu should go to see his elders first, otherwise it would be a bit rude. I'll ask Shui Na to take me back later. As for Grandpa, I've made an appointment with him for morning tea tomorrow. Xiaoyu said and got out of the car. Tai Feng watched the two people ignore him and walk into the small building, so he shrugged and left. Don't want to go back for dinner. After Shui Na opened the house that had not been used for half a year, the first thing he did was to start the exhaust fan and replace the accumulated air here. Well, I don't want to see certain people. Xiaoyu was very direct, but Shui Nai had long known that Xiaoyu was not on good terms with some people in the family. After the two of them cleaned up the house with all their strength, they went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients together. After dinner, Shui Nai sent Xiaoyu back to her home in the city. Because Cheng's father and his brothers did not have a good relationship, most of them would go back to their own place to sleep after dinner at night. Back to her own home, Shui Nai quickly dealt with the chores and went back online, returning to the dark mining area again. Looking up, he shot a lighting fireball, and then Shui Nai began to summon his Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon, which was almost level 40, was already as big as Shui Nai. Although it could not bear Shui Nai's weight, its own flying ability was very good. After summoning it just now, Shui Nai gave it a longevity fruit as usual. In order to increase its physique and survivability, Shui Nai spent a lot of effort on it. Just this longevity fruit, it has already eaten more than a dozen, and as for other supplements, there is no shortage. Although this is not very effective, it still has some effect. At least its health value has exceeded 10,000. As long as it is careful, there is basically no big danger. As for attack, due to its extremely high spirit value, although the battle of the two in the Holy Light and Dark system is not as strong as that of the Elemental Mage of the same level, it is almost the same. It's just a pity that Huier's level is not high, so he can't use more advanced magic. After wandering around for half an hour, Xiaoyu's figure finally appeared. However, before long, Tai Feng suddenly sent an emergency notice. After listening carefully, Shui Nai went to the official website forum and was immediately attracted by the title of the pinned post. The Lich King appeared in the human empire, and a main city was destroyed in a wave of his hand. This is a video post, and there is a paid video in it. Although the fee for this video is not much, just a few silver coins, but the click rate of more than 100,000 people in that instant, it also made him a lot of money. In the video, an NPC in a black robe stepped on a huge dragon-shaped creature covered with mithril armor and came to a small hill. Although the camera of this video is far away, everyone can still recognize that this is the Lich King. After that, the Lich King took out a black magic book, and a magic circle accompanied by black gas began to form and expand rapidly around it. This is a forbidden spell. Shui Nai looked at the magic circle with a diameter of several hundred meters and knew that this was a forbidden spell level magic. Although the players and NPCs in the main city had discovered the source of the disaster, they had not yet launched an attack, and the black forbidden spell had already been completed. I saw this magic slowly fly to the sky near the main city, and then fell like a meteor, smashing into the open space in front of the main city. The darkness like a tide emanated from this magic circle. This is an auxiliary taboo. Seeing that this magic circle did not produce any offensive effects, the spreading darkness, like ink, continued to pollute this piece of land. However, this is not the end. After using this forbidden spell, the magic halo appeared on the Lich King again, and large pieces of grey energy fell little by little on this polluted black land. One after another, skeleton soldiers emerged like mushrooms after rain, fighting with all the living things around. However, this is not over yet. When the Lich King came to this dark land, a black magic circle with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared in the sky again. However, this time, a huge black energy ball slowly condensed on the magic circle. This energy ball was suspended above the main city. Although from this video, Mina couldn't see the expressions of those people in the main city, but seeing them running out of the city frantically, he knew that the situation at that time was definitely a disaster. The black energy ball in the sky did not last long, and then the energy ball began to shrink and collapse under the huge force. As the energy ball became smaller and smaller, so small that even the camera couldn't capture it, the energy ball suddenly exploded in the main city. The camera suddenly shook, and a huge black light spherical space suddenly appeared in the center of the main city. After that, the black ball continued to expand, and everything it passed was swallowed by the darkness. Less than half a minute later, a huge hole appeared in the part of the main city that was swallowed by darkness. Everything that had been in the darkness disappeared, whether it was buildings or living things, they all disappeared as if evaporating. The Lich King and the Metal Dragon disappeared together, but countless undead creatures had appeared on the ground, and these creatures were constantly attacking the players who were lucky enough to survive, and they would not stop until they died. Tai Feng, where is the main city? Shui Na asked at this time. It's on the front line, it's a supply and transit station on the front line, and there are as many as 500,000 players who died there. Tai Feng said this number with some shock. Due to the limited space of the fortress and the insufficient supply capacity of the fortress, the main city near the fortress naturally accumulates a large number of players. For safety reasons, most guilds with some financial resources will set up a temporary office in this main city to undertake large-scale battlefield missions. However, all of this was destroyed by a forbidden spell of the Lich King. The main city that could no longer function, and the large number of undead crawling out of the Black Land, immediately caused the already tight front line to be exhausted. Why is the Dark Book so perverted? It used 2 forbidden spells in a row without taking a breath. How can we fight it? Tai Feng, it's time for us to go over. What, now? Didn't you see that 500,000 players were swallowed up in the blink of an eye? You think the human empire can only watch and do nothing? Now I think the human empire has gone crazy. If the Lich King dares to release another one, the sword masters supported by those countries will rush out from all directions to stab people. That's right, but now there is a gap in this defense line, and the current situation is not optimistic. The Holy Light Church split first, and now the defense line is broken later, and a large main city is missing, cutting off the connection with the surrounding fortresses. Such a loss is really great for the people of the Holy Light camp. By the way, what do the players of the new church have to report? Stay where you are. All players who have joined this faction have received tasks and cannot join this battlefield. Sure enough, Howard is accumulating strength and will come to take advantage when the power of the Pope is damaged. He is really an incurable idiot. Chapter 863 Bait. For now, the human empire is completely at a disadvantage. On the battlefield, the undead clan has too much advantage, and the human empire is not only unable to completely unite, but also because of Howard's troublemaking, more than half of the Holy Light Church personnel are controlled. This behavior almost pushed the human empire into a desperate situation. There are not many priests on the front line of the human empire now, otherwise, they would not be suppressed by the guys in the dark camp and unable to move on the defense line. Now Shui Nadu can already think that once the human empire is free from these faction wars, I am afraid that Howard is destined to be retaliated by the top leaders of the human empire. Thinking of this, Shui Nai couldn't help it. Now is the most tense time for the human empire, and it is also the best time to fish in troubled waters. Yudeo, where are you now? Shui Nai sent a message to Dao Yi Yudeo. He remembered that this guy seemed to be in some deep mountain with his pet, but with his fun-loving personality, he might have gone to the human empire now. I'm on the battlefield, when are you coming? Dao Yi Yudeo replied quickly. You went there so soon. Shui Nai thought he was on his way at first, but he had already gone there. Nonsense, the video you watched was taken by me, and I came here a long time ago. You didn't say it earlier. It made me spend money to watch it. However, this is normal. It seems that only thieves like Dao Yi Yudeo are qualified to lurk around the Lich King and record videos. Otherwise I'm afraid he'd already been turned into a zombie soldier by the Lich King before he even got there. It's just a few silver plates. You can sell the things in your backpack for more than that. Dao Yi Yudeo said jokingly. Okay, no more jokes. How did you know that the Lich King was going to take action? Shui Nai didn't think that Dao Yi Yudeo just happened to pass by there. With Dao Yi Yudeo's level, he had no experience with the monsters there. I received a message from a friend in the dark camp, and I knew that the Lich King left the bone altar yesterday, so I went back. As a result, before I went to the front line, I found several dark camp players sneaking around. As a result, I found the Lich King when I followed them. However, the level of this Lich King seems to be much higher, and I can't even detect it. So what's the situation over there now? It's okay, but the earthiness here is a bit low, and everyone is not very spirited. But the most troublesome thing is that the land polluted by darkness has not recovered yet. All players in the Holy Light camp will be cursed there, and it basically cannot become a battlefield. Okay, I understand, I'm going to go there too. Okay, magic cannon. One shot will solve the problem. Remember to team up with me then. Dao Yi Yudeo didn't reply after he said that, and it seemed that he ran away to who knows where. And Shui Nai didn't have the heart to fight in this dark mining area again. After all, compared with the battlefield, the number of monsters here is too small. After discussing with Xiaoyu, Shui Nai returned to the ground and began to replenish supplies. However, just when Shui Nai had just finished replenishing supplies, he saw the old wizard and a group of NPCs walking towards the central square of the main city, and waved to the two of them. What's the matter? Well, the Lich King has cast a forbidden spell on the side of the human empire, and now they want us to go over there to help. It's so serious, all of you are going over there. Shui Nai looked at Diana and the elders, a little surprised. No, they have other tasks. Let's go, let's talk while we walk. When Shui Nai and Xiaoyu joined their group, they saw that the old wizard only brought a few elf archers directly to the center of the square. When he inserted a magic wand made of Kaki crystal into an exposed hole, Shui Nai felt the ground shaking a little, and then waves of Kaki elemental halos began to appear. After a strong dizziness, Shui Nai and his companions found themselves in a main city with a style completely different from the main city of the elves, but this main city was the main city. Shui Nai was very familiar with the city of elements. What do you mean you leave backdoors everywhere in this world? Shui Nai looked at the old wizard beside him speechlessly. Hehe, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape before. I relied on these teleportation arrays to escape the pursuit of the God of Light. The group followed the old wizard to the Magic Guild. Since Howard wanted to split the church, he left the main city controlled by the Magic Guild and found another place that was said to be designated by the gods to build a holy light city. By the way, teachers, you are so anxious to come here because... Shui Nai's words were not finished yet, and the old wizard interrupted. Of course it's for the forbidden spell. Since the Orc Kingdom was destroyed by the forbidden spell, both the Holy Light Force and the Dark Force have reached a consensus that they must not use the forbidden spell to attack the other party first on the racial battlefield. Although there are not many mages who can use the forbidden spell, once the forbidden spell war really starts, both the human empire and the undead empire will probably cease to exist. So scary? I don't think so. Mizuna is also a person who has used the forbidden spell, but he doesn't care about this aspect. You think the forbidden spell you used last time is the real forbidden spell? Let me tell you, the water pressure you used last time didn't even reach 1/10 of the original power, and the impact of this single forbidden spell on the environment is not as serious as the group forbidden spell. The old wizard shook his head. Just like 10 suns shining in the sky or ice-sealed world, they can already affect the surrounding environment of more than 10 kilometers, and it is still very difficult to eradicate the impact. And the dark magic that is mainly based on erosion is even more serious. Otherwise, there would not be such an undead empire in this world. What do you think? Go and kill the Lich King directly. If it is possible, it would be the best, but the whereabouts of the Lich King are not easy to find, so we can only come here to see the situation before making plans. Then can't we really use forbidden spells on the battlefield in the future? Shui Nai is a little worried about this now. There are 3 forbidden spells in his own water scroll alone. If this can't be used, what's the point of this thing? It's not that it can't be used. In fact, neither of us has formally agreed. It's just that in our hearts, neither of us wants our country to be swallowed by forbidden spells, but if the madman Lich King really insists on his own way, then we can only use forbidden spells to fight back, just like the last time the Elf Empire did, but it's better not to use it if it can be used. The old wizard's words made Shui Nai think of hundreds of the era of nuclear deterrence years ago. This kind of weapon that can only be used for deterrence or mutual destruction is really dangerous. However, according to what the old wizard said just now, Shui Na knew that the forbidden spells in the hands of players seemed to be far weaker than those in the hands of NPCs. This is probably a restriction of the system on players, but with this restriction, it should mean that players can use forbidden spells at will, if he knows forbidden spells. By the way, has Howard replied? As soon as he arrived at the headquarters of the Magic Guild, the old wizard asked Bing Xin who was waiting at the door. It's still the same. He thinks the construction of the Holy Light City is more important, so he can't send a person to help. Bastards! The old wizard cursed fiercely, and then led a group of people into the Magic Guild. How many sword masters and sages have been contacted now? The old wizard asked as he walked. The Empire has basically contacted the human masters on record, and they all said they would act according to the country's requirements, but the Book of Elements. They are unwilling to give it up. The old wizard glanced at Shui Nai. Yes, most members of Congress feel that it is not yet time to use the Book of Elements, so His Majesty has no way to pass this bill at the moment. Forget it, this is also expected. Let's find a way to solve the problem of the defense line first. Otherwise, once those undead rush over, we will never be able to defend it again. I understand, but if we don't solve the Lich King, our defense line will not be consolidated, so... This depends on him. The old wizard pointed at Shui Nai. He can feel the location of the Dark Book on the Lich King, so I plan to let him go to the front line. What about you? Shui Nai asked, why did he think that the old wizard's words were a bit problematic? We still have to meet up with those strong men, so we have to wait a few days. Let me be bait? You old man always gives bad ideas. Forget it, with your escape skills, the Lich King may not be able to catch you anyway. As long as you can lure the Lich King out, we have a chance. What's the reward? You have to give me some motivation. This time, Shui Nai decided to ask about the reward for this task first. A whole set of new clothes, how about it? Deal, let's go now. Shui Nai looked at the set of protective gear on his body and wanted to change it a long time ago. And he also believed that with the old wizard's hand, he would not use some inferior goods to deceive himself. Bing Xin frowned after watching Shui Nai and Xiao Yu leave. He didn't understand why his teacher would let his junior brother take risks. Bing Xin, let's go find Howard. He should know the whereabouts of the Holy Book. If those congressmen refuse to give up, we can only rely on the Holy Book of Light. Teacher, why do you have to collect the Book of Elements? Even without the Book of Elements, we are capable of facing the Lich King and the Book of Darkness. Unfortunately, the Lich King is not the final enemy. Our final enemy is much more terrifying than him. Chapter 864 Camp and Skeleton Marshal. Shui Nai didn't know what the old wizard's real plan was. Anyway, as long as the old wizard didn't say it, he would at most get a false information. For this reason, he didn't care why the old wizard wanted to use himself to lure the Lich King. However, Shui Nai found that the number of masters stationed in the defense line of the battlefield fortress was a bit scary. As soon as these masters arrived, they directly killed hundreds of high-level NPCs of the enemy camp on the entire defense line, which lifted the morale of the players of the Holy Light camp who were already a little depressed and even disappointed. However, although these masters are powerful, they are still mainly used for shocking. They have not been seen on the battlefield for several days. Yudeo, are you sure it is here? Shui Nai climbed over a hill and asked Dao Yudeo, who was walking in front. Well, we still need to walk for another 10 minutes. Dao Yudeo looked back at Huayr who was about to lie on the nightmare warhorse and shook his head. The magic attack of this chaos dragon is extremely sharp, but its physique is not good. It was tired and fell down before it flew for a long time. So far. Didn't you say it was nearby? Shui Nai looked at the reconnaissance mission on his taskbar. Now they have left the defense line for dozens of kilometers. It's true. I also found it here last time. However, I hope those skeleton marshals didn't run away, otherwise we will run in vain. That won't happen. So far, only you have found the skeleton marshals. As Mina walked, she checked the forum for information about the skeleton marshal, but no one had ever discovered it. The reconnaissance mission of the skeleton marshal is an extremely high-level battlefield mission, but because the skeleton marshal seems to have always been very rare, no one has been able to complete it. However, the day before yesterday, Dao Yudeo accidentally discovered this huge skeleton marshal. Although he only saw it from a distance, he saw behind him was a grey battle flag, which was very similar to the skeleton marshal in the task prompt. In order to achieve the military merits required to undertake the skeleton marshal task, Mina used the magic cannon to brush the battlefield for a day yesterday. In addition to the tasks they completed during this period, they barely met the requirements today and took on this task. On the battlefield, as long as you officially join the camp and kill the enemy, you will definitely get military merits. When the military merits accumulate to a certain level, you will get a rank. Only when you reach the corresponding rank can the player take over more advanced tasks and get more rewards. This hierarchical system makes it impossible for many players to be picky and must do things step by step according to the requirements. However, some people choose not to do the task themselves and kill enough by themselves, but this kind of promotion without task bonus is difficult. Before Shui Nai came, Dao Yudeo was such a person. However, after Shui Nai came, he kept pestering Shui Nai to do the task, because with Shui Nai, basically one magic cannon would complete the task. I see, it's in front, Shui Nai, it's up to you again. Dao Yudeo stood on a hilltop and pointed to the simple camp on the open space below. And on this open space, a group of skeleton-type undead with a number of no less than 1,000 were setting up camp there. On the battlefield, the most common undead are these skeletons, but these skeletons here are all very advanced and high-level. There is no skeleton soldier of the lowest level, and they are replaced by high-level soldiers such as skeleton knights. However, the good thing is that there are no long-range soldiers like skeleton mages or archers here. That's the skeleton marshal, the red boss. Mina looked at the blood-red skeleton, but the bones of this skeleton looked a bit like jade. Looking through the telescope, it was crystal clear. You Huier, let it lead the skeleton marshal away first, and then we can clean up the monsters here, and then we can fight it in groups. Wait, our mission is to scout, not kill it. I remember there seems to be a follow-up mission later, and then we can kill it. Xiaoyu reminded them of the two people who were already confused by the emotion of beating the boss. Forget it, it should be refreshed tomorrow anyway, so just beat it today, and tomorrow's matter, tomorrow. Dao Yiyu Dao will not leave such a boss unbeaten, especially with Mina. Then let's act. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he began to charge the magic cannon. At this time, Chaos Dragon Huier, under Shui Nai's instruction, suddenly rushed into the camp and spit out a Chaos Dragon breath directly at the skeleton marshal. Although Chaos Dragon breath is the lowest level innate skill of Chaos Dragon, it is much more practical than the single system magic it knows when facing these undead creatures. Often, one down can directly knock down a lot of health points. Now Chaos Dragon knows few holy light and dark magic, only 16 in total. Although they are all low-level magic, due to the high magic attack of Chaos Dragon, the power of these magics is amplified a lot. The skeleton marshal who was hit by Chaos Dragon breath immediately howled to the sky, and then the red light flashed all over his body. The warhorse under the crotch of the skeleton marshal rushed forward, turned into a red light, stepped on a wooden stake, and jumped high. At the same time, the 3-meter-long knight's lance in the hand of the skeleton marshal almost pierced Huier's body. Seeing this, Huier immediately pulled his body up a few points, and then directly fired a series of holy light bullets, constantly attracting its hatred, and ran towards the woods on the side. However, what disappointed Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao was that this skeleton marshal was obviously not affected by this tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and just ran around in his own camp, refusing to leave the camp. However, when seeing the undead creatures originally stationed around the camp running towards the marshal's position one by one, Shui Nai made a quick decision and called Huier back. With the bony hand of the marshal riding a huge bone horse pointing, a team of skeleton knights prepared to rush out of the camp, and the target was Shui Nai in his hiding place not far away. It seems that this marshal cannot be diverted, let's attack directly. After saying this, Shui Nai ran out of the hiding place first, aimed the magic cannon directly at them, and fired a shot. Wherever the light beam passed, nothing could stand, but when Shui Nai's magic cannon hit the wooden fences and chevaux de frise of the camp, his magic cannon could not penetrate these things. No way, such a camp is actually protected by magic. Shui Nai looked at the camp in front of him, which was actually flashing with a magical halo, and immediately knew that this camp was blessed with a strong defensive magic. However, the simplicity of this camp was like a ruin. Basically, this camp was just like those skeleton soldiers, with only a skeleton left. Seeing that his magic cannon had less than half of its power, Shui Nai immediately retreated, but yes, at this moment, under the command of the skeleton marshal, a 10-man team suddenly rushed out of the camp in an orderly manner, aiming directly at Shui Nai. Lao Fan, this guy has the state of controlling the skeleton soldiers, you fly to the sky immediately. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was responsible for completing the reconnaissance mission, suddenly found that this skeleton marshal actually had this rare state, and couldn't help but notify Shui Nai. So, it is not affected by the hatred value. Shui Nai thought of Huier who had been luring him just now, but couldn't let him leave his camp. It should be, now all the skeleton soldiers are under its command. And all the soldiers are not affected by hatred, one by one is like a robot. Dao Yiyu Dao stabbed a skeleton knight standing in the corner with a dagger, but unfortunately he was not attacked by it. This situation, but Shui Nai and the others have never seen it. Shui Nai, who has already flown to the sky, quickly solved the 10-man team with the remote cooperation of Xiaoyu and the magic support of the Chaos Dragon. At the same time, the magic cannon has been charged and is ready to fly above it. However, just when Shui Nai just flew up, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly shouted "Be careful," and then Shui Nai saw a bone spear suddenly shot at him. Bone spear. Shui Nai saw the bone spear coming, slapped the magic wand against it, and dodged it by lowering his body. The appearance of this bone spear is very different from the bone spear used by the necromancer. The bone spear of the necromancer is more delicate, but the speed of the bone spear launched by magic is not fast. However, the speed and size of the bone spear in front of him are very warrior-like. However, Shui Nai, who was reminded, naturally would not be unable to dodge such an attack. Soon, Shui Nai knew the source of the bone spear. I saw a bone spear growing rapidly in the palm of the left hand of the skeleton marshal, and as soon as the bone spear grew out, the skeleton marshal pulled it with his right hand and pulled it into his hand. Seeing the bone spear flying over again, Shui Nai was more calm this time. However, when the skeleton marshal saw that his long-range attack was ineffective, he suddenly roared, and the jade-like skeleton on his body suddenly flashed a strong red light. Afterwards, a bone spear that also emitted a red halo slowly took shape from the palm of his left hand. However, at this time, Shui Nai had already aimed the magic cannon at his robot-like subordinates and pulled the trigger directly. Although shooting the magic cannon downward from a high altitude would reduce the attack range of the magic cannon, it was still very powerful for killing non-boss creatures instantly. In a short while, the 10 skeleton generals and more than 20 skeleton knights around the skeleton marshal turned into a pile of dry bones and slowly disappeared with the wind. Looking at the shining bone spear shooting at him, Shui Nai did not find any special effect of the bone spear. At least when it shot out of him, it did not seem to be faster or stronger. However, just when Mina dodged the bone spear and let it fly behind her, the bone spear suddenly exploded with a boom. The sky was filled with bone fragments like a shotgun, covering the surrounding space. Mina, who was attacked by the explosion shockwave and a large number of bone fragments at close range, immediately lost control of her flying technique. However, at this moment, the skeleton marshal suddenly drew out the bone sword from his waist and pointed it at Mina, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers rushed towards Mina fearlessly like ants. At the same time, the skeleton marshal also thrust the bone sword in his hand, picked up the bone knight gun on the other side, and rushed towards Mina who was falling down. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu, who had been occupying the commanding heights, commanded the Chaos Dragon to use the intermediate healing technique to save Mina's life value, while shooting an ice arrow at the skeleton marshal who was rushing in the front. The effect of the frozen arrow is much stronger than that of the frozen arrow. With only one arrow, more than half of the body of the undead warhorse under the crotch of the skeleton marshal was frozen. However, although the freezing effect of this frozen arrow is first class, the damage is a bit weak. Except for the damage of the physical arrow of the elemental arrow itself, no other damage was seen. The undead warhorse frozen by the frozen arrow immediately lost control and almost threw the skeleton marshal off. The skeleton marshal, who could no longer move forward, was soon surpassed by his own soldiers. However, when these skeleton knights or generals just rushed to Shui Na, they found that what was waiting for them was a group of flames. Although his flying technique was interrupted by unknown energy and could not be restarted in a short time, Shui Na's own combat effectiveness would not weaken because of the inability to fly, but would become stronger. First, in the sky, although Mina flies faster than on the ground, she is not as flexible as on the ground. At the same time, Mina's magic ability is somewhat restricted when flying. Although she cannot use magic cannons at will on the ground, Mina's magic is not for show. Dozens of explosive bombs came down, and despite the level suppression, they still harvested the health of these skeleton soldiers one by one. The skeleton marshal who was still far away was stopped by Xiaoyu with ice arrows and freezing arrows. He wanted to rush over, but he never succeeded. He could only watch his men turn into broken bones one by one. Dao Yiyu Dao, what are you doing in there? Shui Nai looked at the skeleton soldiers rushing forward, and it was a bit difficult. Although these skeleton knights and skeleton generals are melee, their defensibility and health are much stronger than other arms of the same series. In addition to the knight's equally excellent speed, if Shui Nai maintains such an attack frequency and speed, he will definitely be caught up. Lao Fan, there are good things in here. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly appeared at the door of the camp at this time, and then he disappeared with a sneak. However, when he appeared again, a skeleton general had been frozen by his ice dragon dagger. You block first, I'll go get ready. After saying that, Shui Nai took out the magic cannon again and started charging. Okay. However, what troubled Dao Yiyu Dao was that these skeleton knights and skeleton generals completely ignored his existence, and actually ignored him one by one and rushed towards Shui Nai again. Damn it! After holding the heavy magic cannon, Shui Nai's speed was reduced by half, and naturally he couldn't outrun these skeleton knights. He immediately carried the magic cannon and ran to the woods on the side. However, Dao Yiyu Dao was faster, and soon rushed to a skeleton knight and froze it directly with a knife. Roar! At this moment, the red soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton marshal jumped for a while. Afterwards, the skeleton knights and skeleton generals chasing Shui Nai changed their directions one by one and rushed to the high ground of Xiaoyu. This guy is almost a spirit. Dao Yudao saw that Xiao Yu was in danger, and immediately rushed to her side, while freezing the skeleton knights and skeleton generals in the attack range. Retreat! At this time, Shui Na suddenly rushed out from another direction of the woods and fired a cannon directly at the skeleton knights and skeleton generals who rushed towards Xiao Yu. The skeleton knights and skeleton generals who had no reason at all and only new orders rushed into the light column and turned into broken bones. Dao Yudao, who was notified, had already appeared beside the skeleton marshal, and the fire dragon dagger occasionally drew a series of flame marks, covering the body of the skeleton marshal. The skeleton marshal, who had killed all his soldiers, was immediately beaten up as Dao Yudao had said before. Xiao Yu, who was on a high ground not far away, no longer used the ice arrow, but the fire dragon soul arrow. I saw a magic crystal arrow wrapped by a red flame like a fire dragon, hitting the face of the dice marshal very accurately, and a critical damage of 40,000 points popped out from the head of the skeleton marshal. Shui Nai, your wife's attack is almost stronger than yours. Dao Yudao joked while pulling his ice and fire dragon slowly. Shui Nai ignored Dao Yudao's provocation, but focused on shooting a few ice element birds at the skeleton marshal's undead warhorse. This elemental bird fused with ice cones will weaken the armor on the front hooves of the undead warhorse by 1 point every time it attacks. In less than half a minute, the skeleton marshal, who was constantly launching night skills against Dao Yudao, suddenly shook and fell off his warhorse. The skeleton marshal turned around and immediately found that the forelimb of his beloved horse was broken, and at the broken place, the bones of the undead warhorse actually looked like ice crystals. Yudao, don't get close to it. The combat effectiveness of the knight who dismounted will increase to a higher level. Shui Nai, who had dealt with the Dark Knight, had a good understanding of the knight's attack. Oh, then I will go to crack the traps in the camp first, you guys take your time. Dao Yudao said, and his figure disappeared. However, Shui Nai no longer needed Dao Yudao to cover him. After that, Dao Yudao only heard a series of violent explosions that lasted for several minutes before slowly stopping. Chapter 865 Reconciliation. After the three of them emptied all the valuables in the stone gate, Shui Nai immediately sent the coordinates to Tai Feng and asked him to find someone to take over the camp. Through the information in the stone gate, Shui Nai and his friends already knew that this camp was actually a relic, a temporary camp left by the dwarves. Although this relic has been gone for thousands of years, only the foundation of the building remains. But the works of the dwarves are all exquisite. This camp, which has only the foundation and has been gone for thousands of years, can actually ignore the attack of Shui Nai's magic cannon. This is not comparable to ordinary camps. Although there are not many things in the basement of this camp, Shui Nai and his friends are still very satisfied with their gains. Just like the 3 dwarf hammers, those blacksmiths or craftsmen are crazy. Not to mention the stack of drawings that record various battlefield props. The quality of these drawings is too good, they haven't rotted yet. Dao Yudao kept checking the information of each drawing along the way. Although these drawings are a little yellow, that's all. What do you plan to do with these things? Shui Na asked. These things were found by Dao Yudao, and he and Xiao Yu didn't plan to take them. Sell them to Tai Feng, the sucker. Dao Yudao said without thinking. These drawings are all high-level props, and the materials required are not something that ordinary players can collect. They can only play their value in the hands of large guilds. Tai Feng only knows 2 guilds. Although it is said that the guild that gives them to unscrupulous profiteers can get greater benefits, his guild is neutral in nature. Anyone can buy these props. Once these props are obtained by his opponents, Tai Feng's guild will be in trouble. Then we have to clean up the battlefield when we go back. Shui Nai said, and then she was ready to put the Chaos Dragon Hui'er back into the pet space. Since Hui'er didn't like to go into the pet space, Shui Nai rarely put it away. Dao Yudao on the side was completely the opposite. He was a very lazy person and didn't like to take care of others. For this reason, his 3-headed hellhound would only be released when Shui Nai decided to kill monsters to get some experience. However, Shui Nai, who had just put Hui'er away, had not had time to take out the scroll back to the city when she suddenly heard a slight cry for help. There's something going on. I'll go check it out first. Dao Yudao said, and then he disappeared. Let's go over there too. Shui Nai took Xiao Yu's little hand and ran all the way to the place where there was an abnormal situation. Since Shui Nai and the others were in a mountainous area, when they ran up a hill, they immediately found that dozens of people were running away in a panic on the open space below. And behind them were hundreds of skeleton knights. Lao Fan, they are all mages, there are players and NPCs, they are from the Dark Dragon Guild, do you want to take action? Dao Yiyu Dao had already rushed down and reported what he saw. Can't use magic? Shui Nai asked immediately. From what he saw, he could also see that these people were mages, but the strange thing was that none of them used magic to fight back. I was put on a forbidden magic, so I can't use it. Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded, and a man in a priest's robe was shot through the heart by a skeleton knight in order to protect a female priest behind him. Shui Nai, come here quickly. Looking at the corpse that fell to the ground without emitting white light, Dao Yiyu Dao knew that he was really dead and could never be resurrected. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, he rushed to the side of the skeleton knights and began to attack with all his strength. At this time, Shui Nai and Xiao Yu, who had already come over, were responsible for treatment and support respectively, and soon stabilized the situation. However, even so, 3 players and 2 NPCs died in the battle. Hurry up and save our guild leader, they are behind us to cover our retreat. Just when the very young mage wanted Dao Yiyu Dao and others to go over to save people, a mage behind him immediately pulled him, and then said something in his ear, and then the mage stared at the faces of Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, a little bit unbelievable. Seeing their reactions, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were not surprised, after all, there was probably no one in their dark dragon who didn't know them. However, when seeing such guys trying their best to protect these NPCs, Shui Nai had to say that the Dark Dragon Guild was not as useless as he had seen before. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao looked at each other and disappeared immediately. When the people of the Dark Dragon Guild began to be alert, the NPCs around who had just escaped death looked at them at a loss. They went to save people. Xiao Yu said lightly. Thank you for your help. At this time, the oldest priest suddenly remembered that he had never thanked those who rescued him. You're welcome. Xiao Yu said lightly. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who were moving along the footprints, soon came to a battlefield flashing with skill halos. Shui Nai saw the dragon at first sight. However, the current dragon was obviously hit by the forbidden magic just like the mage they met just now. Their opponents were several dark thieves and 10 necromancers. This kind of cooperation between necromancers and thieves is a very common combination for the dark camp with generally low health values. Using thieves to scout or attract monsters, and then letting the undead creatures attack, can make most warrior professions lose their jobs. However, although this combination saves resources, the risk is very high. Often, as long as a few stronger opponents come, this combination will be useless. It's time to play. However, the Dark Dragon Guild's combination this time is a little worse than theirs, because their magic profession accounts for more than 80%. This certainly makes them have a very strong ability to kill monsters, but it is not good for self-protection. Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao did not discuss much, and directly attacked those guys in the dark camp. To be honest, although they don't like the Dark Dragon Guild, if they encounter them in such a situation of camp hostility, they will not stand idly by, let alone add insult to injury. And the most important thing is that there are still several NPC warriors in these rearguard troops of the Dark Dragon Guild who are holding on. As long as they save them, they can get a good reward. Thieves against thieves, mages against mages, although Shui Na's goals are several times more than Dao Yiyu Dao, Shui Na completed the task faster than Dao Yiyu Dao. Seeing the group of skeletons or zombies suddenly fall down on the battlefield, Shenlong and his friends immediately thought of Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao. After all, the members who left earlier reported the whereabouts of Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Na, but Shenlong and his friends did not expect that these guys would really help them. Shenlong looked at Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Na collecting the spoils of victory, and he felt complicated and didn't know how to thank them. But he had to go, after all, he was still the captain of this mixed team of players and NPCs. Why did you save us? Shenlong finally went forward and asked with a stiff upper lip. Then why didn't you abandon those NPCs and run away? Shui Na asked back. To be honest, if Shenlong and his friends really wanted to run away, they could indeed run away, but they would rather sacrifice themselves and let these NPCs run away, which was obviously much more promising than the previous Shenlong. At present, the number of players of the Dark Dragon Guild who died in battle is at least 10 times more than that of NPCs. This is clearly a result achieved under the full protection of the players. If those selfish players were faced with this situation, they would probably let those NPCs be bait and run away at the first time. How about this, let's truce. After this camp war is not resolved, let's put aside the previous grudges and be companions, how about that? Shui Na knew that if Shenlong said such a thing first, it would be impossible, but he didn't want to add to their internal consumption under such circumstances. In Shui Na's eyes, the grudges between them and the Dark Dragon Guild were actually just some trivial matters, but in this kind of online game, such trivial matters can be magnified countless times due to face issues, and they will fight to the death. This made Shui Na feel very unworthy, and he didn't want to be held back by others all the time. However, what made Shui Na feel relieved was that the Dark Dragon Guild of this Shenlong did not choose to join the camp of this guy Howard, but chose the power of the Pope's old Holy Light Church, which made Shui Na, who had always thought that Shenlong and Howard were in the same nest, feel very strange. This is no problem, I promise you. Shenlong glanced at Shui Na, and then nodded. To be honest, Shenlong now has less hatred for this mage, but because of face and the dignity of the guild, he has to maintain it. No one wants to provoke such an invincible and powerful opponent. Then let's go, we will send you back first. Shui Na saw that Shenlong really nodded, and she was happy in her heart. Lao Fan, is it really good to do this? Aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? Dao Yudao said a little exaggeratedly. To be honest, neither you nor I are afraid of the Dark Dragon Guild, but if there is a choice, I'm afraid no one would choose the enemy. Shui Na knew that Dao Yudao himself had this idea, but he didn't like to say such humble words to potential enemies. But Shui Na was different. As long as it didn't infringe on his bottom line, he would generally ignore it. Moreover, Shui Na also knew that the Dark Dragon Guild had actually stopped targeting them a long time ago. Take their actions that were loud but ineffective. If they really wanted to fight to the death, they could just move out all the players in their guild. But Shenlong didn't, and neither did the Dragon King, because they all knew that this was a thankless task. Let's not talk about whether their people could beat Shui Na and the others. Just looking for them would take a lot of energy, and once they really started fighting, at the least, many people would die, and at the worst, it might affect the foundation of the guild. However, more importantly, when Shenlong drove Tianlong away and took full control of the guild, he realized that it was not easy to be the president of a guild. Not only did he have to manage the daily operations of the guild, but he also had to deal with the interests of members at all levels and the interests of all subordinate guilds. These things were originally handled by Tianlong. Although at the beginning, such work made him busy and exhausted, but after getting familiar with it, he gradually grew up. At least when dealing with various intrigues, he would no longer act on impulse. After sending them back, Shui Na and the others left. Since the fortresses and defense lines where both sides were stationed were not in the same area, they did not go together again. In this process, Shui Na and the others knew that their military mission was to escort these holy light priests to complete a mission, but this mission ultimately failed. However, for some unknown reason, they were ambushed on their way back. Being ambushed in their own empire, and it was a targeted ambush, anyone with a normal mind would think of spies. However, they had no way of finding out who was the spy, so they could only hold their breath. Alas, it seems that the situation on our side is really not optimistic. The people in the dark camp come and go as they please, but our people can't even touch their borders. Shui Na said with some emotion after watching Shenlong and the others leave. We can solve this soon. At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly shook a yellowed design drawing in his hand. Although the blueprint was full of text and structural diagrams, Shui Na could still see the words Space Strengthening Column written on the title bar of the blueprint. Is this a battlefield prop for consolidating space? Shui Na couldn't snatch it. If they damaged the blueprint, they would be guilty. Yes, its function is to make the space transmission equipment within a few kilometers around it ineffective. However, its materials are more troublesome and the process is very complicated. Only large organizations can manufacture it. Then do you plan to give it to the human empire? Shui Na had already heard what he meant. Of course not. I'll fight for something, such as military merit or other rewards. Dao Yudao knew that such props would be a waste even if given to Tai Feng, because his guild basically did not have so many resources to manufacture such things, and there was not much meaning in manufacturing them. You like it, then let's go back first. Let's brush up our experience today, and then do good tasks later. Shui Na and his team have basically finished their tasks now, and can only wait until tomorrow's task refresh before they can take them again. That's good, let's go back. On a city wall with few people, Shui Na looked at the few skeleton soldiers below and began to use potions to continuously replenish his magic points. Not far behind him, the Chaos Dragon Huayr and the three-headed Hellhound were lying there to rest. As for the bottom of the city wall, a large number of craftsmen were repairing the damaged city wall with all their strength. Facing the attack of a large number of skeleton soldiers, the quality of the city wall is very challenging. However, for the repair of the city wall, the craftsmen players are naturally the happiest. Not only do the government provide money and resources for them to practice life skills, but they can also get a lot of rewards. Such a good business can only be found on the battlefield. However, Shui Na had to say that the skeleton soldiers of the Undead Empire were really too abnormal. As the weakest existence, the skeleton soldiers played the famous saying that quantity can also determine quality. Although most of the skeleton soldiers only caused 1 point of damage to the city wall, the accumulation could make the durability of the city wall disappear by more than half. Lao Fan, you have to go to the location. At this time, Dao Yiyudao suddenly rushed over, watching his three-headed hellhound upgrade to another level, and couldn't help but say happily. Shui Nai, who has this portable magic cannon, is the strongest existence to deal with these skeleton soldiers, and the wise generals will naturally not let him go. Often within a specific time, Shui Nai will be asked to clear the skeleton soldiers below so that the craftsmen can repair the city wall. And when Shui Nai didn't come, if they wanted to repair the city wall, in addition to finding someone to clear the skeleton soldiers below, they could only send out a death squad to kill those undead warlocks. But no matter which one, their losses are not small. Then let's go. Shui Nai said, picked up the magic cannon, and walked towards the other side of the defense line. After almost an hour of work, Shui Nai almost walked the entire defense line he was responsible for. Although his behavior was suspected of stealing monsters and experience for many players, it must be said that Shui Na did save a lot of people with the magic cannon. At least they didn't have to fight with those fearless skeleton soldiers. However, because Shui Na's team never added people, many players who wanted to get experience secretly hated him. Lao Fan, the people from the Dark Dragon Guild are coming. You have to be careful. Dao Yiyudao gave all the experience to his three-headed hellhound, so he was often the most bored during this period of time. He could only go around in the fortress to see if there were any mysterious shops or something like that. Don't worry, they won't be stupid enough to mess around at this critical moment. Shui Na didn't care. In this situation where the camp war was fully launched, if the Dark Dragon Guild really made a move against Shui Na, a hero, the human empire would not let them go. Moreover, the Holy Flame of Light, a very low-key guild, was obviously ready to make a move, which made the leadership of the Dark Dragon Guild dare not mess around. Seeing Yu Huang walking towards Shui Nai, many players looked at Shui Nai with a bit of gloating. Shui Nai and his guild had almost a deadly feud with the Dark Dragon Guild, and now the people of the Dark Dragon Guild were coming towards Shui Nai and his guild, which was not a good thing. However, what puzzled these outsiders was that Yu Huang smiled and patted Shui Nai's shoulder, without any murderous intent at all. Chapter 866 Mysterious Mission. After Shui Nai and Yu Huang had a little chat on the wall, they said hello and parted peacefully. This disappointed the players who were still ready to watch the show. However, they did find a little topic of conversation from this, that is, the Dark Dragon Guild and Shui Nai and his guild had officially reconciled. Ignoring the people who were talking, Shui Nai solved the problem here and left. She and Xiao Yu went to the skill training ground set up in the fortress. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of all the participating troops, the NPCs here spent a lot of resources to improve the combat effectiveness of the participants. And these skill training grounds or some military merit shops are naturally indispensable. After opening a venue, Shui Nai and Xiao Yu practiced directly in it. And their pets were put aside to rest. Not long after, Dao Yiyudao also came back. Looking at his smile, Shui Nai knew that he must have made a lot of money this time. Lao Fan, come here. Dao Yiyudao glanced at his pet and called to Shui Nai again. What, too much money to spend, want to give us some? Shui Nai said jokingly. Hehe, yes, but it's not a gift. Just think of it as a red envelope for your future marriage. Dao Yiyudao said as he took out a purse made of linen and handed it over. So much. Shui Nai looked at the nearly 10,000 gold coins and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Well, those things are more valuable than I thought. I only sold a few of the drawings, but I got hundreds of thousands. But, unfortunately, the money on the side of the human empire is not enough, so I can only owe it first. Shui Nai knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was going to find the person in charge of this general defense line. After he and Tai Feng discussed it, they decided to sell all the design drawings that Tai Feng, the guild, could not afford to the human empire. As for what to exchange, Dao Yiyu Dao was fully responsible for it. You didn't exchange all of them for money, did you? Be careful that the gold coins will crush you to death. Shui Nai knew that Dao Yiyu Dao had obtained at least 30 design drawings. Although not all of them were valuable, the technology of the dwarves gave them great room for appreciation. Of course not. Some of them were exchanged for military merits, but I don't think military merits are of much use, so I didn't exchange them for much. You also know that military merits are not valuable, so it's more cost-effective to exchange them directly for money. Shui Nai didn't care too much about this aspect. Anyway, he knew that although Dao Yiyu Dao was a little unrestrained in his actions and words, he was actually very shrewd. By the way, Tai Feng asked me to ask you when you can go over to his side. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he watched Shui Nai shoot ice spears at the wooden stakes in the distance. Well, wait a little longer. I'm the bait now. It's not a good idea to run around with the Lich King. Shui Nai was indeed afraid of the Lich King, and Xiao Yu didn't want to go to the fortress that Tai Feng was in charge of. Guild teams like Tai Feng are not as free as Shui Nai and other idle players. They can find a fortress at will. They must be stationed according to the requirements of the human empire, and they have to be cannon fodder on the battlefield when necessary. However, the rewards of such guild teams are not low, much better than those of idle players like Shui Nai. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give you this bag of holy stones. It was an unscrupulous profiteer who asked me to bring it here. Dao Yiyu Dao handed a fist-sized bag to Shui Nai, which contained holy stones of high quality and rank. The growth of Shui Nai's holy light seal must be based on these holy stones. Although the holy light magic that comes out is very tasteless, Shui Nai still cultivates it to see if he can produce some top-quality holy light magic. The Chaos Dragon Huayer, who had sensed the energy of the holy stone, immediately rushed to Shui Nai and rubbed Shui Nai's body to get the holy stone. Although the Chaos Dragon no longer had to absorb energy to evolve like it did in its infancy, Shui Nai had no choice but to let it go because of its instinctive affinity for energy. After giving Huayer a small portion of the holy stone, Shui Nai did not absorb it immediately, but continued to hone his previous ice spear skills. Shui Nai's ice spear skills are now almost at level 10. When they are integrated into the elemental bird, the armor-breaking effect of the ice spear bird will be even stronger. As for the elemental bird of the thunder system, Shui Nai did not plan to practice it anymore, so he let it go. Continue to fuse the lightning arrow technique. On the contrary, the special effects of advanced lightning magic are the same. There is no need to waste time practicing it again. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that there was still some time left, so he just found a wooden stake to practice his skills. However, to be honest, if the thief's skills are really practiced with this wooden stake, they will only become more useless. So after practicing a few times, Dao Yiyu Dao felt that he had no feeling, so he stopped. By the way, Shui Nai, where did the Lich King go during this period? He didn't come out for a stroll for so long. Dao Yiyu Dao asked boredly. In an ancient altar in the deep mountains of the Undead Empire, I don't know what he is doing, but one thing is certain, he has discovered me. Shui Nai said without looking back. Shui Nai and the Lich King can discover each other through the mutual induction of the Book of Elements and the Book of Darkness. Although this is very vague, as long as he combines maps and historical documents, Shui Nai can still determine the approximate location of the Lich King. The providers of this map and historical documents are the friends that Shui Nai met when she went to the Dark Camp. Altar? Could it be that the Book of Darkness has not been fully activated yet? Dao Yiyu Dao guessed boredly. Not sure. Shui Nai shook his head. In fact, he was a little worried, but it was really not his turn to worry about such things. The next day, when Shui Nai and his friends went online, they went to replenish their backpacks as usual, and then went to the battlefield mission area of the fortress to find tasks. In this battlefield mission area, there are a total of 10 mission boards. I saw that on each 1mx2m mission board, there are basically dozens of mission papers of various sizes written on light yellow craft paper. Most of the tasks here are to kill various undead creatures or collect some undead materials, and there are also some reconnaissance missions or escort missions. However, anyone can take the missions here. Take Mina and the others for example. They can only accept the tasks on the 5th task board at most, and they are not qualified to accept the tasks on the next 5 tasks. Mina and the other three quickly read through the tasks on the 5 task boards, and then tore off some of the task papers that they thought were valuable from the task boards. The torn task papers will be directly transformed into tasks on the player's task board, but if these tasks are repeatable, then the same craft paper will appear again at the original position on the task board. And if it is the only task today, then the position paper at this position will disappear, revealing the wooden board below. Since Mina and the others did not come here to occupy the position and grab the tasks like those ordinary players, when they arrived, there were already several blank areas on several task boards. However, Mina and the others did not pay too much attention to those unique tasks. First, the only task also represents trouble and difficulty, and second, Mina and the others do not really care about the quality of the task. Take the task of the skeleton marshal that Shui Nai and his team received yesterday. In fact, the reward for this skeleton marshal task is not high. If Shui Nai and his team spent the few hours yesterday on the small tasks on the same task board, then their income would not be much lower than that task reward, and they would be more comfortable. As for the discovery of the dwarf's basement and the remains of the camp, there was a lot of luck involved, and it basically cannot be considered as part of the task reward. However, many people will be attracted by the uniqueness of this unique task and then pursue it unremittingly. Hey, there really is a task to kill the skeleton marshal. Should we take it? At this time, Dao Yiyudao looked at the 5th task board and soon found that there was a task to kill the skeleton marshal here, and it seemed to be the only one. The rank required for the 5th task board is not low, and ordinary low-level players can only watch but not touch. The later the task, the greater the uniqueness, and the higher the requirements for the player. It's just that there are not many players who are qualified to take the tasks on these task boards, so this task was retained. Each player can only take one unique task, and basically all unique tasks are team level, and only players at the captain level can take it. If we don't take it, we don't know whether the marshal has been refreshed. Let's wait for 2 more days. There are no other good tasks later. Shui Na asked Dao Yiyudao who was in charge of the task boards behind. For Dao Yiyudao, although the tasks on these task boards are the kind that can be seen but not touched, he still misses these tasks. Every time he always takes a few glances to see if these tasks have been refreshed, and whether there are any unexpected tasks. No, these tasks are from a few days ago, and it seems that no one dares to take them. Most battlefield tasks are time limited. If the task is not completed, military merit will be lost. However, at this time, an NPC man in a herald uniform suddenly came with a few cows. Parchment, came not far from them, and then began to paste on this task board. Hey, that one over there seems to be a special task board, I'll go take a look. Dao Yiyudao saw the NPC working on the 10th task board with the help of the firelight on one side, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The tasks on this 10th task board have been around for a while. Although there are no military rank requirements for the tasks on this task board, the degree of perversion caused by this task is incomprehensible. For example, the most perverted task on this task board is to kill the Lich King. This is the task with the highest reward among all tasks, but no player dares to take it, because it is undoubtedly a task to send people to death, and this task of sending people to death still has a failure penalty. The other tasks on this special task board are similar to this one, so this task board is the least popular. Basically, except for boring people like Dao Yiyudao, no one will be bored and spend time to look at it. However, Dao Yiyudao was not nervous unless he looked at it. He immediately tore off the brown paper that had just been pasted on, still mumbling nonsense. What mission? Shui Nai did not receive the mission prompt, and did not know whether it was a single-player mission or something else. Looking for me, I was summoned directly by someone using the yellow list. Fortunately, I am here, otherwise I would have been taken advantage of. Dao Yiyudao threw the brown paper to Shui Nai, and Shui Nai was slightly surprised when she saw the content of the mission. What bad things have you done to make people want you to be wanted? Shui Nai read this very simple mission introduction several times and became interested. It should be related to the drawings I submitted before. Let's go. It's a bargain for you. Dao Yiyudao said, and then he walked towards the teleportation array first. After Shui Nai took a look at the brown paper and chose to confirm, a Find Dao Yiyudao missing person mission appeared on his mission panel. This task is actually very simple. It is just to inform Dao Yiyudao to report to Marshal Laken, the Commander-in-Chief of the Battlefield Defense Line. As for what tasks will be after reporting, it is confidential. This task is something Shui Nai has never heard of, but the reward for this task is pitifully low, only 1 point of military merit, 1 silver coin, and not even a few points of experience. Marshal Laken's command camp is behind the defense line. Since the total length of this defense line is very long, in order to make this defense line fully operational, the human empire deliberately divided it into 3 areas, which are managed by 2 generals in cooperation with the imperial marshal. Although the 2 generals have the management rights of their respective areas, as long as the marshal speaks, they must obey, which also allows this defense line to operate under one voice. Arriving at the city of Daifat, located in the middle of the fortress defense line, Shui Nai and his group quickly found the command camp in this completely militarized main city. Following the herald to Marshal Laken's residence, Shui Nai discovered that the marshal was actually a mage with a strong character like a soldier. Haha, it's you. Seeing Shui Nai coming in with Dao Yiyu Dao, Laken was a little surprised. However, Shui Nai was even more surprised, because he didn't know this famous imperial marshal. However, when Shui Nai found that he had been looking at the elemental magic wand in his hand, he suddenly figured it out. The marshal is also the teacher's. Shui Nai asked. Not entirely, my qualifications are limited, and I didn't become his disciple, but I still learned a lot of magic knowledge from him. He is the person I respect most in my life. Laken said seriously. Shui Nai didn't say much. Anyway, although the old mage was very mysterious in front of him, his behavior made him feel helpless, so he didn't agree or object. Seeing that Shui Nai only smiled but didn't answer, Marshal Laken thought that Shui Nai had the same feeling as him, so he didn't think much about it. He just looked at the disciple of the person he respected the most. Okay, I won't waste your time. It's like this. I have a task that you need to be responsible for secretly. You can find a few trustworthy people to cooperate with you. Marshal Laken looked at Dao Yiyu Dao and said, but he didn't hide it from Shui Nai and the female elf behind him. What is the task? As long as I can do it, I will do my best to complete it. Dao Yiyu Dao is very good at being a person in front of these high-level NPCs, and you can't see the sloppy look at ordinary times. In fact, it is also related to the design you submitted before. However, this requires you and your companions to complete it secretly, and you can't let others know this secret. Marshal Laken was naturally very relieved when he heard Dao Yiyu Dao's words. And Dao Yiyu Dao quickly took the task book from Marshal Laken. The space reinforcement column has entered the mass production stage so quickly. Dao Yiyu Dao is the designated person in charge of this task book, and he has the most say. Yes, this design is very detailed and complete. As long as the materials and craftsmen can keep up, with the ability of our frontline military, we can produce one per day. 0, but since the materials of this thing are very rare, in order to prevent people from peeping, I only plan to let you be responsible for the task of placing this space reinforcement column. Knowing the main function of this space reinforcement column, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao naturally know that if this thing is used properly, it can have a great effect, but once its coordinates are known and it is destroyed, it will be completely meaningless. I understand, then we have to go there to get these things. Dao Yiyu Dao said while sharing this task with Shui Nai and Xiao Yu. I will let my adjutant take you to the workshop, but you must remember that this task cannot be known to outsiders. This is related to the fundamentals of whether our human empire can hold on, and it cannot be shaken. Understood. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao responded immediately, but Xiao Yu did not have such leisure, just standing there quietly. Lao Fan, 100,000 experience points per stick, and 1,000 military merits and gold coins reward. The experience alone is 1 million a day. If the 3 of us eat it, it would be so cool. Dao Yiyu Dao has already flipped through the prompts of this task several times. Don't be too happy too soon. This task may not be easy. If I am not mistaken, the location of these reinforcement columns may be on the front line, so the danger of this task is much greater. Hey, that's right. The function of the space reinforcement column is to make all space teleportation magic invalid, which means that it cannot exist within the Empire, otherwise it will be equivalent to cutting off its own teleportation. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had been awakened by Shui Nai, soon figured it out. Chapter 867, Executing a Secret Mission. Just as Shui Nai thought, when Shui Nai and the others followed the marshal's adjutant to a cave to take away the mission props, he found that there was actually a mission map for this mission. Looking at the 10 places marked with red ink on the map, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao felt their hair tingling. Because the 10 red dots on this map are all within the territory of the Undead Empire, and they are also the kind of areas with level 100 monsters. And this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is those space reinforcement pillars. Each one is as thick as Shui Nai's thigh. It is a mixture of stone and magic metal. Not only is it extremely heavy, but it can't be put into space equipment. Sure enough, that world is the same. There is no free lunch. Dao Yudao looked at these space reinforcement columns installed on the carriage and covered with white canvas, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Use my nightmare warhorse, it is fast and has high endurance, and it won't lose money if it dies. Shui Na also took a look at his task. Fortunately, there was no time limit for this task. But if they want to get more rewards, they have to complete this task as soon as possible, because this task can only be accepted once a day, and there are only 10 space reinforcement pillars at a time. When the adjutant asked to replace the white warhorse, Dao Yudao and Shui Na did not look at it more. This warhorse is one of the mission props. Shui Na dare not take it to the battle, otherwise if it dies, they will have to pay compensation. Controlling the nightmare warhorse, Shui Na pulled the carriage and walked out quickly. Carriages like Shui Na and his are not rare. The task of transporting supplies is very common on this battlefield. Among them, the most common is a large group of players escorting a car of military supplies to the temporary camp on the front line. Such a task is not difficult, as long as you don't encounter people from the dark camp or those bandits evolved from players, but such a task takes a long time. Where are the nearest coordinates? Shui Na asked Dao Yudao. In order to prevent people from knowing the location of these space reinforcement columns, there are only 2 copies of this map, one in Dao Yudao's hand, and the other in Marshal Laken's hand. Just follow me, I'll go ahead to scout, you two can follow slowly. Dao Yudao sighed, and then the cursor representing him began to move forward rapidly. Xiao Yu. Shui Na looked at Xiao Yu on the side and called gently. Yet. Xiao Yu looked at Shui Na in confusion. Hehe, I just wanted to call you, nothing. Shui Na actually wanted to ride on the same horse with Xiao Yu, but considering the battlefield here, this romantic thing is doomed to fail. Xiao Yu, who was riding on Xiao Bai, looked at Shui Na speechlessly. The group soon arrived at the place where Dao Yudao was, but when Shui Na saw the place where Dao Yudao pointed, Shui Na and Xiao Yu looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of bitterness. The reward for this task is much higher than that of ordinary battlefield tasks, but now they also understand that this task is basically not something that can be completed by a few people for ordinary people. It may take more than 20 people to complete it in one day, and this reward makes sense. Take their first destination for example, this is a monster refresh point. Although the level and attributes of the monsters are not too high, there is a boss guarding it. Inside the refresh point, Shui Na he still asked with a little expectation, hoping that Dao Yudao would say no. Well, it's up to you, Lao Fan. Dao Yudao patted Shui Nai's shoulder, and then went to the back to prepare. Ah! Shui Na also began to prepare. Level 100 Dark Sand Wolf Leader, ordinary boss, medium speed, but high attack power, and can use earth magic. Shui Na took out the magic cannon and charged it directly after a little insight. After the beam of light from the magic cannon, Dao Yudao immediately rushed to the front of the Sand Wolf Leader and began to do his best to attract the attention and hatred of this boss. Xiao Yu assisted him remotely, constantly shooting the boss's minions to prevent them from disturbing Dao Yudao. As for Shui Na, after firing a shot, he only cleared 10 sand wolves. He did not dare to include the boss in the attack range, so he could only do this step. After putting away the magic cannon, Shui Na's elemental bird immediately flew out of the elemental magic wand. The dark sand wolf had strong defense capabilities, and Shui Na's explosive flame bird could only knock down a few hundred points, which was not too much for the sand wolf with a health value of 100,000. After watching Dao Yudao successfully lead the boss away, Shui Na immediately flew into the sky, and then the magic cannon began to emit the blue light of charging again. I say, this task seems to be a bit difficult for us alone, why don't we call Yu Ying and Poxio? Shui Na said while digging the soil with a shovel. It took Shui Na and his team a lot of effort to deal with the Sand Wolf leader. I think so too, but I'm afraid that there are not enough people on Tai Feng's side. Dao Yudao moved the space reinforcement column to the vicinity of the deep pit, activated the stone column and put it in, and then pulled Shui Na inside. I'll go talk to you. You go to the next target now. We'll follow after we deal with this, Mina said as she filled the soil. This space reinforcement column doesn't actually need to be buried deep underground, but for safety reasons, the mission requires that the space reinforcement column must be buried 2 meters underground. After activating the space reinforcement column, Mina's teleportation and the return scroll in the backpack are both invalid. Although the effect of this space reinforcement column is indiscriminate between friend and foe, as long as it can stop the bone portal of the dark camp, then this thing is worth it. Yudeo, we won't bury the entire war zone with these things. Mina is a mage, and his teleportation has been practiced to instant, but under the effect of this thing, his teleportation cannot be used at all. No, if this thing is one, its function is only to react to the surrounding several kilometers, but if it is arranged according to the rules, it can form a very stable isolation zone. Under the effect of this isolation zone, any transmission through it cannot be executed, so you don't have to worry about the dark camp finding loopholes to get in. Deo Yudeo said so in the team chat. Yes, what Shui Nai is most worried about is the bone portal that can be set up anytime and anywhere in the dark camp. But according to Deo Yudeo, this thing seems to be able to form a magic shield or something like that, completely isolating the space between two places. Then as long as it is not through this isolation zone and outside the range of these space reinforcement columns, his teleportation will not be affected. Then let's go. Shui Nai had already filled the soil at this time, and this refresh area also began to refresh the sand wolf again. The next target is a few kilometers away from the place just now, but there is no boss here, but there is another refresh area, where a large number of zombies are refreshed. Lao Fan, the next destination is to go directly into the territory of the Undead Empire. It seems that the real difficulty is coming. Deo Yudeo looked at the zombies here and couldn't help but rub his hands. Don't get excited too early. Don't forget that our mission is a secret operation. Once this stone pillar is discovered, we will fail. That's right, but the thieves in the dark camp are very difficult to deal with. Do you have any good ideas? Deo Yudeo asked Shui Nai, who was coming over while killing zombies. I don't have a good idea either. I can only use the ring of mist. Shui Nai knew that Deo Yudeo was worried that the lurking thieves would spy on their secret operations, but the dark thieves could not be killed, so they could only use this method to complete the mission first. Get out of the way, I'm coming. Shui Nai raised the magic cannon that had been fully charged at this time, almost brushing against Deo Yudeo's body, and blasted all the zombies here. The 3 people who buried the 6th space reinforcement column also began to study the direction of this mission map. At first, they thought that this map was just an ordinary coordinate, so they didn't spend too much time studying it. But Mina and his team, who had already completed the first 6 coordinate point tasks, found that this map seemed to extend deeper into a mountain in the war zone, rather than extending towards the war zone. This deep mountain is the natural dividing line between the Undead Empire and the Human Empire, and the cliffs are almost the characteristics here. Although this place is not suitable for large troops to move army, but for a thief like this agile profession, this place is not to the point where there is no way to go, it is just much more dangerous. Lao Fan, what is this coordinate point? Although the map in Deo Yudeo's hand is very detailed, there is no distribution of monster areas on it, and the actual area is also very limited, unlike the map of the Undead Empire in Shui Nai's hand, which lists all kinds of information. The Bone Burial Ground is the paradise of skeletons. Chapter 868 Bone Burial Ground. This is the Bone Burial Ground, there are actually dark players. Deo Yudeo looked at Shui Nai and finally showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Deo Yudeo didn't understand why Shui Nai didn't let them go directly at first, but found a high ground to monitor. Now, he understands that this is a place where players gather. Once they go there rashly, it may cause a war. This Bone Burial Ground is the favorite place of the Undead Warlock. Here, they can collect high-level undead materials for them to summon powerful undead creatures. Shui Nai carefully looked at the situation below and fed back the information he knew. Then what should we do? Deo Yudeo asked immediately. However, Shui Nai did not answer this question, but asked, the other 3 coordinate points are in this burial ground. Yes, this place is too big, and 3 space reinforcement pillars must be used to cover it completely. Deo Yudeo looked at the 3 space reinforcement pillars beside his legs. The wooden cart that cut them had been abandoned by them, and Shui Nai and Deo Yudeo were directly responsible for the porters. Yudeo, let's work together to get rid of these necromancers, and then take action. Shui Nai took a careful look at the surrounding environment and the location of the Dark Camp Resurrection Stone. This is the edge of the Undead Empire and the Human Empire. Both the Undead Empire and the Human Empire are quite far from the nearest main city. For this reason, the only players who come here are necromancers. As for thieves and warriors, there are not many people. It's not good to break in by force. Dao Yudao looked at the sea of bones below, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. The lowest level of skeleton creatures here is the level of Skeleton Knight, and the levels are all over 100. Except for the lower defense and health than the 100 level monsters, the rest are all at the 100 level level. In addition, this undead monster can ignore stealth to a large extent, and thieves like Dao Yudao from the Holy Light Camp dare not mess around. I will give you a dark shelter later, which can give you the dark attribute, so that as long as you don't attack these undead monsters, they will not attack you. Since Shui Na dared to propose this plan, he naturally had enough plans. The resurrection stones around the burial ground are not nearby, and the distance is relatively far, so even if someone kills here, those dead undead warlocks can't come so quickly. Moreover, here, because it is a paradise for undead warlocks, as long as they are undead warlocks, they can come here safely, and other professions, unless they have a magic or prop such as dark shelter that can block the induction of undead creatures, they can only struggle in this large sea of bones. However, this burial ground is not a good place. Not only does it give little experience in killing monsters, but it also doesn't drop anything. Basically, except for those undead mages who like to deal with bones, other professions stay away from it. Okay, if that's the case, then there is no problem, but how can we pass through the sea of bones? We can't squeeze in. The coordinates of the mission are inside the sea of bones, but there are tens of thousands of skeletons here. Air transport, I'll drop you down later, then there will be no problem. But we must get rid of all the undead warlocks. Okay, no problem. Dao Yudao obviously agreed with this plan and started to scout immediately. I saw 32 undead warlocks, how about yours? At this time, Shui Na took his eyes out of the telescope, rubbed his eyes and said. Same. Dao Yudao said, and glanced at Xiao Yu. After getting Xiao Yu's confirmation, the archer, Shui Na, and Dao Yudao immediately started to act. The magic of dark protection does not have much combat value. Its biggest function is to increase the dark aura of the recipient. At the same time, this magic will make those undead creatures with little consciousness unable to feel the living aura of the recipient. Generally speaking, in addition to the undead warlock profession itself not being very popular, in the currently known dark camp, only the lich profession and the blood race are truly dead and will not be attacked by undead monsters. Therefore, in the undead empire, there are many players who have been killed by undead creatures. With that layer of black halo, Dao Yudao's originally dark skin turned directly black. This Dao Yudao is not much different from the thieves in the dark camp. Xiaoyu, the monitoring above depends on you. Dao Yudao said as he disappeared into the void, and Shui Na was not slow either, and his body began to disappear. The speed of both of them was not slow when they came to the edge of the sea of bones, they immediately split up. In this vast sea of bones, Shui Na quickly found the first target. The profession of the necromancer has many abilities or skills to control undead creatures, which can prevent undead creatures from hurting them casually. However, these abilities are all limited by level, which makes many low-level necromancers dare not set foot here, and also saves Shui Na and others a lot of effort. This necromancer is constantly using the soul shackles to whip an obviously mutated skeleton knight, trying to torture the soul fire that is not strong. This is a skeleton knight with bone spurs and heavy armor. If those skeleton knights without armor are civilians, then this skeleton knight is definitely aristocratic. What makes the necromancer most excited is that this is a skeleton knight at the level of an ordinary monster. Relatively speaking, it is easy to control, but the mutated undead creatures are much stronger. However, just when the necromancer saw that the soul fire in the mutant skeleton knight's eye socket was about to stabilize, he suddenly heard a gust of wind and jumped forward instinctively, but in the end he still felt a chill on his neck, and then he lost consciousness. Looking at the body that was chopped off on the ground, Shui Na couldn't help but be more careful. Just now, this guy almost dodged at the last moment. For players, necromancers who dare to come alone have extremely strong strength. If they are not careful, they will definitely capsize in the ditch. Along the way, Shui Na and Dao Yudao harvested all the necromancers they could see at the fastest speed. In the end, before the magic of dark shelter was over, All 32 necromancers were completely eliminated. The reason why they can be so fast is that these necromancers are very confident in the environment here. Generally speaking, most players cannot survive in an environment surrounded by undead creatures. Although they knew the effect of the magic of dark protection, they did not expect that there would be thieves from the light camp who would use this magic to kill them. After eliminating all possible witnesses and Xiaoyu did not find any new necromancers coming, Shui Na and his team immediately started the airdrop operation. Shui Na directly pulled Dao Yiyu Dao up, and Dao Yiyu Dao was holding a space reinforcement column in his hand. As he was transported to the designated coordinates by Shui Na, he was immediately airdropped by Shui Na. The density of skeletons in the burial ground was very high, and Dao Yiyu Dao, who had not yet reached the ground, was soon submerged by a large number of skeletons. At this time, Shui Na also began to carefully use magic to reduce the number of skeletons around Dao Yiyu Dao. After finally setting up an ice column protective wall around Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Na began to dig a hole frantically. After repeating this 3 times, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao were exhausted. For them, digging a hole to bury something was not hard, but the hard work was not only to push away all the skeletons that squeezed in from Zhou Si, but also to work under extremely tense conditions. To complete this task without being discovered by hostile players, they still had a lot of mental pressure. Some people are coming, there are quite a lot of them, and they seem to be coming for you. At this time, Xiaoyu suddenly said in the team chat. Do you want to vent? Shui Na took out the magic cannon and glanced at Dao Yiyu Dao. Dao Yiyu Dao, whose leather armor was almost full of holes and whose face was covered with dust, nodded excitedly. When Shui Na's magic cannon flashed in this sea of bones, the experience points of Shui Na and the other 3 began to rise slowly. Chapter 869 The Lich King appears. In the following days, Shui Na, Dao Yiyu Dao and the other 3, as well as Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qing Chen who came from Taifeng, killed hundreds of people arrogantly along the border area of the Undead Empire. As their secret mission was carried out, the people on the side of the Undead Empire did not increase their pursuit of Shui Na and the others, because those who were the leaders knew that at the current level, hundreds of players could not defeat those guys. As for mobilizing all members to hunt them down, that was impossible, so they could only turn a blind eye and try not to pay attention. In fact, it was not that they did not want to kill people for equipment, but it was more difficult to kill them than to kill a high-level NPC. After hundreds of people died, those interested guilds or organizations gave up. However, what surprised Shui Na and the others was that among those who wanted to kill them, in addition to the people in the dark camp, there were also thieves from their own holy light camp, but their people had not yet taken action, and they were discovered by Xiaoyu Xiaobai. In response to the appearance of these guys, Shui Na could only put them on the blacklist of spies, and then used Taifeng and the Dark Dragon Guild to issue a wanted notice to the entire camp. However, Shui Na did not expect that her actions would eventually force those thieves to stop coming. Didn't go online. Afterwards, Shui Na could only say that the players hated spies so much that they chased and killed those people because of what he said. Hey, this ghost paradise is too disgusting. Dao Yiyu Dao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Now he finally knew why there were no necromancers in this ghost paradise. It turned out that even necromancers didn't dare to collect ghosts here. Okay, let's go. Shui Na took a look at the vengeful spirits that were still following there, and immediately flashed away. And Dao Yiyu Dao screamed and ran away. In the past 2 days, they killed people just to keep secrets, otherwise they wouldn't go to such a place to find people to kill. After all, there are more people in the war zone, but it's just more difficult. Are you okay? Seeing Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao coming out of the valley, Po Xiao asked immediately. All along, Po Xiao has always taken Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao as their leaders. Although Shui Na and the others did not call him the boss, they all knew that Po Xiao always regarded them as the boss. It's not that simple, just a few little ghosts. Dao Yiyu Dao naturally would not say that he was almost killed by ghosts in there. Let's go, if you don't leave, be careful that they will rush out and eat you. Shui Na said and really left. When Dao Yiyu Dao heard Shui Na say eat, he obviously shuddered. Alas, I should have let Po Xiao go earlier, but it seems that Po Xiao will also be attacked by undead monsters, but you are not. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at Po Xiao and then at Shui Na. Dawn has only the mark of the skeleton system. In fact, the influence of the necromancer on the undead is only to the level of zombies at most. The ghost system, which is higher than zombies, is not much affected. Otherwise, those necromancers would not give up the powerful ghost system and only use the skeleton system. Shui Na said while scaring away a ghost with holy light magic. Then you. I have the soul of a clone of the Lich King here. Although it is sealed, the breath of the Lich King is real, so they are either afraid of me or regard me as a companion and will not target me. Shui Na explained. Let's go. We may have to change places in the next few days. I just received a rumor that the people in the dark camp have found that their bone portal has problems. They may suspect us. We'd better change direction, otherwise it is easy to be ambushed. Shui Na thought about it and reminded them. Although he couldn't contact Daolang and others in the game, they could communicate with each other in reality. Although doing so makes Daolang feel like a spy, Daolang doesn't care. In his words, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And because the war between the two camps has slowly begun, the pattern of the dark world has changed again. When the players of the player camp began to shrink in their inherent territory, in fact, most of the players began to move to the side of the undead empire, which gave Daolang and his team a chance to turn the situation around. Okay, I'll go talk to Marshal Laken and see what they think. It took a full hour for the group to return to the nearest fortress from the mission site. These days, they spent a lot of time just looking for the coordinates. Fortunately, the reward for this mission is worth so much time. In order to make their work more efficient, Dao Yiu Dao bought several dozen return scrolls for all the fortresses on this fortress defense line. Just when Shui Na had just used the scroll to return to the fortress here, he was actually startled. A strong and short dark wave suddenly flashed in Shui Na's consciousness. Damn, the Lich King is going to act, you guys find a place to hide first. Shui Na looked at the northern high mountains hidden deep in the vast sea of clouds, hurriedly said a word to them and went into phantom stealth mode. What about you? Dao Yiu Dao chased a few steps and asked again in the team chat. His target is me, don't come over, I will lead him away. Shui Na knew that the induction just now should be launched by the Lich King to find him. Although during this period of time, he also tried to use the Book of Elements to sense the location of the Lich King, but he didn't have the courage to go to the depths of the Undead Empire to find the Lich King. However, the Lich King, who already had 3 artifacts and had obviously obtained part of the power of the Dark God, had no concerns in this regard. He was rushing towards Shui Na, very openly. As the distance between Shui Na and the Lich King became smaller and smaller, Shui Na could already feel the dark energy fluctuations of the Lich King's dark book. Although he could not see the Lich King's position, he knew that the Lich King had already set his sights on him. Just as Shui Na was rushing forward in the sky, a spider web-like crack suddenly appeared in the space a few hundred meters in front of him. Soon, the crack suddenly broke into pieces, revealing a black space. In this space, the figure of the Lich King walked out slowly but quickly. When he and the metal-armored dragon under his feet came out, this space immediately returned back to normal. The blue sky is still blue, the white clouds are still white. The process of tearing the space was very sudden and short, so short that it was almost a blink of an eye. Therefore, when Shui Na felt the danger ahead, he directly hit the metal-armored dragon of the Lich King. Shui Na, who was still confused about the situation, almost hit the huge metal dragon the moment he realized the danger. Shui Na was hit so hard that he was spinning around, and before he had time to see clearly what was so hard, the Lich King completely ignored the demeanor of a master and directly controlled the metal dragon to slap it. Although Shui Na had sensed the danger, he had no way to dodge it. With a bang, the elemental magic wand that Shui Na had just raised emitted a mountain-like force. Shui Na, who was pulled by this huge force, almost turned into a meteor and was directly slapped into the woods below. Seeing this, the Lich King immediately pulled up a disdainful and contemptuous smile on his lips, but his smile did not last for more than 2 seconds before it changed. Hey! The Lich King on the metal dragon suddenly looked at the place where Shui Na fell, and then quickly moved his sight to another direction. Under the control of the Lich King's consciousness, the metal dragon quickly chased in that direction. The Lich King on the metal dragon had a livid face and a furious look. He could not imagine that the mage in front of him actually had such a strong vitality. Not only did he completely withstand the full force of his metal ghost dragon, but he also wanted to escape under his nose. This was clearly a naked provocation, which seriously provoked the Lich King's face. Shui Na, who was in the woods, also knew that the Lich King in the sky was chasing him desperately, but he was not afraid now. In terms of flexibility, Shui Na was confident that he was much stronger than the Lich King in the sky. As for fighting the giant metal dragon, Shui Na had no idea at all. Just now, the slap of the metal dragon alone directly knocked off nearly 10,000 health points of Shui Nai, and this happened when Shui Nai blocked it with a magic wand. If Shui Nai hadn't blocked it with a magic wand at the last moment, Shui Nai would probably have become a corpse now. However, Shui Nai also knew that he would not have a next time, because the Lich King obviously underestimated the enemy this time, otherwise he would have thrown a dark magic at him, which he could not bear. Flying in the woods is much slower than flying in the sky, and there are many dangers. However, in this woods, the most dangerous Lich King above has no way to use this huge metal dragon to catch him. And his tearing space also cannot work, otherwise he will tear the space directly and rush in front of Shui Nai, then he will be finished. In this way, Shui Nai and the Lich King chased and fled, heading towards the interior of the human empire. On the other side, Dao Yiyu Dao, who had returned to Marshal Laken, immediately reported to him the situation of Shui Nai and the Lich King. Although they did not find the trace of the Lich King, they knew that Shui Nai was in big trouble just from the fact that Shui Nai's health suddenly disappeared by nearly 10,000 from the team panel. Marshal Laken, who heard Dao Yiyu Dao's report, took action immediately. However, for Dao Yiyu Dao and his team, Marshal Laken's actions were not something they could participate in. However, when they saw a large number of NPCs flying into the air, they could only pray for Shui Nai silently in their hearts. Looking at the suddenly brightened light in front, Shui Nai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unknowingly, Shui Nai had passed through this huge primeval forest and came to the open space outside. Shui Nai, who rushed out of the woods, immediately turned around in the open space and went in another direction. At the moment when Shui Nai turned, the phantom of the Lich King that had transformed into a magic wand suddenly flashed with a burst of black air, and then a black energy sword, with a burst of changing waves, shot straight at Shui Nai. The black energy sword almost brushed the solace of Shui Nai's feet, but when the energy sword touched the ground, a violent explosion occurred, and a ball of black almost enveloped Shui Nai in an instant. Phantom Sword. Shui Nai knew that this magic was a relatively special magic of the dark system. Although it was magic, it was the same as the magic wand weapon, a melee magic used by the mage. However, the most powerful ability of this phantom sword was that it could shoot straight out and explode. Shui Nai, who was hit by the dark energy, was seriously injured, but was not eroded by the dark energy of this magic, but felt very comfortable. Shui Nai rushed out of the black air without looking back, and continued to rush outside. It was unknown what species this giant metal dragon was, but its flying speed was almost as fast as a wind dragon. Although it was not flexible enough in turning, it was impossible for Mina to escape its clutches in a straight line. However, what reassured Mina was that this giant metal dragon had never used dragon breath, let alone magic. It seems that it has been transformed by the Lich King and turned into an undead creature that has lost the power of the dragon clan. This escape and attack continued for more than 10 minutes, and the Lich King with a flying dragon pet was almost invincible. However, for some reason, there were several times when the Lich King could have solved Shui Nai, but he never took action, instead letting his metal dragon hit Shui Nai hard and vomited blood. And he was on the dragon head, watching Shui Nai get up again with great appreciation and fleeing out again. After a few minutes, the Lich King suddenly looked up at the distance, where a small black dot was coming at a very fast speed. Humph, I originally wanted to play with you slowly, and die slowly, but now. After the Lich King finished speaking, the magic wand in his hand condensed a phantom sword again, and the tip of the sword directly hit Shui Nai's chest. At this time, Shui Nai no longer had the strength to escape. The successive serious injuries made his body weak. Don't you want the Book of Elements? Shui Nai suddenly said at this time. Want to delay? Don't think I will fall for you. I will extract your soul later. Then your body and the things on your body will naturally be mine. Haha, die. The Lich King said this and stopped talking nonsense. The phantom sword stabbed at Shui Nai almost instantly. Extract the soul? Could it be the players? Shui Nai's mind had not yet turned around, and the phantom sword in front of him had already stabbed in front of him. Shui Nai, who felt the sharp breath, did not dare to face death like ordinary people. Instead, he stared at the phantom sword that was shot out, watching the phantom sword slowly grow bigger and longer in front of his eyes. It just made him feel that it was long that the sword seemed to have not stabbed him. He looked down at Shui Nai, but suddenly saw a rough big hand appeared in front of his chest, and the index and middle fingers of this hand were holding the tip of the phantom sword. Then along the palm, arm, and all the way, Shui Nai saw a strange old man. The old man's hair had completely turned white, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were very deep, but his eyes were emitting bursts of light, not at all like the dullness of an old man. Not bad, you can hold on until we come over, you are quite strong. I don't know how the old man exerted his strength, but the phantom sword on his finger suddenly turned into a ball of black air and completely dissipated. Clapping his hands, the old man straightened his originally hunched waist, and his clothes began to move without wind, and a strong and sharp breath was emerging from his old body. Humph! The Lich King looked at the old man on the ground. Although he didn't know this person, he knew that this person must be a sword master level guy, otherwise it would be impossible for him to come in front of him without being discovered by his undead induction. Because only warriors who have reached the level of sword masters have the speed and strength to make their own undead induction ineffective. The Lich King also knew that now was not the time for him to fight with the Sword Saint, because he could already sense several powerful auras coming towards him. These were all strong magical auras, all from sage-level mages. Although the Lich King was proud of his 3 artifacts, he was not stupid enough to fight to the death with these saint-level old guys, so he wanted to start tearing the space and leave without thinking. Haha, want to run? It's not that easy. At this time, the old Sword Saint suddenly took a step back, and at the same time stomped his toes hard, stepping a stone pillar at his feet directly into the ground. And the Sharpied Mizuna knew that this thing was a space reinforcement pillar the moment the stone pillar disappeared. It seemed that this Sword Saint was well prepared. The space reinforcement pillar that had been activated soon alarmed the Lich King, who was about to tear the space. A strong man like the Lich King would naturally find that there was a strange wave coming from the space around him. This wave was not strong, but it had a strange energy, which actually dispelled the energy that was about to tear the space. Seeing this, the Lich King immediately controlled the metal dragon and flew upwards, and at the same time took out the Book of Darkness from the space ring. Leave here first, we may accidentally hurt you later. The old man took a look at Shui Nai and took off directly into the air. In his other hand, he held another space reinforcement column and chased the Lich King tightly, obviously not letting him tear the space again to escape. Seeing that the Sword Saint actually had a second stone pillar, the Lich King was almost angry and vomited blood, and at the same time, he became more determined to escape. The flying speed of the metal dragon was very fast, and the metal on its body was obviously not weak, but the Sword Saint ignored the metal dragon and all his attacks were directed at the Lich King. I saw an ice blue sword light, mixed with a burst of icy energy, rushing straight to the body of the Lich King and slashing fiercely. Chapter 870 Group Fighting the Lich King, Part 1. In the sky, the icy sword energy that spanned hundreds of meters of space attacked the Lich King in almost the next moment. But the sword energy failed to cut the Lich King. A black and simple shield was emitting a faint black gas, forming a black shield to protect the Lich King intact. The 2 different energies of the sword light and the dark shield were constantly fighting, bursting out with halos. It is true. The sword master with ice fighting spirit saw that his fighting spirit sword could not hurt the Lich King at all, but he was not surprised. It seemed that he had expected it. He saw his sword hand tremble, and the fighting spirit sword in his hand immediately shook out more than a dozen sword shadows, covering the Lich King and the magic armor ghost dragon. The Lich King, who was protected by the artifact of the Dark Shield, was not afraid of such a sword master, but what made his eyes jump was that the sword master was holding a strange stone pillar in his hand, which prevented him from using the magic of tearing space or even teleporting. And he also knew that with the speed of his magic armor ghost dragon, he could not compete with the sword master who was giving his all. However, the enemy's help from a distance had already arrived, and if he didn't leave now, there would be no time. Although the Lich King was unwilling, he had to think about himself. The Lich King waved his phantom, and a large number of black illusory heads flew out from the magic wand. If you look closely, you can see that these heads actually opened their mouths and screamed and rushed towards all the living things around. 100 ghosts devouring souls. Mina saw one of the illusory heads rushing towards him, and couldn't help but call out the name of this magic in horror. This is a very high-level undead magic. The most powerful ability of this magic is that it can ignore the defense of the attacker. What shocked Mina was that this magic was cast by the Lich King, and the power was not something Mina could bear now. Without thinking too much, Mina immediately gave up the idea of digging out the space reinforcement column and quickly shot out a series of holy light columns. Although the level of this holy light column is only the lowest level, it is now the only way for Mina to deal with the 100 ghosts. The holy light column, which is only the size of an arm, keeps hitting the head of the person who is flying closer and closer. Although the holy light energy keeps purifying the dark energy of the head, it still comes in front of Mina and bites Mina on the chest. Although its action is biting, it easily drills into Mina's body. After drilling into Mina's body, Mina only feels that something bites his chest, and his health value is directly lost by nearly 10,000 points. This kind of pain made him scream, and an evil ghost haunting effect appeared next to Mina's weak state. However, when the evil ghost haunted just came up, the dark seal on the back of Mina's left hand suddenly flashed, and the evil ghost haunted state directly turned into black smoke with a pop sound and disappeared. After using potions and magic to replenish his health points of only a few hundred points, Shui Na left immediately and stopped digging the space reinforcement column. Originally, Shui Na planned to dig out the space reinforcement column that had just been hit by the Sword Master, so as to use it to contain the Lich King. But he didn't expect that just the aftermath of the Lich King's magic almost killed him. This made him have to pay attention to the true strength of this person who became the spokesperson of the Dark God. At this time, the battle situation in the sky was not optimistic. The Ice Sword Master, who was entangled by hundreds of blackheads, had released the sword domain to resist the attack of the 100 ghosts with all his strength, but he had no extra strength to fight back. Every time a blackhead passed over the sword domain, the color of the sword domain would be weakened. Although it was very weak, under the continuous release of blackheads, the Sword Master really had no power to fight back, and could only constantly activate the sword domain in his body to block those blackheads. However, the Sword Saint did not do nothing. The space reinforcement column in his hand disappeared at some point and pierced into the belly of the demon-armored ghost dragon, making it impossible for the Lich King, who had already left the Sword Saint, to use the space tearing method to escape. This made the Lich King very angry, but he had no choice. He was reluctant to give up the demon-armored ghost dragon that he had transformed with great difficulty. However, he also had no extra means to remove the space reinforcement column, and the demon-armored ghost dragon could not reach it. While the Lich King continued to use the 100 Ghost Soul Devourer to suppress the Sword Saint, he also kept retreating, pulling the distance between them further and further. Just when the Lich King thought the distance was about the same, the demon-armored ghost dragon under his feet suddenly turned back and prepared to fly back with the Lich King. Haha, you come as you please, leave as you please, you really don't take the people of the human empire seriously. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind the Lich King, and at the same time, a sword light that was about to thunder appeared. Hey! The long sword with a trace of lightning did not pierce into the Lich King's body, but only caused the Lich King's body to shake slightly and was blocked outside by the dark shield, but the magic prepared by the Lich King was also interrupted. However, the new swordsman did not stop there. He stomped his right foot on the dragon's back, and the huge dragon suddenly fell down in the air as if struck by lightning. Where he stomped, a shallow pit as deep as 20 centimeters was left on the metal armor. However, the swordsman felt a little strange at this time, because he could not crush the metal armor with this kick. And through this kick, he also found that there was nothing under the metal armor, but there was a strong breath coming from it, which surprised him who did not understand the magic of the dead. He really couldn't figure out what was going on with this powerful creature below. Humph, bullying the weak with the many, I really don't take you seriously. The Lich King did not expect that although there was another swordsman hiding here, he appeared at this time. Looking at this swordsman who had obviously come a long time ago but had not taken action, the Lich King knew that he wanted to delay time no matter how arrogant he was. If he had found out that his opponent had 2 sword masters just now, he would have abandoned his magic armor ghost dragon and fled. But now, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Because Marshal Lacan came with another sage. There is no such thing as bullying the minority with the majority on the battlefield. Since you dare to provoke a war, you must have this awareness. Don't you think it's too frivolous to raise this question now? Marshal Lacan has been on the battlefield for so many years, so he naturally knows the role of morale. He knows that these people are all well-known people, and the most taboo is their reputation, and they are also most afraid of such provocations from the enemy. And if someone can't stand this kind of provocation and proposes a duel, then he knows that his plan today will definitely end in failure. In front of the people of the country, Lacan never cares about his reputation and face, because he is a marshal and can't let his soldiers make unnecessary sacrifices because of his own things. Indeed, you should save your provocation for your master. At this time, the other sage obviously knew what Lacan was thinking, and naturally would not let the Lich King's trick succeed. Humph, hypocritical. You so-called masters, all of you are the kind of people who say one thing and do another. Before the Lich King could finish his words, a huge bone dragon suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing this, the Lich King's eyes were stern, and the anger in his eyes was about to burn out. He knew what the little bug below was thinking, and he knew that he was in real trouble this time. Originally, he planned to use his ghost to block the two sword masters here, so even if he was injured, he could use the dark shield to rush out, but now the appearance of this bone dragon interrupted his plan. The Lich King did not hesitate much. He saw his magic wand pointed, and the magic armor ghost dragon under his feet rushed towards the two sword masters, and he immediately fled in the opposite direction. This change was completed almost in an instant, but the speed of the two sword masters was not for show. The moment the Lich King's heels just left the Metal World Dragon, they knew that the Lich King was going to escape. After that, the two chased after him at the same time, and saw an ice-blue sword light and a purple-blue sword light almost at the same time covering the Lich King, slowing down the Lich King's speed. "Leave this guy to me." Shui Nai suddenly paused after hearing the Lich King's words, and immediately knew that he was going to take action. So he didn't think much and let the bone dragon fly up directly. When he found that the magic armor ghost dragon rushed towards the two sword masters on the other side, Shui Nai immediately understood the Lich King's idea, so he saw the bone dragon quickly grab the magic armor ghost dragon that completely ignored him, and at the same time, the wings were retracted, and the huge weight made the entire magic armor ghost dragon fall down. The magic armor ghost dragon entangled by the bone dragon immediately rolled and fought with the bone dragon on the ground. With the loud bang of bang bang, the health of Shui Nai's bone dragon almost dropped sharply, while the magic armor ghost dragon wrapped in metal armor did not suffer much damage, and there were only a few scratches on the armor. The most troublesome thing is that once Shui Nai's magic touches the metal armor, it automatically turns into elements and dissipates, and does not cause any damage to the magic armor ghost dragon. In this regard, Shui Na can only control his bone dragon more carefully, punching and kicking the magic armor ghost dragon. On the other side, with the joint efforts of the two sword masters and the two sages, the Lich King is a little overwhelmed, and what makes the Lich King so angry that he vomits blood is that the Thunder Sword Master actually holds a space reinforcement column and flies around him from time to time, making it impossible for the Lich King to escape. And Lekin and another sage began to bombard the dark shield with magic one by one, constantly consuming the energy of the Lich King. The low-level magic released by the sage level, no matter how low-level it is, has extremely strong destructive power. However, what makes the Lich King feel the most chill is not the pressure from these four people. If they really want to fight, the Lich King with 3 artifacts will still have a chance to fight, and it is still unknown who will win. However, the Lich King knew that there were definitely more than just these 4 people to deal with him, and once a few more saint-level old monsters came, even if he had half a step into the god level, he would not be able to withstand this chariot battle. At that time, he would have no choice but to die. However, although these 4 people could not kill him, it was not a problem for them to stop him, especially since Marshal Lakin was an ice mage, and combined with the space reinforcement column, a prop that even the Lich King had a headache, the Lich King really became more and more angry. For this reason, the Lich King's hatred for Shui Nai became even deeper, almost engraved in his soul. If this guy had not deliberately lured him, he would not have gone deep into the enemy camp. If he had not stopped his magic armor ghost dragon, he would not have been surrounded by enemies. If this guy had not killed his clone, these people would basically not threaten him now. The reason why the Lich King was so embarrassed today was largely due to this tiny mage. However, on the other side, Shui Nai was not feeling well either. The magic armor on the demonic armor ghost dragon had an abnormally high physical and magic defense, and even his magic cannon had no effect. And the bone dragon's claws, which were only bones, were obviously no match for the armor made of many magic metals and top-grade metals. If it weren't for the bone dragon under Shui Nai's control pulling it desperately, it would have been summoned back by the Lich King long ago. But to be honest, if the Lich King could be defeated in this battle, Shui Nai would not hesitate to sacrifice this bone dragon. Controlling the bone dragon to climb onto the body of the demonic armor dragon again, the bone dragon's sharp teeth with cold light quickly aimed at the pair of metal wings made of unknown metal. The wings looked very soft, but Shui Nai, who had attacked several times in a row, found that even the bone dragon could not bite through it. Every time it bit down, the silver armor on it would flash silver light, and then the sharp teeth could not bite down. What troubled Shui Nai the most was that this magic armor dragon was obviously retained by the Lich King with its ferocity and wisdom. Without anyone's command, it would not only fight back, but also attack Shui Nai not far away, which was very different from the bone dragon in Shui Nai's hand. Flying to avoid the steel tail that was chopped down, Shui Nai wiped the sweat on his forehead, controlled the bone dragon again, and punched the mouth of the magic armor ghost dragon. With a bang, bone fragments flew everywhere. However, there was only a small pit on the armor of the magic armor ghost dragon, and a corner of the huge hand bone of the bone dragon was broken. At the same time, the ribs on its chest also received a punch, and it was almost knocked out. With a click, the ribs of the bone dragon that received a punch suddenly cracked, and then the whole bone fell to the ground. Now the bone dragon's health is only 20%. At this moment, Shui Nai suddenly heard footsteps coming from the woods behind him. Lao Fan, what's going on? Shui Nai, who had just turned around, immediately saw Dao Yiyu Dao. What else is going on? Neither side can help. Shui Nai said, and controlled the bone dragon to sweep it with its tail, directly knocking off more than 3,000 health points of the demon armor ghost dragon. I'll go help. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and took out the ice and fire dragons, intending to go up and fight. Don't go, look at its level first. It's a level 200 black boss, and it's a dragon clan, it can kill you with a slap. Shui Nai urgently pulled Dao Yiyu Dao's shoulder. This demon armor ghost dragon is basically not something they can deal with at the moment. If there is no bone dragon, I'm afraid Shui Nai wouldn't even dare to challenge it. Damn, level 200, what kind of Lich King can find such a subordinate? Dao Yiyu Dao could not see the information of this demon armor ghost dragon. After all, the level difference was so big, and there was no way to see it. At first, he thought that this demon armor ghost dragon was the same as Shui Nai's bone dragon, and it would not work without someone to control it, but when he saw the bone dragon's life value that was almost at the bottom, he knew that he had made a mistake. The Lich King is almost level 250, which is higher than the people on our side. Shui Nai looked at the 5 people fighting in the distance on the other side anxiously. With Shui Nai's insight, he could only see their level. Although the level could not explain everything, there was no doubt that the Lich King with 3 artifacts was not something they could face, otherwise the war would have ended long ago. No way. Dao Yiyu Dao changed color immediately after hearing this. Regardless of how Dao Yiyu Dao's face changed, the battle on the other side became more and more intense. The Lich King had already opened up his domain, and large areas of space were covered by black air. In this domain, no one dared to rush in, and the 2 sword masters could only continue to swing out pieces of sword energy to attack this domain. Laken and another sage had also opened up their own domains. Although they did not dare to include the Lich King in their domains, they only covered around him. However, the magic with domain bonus bombarded the dark domain one by one, as if to break the domain. Crack! Another crisp sound suddenly came from the side, which immediately awakened Shui Nai's attention. Looking back, Shui Nai found that his bone dragon did not have much time left. The bones of the whole body had spider web-like cracks, and the fragile ground had already collapsed. Seeing this, Shui Nai looked at the black air on the side of the Lich King, and he immediately understood that the Lich King used his domain to delay time. Although the domain strengthened by 3 artifacts has been bearing the fierce attacks of the 4 people, the effect of this attack is too weak due to the huge gap in equipment. As long as the magic armor ghost dragon is free, it is unknown whether the 4 of them can return unscathed, not to mention leaving the Lich King. However, the 4 of them could only trap the Lich King, and they had no time to deal with this demon-armored ghost dragon, which was more powerful than the ordinary saint level. While Shui Nai was thinking hard about a solution, he suddenly remembered the water scroll in his backpack, and then a bold idea came to his mind. Chapter 871, Group Fighting the Lich King, Part 2. The water scroll has 3 forbidden spells, namely the single forbidden spell Million-Pound Water Column, the group forbidden spell Tsunami and the auxiliary forbidden spell Calling Clouds and Summoning Rain. In the current situation, using the group forbidden spell Tsunami is undoubtedly asking for trouble, and the magic of Calling Clouds and Summoning Rain is only auxiliary and has no great effect. For this reason, when Shui Nai used the 10,000-pound water column, the surrounding water elements began to condense rapidly. With Shui Nai's current level as a mage, although it was still a bit difficult to use this forbidden spell that required at least the Grand Mage level to cast, under the effect of the water scroll, he quickly made up for the gap, and the huge magic circle in the sky was also taking shape quickly. The bone dragon fighting with the demon armor ghost dragon was about to be destroyed. None of its bones were intact, and the cracks made it look like it would break into pieces at any time. Although this bone dragon would never have a chance to revive once it was broken, Shui Nai didn't think about it at all. To be honest, this bone dragon is no longer of much use now. First, it can't see the light. Second, its combat effectiveness can't keep up with the development of the times. Now sacrificing it in exchange for the fall of the Lich King is a good deal, he thinks. However, Dao Yiyu Dao, who didn't know Shui Nai's thoughts, was very anxious. This bone dragon is the strongest pet he has ever seen. Although he knows that his three-headed hellhound or chaos dragon will grow up to be no worse than it, it will take a long time for them to grow up. For this reason, when he saw that the bone dragon had less than 2% of its health left, he wanted to ask Shui Nai to take it back. However, he also knew that Shui Nai's forbidden spell was condensing and he couldn't fail at this point. Now Dao Yiyu Dao can only hope that Shui Nai's forbidden spell can be cast down earlier so that the bone dragon can escape from the sea of suffering. However, the heaven obviously did not hear Dao Yiyu Dao's prayer, or ignored his wish. When the last bit of the bone dragon's health was slapped away by the magic armor ghost dragon, Shui Nai's forbidden spell fell at this time. This time, because Shui Nai has comprehended the two magical powers of the core of the element and the heart of the element, the power of this forbidden spell is much stronger than the last time. This time, the diameter of the water column released by Shui Nai was only 1 meter, which was the maximum he could control. Although the diameter was half of the last time, the power was more than doubled. The extremely fast water column, with the water pressure of thousands of pounds, shot down directly from the sky and hit the head of the demon armor ghost dragon fiercely. The moment the water column came into contact with the demon armor ghost dragon, the silver armor on its body immediately flashed with a halo of light. As soon as the halo appeared, Shui Nai's water column was immediately blocked, and the scattered water droplets or water flow immediately turned into deadly weapons, hitting the surrounding woods or rocks with holes. These water droplets driven by extremely fast kinetic energy have a lethality no less than bullets. Dao Yiyu Dao was obviously disappointed when he saw this scene, but he did not leave. Instead, he stood in front of Shui Nai and blocked the water droplets. However, Shui Nai was not disappointed. The most powerful thing about this forbidden spell is that it lasts for a long time, but the magic armor of the demonic armor ghost dragon has a fatal flaw, that is, it can only be immune to a certain amount of damage within a certain period of time. Once the amount of damage exceeds this amount, the magic armor will be useless. Under the forbidden spell, the halo emitted by the magic armor is getting weaker and weaker. Although this halo resists the early damage of the Wanjun water column, the huge pressure still acts directly on it. Even with the powerful physique of the dragon clan, there is no way to bear it. This forbidden spell is composed entirely of physical attacks. As the towering head of the magic armor ghost dragon lowered, the halo on the magic armor became weaker and weaker. Then, with a puff, this powerful water column actually shot directly through the head of the magic armor, and the water column penetrated the inside of the magic armor fiercely. After that, the water column easily penetrated through the abdomen of the magic armor ghost dragon, and then shot into the ground, leaving a pit of unknown depth. Hey, no damage came out. Dao Yiyu Dao just saw only 2 injuries, that is, the 200,000 damages that appeared when the water column penetrated the magic armor, but after entering the inside of the armor, nothing happened. And Shui Nai was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene, but he soon thought of the ghost dragon. Damn, retreat! When Shui Nai realized that there was nothing in this magic armor, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Just as Shui Nai thought, when he just put away the water scroll and was about to leave, a ball of black and grey mist suddenly emerged from the head of the huge magic armor that was pierced. This thing came out very quickly, and it almost came out of the magic armor in an instant. Damn, this is the real body. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw that the ghost dragon was roaring silently at them, he immediately turned around and ran away. Although the ghost dragon lost its magic armor and became much weaker, its level was at least 180, and this attack method that ignored defense was not something that Dao Yiyu Dao could bear now. Shui Nai looked back at the ghost dragon. As soon as the insight spell was cast, he found that the ghost dragon suddenly rushed towards the battle group in the distant sky and ignored Shui Nai and the others. However, at this time, 4 small black dots appeared in their east and south. Hey, it almost happened. This ghost dragon was actually strengthened by the Lich King. Shui Na looked at the information just fed back and knew that this ghost dragon had been strengthened by dark energy and was a level 200 red boss. Although it lost its magic armor and its strength dropped by 2 levels, the strength of this golden boss was not something they could face, and without the restraint of the armor, it became even more difficult. Fortunately, the reinforcements finally came. Dao Yiyu Dao's eyes were very sharp. As soon as he found these small black spots, he knew that they were the saint-level strongmen of the human empire who ambushed the Lich King. In order to deal with the Lich King who used forbidden spells wantonly, the human empire called all the active saint-level strongmen in the empire, and also borrowed several saint-level archers from the elves. As a great country, the handwriting of the human empire allows players to truly see what the style of a great country is. As soon as they started fighting, nearly 10 saint-level warriors came directly. Although they only had one goal, which was a bit embarrassing to say, the number of these warriors was there, and no one could doubt their strength. Don't be too happy too soon, the Lich King was also preparing a forbidden spell just now. Shui Nai looked at the battle group that was getting farther and farther away. Before he used the forbidden spell, he had already felt the pressure of the forbidden spell coming from the Lich King's domain. It was this pressure that made Shui Nai think of himself as having a forbidden spell, but he couldn't figure out why the 2 sword saints and 2 sages couldn't stop him from using the forbidden spell. However, Shui Nai didn't know that now they didn't dare to rush into the dark domain of the Lich King. On the contrary, the Lich King had no such worries at all. The domain or sword domain, for saint-level mages or warriors, is closely related to their own existence. Once the domain or sword domain is damaged in the battle, they will not be better off. At the least, their cultivation will regress and their bodies will be injured. At the worst, their cultivation will be completely lost, or even death. Bishop Ivan lost his life because his domain was severely damaged, but he lost the power he had cultivated for hundreds of years. However, in a battle of this magnitude, if one party does not use the power of the domain, then the battle is doomed. For this reason, although they all want to keep the Lich King, they dare not be too aggressive. The Lich King, who has 3 artifacts, is stronger than them. If they compete in the domain, they will definitely be injured in an instant, and their encirclement will not be able to trap the Lich King. Although the Lich King wants to include one of them in his domain and then use the powerful domain power to crush them to death, they are all elites who have cultivated for hundreds of years and naturally know what is right. For this reason, they basically will not compete with him in the domain, but just use their magic or fighting spirit to attack the Lich King's domain. In addition to constantly consuming the Lich King's power, the 2 sword masters used their fighting swords to continuously bombard the Lich King in the field, making him want to run away, but he could only strengthen his defense or dodge angrily. He wanted to escape but couldn't, and he wanted to fight but no one would fight him to the death. The Lich King was in a very furious mood. For this reason, he didn't care whether it was worthwhile to use the forbidden spell here, and whether it would consume his strength that he had finally recovered. However, what made him feel that he was about to explode with anger was that when he was halfway through preparing his forbidden spell, he actually found that his magic armor ghost dragon was broken by someone at this time, and the dark ghost dragon inside ran out. If the dark ghost dragon could run out earlier, he wouldn't have to use the forbidden spell, and he wouldn't have to be stuck like now. The forbidden spell is not like ordinary magic. You can release it when you want and stop it when you want. Once it is suddenly interrupted by someone while the forbidden spell is being cast, the accumulated energy will be backfired at the first time, which is no less than being hit by his own forbidden spell. When the 4 people found that the dark ghost dragon flew up, Marshal Lakin flew out immediately. Before the man arrived, the ice blue domain on his body had already begun to flicker. One after another, ice arrows with an extremely cold breath that could almost freeze steel to pieces were directly hidden on the dark ghost dragon from a distance of more than a kilometer. Under the attack of this holy sage, the dark ghost dragon immediately let out an invisible roar, and the health value above its head began to drop swishing. To be honest, the magic armor on the ghost dragon just now was a very troublesome existence even for the 4 of them. Because of the effect of the armor, even they could only use powerful magic to beat it. However, the higher the level of magic, the greater the consumption, and once they consume too much, they will not be able to compete with the Lich King. Although it is not too difficult to destroy this magic armor, the difficulty lies in that they have to trap the Lich King while dealing with this magic armor ghost dragon. Now, the Lich King, who was casting the forbidden spell, naturally had no time to think about escaping, so he came out to get rid of the dark ghost dragon, so as not to be disrupted by it at the last moment. However, when he started to fight with the dark ghost dragon at close range, he suddenly felt that the forbidden spell energy in the dark field was out of control, and soon turned into the most direct and violent energy storm, which began to rage from the Lich King to the surroundings. Lekan, who sensed that the Lich King had actually broken his forbidden spell, immediately knew that he had underestimated the Lich King's ruthlessness. In order not to be beaten by several sages, the Lich King resolutely gave up the half-finished forbidden spell, and the violent energy immediately turned into a storm, raging out from the dark field. The Lich King's dark field was almost broken into pieces in an instant, flying around, and the storm formed by the dark energy also rushed to the surroundings with this as the core. The range of its influence was so great that even several saint-level warriors dozens of meters away could not stand it. They had to move away to avoid the energy storm in the core area to prevent their domains from being eroded by the dark energy. Seeing the black cloud that spread nearly a kilometer in an instant, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were shocked, thinking that the Lich King's forbidden spell had been completed. Retreat. Dao Yiyu Dao carried a huge bone on the ground on his shoulder, and then ran in the opposite direction of the black cloud without looking back. Wait. Shui Nai had already discovered that there was something wrong with the black cloud, so he threw down the huge rib in his hand and concentrated on feeling the energy fluctuations in the distance. Don't run. No need to run, the forbidden spell was interrupted. Shui Nai looked at the black cloud in the distance that almost turned into a tornado, and at this time, the strong wind generated by the backlash of the forbidden spell also came over. The bone powder transformed by the bone dragon and the surrounding wood chips and dust flew all over the sky at this moment. Damn, so strong. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the trees around him that were almost broken in the strong wind, and if he didn't have the spider crawling skill, he would have been blown away long ago. This is the real power of the forbidden spell. What we players can learn is just some simplified versions, which are basically incomparable. Shui Na looked at the black cloud in the distance that had not yet dissipated. The dark energy contained in the black cloud was still radiating violently, but because they were far away from it, there was no effect. However, the four people closest to the Lich King were not feeling well. Although the Lich King's forbidden spell was not completed, the backlash energy could not be underestimated at the same time. In addition, this forbidden spell was strengthened by 3 artifacts and the dark field, and it had long exceeded the level used by ordinary sages. Although they didn't know what the Lich King was like inside, they all believed that he must be feeling bad. However, the dark energy storm disturbed the perception of the 2 sword masters, making them not know the situation in the black cloud at all, and they could only lock this space tightly not far away. With the help of the space reinforcement column, they were not worried about the Lich King's successful escape, and their reinforcements were almost here. As long as they worked harder, they could keep the Lich King away completely. However, at this moment, Marshal Laken, who was still fighting with the dark ghost dragon, suddenly felt a burst of extremely cold air coming from behind him, and at this moment, the dark ghost dragon in front suddenly launched a thunder-like attack on Marshal Laken. Be careful! At this moment, the 2 sword masters who had sensed the Lich King coming out of the energy storm core immediately rushed to rescue Marshal Laken. However, the distance between them was a bit far after all. Before they flew over, they saw a black spear piercing into Marshal Laken's frozen domain. Although the defensive effect of Marshal Laken's frozen domain is also one of the best in all domains, the power of the dark artifact is not comparable to the domain. The dark spear penetrated deeper and deeper. Marshal Laken has also pushed his fear domain to the maximum. The whole domain exudes an increasingly strong blue, but in this blue light, a hint of ominous red appears. At the beginning, in order to ensure that their domains can be maintained at the strongest level, the 4 of them did not extend their domains too much. Instead, they concentrated their energy to maximize the intensity and consumption. However, at this time, this area that almost only covered the surface of the body put Laken in danger. The 2 Duki swords that almost cut off the sky did not attack the dark spear when they found that the dark spear stabbed Marshal Laken. They did not dare to attack the dark spear, because once their Duki swords hit the dark spear, the vibration would definitely make Laken more injured. So the 2 Duki swords swept directly to the end of the dark spear. The 2 crossed Duki swords almost crushed the dark energy there, and even the space produced a trace of water ripples due to the strong energy collision. However, there was no trace of the Lich King there. There was only a dark spear shrouded in black air. Click! The 2 sword masters felt cold at the same time. He knew that the Lich King used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The 2 sword masters turned around and soon found that the other sage who was guarding in the distance was flying towards the northwest, and the magic wand in his hand was casting gorgeous but dangerous lightning magic, which hit the void not far away. Oh no! This distance! Finding that the Lich King was almost beyond the effective radius of the space reinforcement column, the Ice Sword Master immediately threw the space reinforcement column in his hand and kicked hard with his right foot covered by blue light. The space reinforcement column almost turned into a silver-grey stream of light, and shot rapidly towards the Lich King who had already appeared. Chapter 872 Group Fighting Lich King, Part 2. The space reinforcement column almost hit the energy shield of the Lich King's dark shield in an instant, causing the Lich King, who thought he was escaping from danger, to change his face. Although the space reinforcement column turned into dust the moment it came into contact with the space reinforcement column under such a fierce impact, the Lich King knew that another sword master was approaching at a very fast speed, and the dark energy he had just condensed was dispersed again. The extremely pale Lich King could only fly away. Now that his domain was broken, he was no longer as strong as before. If it weren't for the protection of the Dark Shield and the buffer of the Dark Book, he would have been destroyed by his own forbidden spell. The Thunder Sword Master who rushed to the front, with every sword carrying the power of thunder, fiercely chopped the Lich King's body. Even though the Lich King was protected by the Dark Shield, he was still beaten so hard that his blood was surging and he was almost knocked to the ground. However, what surprised him secretly was that with the current state of the Lich King, he could still hold on under such a blow from him. The strength of this Lich King was also unfathomable. However, he was not alone. The Lich King, who was blocked by the Ice Sword Saint and another sage, was soon caught up by the Ice Sword Saint and another sage. The magic and the sword of fighting spirit hit the Lich King almost at the same time. The Lich King, who had not flown far, could no longer bear it this time. He spit out a mouthful of black blood and fell forward. After finally flying a distance, the Lich King had to learn from Shui Nai's previous escape method and went directly into the woods below. When the Lich King got into the woods below with the help of the Thunder Sword Saint Slash, 3 new figures appeared at the same time where the Lich King got into the woods, and then those figures flew to the north at the same time. Watching the 6 Saint-level strongmen flying farther and farther, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao knew that their mission was over. As for Marshal Lakin and a bishop of the church not far away, they did not need to participate. After all, facing the Dark Ghost Dragon, their attacks were probably only in the single digits, and they would only be a burden if they went. After seeing that there was no danger around, Manayade Yudao immediately stepped up his actions and put the broken bones of the bone dragon into his backpack one by one. The ones that were too big to fit in were also cut into pieces by Dai Yudao with a dagger and then put into his backpack. The bones produced by the bone dragon carry extremely strong undead energy, which is the best material for the undead summoning of the undead by the necromancer, and is also the best energy source for the advancement of the bone seal of the dawn. As for the huge magic armor on the other side, although Shui Nai and the others were very jealous, they had no way to move it directly. After all, they could not move the magic armor that was more than 20 meters high and weighed several tons. When Shui Nai and the others were about to finish cleaning up, Marshal Lekin and the bishop had no interest in chasing the Lich King. After all, Marshal Lekin himself was injured. Although the injury was not serious, they could not act rashly when the domain was damaged. It was not that Marshal Lekin was afraid of death, but his identity was too special. If something unexpected happened, it would affect the morale of the front line. The 2 people who came to the top of this magic armor were very interested in it. Marshal Lekin even went into the hole to see what was inside. And Dao Yudao, who had just entered, knew that in this magic armor, a large number of magic arrays were engraved and a lot of gems were inlaid. The cost of this thing alone was an astronomical figure, not to mention the technology used on it. Marshal Shui Nai and Dao Yudao also came to the magic armor and showed their faces. However, Marshal Lakin didn't look too good now. The ice blue wizard robe on his chest had been stained red with blood, but his spirit was not bad, but his face was a little pale. Yes, you really did not disappoint the teacher's expectations. Marshal Lakin looked at the 2 of them with great satisfaction. Without the contributions of these 2 people, I am afraid that there would be no way to do anything to the Lich King today. This is what we should do. Dao Yudao responded immediately. By the way, the Lich King. Shui Nai was more worried about this problem. Don't worry, if they can't kill the Lich King, then it will be useless even if we try harder. Lakin has great confidence in the strength of the 6 of them. If even they can't kill the Lich King together, then no one in this world can really kill him. But, the body stealing technique. Don't worry, we have this. Lakin lifted his sleeves, revealing a white mark on the back of his left hand, and then said, although this mark cannot completely prevent the body stealing technique from being carried out, it can play a preventive role. That little time is enough for us to react. However, if the Lich King is really determined to escape, we have no way. In the short few minutes of fighting just now, Lakin knew that the Lich King was really strong. If he really wanted to escape, they could only stop him, but they could not stop him at all. Fortunately, the Lich King who destroyed his own domain probably no longer had the capital to fight guerrilla warfare. As long as there is no accident, they will win this battle. However, in this world, the most common thing is accidents. With the cooperation of 2 holy level mages, the magic armor of the demonic armor ghost dragon was sent back intact. After Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao joined Po Xiao and the others, they soon arrived at Marshal Laken's command camp. Shuinai had already known that the old wizard was coming. This time, he came to ask for the mission reward. However, when Shuinai followed the herald to the old wizard's room, he heard Marshal Laken's heavy sigh. The two looked at each other outside the door, and their faces were a little ugly. Could it be that the Lich King is not dead yet? Dao Yiyu Dao was most afraid of such an accident. This is impossible. If the 6 saint-level powerhouses could not eliminate the accident, then the Lich King would have solved them in turn, and there would be no need to escape, let alone destroy his own domain. Shuinai analyzed it and immediately denied Dao Yiyu Dao's idea. If this was the Lich King's blood plan, then Shuinai didn't know whether the Lich King was a brain-dead or a masochist. After all, self-destruction of the domain, such a thing is not something that a normal person would do. Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao did not say much in private chat. After all, the most direct way is to ask directly. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, and then the door was opened from the inside. Come in, come in. Marshal Laken had already known that there was someone outside, and through his induction of Shuinai's magic fluctuations, he could also know the identity of the visitor. The old wizard's room is very large, and there is a study and an inner room, but the layout here is not fancy at all, and all the decorations are very simple. However, Shuinai found that there are no less than a dozen magic circles in this room. If someone dares to break in, and the strength is not too strong, then I am afraid that before they can get in, they will be directly blasted into slag by these magic circles. Shuinai and the others all know that this is Marshal Laken's protection for the old wizard. To be honest, now the old wizard has no other self-protection ability except for the various props on his body. So all along, Fal has been by his side to protect him. Now the old wizard was sitting on a chair in the study, holding a cup of steaming hot tea in his hand, looking calm and at ease. There is a world of difference between him and Marshal Laken, who was frowning. Tell me. Do you have something to do with me? The old wizard asked quietly while holding a cup of tea. Shui Na was speechless at this time. If Marshal Laken was not here, he would have directly asked for the debt. And Shui Na also knew that the old wizard must have known his intention, but he didn't know what he was thinking. However, Shui Na's reaction was not slow. He knew that it was not reasonable to ask the old wizard for any task reward now, but he couldn't help but say it. It's like this. We want to know about the situation of the Lich King so that our president can arrange the next plan. The situation of the Lich King? We don't know about this either, because they haven't come back yet, but now we can't care about him. Alas, it's really one wave before another wave. Marshal Laken heard this and responded with a bitter face. At this time, Shui Na also found that Marshal Laken actually had a faint smell of herbs on his body, and his clothes on his chest were slightly bulging. Marshal, what worries you? Dao Yiyu Dao asked almost instinctively in the tone of accepting a task. Howard broke away from the control of our empire and now declared independence in his own holy city. A small part of the territory of the human empire is already under his control. Alas, as long as we take one more city, we can push this line of defense into the undead empire, but something went wrong at this juncture. Alas! Laken sighed. When Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao heard the news, they looked at each other, but they didn't receive any news. When did this happen? Shuinai also asked worriedly. I just received the news too. When we were ambushing the Lich King, Howard suddenly sent a whistle to the human empire, asking us to help them capture the blasphemer as the first new pope of the Holy Empire. Marshal Laken glanced at the old wizard and Shuinai, and his eyes clearly told them, you are his target. The Holy Empire? He won't become the emperor himself, will he? Shuinai saw that the old wizard had no big reaction at all, so he knew that he had already known the news. Well, he will temporarily serve as the first pope and the emperor at the same time. What is the reaction of the human empire? Dao Yiyu Dao had to ask. If this holy empire was really allowed to run rampant, they would be in trouble. We can't let him split our country intact, so our king asked us to go south directly after dealing with the Lich King, annihilate this rebel army, and give us a clean rear area. Marshal Laken said decisively, and his tone was full of anger and resentment. The opportunity to destroy the undead empire was right in front of them, but such a thing happened, which made all their military deployments go down the drain. The war on the side of the undead empire. Shui Nai was worried about this. If the frontline military strength here was empty because of Howard's affairs, then they, the players, would not be able to hold on. Without the support of NPC forces, players simply don't have the ability to gain a foothold on this front line. Let's maintain the current situation, but we are also unable to launch a counterattack. We can only maintain this balance. After annihilating Howard, we will make long-term plans. Lakin, don't underestimate Howard. Although his actions are indeed a bit of taking advantage of others' misfortunes and doing things by any means, since he dares to be an ambitious man, he naturally has that strength. Otherwise, his ambition would not have reached this point, so you must pull him to the level of your rival, otherwise, you may lose to him. This. Teacher, you are right, I underestimated the enemy. Lakin thought about it and began to recall his understanding of Howard scene by scene. As the old wizard said, this Howard is actually not simple. He can build the Holy Light City and the Holy Light Empire, and there are so many people supporting him. Just in this aspect, he is ashamed of himself. In fact, I am more worried about Howard's next move. The old wizard put down the teacup in his hand, and Shui Nai naturally picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and added hot tea for him and Lakin. You should know that after Howard left the Holy Light Church this time, he didn't actually bring many people with him. At least this little bit of people basically couldn't have the strength to build a country. But he not only did it, but also did it so openly, which didn't fit Howard's personality. There is only one reason for this, that is, he has power that does not come from the human empire, so he is not afraid of the counterattack of the human empire. The old wizard first moistened his mouth with hot tea, and then analyzed it quietly. Could it be a spokesperson? Just when everyone was quiet, Shui Nai suddenly thought of the Lich King. He knew that the reason why the Lich King dared to start a war was nothing more than that he was favored by the Dark God and had the powerful power to command the Dark Camp. If the Lich King hadn't obtained this power, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to start a war rashly. At least before, he had always it is to develop underground fighting, otherwise it will weaken the strength of the human empire. Quick reaction. The old wizard took a sip of tea after taking a look at Shui Nai, and then said, he did get the instructions from the God of Light. Although I don't know if he really became the spokesperson, there is one thing I can be sure of, that is, the God of Light is finally going to intervene. So, if we really fight with Howard and others, I am afraid we will not be able to withstand the attacks of both the Dark Camp and the God of Light at the same time. At that time, the old wizard stopped talking here, but everyone present knew that this result would probably be the failure of the human empire. Then what is your opinion, teacher? Lakin heard his teacher analyze the current situation so calmly, and knew that he must have his own plan. Now there is one thing that must be guaranteed, that is, the Lich King must die, and then we may ignore the affairs of the Undead Empire. After all, the territory of the Undead Empire is no longer suitable for us to use, and can only be ruled by the Undead. When the old wizard said this, his eyes were always focused on Lakin's face. As he thought, Marshal Lakin looked a little worse after hearing this, and his brows furrowed. Teacher, this may not be appropriate. Lakin looked at the old wizard and said with some confusion. The land of the Undead Empire originally belonged to the Human Empire, but because the Dark Forces sacrificed dozens of high-level necromancers in order to obtain this springboard, they polluted this land with darkness. From then on, the land of the Undead Empire, which originally belonged to humans, was lost. Since then, the Human Empire and the Undead Empire have been in a state of crossfire, and all the soldiers and marshals of the Human Empire are determined to recapture this land. Teacher, do you want Nabi and others to control the Undead Empire? However, Mina agreed with the old wizard's plan. He had been to the Undead Empire and knew some of the conditions there. As the old wizard said, it is not suitable for the creatures of the Holy Light Camp to survive there. The ubiquitous dark energy is constantly eroding the bodies of creatures without dark constitutions and constantly assimilating their souls, which is the origin of dark humans. Nabi? Teacher, you want to establish a pro-human empire of the undead, but this may not be easy. After all, the undead race has a feud with us, this. Lakin, you have not been to the undead empire, so you don't know that not everyone there is willing to raise a knife against our human race. There are many people who just want to maintain their current lives, but if we really force them into a desperate situation, then they can only be enemies with us in order to protect themselves. Although the old wizard has not been to the Undead Empire for a long time, with his previous experience, he knows that the people in the Undead Empire are not of one mind. At least he did not encounter any obstacles in the undead empire because of this. Instead, he made a group of friends who are fighting for magic all their lives. While the old wizard persuaded Marshal Lakin to speak a few words for Nabi in front of the human emperor, Shui Na, and the others also began to discuss their plans in private chat. Originally, they just came here to get the task rewards, but they didn't expect to get so much information that had not been announced yet, which was more valuable than any reward. However, this kind of information was a bit useless for these two idle players, but Tai Feng and the unscrupulous profiteers behind them could magnify the value of this information by thousands and thousands. Okay, I'll try. Marshal Lakin naturally thought that once this plan succeeded, the benefits would be much better than occupying it with his own people, but he had always been fighting for the recovery of the undead empire as his mission, and now he listened to his teacher's opinion, but did not agree to recover it by force, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he acted listless. Chapter 873 Demons and Angels. It has been 10 days since the day when the 8 saint-level strong men went to hunt down the Lich King together. In a small fortress, a group of players were looking at the scattered undead creatures below, and began to repeat the action for who knows how many times. In a corner of the wall of this fortress, Shui Nai, Wu Yangyan's Hang, and Tai Feng were sitting there, looking at the morning light in the distance. So, the Lich King was beaten up by 6 people and didn't die? This guy is a little lucky. Wu Yangyan's Hang was somewhat surprised after listening to Shui Nai's experience for the first time. For now, only Shui Nai, Dao Yudao, and a few people who are familiar with him know that the Lich King was beaten up by 8 saint-level strong men. As for others, they don't care much about this elusive Lich King. On the 3rd day of this incident, Marshal Lakin began to lead his troops back to the court to find Howard's bad luck. Although this move puzzled many players, it did not prevent them from going to the battlefield to kill people and complete tasks. After all, as long as the missions on this battlefield do not disappear, the players will naturally not disappear. However, the missions also began to focus on defense, and the previous raids or siege missions disappeared. However, as most of the supplies and personnel were transferred away, many quartermasters on this line of defense began to close one by one. Without the support of these quartermasters, the players' lives here began to go downhill. On this battlefield, the most valuable thing is experience. As long as the players can work hard and have good strength, they can often get a lot of experience on this battlefield. However, this experience can only be implemented on the premise of sufficient supplies. Otherwise, without supplies, the loss of medicines and the maintenance of equipment alone will give most players a headache. There are as many as 500,000 players on this line of defense. The limited medicines and other supplies provided free of charge by the Empire every day not only save players a lot of money, but also allow some players with poor equipment to transform themselves and upgrade their equipment by several levels. However, all this, since Marshal Lakin left with his men, these quartermasters disappeared from the players' eyes. Now they have to solve this problem by themselves, but such a large gap in supplies is not so easy to solve. Not to mention other supplies, the medicine alone can give many players a headache. As their level rises, the opponents they face also improve a lot. The small doses of medicines in the past basically can't keep up with the development of the times. But the number of high-level medicines itself cannot be too much, and players have to start from the most basic herb collection to prepare these medicines. As we all know, the higher the level of the medicine, the more precious the materials used in its formula, and the longer it takes to refine. Of course, the level of the pharmacist profession must also be raised. The unscrupulous profiteers and the people of the 2 guilds of Taifeng, who had learned the news in advance, began to purchase all medicines and things related to medicines in large quantities during this period. The amount of this acquisition was so large that even the unscrupulous profiteers and Taifeng could not afford it. In order to control this market, Taifeng later notified several closely related guilds such as Duijodega in a subtle way. After thinking for a while, Shui Nai also sent a message to Yu Huang, asking them to get involved. Although the people around did not know what these people were thinking, at this time, the happiest people were naturally the players who bought medicines, and they sold all the medicines in their hands one by one. Although these guys also wanted to raise the price of these medicines, none of these crazy acquisition guilds were stupid. As long as the price exceeded the usual level, they would give up. This method of buying low and selling high was very familiar to these speculators, and naturally they would not let their interests suffer losses. This wave of acquisitions ended quickly, because a few days later, Marshal Lakin led nearly 100,000 emperors and marched south, but did not leave any information to the players. This made many players unclear about what happened. Some people also thought that Marshal Laken's deployment of troops was a bit strange, so they followed him all the way south. However, most people still chose to stay, and almost all the larger guilds stayed. For their teams of tens of thousands of people, once they moved, the cost would be so high that even they could not afford it. If this deployment was just to lure the enemy away from the mountain, they would have suffered a great loss. At the beginning, most players had a certain amount of spare medicine in their backpacks, but as time went on, they suddenly found that the medicine they had originally had in their backpacks was running out. For professions like mages that consume magic power almost every second, without magic power replenishment, they would be completely useless. Without the magic support and main attack of the mage, most teams could not leave the city gate at all, let alone face the tide of undead. Without medicine, players could not carry out their daily activities at all. At this time, after a unified discussion, several large guilds that had previously frantically purchased medicines also began to sell the medicines in their hands in batches. And they were not greedy, and these medicines only slightly increased the price by 10%. Although this 10% profit sounds a bit small. But during this period of time, they bought all the medicines for sale around here, and even the few pharmacies here were almost emptied of their warehouses, and there was no way to get any more goods in a short period of time. The daily consumption of 200,000 players, this gap is so large that it is basically not something that ordinary players or pharmacies can make up. Although many players are also very backbone and refuse to accept this disgusting speculative product, when they went through great pains to get medicines from the Empire, they found that this behavior not only did not save them much money, but also lost a lot of transmission fees. And more players, in order to save trouble, directly take goods from these unscrupulous profiteers. Anyway, for them, the 10% difference is still laughable. Although it was a bit painful to be ripped off for no reason, it was better than dying in a cowardly state when suddenly finding out that you had no medicine during the battle. At the same time, the unscrupulous profiteers did not stop there. They transferred the pharmacists in their guilds to the front line one by one, and then set up camp and produced medicines directly. During this period, the happiest people were the life players who made medicine as their main job. The unified price and stable market made these life players also benefited a lot. However, the benefits obtained by these idle lone players could not be compared with those life players with guild backgrounds. Without worrying about materials and selling them by themselves, they could produce wholeheartedly and create a lot of benefits for themselves. 10% net profit may not be of much value to these guilds. Take Tai Feng's guild for example. Although they invested nearly 5 million gold coins, they only got a net profit of 1 million at most. However, there were many points to be shared, but not much was actually received. However, their only advantage was that they had successfully raised the price of the medicine. And for large guilds with their own production staff, this was a great business opportunity. The only thing that made them feel unhappy was that they had no way to monopolize the market, and many forces that had already reacted also began to enter the medicine market. During this period, the one who benefited the most was naturally Wu Yang, a pure businessman. Although his income from medicine was not too high, the impact of Emperor's departure was not only in medicine, but also in equipment and other materials. He also got a lot of benefits. In addition, Wu Yang's guild itself was composed of pure life players, and its production capacity was simply not comparable to other guilds. Now the guild of the unscrupulous profiteer directly controls nearly a quarter of the supply of materials for this defense line. The daily income makes him smile all day long. No one will complain about this extra income, and no one will let go of such a market. By the way, Shui Nai, do you think we should intervene in the affairs of the Holy Empire? At this time, the unscrupulous profiteer asked Shui Nai beside him, and Tai Feng on the side immediately pricked up his ears. Since Shui Nai knew that the Lich King was seriously injured and was on his last breath, but was rescued by the demon army, he had no scruples and instead joined the people of Tai Feng's guild. Now the Undead Empire is also splitting up like the Human Empire. However, this split was formed under the control of the old wizard. After a period of lurking and close combat, Nabi not only raised his strength to the level of the Lich King, but also rescued many strong men who had been persecuted by the Lich King to help. These strong men were all people who had been framed or suppressed because they disobeyed the Lich King. They all knew that the Lich King's character would not let go of any of these former enemies once he was in power. For this reason, they could only take the initiative under Nabi's persuasion for themselves and for the future of the Undead Empire. The old wizard's arrangement made the people of the Dark Camp unable to launch a large-scale war. Every day, except for the undead refreshed by the system, no NPCs were found to join the battle on the border. But at the same time, the battlefield missions on the side of the undead empire are still there, so players still appear on the battlefield frequently. Don't pay attention to this muddy water. There are crocodiles and sharks in this water. Be careful not to be bitten by others without even a bone left. Shui Na knew that the unscrupulous profiteers wanted to fish in the muddy water, but if they were all big guys like crocodiles and sharks, it would not be something that players could chew. It's not that dangerous. The unscrupulous profiteers were also a little puzzled. However, this is not to blame the unscrupulous profiteers for their ignorance, because now, except for the Holy Empire that was just spread from Shuinai and Dao Yiyu, no player knows what the Holy Empire is, let alone the situation inside. For this point, Shuinai has to say that Howard's confidentiality measures are very good. From the establishment of the Holy Light City to the establishment of the Holy Empire, all of them are his own people, and they don't use any outsiders like players. Instead, they use various excuses to control them to do the most basic work, and basically no news is revealed. Didn't I tell you about the Demon Legion before? The old wizard now suspects that the Angel Legion belonging to the God of Light has also taken action. If this is really the case, then the Holy Light City is now the most terrifying dragon's den and tiger's lair, and one will die if he goes there. Damn, are you kidding? A Demon Legion came, and now an Angel Legion. Although the unscrupulous profiteer said so, he also understood what Shuinai meant. If this is true, then if we use the average strength of the demon army above level 150 as the standard to measure the angel army, then the current players are really going to die. At present, the highest level player is Shuinai, but he is only level 138, and this is the premise that he uses magic cannons to harvest experience on the battlefield every day. However, even Shuinai, facing the information about the Demon Legion spit out from the old wizard, he has no choice but to die. Because the individual combat power of the Demon Legion is very strong. Not only does it have the ability to fly and extremely strong physical attack power, but it also has a very high magical talent. The strength of the Angel Legion, which is as famous as this, is naturally not much lower. Where there is light, there is darkness. They cannot exist alone. If you are here, once you encounter those creatures of the Demon Legion, we suggest you leave directly and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Shuinai looked at Tai Feng and reminded him. Then, what does the Demon Legion look like? We can't scout a level 180 monster. Tai Feng thought of this. However, Shuinai could only shake his head, because no player had ever seen any Demon Legion, and Shuinai's source of information was only known from the old wizard. I only know that their bodies are black and red, they have bat-like wings, and they have physiques that are no less than dragons. As for the rest, I don't know. This is what Shuinai learned from the old wizard. Hehe, this seems to be easy to recognize, but I don't quite understand why the Lich King has such a powerful army, but he doesn't use it. He can injure 6 saint-level powerhouses. With this fighting power, he should have solved this line of defense long ago. Tai Feng was also a little suspicious. Because from the old wizard, he also knew that the 6 saint-level powerhouses sent out this time not only failed to complete the task and solve the Lich King, but also came back with color one by one, and one sage even had his domain damaged and was seriously injured. The problem of quantity? Maybe the number of this army is not large, and it can't be consumed. And as the subordinates of the Dark God, they are probably not something that the Lich King can command. In addition, coming down from a high-level world like Hell, it seems that they will be affected by this world, and their strength will be weakened to a certain extent. Although Shuinai's analysis is reasonable, the real reason that restricts the actions of the demon army is that their personnel are not all there. In order to avoid being defeated one by the strong men of this world, they naturally had to act in a group. Okay, I don't care about this problem. As long as we are doing business, it doesn't matter if we are with angels and demons. The unscrupulous profiteer said, patted his butt and got up. Okay, we have to do the mission too. At this time, Shuinai and Tai Feng also got up, because they had seen Dao Yiyu Dao and Po Xiao pulling an ordinary wooden cart over. Then I'll leave first, see you next time. The unscrupulous profiteer jumped down from the parapet, walked towards the teleportation array without looking back, and then went directly back to the main city nearby. Leaving so soon, and you still plan to make some money? Dao Yiyu Dao said with some regret after watching the unscrupulous profiteer disappear in the teleportation array. He was very envious of the space equipment on the unscrupulous profiteer. We have to go. If we don't leave now, we won't have enough time. Shui Na looked at the wooden cart behind the nightmare warhorse of dawn. Although the things in the cart were covered by grey canvas, Shui Na knew that the space reinforcement column was placed inside. Although Marshal Lakin and his men had already evacuated, this space isolation zone was still under construction. However, the amount of work on this isolation zone was too large. At present, even if they went all out, they had only completed less than 1/5. Then you should be careful and come back early. Tai Feng watched the group get enough medicine from Shui Na's backpack, so he didn't keep them any longer. Don't worry, unless we encounter the demon army, otherwise, we are not afraid of anyone. Dao Yudao said confidently, and waved the ice and fire double dragons in his hand. As the commander of this fortress, Tai Feng could not leave casually, so he could only watch them leave the fortress step by step. This is the reward for their twin dragon guild's bravery on the battlefield. As long as the big guilds on this battlefield do not give up and go all out, they can basically get the temporary management rights of a fortress. By the way, Lao Fan, just now your teacher asked you to go to him after completing today's task. It seems that your reward is in sight. Dao Yudao, who walked half a kilometer away, suddenly said this to Shui Nai. I understand. Shui Nai nodded. After so long, the old wizard's reward was finally transformed. Since the old wizard got the magic armor of the demonic armor ghost dragon, he directly took back Shui Nai's new elemental battle suit, which made Shui Nai, who had only worn it for less than 5 minutes, very puzzled. However, when he heard that he was going to apply the magic technology of this magic armor to this new elemental battle suit, Shui Nai nodded immediately. However, Shui Nai did not expect that this change would take nearly 10 days. Chapter 874 Encountering Undead Bandits. Along the way, Shui Nai and the other 6 people followed the borderline and slowly went deeper into the undead empire. Although, they encountered many undead creatures, but they did not encounter any dark players. When they finished arranging these 10 space reinforcement pillars, the time was almost up. Hey, it seems that we have to leave the fortress of Taifeng tomorrow. Qun Lixu glanced at the map. Now they are in the scope of another fortress. Which guild is responsible for the fortress next to it? Shui Na looked at Qun Lixu and asked. Well, this Lamia fortress seems to be a branch guild of the Dark Dragon Guild. Qun Lixu thought about it. Since outsiders did not know how many branches of the Dark Dragon Guild there were, Qun Lixu was not sure. Oh, then let's go back to Lamia first. We will gather there at the same time tomorrow. Shui Na said, and asked Dao Yudao to distribute the return scroll to everyone. When the 6 white lights disappeared, Shui Nai and the others returned to the Lamia fortress. After that, everyone temporarily parted ways towards where they were going. Xiaoyu, you go back first. I'm going to find the person in charge here. Shui Nai took a look at the map of the fortress and quickly found his target. Yet, watching Xiaoyu disappear in the teleportation array, Shui Nai also walked towards the center of the fortress. However, before he walked out too deep, Yu Huang, who had received the message, came over. When the guild's level developed to level 5, the scale of the guild not only became much stronger, but also the guild's buildings were greatly improved. One of the buildings allows guilds to form alliances with each other, which means that players from each alliance guild can teleport freely, and no longer have to use their own guild's teleportation array as before. And Yu Huang, after receiving the message, immediately used this function to teleport directly from his own guild. After the two met, they only talked a few words and then dispersed. In fact, Shui Nai's goal was just to let the people of the Dark Dragon Guild know that he would be doing tasks here for a period of time. After all, although the feud with the Dark Dragon Guild was almost resolved, it was still necessary to avoid the possibility of making enemies again. On the other hand, Yu Huang and his team made a lot of money by borrowing the information that Shui Nai informed them in advance last time, so their upper-level prejudice against Shui Nai was much less. In addition, with the help of Yu Huang, they quickly reached a consensus and put aside their respective prejudices. However, in the conversation with Yu Huang, Shui Nai still got some bad news, such as the God of War and the former Cotter-level players of the former Bushido Guild, who were in this Lamia Guild. Although these guys are allies of the Dark Dragon Guild, Shenlong and those senior staff have begun to want to give up on them. There are racial and national reasons, but more of them are that these Japanese players are too arrogant. If it weren't for the fear of being accused of breaking the bridge, Shenlong would probably have driven away this group of Japanese lunatics long ago. After returning to the main city where the old wizard was, Shui Nai went to find the old wizard as soon as possible. Before the people arrived, Shui Nai had already seen the 3 mighty dragons in the garden of the old wizard's house. A few days ago, at the request of the old wizard, Tai Feng and the other 3 left their dragon pets here. Although they didn't know the old wizard's plan, they all knew that the old wizard's doing this would only benefit them, not harm them, so they were all very happy to leave them here. Here we come. The old wizard quickly discovered Shui Nai's whereabouts, and Hui Er on the side also flew over. However, when Shui Nai saw Hui Er, who was almost 4 meters tall, rushing over, he didn't dare to stand there anymore, and dodged in an instant. Although Hui Er is only level 65 now, his body is no longer the size that Shui Nai could hold in his arms like before. However, Hui Er's body is the smallest among the 3 dragons. Tai Feng's Chi Huo is the largest, a whole head taller than Hui Er, but he is only 2 levels higher than Hui Er. As for the Ice Chi of Dawn, since it is not a flying dragon, it cannot be compared in height, but only in length, but it is also much taller than Hui Er. Hey, I'm scared to death. Shui Nai stood beside the old wizard, looking at the collapsed ground not far away, and said with a headache. The collapsed ground was where Shui Nai was standing just now. Although Hui Er was the smallest, that was from the perspective of the dragon clan. If it was from the perspective of the player, even 10 Shui Nai could not compare. Haha, it shows that you have a good relationship. The old wizard looked at the excited Hui Er. He knew how much he missed his apprentice in the past few days. Let them play in this huge courtyard by themselves. Shui Nai and the old wizard went directly into the mansion inside. Now the old wizard no longer lives in the small room before. Since Laken left, he directly let his teacher live in his idle mansion here, and arranged for PEO Pilithi staff protected him. Your stuff is on the table, take a look. The old mage pointed to the table in the hall, and he went to make tea. Seeing the old mage turn around and go to the tea room, Shui Na immediately increased his speed to the maximum and rushed over. In front of Shui Na, a whole set of equipment for mages was placed there one by one. Each piece of equipment has its own color. Although it looks very fancy, Shui Na knows that this is the most suitable equipment for him. However, when Shui Na took off the old gloves on his hands and just touched the pair of red gloves, he found that he couldn't equip them. Looking down, Shui Na immediately found out from the many attributes of the gloves that this was a pair of guys that could only be equipped at level 150. What's going on? Shui Na said hatefully in his heart. Before the transformation, Shui Na could obviously wear it on his body. At that time, the new elemental battle suit was only a level 100 dark gold suit. Why did this suit become a level 150 dark gold suit after these few days? And you have to be promoted to a great mage to wear it, isn't this life-threatening? Mizuna was greatly stimulated, and immediately checked all the equipment on the desktop, only to find that all the suits here were level 150. Although this attribute is much stronger than before, Mizuna's disappointment is still indescribable. Because, even with Mizuna's upgrade speed, if he wants to grow to level 150, it will probably take half a month, and he has to complete the promotion task of the Great Mage, which will probably take a lot of time. However, Mizuna is short of equipment now. Since Mizuna didn't go to the dungeon during this period, and didn't go to the boss, he basically had no source of equipment. As for the general equipment, it was either unsuitable or not as good as his own equipment, so he could only put his hopes on the old mage. If a suit cannot be equipped, then naturally it cannot obtain the properties of the suit. Although Mina knows that the properties of this suit cannot be low, this makes Mina even more itchy. Oh, forget it, wait. Mina put away the suit on the table and could only wait. After leaving the old wizard, Mina glanced at the time and was about to go offline again. After saying hello to Huer and the others, Mina put the set of armor that the old wizard gave him before leaving into his backpack. This armor is a test version of the magic armor of the demon armor ghost dragon. Although the technology has not been studied very thoroughly, it should not be underestimated. It's just that this thing is not suitable for mages. However, after listening to the old wizard's explanation, Mina also knew that the technology of the magic armor of the demon armor ghost dragon is more suitable for use on armor, while the cloth robe of the wizard is more troublesome. In order to make the cloth robe also have this effect, the old wizard had to add a lot of high-level materials for transformation, which also made this equipment must reach the level of a great wizard to control, otherwise it would be strongly backlashed. No way. This set is really given to me. After listening to Shui Nai's explanation, Tai Feng took another look at the armor on his body and didn't know how to make a decision. The level of the test item sent by the old wizard is not high, it can be used at level 100, but its level is also not high, it is just purple. The attributes of this purple set are not too high, at most it is a little better than ordinary gold equipment, but it is still weaker than his own. What makes Tai Feng unable to let go is the set attribute of this set. The set attribute of this set is very strong. It actually has the powerful damage immunity ability of the magic armor Ghost Dragon. It can be immune to points of damage every 30 seconds. Coupled with Tai Feng's own defense, basically there are only a few people who can hurt him. However, this set of magic armor test version is a full body armor. Once it is used, Tai Feng's legendary gloves will not be usable, and the attack power and other attributes will drop several levels. For Tai Feng, this kind of equipment that can be beaten, he doesn't like it very much, but the effect of this damage-free makes him hesitate. The speed of equipment replacement for warriors is far slower than that of other professions, so ordinary warriors will not change equipment during the battle until the last moment. It's up to you. If you don't like it, you can give it to others. However, this equipment cannot be repaired. When it is about to break, just return it to me. This test task must follow this process. Shui Na ignored the expression on Tai Feng's face. To be honest, this damage-free attribute is very useful for all professions. However, due to the special nature of cloth and leather armor, it is difficult to develop this attribute. As for Mina's magic soul suit, it is made entirely of high-level materials. However, with the old wizard's collection, it is only enough to transform Mina into one set. If there is more, even the old wizard would feel a little sad. As for this test version, it was tried out by the old wizard using low-level materials. Although it can perfectly show the properties of this magic armor, the effect on him is. So, damn, I almost forgot that this is just a beta version. Okay, I want this thing. Tai Feng only then remembered that this thing is just a beta version, and there must be better ones later. By the way, Shui Nai, are you free now? Do you want us to form a team and go to the Undead Empire for a walk? Tai Feng suddenly proposed at this time. How many people? If there are many people, then don't look for me. Shui Nai frowned and said. Although this kind of thing is an obligation for Shui Nai, the honorary president. But in an event with 100 people, Shui Nai used a full 500,000 magic power and swept almost all the undead refresh points that could be found on the border of the Undead Empire in one day. However, at the end of the summary, Shui Nai found that he only got less than 5% of the experience. Since then, Shui Nai no longer dared to team up with Tai Feng and other guys to level up. This kind of life and death fight, in the end, what he got was completely disproportionate. Even Shui Nai, who rarely calculated the benefits, couldn't stand it. Not many, just about 10. They are all elites of the guild, and they won't hold you back. Tai Feng also knew that the more people there were in this kind of level circling activity, the worse the effect, so he didn't dare to waste Shui Nai's time. Okay, now. Shui Nai glanced at the time. It was only less than 10 minutes. As for the function of Shui Nai's space reinforcement column, anything can only be received during the day, so he is currently in free state. At this time, Shui Nai would find a quiet skill training ground with Xiaoyu and practice skills together until dawn. Okay, I'll call someone now. Seeing Shui Nai nodded, Tai Feng naturally went to call someone happily. Shui Nai, who was on the side, said something to Xiaoyu and didn't bother her anymore. However, listening to Xiaoyu's calm tone, there was no blame for Shui Nai. Shui Nai had met the people Tai Feng had called over. They were all very promising members of the Twin Dragon Guild, and their levels and strengths were good. Including Tai Feng and Qian Lixu, the remaining 8 players were 3 mages, 3 thieves, 1 priest, and 1 warrior. And this warrior was a dragon player like Tai Feng. Ever since Tai Feng took over as the leader of the dragon tribe, he had always wanted to build a strong dragon army. Although they did find out the secret to becoming a dragon, because the blood of the dragon was too difficult to obtain, he only completed 2 dragons. These guys were all level 110 players, among which Tai Feng, the warrior who always rushed to the front, had the highest level, reaching level 115. The destination we are going to this time is a burial ground where skeleton knights are refreshed. Although the risk factor is relatively high, as long as everyone is careful, I believe we can overcome it. The more dangerous the place, the higher the benefits. Watching Tai Feng and his men in the dark tank, avoiding the difficult refresh points with ease, Shui Nai knew that they might have worn out this road a long time ago. For large guilds like them, the choice of leveling points is a compulsory course. We are almost there. The burial ground is in the valley ahead, with a total area of about 10 square kilometers. We usually only move around on the periphery. However, this time, we should be able to take a look inside. Tai Feng pointed to the mountains and valleys not far away in the dark night. There are several good leveling points in this mountain range. If this was not the territory of the dark camp, Tai Feng and his men would have sent people to occupy it long ago. Stop! At this time, Shui Nai paused suddenly, and his body shook and disappeared. There is something going on ahead. Upon hearing this, Tai Feng and his men found a suitable place to hide almost instantly. At this moment, several thieves went into stealth mode and moved forward, while several warriors leaned against several rocks, holding their breath. As for the remaining mages and priests, they squatted behind several warriors and listened carefully to the movements around them. What's going on? Tai Feng suddenly asked at this time. Nothing. Several thieves walking in the front said with some doubts. These thieves have seen Shui Nai's strength, but the darkness in front of them is completely different from what they imagined. Shui Nai, what did you find just now? Tai Feng asked in the team chat. When Shui Nai shouted that there was a situation, he disappeared, and Tai Feng naturally knew that he had rushed to the front. Someone was spying on me just now, but I found him. Everyone, be careful. It might be a dark thief. Shui Na looked at the surrounding environment. Although there was a bright moon in the night sky, the woods were shadowy. The combat power of a thief could be magnified almost exponentially. Even Shui Na had to be careful. Axio, use the Holy Eye. When Tai Feng heard that there was a thief, he immediately moved closer to Qun Lixu and other mages, and asked Qun Lixu to use the Holy Light skills. After that, Qun Lixu paused with her magic wand, and her eyes were suddenly covered with 2 white lights. With the addition of this white light, the surrounding dark environment almost became as bright as day in an instant, and all invisible creatures appeared in this glance. Qun Lixu opened her pair of shining eyes and soon found the lurking creatures around. It's the undead thieves from the dark camp, there are 5. Hey, they found us, everyone should be careful. Qun Lixu's pair of eyes like torches were soon discovered by these undead thieves. Although these guys reacted quickly, Qun Lixu's reaction was not slow either. She raised her hand and shot out a holy light column, forcing out an undead thief. At the same time, she waved her magic wand and marked another thief with a holy light mark. Finally, when the holy eye was about to disappear, Qun Lixu indicated the approximate locations of the other 3 thieves for her own thieves. Seeing the 2 Dao Yiyu Dao being forced out of their bodies, Tai Feng and other warriors did not dare to move, so the mages and priests immediately launched attacks. The 5 undead thieves did not expect that their prey actually possessed the rare skill of the Holy Eye, and this mistake made them return to the resurrection point to repent. Chapter 875 Annihilation. The undead thief is a common hidden profession in the dark camp. Like the Lich and the Blood clan, they must die before they can complete the job transfer. The undead thief, a profession with undead physique, has a stronger ability to lurk. Ordinary search skills may not be able to do anything to them. At the same time, they are poisonous and can produce undead toxins every time they attack. However, since they are undead physiques, the skills of the Holy Light system have great lethality to them. So when Qun Lixu activated the Holy Eye, these thief players with strong undead energy had no place to hide. Undead creatures, their defense and vitality are not to be feared at all, but the reason why they are lurking here makes Tai Feng have to pay attention. Where is Shui Nai? At this time, Tai Feng found Shui Nai was not here. I'm in the valley, there are many dark players fighting bosses there. Shui Nai had already run into the valley at this time. When he saw the thieves guarding here, Shui Nai immediately thought that there might be something inside, so he went in without saying a word. How many people are there? Tai Feng asked. He also had such an idea after seeing the undead thieves here. At least 100 people, but they can't move for the time being. There are many undead creatures guarding outside. If they don't solve the boss, they may be attacked from both sides. Shui Nai looked at the dark camp players who had already run into the valley. Although their identities could not be seen clearly in this dim environment, the skill light effect and the boss's roar could let people know a lot of information. Haha, this is a good opportunity. When Tai Feng heard that they were fighting the boss, he immediately wanted to do a mantis catching a cicada. Can you confirm who it is? A team of more than 100 people, ordinary small guilds cannot come up with it. After all, although this valley is on the border, it is very high level. However, if the level is not high, Taifeng will not focus on this. Combined with the fact that the level of these thieves guarding outside has exceeded level 100, it can be inferred that the strength of the players inside will only be higher. I can't see it. They are at least 100 meters away from the entrance of the valley. There are many skeleton knights in it. Do you want me to go in? Shui Na looked at the entrance of the valley, where nearly 1,000 skeleton knights surrounded it tightly. And looking at the team formation of those guys inside, whether it is a warrior or a mage, it is very complete. It seems that they should use other methods to bypass these skeleton knights and get in directly. Wait, let's go there first. Someone has to guard the entrance of the valley, otherwise it will be troublesome if one of them gets away. Taifeng said as he covered the mage and walked towards the entrance of the valley. What's going on inside? Taifeng looked at the valley that was 10 meters in size. They had obviously seen the strong skill light effect inside. They have taken precautions. I suggest you stay outside and I will rush in to destroy them. Kill them first and then carry out our activities. For Shui Na, these skeleton knights, who were numerous but difficult to deal with, were not difficult at all. Okay, we'll stay outside. Taifeng also knew that once they walked inside, they would probably be killed by these skeleton knights in the first place. As for letting Shui Na deal with these skeleton knights first, that was impossible. Otherwise, once the dark camp players inside had a chance to come out, with only a dozen of them, they might not even be able to fill their teeth. Okay, then you guys be careful. I'm afraid they have people outside. Don't let them trick you. Mina looked at the surrounding environment. However, this place that has been eroded by dark energy gives thieves extremely strong survival ability. Now only Qunligzu's sacred eye has the possibility to discover the enemy, and the others can only be discovered by letting them reveal their flaws. This time, Shui Na did not use his flying skill, after all, that ability was too conspicuous, so he directly launched the earth escape skill, and the whole person rushed into the mountain wall on one side and disappeared soon. And Shui Na's ability is still very new to the 10 people outside. Boss, is Boss Fanfiction really a player? A mage looked at his player map and found that Shui Na's cursor was moving at a great speed in the rock wall. This, I can only say that he is too lucky to even get this skill. It really makes people feel powerless. Taifeng knocked on the place where Shui Na disappeared, and the hard feeling made Taifeng feel a little painful. Shui Na, who has this ability, is completely invincible, and this also gives him the strength to go deep into the deepest part of this world. Everyone, please be careful. There may be more thieves around here. Although the number is unlikely to be too large, we can't let it capsize in the gutter. Taifeng looked at the surrounding environment. To be honest, the environment of this valley really doesn't need to send out too many thieves to scout. Just the nearly 1,000 skeleton knights guarding the entrance of the valley can make most teams return empty-handed. Although it is said that with the current strength of the players, there is no problem in killing these 1,000 skeleton knights, it just takes a little more time and medicine, but the skeleton knights here are not much oil and water. Killing them is just suicide, and the cost-effectiveness cannot be compared with the warcraft in other places. For this reason, except for some undead warlocks who think they are powerful, others stay away, fearing to waste time and medicine. I'm here. They are from Longtian's Dark Temple. There are more than 150 people. They have discovered you. You'd better guard against the thieves in front. Shui Na was hiding in the rocks, with only half of his face exposed. However, due to the lack of light here and the black air emanating from the ground, no one could discover Shui Na's terrifying reconnaissance method. Received, but can you handle it? After hearing that these people were from the Dark Temple Guild, Taifeng and the members around him immediately looked a little ugly. Although Longtian's Dark Temple Guild rarely appeared on the front line of the border, their strength was much stronger than Taifeng's Twin Dragon Guild. After all, the Dark Temple Guild had developed from the beginning of the game, and the foundation inside was only high, not low. It's not a direct confrontation, it's not easy to cause damage. Shui Na didn't have much worry. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he and Longtian had fought, and it was always this President Longtian who suffered. Then be careful, hey, someone is coming, Axu. At this time, Taifeng suddenly found that there was a sudden distortion in the void in front of him, which was a flaw when the stealth thief walked quickly. Although the black air in this place can greatly enhance the stealth ability of thieves, their stealth is only invisible, but their bodies still exist. As long as they accidentally generate strong wind pressure when moving, the black air will be their death warrant. There is also one over there. At this time, another dragon warrior also discovered it quickly. For these powerful dragon warriors, such subtle changes can't be hidden from their extremely sensitive senses. Fight, Knight, Ghost Blade, you are responsible for our backs, don't let the thieves come over, and the others will conduct crossfire attacks. Taifeng and other melee players guarded the mages and priests tightly inside the mountain wall. As long as they guard the periphery, no one can hurt these weak cloth professions. After all, players with earth escape skills can't walk all over the ground like cabbages. And when the magic light effect flashed at the entrance of the valley, changes began to appear inside. When Long Tian received the news that there were players from the Holy Light camp outside, he knew that this mission would be a bit troublesome. Although he thought so, he was still very confident about the natural barrier of thousands of skeleton knights outside. However, for safety reasons, he decided to summon his 7-colored magic spider. Until now, he didn't know that Shui Nai was among these people this time, otherwise he would have given up the mission and left directly, and would not have completed his important mission here with a fluke mentality. Seeing Long Tian leave his position, Shui Nai immediately focused all his attention on him. For Shui Nai, if he wanted to encircle and annihilate them, the best way was to get rid of Long Tian first, so that he could not summon his own 7-colored magic spider. So when he saw Long Tian suddenly take out his ring and enter the chanting state, Shui Nai immediately took action. Shui Nai stood from the mountain wall and stood directly in the shadow of the mountain wall. At the same time, a faint red light suddenly appeared in the magic wand in his hand. After in less than 3 seconds of chanting, Shui Nai's elemental magic wand shot out a huge fireball. With the appearance of the explosive impact, almost everyone's attention was attracted. When Long Tian found that danger was approaching, he immediately gave up the summoning that was about to be completed, and jumped lightly, barely avoiding Shui Nai's explosive impact. However, Shui Nai's attack was not limited to this one. I saw a string of red birds coming out of Shui Nai's magic wand, turning into a red glow in the sky, almost covering the surrounding space of more than 10 square meters. At the same time, Shui Nai's magic wand paused, and the explosive impact that had already flown behind Long Tian suddenly exploded violently. With a boom, the surrounding gravel and air were lifted up by the shock wave generated by the explosion, turning into a radiating circular air wave. At the same time, those players who were unable to dodge were also hit by the flames or gravel, and red damage values appeared on the heads of more than a dozen people around them at the same time. Some of the more seriously injured ones have already groaned. Long Tian, who was not careful for a moment, barely managed to stabilize his body in the explosive air wave, but the elemental bird in front of him had already come. The attack range of Shui Nai's elemental bird was very large, which left Long Tian no chance to dodge, and he had to defend with all his strength. For Long Tian, Shui Nai's magic was not unfamiliar to him. With powerful magic damage and various bonus states, Shui Nai's magic could not be underestimated. Long Tian had a deep understanding of this. So, at this moment, seeing that the birds were about to come in front of him, he squatted down directly, and at the same time, a bone shield in his hand moved forward to block the exploding bird in advance. Boom boom! When the first elemental bird was detonated, the flames and air waves generated immediately detonated a group of birds around it. At this time, Long Tian, who was squatting down, shrank his body. Although the violent air wave was strong, it could not do anything to him. Long Tian still stood there steadily. However, those birds that escaped the net caused great trouble to the group of mages behind Long Tian. The explosion effect of the explosive bird not only has extremely strong lethality, but also can stun people. Although this stun effect is not too strong, for weak mages, it is probably impossible to be immune to it. At least 10 mages were interrupted by this wave of attacks. However, this was only the first wave of Shui Nai. When Shui Nai's second and third waves came, Long Tian, who was still in the flames, just saw the new birds coming, and there was only despair in his eyes. Although he had developed his greatest potential in the first wave, he was still directly beaten down by 1/10 of his blood, but this was mainly due to the fact that the attacks were too scattered. However, the attacks were too scattered, which made him dare not act rashly. Now the second wave of explosive birds is concentrated attack, and he is the point of concentration. Although Long Tian was not stunned by the stun effect of the explosive bird, the interval between the two waves of elemental birds from Shui Nai was less than half a second. Even if Long Tian's reaction was fast, he could not really react. Just when he rushed out of the flames caused by the first wave, the second wave of explosive birds had already gathered. Once the explosive birds entered the flames, they were immediately like ignited gunpowder, and more than a dozen explosive birds were detonated at the same time. Boom! With a neat sound, Long Tian's body, which had not yet left, was once again engulfed by the flames, and the resulting shock wave also blew Long Tian away the moment the flames engulfed Long Tian, and he fell far to the ground. The elemental magic wand moved slightly, and the fourth wave of explosive birds immediately flew out with Long Tian's current position as the target. Boss! Long Tian, who was hit by the air wave generated by the simultaneous close-range explosion of more than a dozen explosive birds, immediately entered a dizzy state. Although he wanted to get up, he was still a step too late. The fourth wave of explosive birds pierced into Long Tian's body 2 seconds after the third wave of explosive birds exploded. In the fierce explosion, a white light was clearly visible. Seeing Long Tian disappear directly in the flames, none of Long Tian's men reacted except Shui Nai. If it weren't for the guild prompt of the system saying that their captain and president was killed, they probably wouldn't believe that in just a few seconds, their powerful president didn't even have a chance to fight back, and was beaten to death by a mage. However, Shui Nai did not feel complacent because he killed the president of a big guild. Instead, he took advantage of the time when these guys were stunned and shot out explosive birds again. Looking at these burning hot magics flying in front of them, all the attacks felt their bodies cold. Boom boom! After more than a dozen consecutive explosions, a group of mages standing at the back fell directly in batches. On the ground. Their most typical boss fighting formation immediately became the most failed formation under Shui Nai's surprise attack. After eliminating nearly half of the mage players here, Shui Nai did not stay any longer, and directly flew into the sky using the flying technique, while dodging several bone arrows. Looking at Shui Nai, who was replenishing magic in the air, the players on the ground gnashed their teeth in hatred. If these people's eyes could really turn into sharp knives, then Shui Nai would probably have been cut into atoms by them now. After Shui Nai's trick, their boss fighting action this time completely failed. Although no warriors on the front line have died. However, due to the heavy casualties of the undead warlocks in the back, the undead creatures that were originally cannon fodder on the front line directly lost control, and some were broken into pieces, and some died. And this incident also made those warriors who were originally responsible for overall safety face the anger of this boss directly. Shui Nai in the sky, watching this skeleton Night King, which is 3 times the size of an ordinary skeleton knight, knocking down the surrounding undead creatures or players one by one. He knew that as long as he could get rid of the thieves here, he would have no worries. When he came to the top of the skeleton knights at the entrance, Shui Nai directly smashed down a dozen explosive bombs, which immediately angered the surrounding skeleton knights. Under Shui Nai's guidance, this group of hundreds of skeleton knights soon came to the players of the Dark Camp. Looking at this group of fierce skeleton knights, all the players of the Dark Temple turned pale. Although several undead warlocks had already launched the magic of controlling the undead, they planned to shock these undead first so that the people behind could react. But these hundreds of skeleton knights were not something they could control at all, and at this time, there was a wizard in the sky who was eyeing them. Damn it, Fanfiction, we're not done with you. Although a necromancer was not attacked by the skeleton knight, the skeleton knight did not change the attack route because of his presence. With a bang, the necromancer, who was already very weak, almost turned into white light under the collision of the charge. As the safe space opened up by the players was filled with these skeleton knights, the space available for the thieves to move became smaller. Combined with the special effect of chain lightning, Shui Nai almost solved the thieves around without much effort. As for the rest, Qian Lixu could only solve them. Chapter 876 Ruins in the Valley. Under the joint attack of the violent skeleton Night King boss and Shui Nai, a player whose attack power was not much less than that of the boss, Long Tian's team, which was sandwiched like a sandwich, basically gave up resurrection. Under the attack of Mina's elemental bird, there is basically no one who can stand up to it. This abnormal and evil damage value almost makes all players give up resistance. Although the single lethality of the elemental bird is not too strong, the continuous offensive makes the enemy helpless. Especially against those warriors with low magic defense, they cannot be immune to some magic damage like those magician-level mages. In addition to using their health points to support them, they can only dodge. However, in this situation where there are monsters all around, as long as they dodge, they will be targeted by monsters. Mina in the sky, however, has no concerns about this aspect at all. As long as he is careful not to be hit by bows and arrows and magic, there will be no problem. As for those who dare to fly into the sky and compete with Mina for air supremacy, they will die faster. When it was estimated that there were no more living people around, Mina dared to take out the magic cannon. When Shui Nai picked up the magic cannon, the magic power consumption of flying increased exponentially almost in an instant. He aimed the magic cannon that was almost fully charged at the entrance of the valley, and then pulled the trigger hard, and a bright beam of light swept directly over. All the skeleton knights covered by the magic beam of light were converted into experience points in an instant, and they turned into ashes. This is Shui Nai's upgrade method. All the undead creatures that are the most difficult and annoying in the eyes of players are almost his fastest source of experience. Tai Feng and his group, who had already flashed far away, looked at the dazzling beam of light in front of them and felt the experience slot slowly growing, and they were naturally the happiest in their hearts. Although these undead creatures do not have much experience, they are more numerous and refresh faster. Even if they clean up all the skeleton knights here, they will often be filled up again in just 2 or 3 days. If Shui Nai hadn't had a mission and couldn't spare more time, Tai Feng would have taken him to visit the bone burial grounds or cemeteries around the border. When the skeleton knights at the entrance were cleared out with one shot, Shui Nai suddenly found a few unfriendly white lights rising in the beam of light. At first glance, he knew that these were several undead thieves lurking there. Although he didn't know why Long Tian and his men came here, he knew that Long Tian had big plans when he saw that they had brought the most powerful elite members of his guild here. However, Shui Nai and his men didn't have any ideas about this mission belonging to the Undead Empire, and as long as it was the enemy's action, they would destroy it. After opening this passage, Tai Feng and his men immediately came in. During this period, Qian Lixu also carefully used the holy eye to look at all the places around the valley where enemies might be lurking. After confirming that all the enemies were dead, Qian Lixu and another priest immediately used the purification skills to purify the corpses on the ground. When his body was purified and could no longer stay, Long Tian's soul could only stare fiercely at Shui Nai on the other side. The anger and resentment in his eyes that were almost overwhelming were chilling, but now Long Tian was in a soul state, and Shui Nai didn't even have the chance to discover him, let alone see this look. Cooperating with Tai Feng and another dragon warrior, Shui Nai used magic cannons and shot ice elemental birds at the same time, and almost single-handedly took down the skeleton Night King. The 2 warriors, who were prepared for the unexpected, hit the skeleton Night King with axes or swords in boredom. The completely uncontrollable hatred made Tai Feng and his team do their best to attack the skeleton Night King. Teaming up with Shui Nai is a complete torture for those who are a little conceited, because when he attacks with all his strength, you can't show your strength at all. This kind of battle where you have to go around others makes some people feel uncomfortable, and even worse, they will be hurt internally because of it. However, this time, none of the people Tai Feng found were so conceited that they thought the earth was turning for him. In fact, there is no such person in his guild at all. After all, such a person is a troublemaker who is very good at causing trouble. No matter how powerful he is, Tai Feng dare not want him. By the way, Tai Feng, have you ever found a boss here before? After dealing with this skeleton Night Queen, Shui Nai and the others cleaned up the things that this boss exploded, and everyone took a short break. However, what made Shui Nai feel a little strange was that this skeleton Night King actually exploded a grey-white bone fragment with a faint pale halo. This is a bone fragment with profound and complex runes, but it was divided into several parts. With the thing in his hand, Shui Nai can basically confirm that this bone fragment is a fragment of a magic circle. And this bone fragment also has a very suitable name, the unknown key. This key is obviously a prop for a task, but this task is obviously not the kind of task that is only for one person, otherwise it would not appear in Shui Nai's hands. Hasn't it reached this point yet? I also heard from our Yes that yesterday I found a valley here that is very good and can be used for leveling, so I came here. Tai Feng pointed to Yes on the side. Yet Se is a wind elf thief from the elf clan, and has a strong ability to survive. However, Yet Se, who was pointed out by Tai Feng, felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, only people like Shui Nai can kill the undead creatures here as leveling monsters. Others may not even want to take a look and leave. Yet Se was a little afraid that Shui Nai would misunderstand him, thinking that he was using Shui Nai to level up. He admired Shui Nai very much. A mage is so strong that all thieves can't do anything about it. At the same time, the places where he has left are much wider than those of thieves. This makes many thieves like Yet Se admire him a little. This place is good. The density of monsters is almost the largest I have ever seen. However, it is a bit unreasonable to use a red boss to guard the door at the outermost edge. I am afraid that there are some relics or something like that, and these bosses are guardians or something like that. Shuai looked at the valley deep in the darkness. The valley was very deep, so deep that it made people feel a little incredible. There is such a large valley on the border, but it is unknown to the NPCs of the Holy Light Camp. This is a bit unreasonable. What surprised him even more was that there was no mark of this valley in his map of the Undead Empire, because there was only a continuous mountain range there. So Shuai thought of the ruins at the first time, and only the ruins could be so powerful. Ruins. When Tai Feng heard this, his eyes almost instantly flashed two green lights. In the game world, every ruin, even if it has been destroyed, has a considerable value. Take the dwarf camp that Shuai discovered before. Although it is very dilapidated, the Foundation has made those life players who study architecture excited until now. Once the ruins are discovered by a guild, it can often make their own guild upgrade several levels in an instant. Don't be too happy too soon. This relic has obviously just been opened to the outermost layer, which means that all the mechanisms of this relic are normal. Moreover, there is a dark temple guarding behind us. Once they follow us, we will also be in trouble. Shuai's words were like a basin of ice water, which quickly extinguished Tai Feng's fiery enthusiasm. Shuai was not interested in why this relic suddenly appeared and why the people of the Dark Temple were here. Anyway, they not only entered this place now, but also drove away the guys of the Dark Temple, so he could only focus on the deepest part of this valley to find the possible relics. Shuai, let's go, we will pass through here as quickly as possible, and then we will grab all the keys here and make the people of the Dark Temple cry to death. Tai Feng pondered for a moment and stood up immediately. The importance of a relic to the guild is no less than a complete fortress, which cannot be bought with money. However, Shuai knew that if there were any relics here, Tai Feng would definitely be among those who would cry to death. Because Shuai knew that even if the relics of the Dark Camp fell into the hands of the Holy Light Camp, at most they would only disgust the people of the Dark Camp. As for herself, she would probably have to worry about those garbage. Garbage is the word used to describe all the things of the Dark Camp for the people of the Holy Light Camp. If there were no NPCs who would buy such things at a low price to study them, they would probably have no value. In addition to destroying them, they would only find a place to throw them away and wait for the system to refresh. In the Blackbone Fortress closest to the valley, Long Tian and his party were making the final preparations. Nearly 1,000 players gathered, and this was a very unusual deployment of troops, because among these people, nearly half were thief players. Although the level of the thieves here is very large, ranging from level 50 to level 120, these 500 thieves definitely put a lot of pressure on people. So many people attacking with crossbows can nail the strongest warrior player in the world to death. Hatred is an emotion that can easily make people lose their minds. Although everyone knows it, there are very few people who can do without hatred. Especially for players like Long Tian who are high up, a small misunderstanding can magnify this hatred to countless times, not to mention Shuai's targeted killing. For the president of a top guild, the team he led was actually wiped out by a player. Even if this player is called a boss-level existence in the two major camps, it still cannot make Long Tian not hate. The greater source of hatred is the true value of this valley. As Shuai thought, this valley is the only passage to a relic. It took a lot of time and energy. Long Tian started from the day he got the treasure map. After a long investigation, he finally found the real location of this relic. After spending a lot of money and benefits, a high-level NPC hidden in the mountains broke the protective magic circle of this valley. Just when they were about to take action, they didn't expect Shuai and others to appear in this valley. This relic is of vital importance to the Dark Temple, because this relic is the tomb of the Undead King, one of the founders of the Undead Empire. This is the founder of the Undead Empire. If such a fertile land can be split in the Holy Light Camp, then the things left by this king cannot be measured by money. However, now this relic that originally belonged to Long Tian was taken away in such a rough way. How can this not make Long Tian and the members who have paid a lot furious? Now they don't care about any confidentiality. Anyway, this time they either kill Shuai or let others laugh to death. If they don't fight again, then their Dark Temple Guild will have no dignity to speak of. With this mentality, they all ran towards the valley with bloodshot eyes, as if they had taken gunpowder and stimulants. At this time, all the big guilds in the Undead Empire of the Dark Camp had received such news from spies, so a temporary team followed Long Tian's Dark Temple Guild and rushed to the valley. Damn, Shui Nai, this time we seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. After receiving the news from his intelligence personnel, Tai Feng immediately told the news. Now there are at least nearly 10,000 players coming towards this side outside, and it is said that there are no less than this number of players gathering behind. The people in the Holy Light camp who also received the news seemed to want to come and get involved, so now this place has become a place of attention for all players. Then we have to speed up, and you mages should be careful. Shui Nai looked up. He glanced at the bright starry sky in the sky. This is a starry sky created by unknown magic. Because of the dark sky of the Undead Empire, the starry sky has long disappeared. Basically, only the light of the moon has the opportunity to pierce the darkness and shine slightly on this dark land. However, it is this false starry sky that makes it impossible for people to find this valley from high altitude. However, Long Tian, who is outside, has a different view of this starry sky. In order to allow his men to intercept Shui Nai and others as quickly as possible, Long Tian plans to directly airdrop his thieves. Long Tian, who already knows the specific entrance coordinates and the environment of this valley, made a slight calculation and directly let several thieves jump off the colorful spider. However, when these thieves hit the fake mountain below, several lightning flashes suddenly flashed from the mountain. Seeing the electric light, Long Tian's pupils shrank almost instantly, but the ferocious expression on his face became more and more intense, completely destroying this handsome face. All the players who came into contact with this false mountain were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant, and they turned into white light and died without even screaming. The smell of burnt meat that drifted up made the people on the seven-colored magic spider look at each other in cold sweat. Let's go to the entrance. Long Tian looked at the charred corpses below and said with gritted teeth. Fortunately, he just considered that the seven-colored magic spider was too big and did not let the seven-colored magic spider rush down directly, otherwise none of them would be alive now. When Long Tian and his group arrived at the entrance, they had already found that several players from the dark camp were rushing in. These were thieves who heard the news and came here nearby. After hearing that there were relics here, they came here one by one at the fastest speed. However, when Long Tian and his team really went deep, he found that there was a large group of skeleton archer monsters with a total number of thousands in front of him. When they came over, Long Tian had already seen several corpses on the ground, and all of these corpses were nailed into hedgehogs by dozens of bone arrows. Looking at these corpses, Long Tian felt his heart slowly grow colder. Because he had discovered that at the end of these skeleton archers, where the violent boss was located, there was no such boss, and there was enough space cleared there, so he knew that the boss here had been dealt with. And their enemies had already run into the deeper darkness. This is impossible. How did they do this? All the players of the Dark Temple Guild who knew the whereabouts of Shui Na and his team only thought of this question in their minds. Undead archers are very different from ordinary melee undead creatures. Although their level is one level lower than that of skeleton knights, the powerful bows and arrows, fast attack speed and frequency, make people absolutely unable to have the idea of confrontation. President, I'll go over. At this time, a thief suddenly stepped forward from the back of the colorful spider. This is an undead thief. If he was not equipped with equipment and emblems that belonged only to players, I'm afraid that players with poor eyesight would kill him as an undead. Long Tian opened his mouth, but the be careful in his mouth could not be said at all. Because Long Tian knew that this undead thief was destined to die once. The profession of undead thief is actually very rare, but since the Lich King invented the bone portal, he found that only the lives and corpses of the undead could withstand the operation of this magic, so he began to release a large number of undead professions at that time to let the creatures of the undead empire change their professions. For players in large guilds, this undead profession is very attractive, and in addition, such a job change does not require retraining, so there is a job change trend. Chapter 877 Opening the Door. Undead players have a special ability, which is to prevent monsters of the same undead system from actively attacking them. However, this ability is time-limited. Once this time is exceeded and they cannot stay away from these undead creatures, they will be torn into pieces by them. To put it bluntly, this ability is actually to allow undead players to block their own breath. In order to pass this level, Mina and his team spent a full 10 minutes. Fortunately, this place is quite far from all the main cities or fortresses, which gives them enough time to pass through here and continue to go deeper. Now Mina and his team have walked about 4/5 of the way in this valley, and as Mina guessed, there will be a violent boss guarding every other section of the road. Each boss will explode with a piece of bone, and now Mina has collected 10 pieces of unknown keys. Based on the size of the bone pieces, it can be estimated that there are only 2 pieces left to complete this bone magic circle. However, the closer you get to the end, the stronger the bosses are. The stronger the power. If it weren't for the fact that Mina's magic cannon and elemental birds were very useful, I'm afraid that with only a few of them, they would not be able to defeat these bosses with plenty of oil and water. As a magic cannon with ultra-long range attacks, coupled with medium and short-range elemental birds, Mina can often fight and retreat in battle, and use the magic cannon to grind them to death little by little. And this is all thanks to the high-level passive skills that unscrupulous profiteers found for him. Passive skills are not unfamiliar to most players, but high-level passive skills are very rare, not to mention the kind of public passive skills. Now Mina's strength value has reached 138 points, which is 50 points more than the previous 88 points. With the violent strength, his strength value has reached 690 points. Although compared with the warrior profession, this little bit of strength is nothing, but for the mage, this strength is very rare. And the manifestation of this increase in strength is that he can use this magic cannon with one hand. While casting spells with a magic wand and using the magic cannon, Shui N's lethality increased almost exponentially. However, after using the magic cannon, Shui N's mobility decreased significantly, and the consumption of magic power also increased a lot. With Shui N's current magic power of more than 30,000, it won't take long for Tai Feng and others to come out to lure away those bosses so that she can replenish her magic power. Let Shui Na, who had completed the charging, immediately stood 100 meters away and shouted. Tai Feng and the other 2 who received the news immediately left the boss with the help of the mage not far away. After the light column passed, the skeleton general who was greatly damaged stared at Shui Na with his scarlet ghost fire eyes. Just as the skeleton general came over, ice element birds began to fly out of Shui Na's magic wand, and together with the ice mage on the other side, the skeleton general was quickly slowed down. During this period, Shui Na's magic cannon had fired again. After repeatedly pulling the distance and firing again, when the last bit of health of the boss was smashed by Tai Feng's giant axe, they didn't care about resting, picked up the equipment on the ground, and walked towards the next level without looking back. Shui Na, Long Tian and his men are using the bone portal to break through those skeleton archers. I have asked Ye Se and Gui Ren to destroy one of them, but it seems that they can't hold on. Tai Feng looked at the 11 bone pieces in Shui Na's hand, and only one was needed to complete it. However, as long as Long Tian and his men used the bone portal to break through the obstruction of the skeleton archers, then in this unobstructed valley, Long Tian and his men could kill them in a very short time. Then they would be attacked from both sides and have no way to escape. To be honest, Long Tian's counterattack was much faster than they imagined, and they didn't expect that they would use the bone portal to pass through these undead monsters. Fortunately, Tai Feng left 2 thieves there to guard, and at the last moment, he directly destroyed the bone portal that was built with great difficulty. However, their lurking was also discovered by the people outside. Next time, there will probably be several times more thieves coming. Then, they will no longer be able to sneak attack these thieves who came to build the gate to commit suicide. Then let's do it as soon as possible. In the last level of this valley, it is protected by the corpse witch and the lich. And behind this violent lich is a huge stone gate. However, after seeing the mountain-like stone gate of the dark temple in the deepest part of the dark abyss, such a small stone gate makes Shui Na have no comparison. The deeper you go into the valley, the wider it is. At the beginning, the entrance was still 10 meters wide, and it is almost 30 meters wide. Although such a large space is not conducive to the use of magic cannons, it is precisely such a large space that gives them an extra space to move when fighting the boss. After 2 cannons killed these corpse wizards, Shui Na and his team also began to deal with the elite corpse wizards. After cleaning up the minions around the boss, Shui Na only used a magic cannon on the lich, and he had to hand over the magic cannon to the clone. Because this lich can use a magic shield, and this magic shield can just restrain the magic cannon. Although this magic shield consumes magic according to damage, it cannot act on the magic cannon on the target, and the powerful and fatal damage of the magic cannon cannot be launched. Taking out the mage killer, Shui Na also started to fight in close combat with Tai Feng and his team. The magic killer's magic conversion has a hidden effect of breaking defensive magic. As long as the energy of the target's defensive magic is quickly consumed in a short period of time, even magic that continuously consumes like magic shield will also disappear. However, there is also a problem, that is, the attack speed must be very fast, otherwise, once the magic energy is replenished from the target's body, it will be a waste of effort. Silently sneaking behind the Lich King, Shui Nai did not act immediately, he was waiting for an opportunity. The cooling time of the magic shield of the mage is not long, and for this mage boss, it is probably even shorter, so he has to control the timing. At this time, Tai Feng, who was standing in front of the Lich and slashing with Qun Lixu's healing magic, had no scruples at all. Although the magic of the Lich was very sharp, an ordinary bone spear directly knocked off thousands of his health points. However, this made him more and more excited, and he felt that the blood in his body began to boil. Although this hot blood state did not appear in Tai Feng's status bar, Shui Nai, who had used the legendary equipment Blood Shadow Ring, knew that this hot blood was the hidden attribute of the Blood Shadow Ring. Generally speaking, the hidden attributes of equipment are not very powerful. Take this hidden hot blood attribute, at most it makes people feel full of energy and the damage is a little greater, but the increase in damage is only a slight 1%. Compared with the original hot-blooded state that can increase the lethality by 10%, this is really small. However, the side effects of such a hot-blooded state are not great. At least he did not enter the bloodthirsty state under the hot-blooded state. Bloodthirsty is the advanced state of hot-blooded. Once the player fights in the hot-blooded state for too long, he will enter this bloodthirsty state. This bloodthirsty state is amazing, but also very helpless. Once a player enters the bloodthirsty state, he will often become a human-shaped boss, an uncontrolled destructive machine. Therefore, ordinary warriors dare not accept the blessing of hot blood on the battlefield, otherwise, once it gets out of control, it will be the end of the group. However, if the battle is down to the last person, then you can have a bloodthirsty, and then you will definitely be able to stand alone. Since Tai Feng knew that Shui Na didn't use this blood shadow ring very much, he asked Shui Na for this ring. Although this ring can only play its role in the hands of a mage, several of its abilities are tailor-made for warriors. And this ring also makes Tai Feng the most durable warrior in the guild. Often, as long as there is a boss battle, he will definitely stand on the front line. Coupled with Qun Lixu, a dedicated priest, Tai Feng basically has no chance of death. The blood-red giant axe, plus the red skill light effect, and a trace of blood hidden on the axe blade, make Tai Feng a red god of war. In the boss battle with him, as long as there is no mage like Shui Nai, there is basically no hatred that he can't hold. Watching Tai Feng's axe strike after strike, but under the magic shield, neither his skill damage nor the equipment effect of the blood shadow ring can be exerted. However, the Lich under the protection of the magic shield cannot launch any advanced magic. The Lich was swayed by Tai Feng's axe, and he didn't even have the chance to concentrate on casting spells. Apart from releasing low-level magic to buy time, he could only hold up the magic shield. However, what made it depressed was that the undead creature it had just summoned was led away by the surrounding thieves and another warrior before it found its real target, and it basically couldn't do anything to Tai Feng, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Shui Na made a move. A long knife emitting a faint silver light suddenly stabbed into the azure magic shield. Under the erosion of the faint silver light on the tip of the knife, the color of the magic shield suddenly dimmed. This change was immediately discovered by the Lich, but Shui Na's wrist shook quickly, and he stabbed nearly 10 knives in a row. With each knife, the tip of the knife only slightly touched the shining magic shield and immediately retreated, but the silver light on the knife also eroded part of the magic shield at this moment. When the 10th knife went down, the magic shield under Shui Nai's knife tip was pierced with a puff sound, and the entire magic shield also disintegrated and disappeared. At this moment, Shui Nai's long knife also followed the dissipated fragments of the magic shield and stabbed into the back of the Lich King fiercely. Good. The only thief who followed him couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw that Shui Nai, the mage, had stabbed nearly 10 times in less than 3 seconds. As a mage, he could stab so many knives in a short time without any skills, which was enough to prove the strength of this mage. Retreat! Shui Nai shouted immediately after breaking the magic shield, and Tai Feng and another warrior retreated without much hesitation. As the two retreated, a beam of light directly enveloped the Lich, and at the same time, the thief on the side was not idle either. At the moment when Shui Nai's body retreated, he sprinkled a handful of magic forbidden powder. The Lich lost its magic shield and was directly deprived of 100,000 health points by this shot. Although this was not too much damage for it with 1.5 million health points, the magic forbidden powder made it unable to gather magic power for a while. Seeing the Lich completely silenced after the beam of light, Tai Feng and Shui Nai's eyes lit up. It was actually hit. Before, they were not sure whether it would be affected by the forbidden magic powder, but when they saw it frantically holding the magic wand and knocking against the thief beside it, they all knew that it worked. So, everyone's skills were released at this moment. The holy beam of light, the violent flames, the cold ice, and even the thunder magic were used by them. As long as it was their strongest magic, they didn't care about the attribute problem and threw it directly to the lich. However, the most conspicuous one was Shui Nai's magic. The magic of the mage level stored in the elemental wand early on, plus the elemental core that was already stronger than the ordinary mage, and the bonus of the elemental heart, the magic he cast was almost destructive. Just releasing an ice blast, basically everyone had to call it a day, because when the magic cold air dissipated, the lich was directly frozen in the ice block that was nearly 10 meters thick. Damn, what the hell? Tai Feng patted the ice sweat beads frozen by the cold air on his body. As a dragon man of the fire system, he instinctively hated the breath of the ice system. This is the only way to get rid of it in the safest way. Shui Na looked at the lich that was completely frozen. In this frozen state, the lich had lost the ability to cast spells. However, the magic of the holy light system can penetrate into the ice, and including Shui Na, they have a total of 3 players who can use holy light magic. Although the magic power of the lich is now imprisoned by the magic powder, no one knows how long this drug power can last. Once it comes out of that state, I am afraid that the first person to die will definitely be the thief. The same move will not work for this mid-level boss for the second time, so Shui Nai will use this more reliable way to solve it. The boss of the magic system itself has extremely strong destructive power, and once they learn it well, they may really suffer losses. If it weren't for Tai Feng and others here, Shui Nai would probably not adopt this slow and steady tactic. Once the people of the Dark Temple pressed too hard, Shui Nai would directly pull the lich in front of them, and then cooperate with the lich to kill all the players in the Dark Camp. However, Shui Nai can't be so crazy now. Okay, let's disperse first, a few mages will follow me first. Xiao Dao, you stay here. After Tai Feng gave the order, he walked towards the stone gate not far away. And Shui Nai and Qian Lixu, the 2 priests, began to use holy light magic to continuously attack the lich that could not move in the ice. The holy light of the holy light magic penetrated in little by little, reducing the health of the lich little by little. Without the obstruction of the magic shield, the holy light magic of Qian Lixu and the other priests almost exclusively aimed at its head to attack. This is the vital point of the undead creature, and being attacked by this almost restrained holy light energy can burst out a critical hit, and even cause fatal damage. Less than 2 minutes later, under their almost full-strength attack, the lich was almost unable to resist and was completely purified by the holy light magic. For Qian Lixu and the others, this kind of boss fight seems to be the easiest and most freehand. You go first, I'll thaw it. At this time, Shui Na had heard the urgent information from Ye Se and Gui Ren behind. After Qian Lixu and another priest left, Shui Na immediately controlled the clone that had not disappeared, and began to attack the ice block with fire magic with all her strength. This is the most troublesome part of this tactic, but for Shui Na, this trouble is not too much. Wearing the flame crown, the 2 Shui Nai, one cast a fire storm, and the other cast a fire pillar bird. In addition to the flame breath of the flame crown, under the triple attack, the ice was also melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Picking up the bone pieces and other things in the flame, Shui Nai did not care about the melted water in the cloth shoes, and directly sneaked in front of Tai Feng and others at the fastest speed. After Tai Feng and others' research and reconnaissance, only the circular groove on the stone door is most likely to be the mechanism for opening the door. And in this groove, Tai Feng and others have pieced together the collected bone pieces here according to the runes, and now only the last piece in Shui Nai's hand is missing. However, when Shui Nai carefully inserted the bone piece in his hand, the stone door did not respond at all. How could this be? The shape and size are exactly the same, there is no possibility of error. Is there another opening mechanism that has not been activated? Tai Feng did not know which link was wrong with the solid stone door that did not move at all. No, this is the key to open the door, but the position is not right. After saying this, Mina stretched out her hand and rotated the magic circle composed of 12 pieces of bone in the groove. When the entire magic circle was rotated to a certain position, Mina immediately felt the hand coming from there was a slight vibration, and at the same time, with a click, he found that the magic circle and the groove were sunk into the stone door at the same time. Chapter 878 The War in Front of the Gate, Part 1. With a roar of friction, this stone door, which was almost 10 meters long, was slowly moving outside. And in the valley outside, some players' shouts were heard. However, just when the stone door was opened to allow only one person to pass, Shui Na suddenly inserted the bone spear in his hand into the gap between the stone door and the ground, and cast an ice magic. Seeing Shui Na's behavior, Tai Feng and the others could not react for a while, but when Shui Na stuffed the third bone spear into the gap and blocked one of the stone doors, Tai Feng and the others felt that their eyes were bright at the same time. Afterwards, in less than a few seconds, with the cooperation of Tai Feng and others, the other stone door was also blocked by a large number of obstructions. Shui Na, I didn't expect you to be such a sinister person. You have thought of this. Tai Feng looked at the stone door that was only less than 1/5 open, and then took a look at the surrounding environment. In this way, even if Long Tian called the entire guild over, they could still guard it for a long time. This is called quick wit, not sinister. If this door is retractable, then I have no way. Shui Na once again confirmed that the stone door really could not be moved, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. You all go in, I will guard here first. Shui Na looked at the valley outside, and his body began to have some murderous intent. Okay, everyone come here immediately, let's empty the things inside first. Tai Feng also knew that the significance of their people here was not as useful as moving things directly inside. After casting dozens of water mist spells to cover the valley in front of him, Shui Na also began to check the structure of this stone door. However, unfortunately, as Mina thought, the stone door of this relic had no mechanism to close. As for whether there was any mechanism inside, he didn't know. And the 12 pieces of bone engraved with the magic circle to open the stone door also sank deeply into the groove when the door was opened, and could never be taken out again. It was Mina who saw this scene that used such violent means to block the stone door. If this stone door can control the switch, then Mina and his friends will have no worries. Although they can't get out, at least they don't have to face the anger of these enemies. However, the system obviously won't give players such a safe place. This stone door is probably the kind of thing that can only be opened but not closed. Fortunately, Mina, in a moment of wit, actually thought of using something to block the stone door, which resulted in the stone door having only a small space. Even if the enemy really rushed in, they couldn't form an effective advantage in numbers, and then it would be Mina's world. However, Shui Na was overthinking, because at present, none of the guys outside the mist dared to rush in. Moreover, due to the problems of occupation and speed, their mages were still rushing over slowly on the road, so they could not destroy this artificial mist wall. Under Shui Na's control, the shapeless mist completely filled the space of this section of the valley, and the result was that the thieves who came early did not dare to move at all. Everyone knew that under the effect of the mist, the thieves' stealth had no concealment effect at all. In addition, this valley was not ventilated, and as long as there was any change in the mist, the enemy would be able to find it at the first time. Then, as long as a few magics came down, they would become the first bird to stand out and be killed directly by magic. If the people here were all their own people, I'm afraid someone would have rushed in long ago. However, in this environment where there are all kinds of people, no one would be cannon fodder, but everyone hopes that others would be cannon fodder. It is this kind of selfish behavior that makes this water mist with no power become the most difficult natural barrier to break through. Long Tian looked at the water mist with a gloomy face. Although he had ordered all the thieves to shoot with crossbows, no one had received a system prompt saying that they had hit the enemy so far. However, this place is at least hundreds of meters away from Shui Nai's position. It is simply a dream for them to shoot their crossbows. However, if Long Tian and his people knew that only Shui Nai could guard behind this water mist, I am afraid that their people would rush over like crazy. Now Long Tian regretted why he asked his 7-colored magic spider to go back to pick up people. If there was a 7-colored magic spider, this water mist would basically have no meaning. However, no matter where, there is no such thing as if. Although there are more and more players in the dark camp behind Long Tian and his people, there is no profession that can break this dilemma. As a result, more and more players started waiting in front of the mist, but the depressing atmosphere of waiting made many people more and more manic and impulsive. Finally, a thief could not wait any longer. Although he knew that if he acted rashly like this, he might die here, but he was a person who can't calm down, so he has to move. He quickly got to the front, hesitated in front of the mist for a while, and then raised his foot and rushed into the mist. How big this mist is, I'm afraid only Mina knows. The effect of using the water scroll to add to the water mist spell has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In addition, in order to keep his advantage, Mina added a water mist spell from time to time. As a result, the area of the water mist became larger and larger, and the color became deeper and deeper. There was no wind, and no one rushed out. Mina looked at the almost unchanged fog wall in front. Although he wanted to find something to do, he knew that he couldn't relax now. Once he was not careful and let a thief get in, he would be in trouble. At this time, Mina suddenly found that the water mist on the left side of the valley suddenly bulged forward a little bit. Although this was very slight, the chain lightning in Mina's hand was still released. Ah! Although the power of the chain lightning was dispersed by the mist, the sudden electric current made the thief scream out instinctively. But it would have been better if he didn't scream. Once he screamed, Mina's lightning magic was thrown in one by one. As Mina threw more and more magic, the screams in the mist became larger and larger. In order to maintain the shape of this mist wall, Mina didn't dare to use high-level magic of the lightning system, because such magic often has great destructive power. But after activating the True Thunder Dragon possession and the bonus of the Thunder Crown, even low-level magic is not something that thieves who don't have much magic defense can ignore. The attack caused by this thief also affected other thieves who were also hiding in the mist. These thieves all had the same idea, that is, when the thief who stood out led Mina, they took the opportunity to rush out, but they didn't expect that the thief was also thinking the same thing. Although his actions were somewhat impulsive, his brain was not bad. He knew that as long as he really got into the water mist, there would be no other thieves waiting outside. It was this idea that made him move along the side of the valley. But he did not expect that Mina's water mist would be so powerful. As he walked, he was almost walking outside accidentally. This was all due to the dark sky of the Undead Empire. Although he stopped his body in time, the wind pressure caused the water mist to deform, and as a result, Mina's lightning magic was ushered in. Damn, how deep is this? In the water mist, the thieves walking in it were muttering in their hearts. They didn't understand why someone would have nothing to do and practice this water mist with no power to such a high level. And outside the wall of water mist, Mina was also cursing. Damn, how many thieves are in here? There were so many screams in the mist that it was numb. Almost every time he cast a spell, he would get a lot of screams and curses. Although many people were holding back, the annoying effect of the electric current made them scream instinctively. As more and more thieves rushed in after hearing the screams, the mist wall began to deform seriously due to the large number of people squeezed in. However, now Mina no longer cared about the enemies there. Anyway, as long as he cast a spell, someone would scream out. As the people in the mist screamed louder and louder, some people began to shout the slogan "Charge!" And as if in response to this slogan, a large number of thieves suddenly rushed out of the mist, and the mist that was raised at a high speed was pulled into a channel-like shape. However, when these thieves got out of the mist, they saw a blue beam of light. Run! Several thieves who reacted quickly had already retreated, but they forgot that there were many of their people in the mist behind them. Before looking at the FANFIC beam of light, Long Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was almost gloomy, but at this time, he smiled, and smiled very sinisterly. Long Tian and his people were the few who did not act recklessly, because they all knew that Shui Nai was holding a magic cannon in his hand. Under that almost unsolvable attack, coupled with the environment of this valley, no one could escape. So they were waiting for the appearance of this beam of light. Long Tian and his people knew that the lethality of this magic cannon was very amazing, but its charging time was not short. Everyone, charge, kill that mage for me. Long Tian shouted this in his team chat when the beam of light from the magic cannon was about to disappear, and then he took the brunt and rushed out first. And following Long Tian, there was also a large group of murderous thieves. 30 seconds is just a moment for idle players, but for those in a fierce battle, this moment will become extremely long. When she just charged the magic cannon, Mina found that the magic cannon behind the mist cut by the cannon, there was a large group of thieves led by a death swordsman, rushing straight towards him. At this moment, Mina knew that she could no longer use the magic cannon. This was the weakness of the magic cannon, but it was also what Mina was used to. Without hesitation, Mina put away the magic cannon and changed to the ghost shield. At the same time, she shook the magic wand in her hand, and an ice blue energy shot out of Mina's body from the magic wand, slowly turning into a piece of armor with a cold breath. Ice armor is an advanced magic of ice crystal armor. Although it is only at the level of a wizard, its defensive ability is not ambiguous at all. As an advanced magic that requires press kills, it often has a strong power. After playing the ice armor, The ice blew a light on Mina's magic wand that had not yet disappeared suddenly turned into cyan, and then a cyan energy armor covered the ice armor. Wind armor is also a wizard-level defensive magic, and it is an advanced version of wind cloth. These two magics were obtained by Mina from an unscrupulous profiteer and Taifeng respectively. Since this type of advanced magic is relatively rare, and the learning requirements of ordinary people are far from being met, fewer people will go to swipe such monsters. However, as long as there is one, as long as someone can sell it, someone will naturally buy it. The effects of these two magics are comparable to wizard-level defensive magic. Although their cooling time is a bit long and their practicality is not as good as the previous two magics, they are very important in this kind of 1M battle. Like ice armor, although it can only defend against physical attacks, its defensive ability can increase the recipient's physical defense by 2000 points, and it can also increase fire resistance, and its duration is very long, which can last for 10 minutes. In addition, it also has the effect of ice reflection, which can make close attackers slightly frozen when the attack is successful. This is a very powerful skill. Wind armor is also no longer calculated for durability. It can last for less than 8 minutes, which is shorter than ice armor. However, it has both physical and magical defense, which can increase physical defense by 10% and magic defense by 1500 points. That's not all. Wind armor also has the effect of reflection, but its reflection is not lethal. It just forms an air bomb when attacked to bounce the attacker away. Equipped with these two magics at the same time, although Mina will still be injured, she is not easy to be entangled by thieves. Attacking at the same time with the clone that has not disappeared, the two Mina use elemental birds at the same time. That scene is almost unforgettable for everyone who has seen it. Two waves of elemental birds are released at the same time in 1 second. The two people hit nearly 100 elemental birds in total. The sky full of explosive birds and lightning arrow birds almost dyed this dark valley with red and blue colors. The thieves who had not yet come over also showed their skills, rolling or jumping, and those who had dodge skills used them directly. These thieves were the most elite thieves under Long Tian. Although they could not be said to be able to fight two enemies at once, they were also top-notch masters. Although the scattered elemental birds had strong lethality, they could not achieve the final effect. A full 90% of the thieves rushed out of these two waves of elemental birds, and the crossbows in their hands kept shooting. Some of them even went into stealth mode after rushing out of the remaining water mist. Although Long Tian, who was blocked by the elemental birds, tried his best to run forward, he was not a thief. However, it was this slight departure that allowed him to avoid facing these two waves of elemental birds. So when he saw that his 20 or so people came over, but 3 of them died directly after the first encounter, he felt even more angry. It's not that his members haven't died before, but not many have died in front of him. What's more important is that his best thief brother Fenja also died here, and it was really not worth it. When he was using the skill to dodge, he was hit in the head by an explosive bird, and he turned into white light and died without even a scream. This naked slap in the face made him feel that the hot blood in his heart rushed directly to his head, and then he subconsciously roared and rushed forward. Mizuna, who had already hidden in the stone gate, controlled his clone to use the firestorm to guard the gate, while using the combination of elemental birds and chain lightning to attack the thieves who appeared. For a while, all the thieves who rushed into the gate were thrown to the ground. It's not that they are too weak, but the environment here is fully utilized by Mizuna. There is only such a small space. Although they are very fast, they can't ignore Mizuna's attack. A firestorm just hit him, and he lost hundreds of health points. He didn't even stand in the firestorm for a while before he was blown to pieces by a dozen explosive birds. Long Tian, who had just rushed to the gate, immediately saw a group of thieves stop and stare at the sea of fire behind the stone gate. Mina and the one who was separated he was hiding behind the stone door, but they couldn't even see their position, let alone kill him. He was lucky to escape from the firestorm. Now they were asked to charge again, but they didn't dare to do it. Long Tian looked at the crack that was less than 2 meters in size, and then saw the obstruction on the stone door. Long Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered them to clear the obstruction here. Although Shuinai couldn't see what the people outside were doing, he knew that these guys focused on the stone door just by listening to the sound. However, Shuinai didn't pay attention to their actions. Instead, he hid in a corner and started to charge the magic cannon again. The various equipment in the gap of the stone door was stuck very tightly, which also shows that the driving force of the stone door is very strong, but it also shows that the equipment that exploded from the valley is also very tough and powerful. When some thieves saw the bone dagger pulled out from the gap, their eyes were full of regret and anger. Although this bone dagger can be repaired, it was thrown here as garbage before it had seen blood. This made the thieves very sad, and at the same time, they were more determined to kill everyone inside. Chapter 879 The War in Front of the Gate, Part 2. While Shui Nai was fighting in front of the gate, Tai Feng and his 10 people had already gone deep into the depths of the king's mausoleum. Tai Feng and his team moved quickly in the ruins called Lafide's mausoleum. Except for some suspicious places where they would stop for a while, they would move forward at full speed the rest of the time. Because the architectural layout of this mausoleum ruins is very simple, there are almost only stone walls around it. The layout of this mausoleum is really in great contrast with the identity of the owner of this mausoleum before his death. Tai Feng has already learned some information about Lafide through the information collected by the dead spies from some libraries in the Spirit Empire and the Dark Camp. Lafide is a genius who is committed to studying undead magic for his lover. For this wish, he gave up everything and came to the Dark World. But despite his extraordinary talent, the dead can never be resurrected. The soul that has left this world and disappeared in that world will not return to this world for personal reasons. Therefore, the final result of his research was a complete failure, but the things accumulated in so many years of research made him an extremely powerful existence in the Dark World. He became a rare saint-level strongman without knowing it. At the same time, the new life of the Lich was also his invention. By using magic circles, dark energy, and soul transformation, he successfully created the first Lich. And byproducts such as Death Swordsmen or Death Knights were also created at the same time. Rayfid's research can be said to be an unprecedented sensation. Almost all the people in the Dark Camp who learned of this news have a great interest in it, and are more interested in this creature that is said to have endless life. Many people voluntarily transform into such a creature to gain eternal life. However, what they don't know is that this world is not eternal, because once the soul power of the undead creatures is exhausted, that is when they are completely destroyed. After learning that his research could no longer revive his lover, Rayfid began the most crazy action. Although his enemy had long been dead and turned into dust, Rayfid, who had lost his mind and only wanted to vent, did not think so at all. A large number of undead creatures poured into the territory of the human empire, and countless undead warlocks and undead warriors were invited by Rayfid to continuously harvest lives in order to establish a kingdom of the undead. For this crazy attack, the human empire was almost caught off guard in an instant. Under Rayfid's control, a large number of transformed liches, under Rayfid's control, resolutely polluted the land of the human empire with curses and forbidden spells. Under this almost devastating blow, the northernmost part of the human empire was occupied. Just when Rayfid was planning to take another city and directly destroy the human empire in the south, the saint-level warriors who followed him were attracted by the fertile land in front of them and no longer had any fighting spirit. They were typical politicians. They were unwilling to fight to the death with the army of the human empire, which had come to its senses, and lose the strength they had accumulated with great difficulty. They were even more unwilling to give up the benefits they had already obtained. In this way, Rayfid was abandoned by these 6 companions. However, the undead empire was also established under such circumstances, and it withdrew its own strength to resist the counterattack of the human empire with all its strength. Because Rayfid, who had almost lost all his men in this invasion war, knew that he could not persuade these former comrades in arms. At the same time, he also knew that he was powerless to take revenge. Rayfid, who was desperate for a while, also just left like that. However, even though Rayfid left, the remaining saint-level undead warlocks who were the kings and hegemons did not forget him because of this. It was not because they were nostalgic, but because they did not dare to. Although Rayfid, who had surpassed the saint level, was unable to retaliate against the human empire, he could make these traitors die without a burial place, so they also included him in the list of undead kings, and he was the strongest king. Since then, the undead empire was truly established. After continuous wars and continuous reconstruction, the undead empire slowly took root in this black land. Although the undead empire without Rayfid had taken root, the remaining 6 kings lived a miserable life every day. The human empire, which was determined to recover the land of the undead empire, sent saint-level strongmen to raid almost every once in a while in the early days of its establishment. This caused almost all the kings of the undead empire to die, but the land of the undead empire had been permanently fixed. The human empire, which also suffered heavy casualties, also lost its determination to recover it, and the matter could only end in vain. In the end, less than 10 years after the founding of the country, there was only one living king left in the Undead Empire, that is, Rayfid. At that time, Rayfid had lost everything. He was almost as calm as water, but he just kept studying his lich secrets thoroughly. Although his whereabouts have always been a mystery, no one in the Undead Empire dared to question his existence, and no one dared to compete with him and claim the throne. This is a king with extremely strong strength. It is said that the power of this king is almost no less than that of God. The only time he showed his power in front of the world was a battle that almost destroyed the Undead Empire. Although not many people knew the cause of the battle at that time, the Undead Empire, which had just been rebuilt, was destroyed overnight. In that battle that almost made the whole world tremble, all the strong men in the entire Holy Light world knew the power of Rayfid at this moment. However, after the battle, they learned that Rayfid, a godlike man, was defeated in the battle, defeated by the unknown strong man. In the end, his people only found part of his remains and built this mausoleum for him to sleep forever. Tai Feng and his people, who are very familiar with this kind of plot, have guessed the murderer of Rayfid. I am afraid that Rayfid eventually died at the hands of the Dark God, a god believed by the Dark people. Tai Feng and his people did not have too many feelings about such a story, but now the only thing they felt a little impatient about was that they did not find any items that could be taken away here. This place is so clean that there is nothing but stones and dust. If they did not know that this place was not visited by tomb robbers, Tai Feng and his people would definitely think that this place had been robbed clean by people. However, Tai Feng and his people were not willing to give up until they saw the owner of the mausoleum. They would not leave so easily without seeing the owner of the mausoleum. Yes, this room is left to you. Tai Feng pushed open the stone door in front of him, but what he saw was still empty. This was the third stone chamber he had opened, but it was still empty like the previous one. Now Tai Feng was no longer as excited as he was when he opened the first stone chamber. This was already deep in the mausoleum. After passing through a huge but empty hall, and then walking through a long but dark corridor, this place was obviously the kind of place that belonged to the collection room. But there was nothing to see. Although Tai Feng and his team still asked several thieves in the team to explore it very seriously, the result was the same as the visual estimate. Boss, why don't we go back to help Boss Jean? There may really be nothing here. Ghostblade said disappointedly. Although they gained a lot of experience when they opened up this valley, they are now guarded by a group of people. If they lose the defense outside, they will probably be killed by the enemy. Such an outcome makes them very helpless, because they only get 80% of the experience of this level in this valley. No, let's go around here thoroughly first. We can't just leave before we find the main coffin here. Moreover, the corridor here is very suitable for us to defend. There is no need to go to the hall to fight with people. Although Tai Feng also wanted to go back and fight, he knew that if it was Shui Nai, he would also choose to defend here. Then Boss, Binjiun and I will stay. At this time, Ye Se, who came out of the room, pointed at himself and the ice magic beside him, and said with some expectation. Damn, you kid, you still want to play a two-person world at this time, I really admire you. Tai Feng said with a heartache, but he did not object. To be honest, they really need to find someone to guard this corridor, at least to let them know that the enemy has come to that place. Others, we have to hurry up, let's go. Tai Feng said, and took the lead, kicking open a stone door in front of him. Shui Nai looked at the stone door that slowly opened with a loud bang, but her heart was very calm. This was in stark contrast to the chaotic conversation outside. Although the people outside were cursing Shui Nai and constantly slandering Shui Nai, they knew in their hearts that they were actually very scared. As the stone door opened a little, their nerves would be more tense, because they all knew that Shui Nai was holding a magic cannon in his hand, and when the stone door was fully opened, it would probably be the moment when the light column appeared. Death is not scary, and they will get a lot of compensation after death this time. However, they are afraid that this kind of death is useless, and this kind of death is very cowardly and makes them lose face. So they are afraid, and they are scared to death. And this also makes them have to use other ways to encourage themselves and their companions around them so that they can keep the impulse of running back. The firestorm in front of the stone gate was still raging. Although the gap between the stone gate and the firestorm was getting bigger and bigger, it was still not enough for the thieves to sneak in. When the stone gate was opened to the end, Long Tian and his men did not dare to move. The fire in front of the stone gate was still burning, but they could not see anyone at all. However, it was this unmanned environment that made them dare not move rashly. Although they did not see anyone other than Shui Nai, they could not guarantee that these people were not waiting here for them to enter. However, what made them even more angry was that the bastards of the Death God Guild had been guarding outside the stone gate like before. Judging from their appearance, these guys were also waiting for the light column to appear. "I'll go first." At this time, a thief said in the team chat. No. Long Tian wanted to stop the thief, but he had already rushed into the firestorm, and his figure appeared the moment he touched the fire. However, what made him feel strange was that he was not attacked by the magic light. It was this unexpected situation that made him forget the fire under his feet. He just kept looking around, trying to find the mage who wanted to eat him alive. Just when he was about to find the eye of the dead of the undead, he suddenly found a flash of lightning in the darkness on the left. "He's on the left." Before he finished speaking, he was struck by a thunderbolt from the sky. The strong thunderbolt, coupled with the direct attack of the fortress, killed the thief who was not full of blood in just 1 second. Looking at the big red number in the air and the corpse on the ground, Long Tian's teeth kept grinding with a hateful sound. However, before Long Tian and his team took any action, Shui Nai took action. Shui Nai, holding a magic cannon, suddenly ran out from the right, and the magic cannon in his hand was not aimed at the outside, but he shot directly. At this time, it was when Long Tian and his team were about to rush in, so they saw each other almost in an instant. The screams brought by the violent light column and the screams of the players before their death continued for a long time in this empty mausoleum. "I hate it." Long Tian only thought of this in his heart, and the light column in his eyes had already hit him on the head. However, at this time, a thief who was sneaking beside him suddenly rushed there and pushed him back with all his strength. This push immediately made Long Tian, who was originally in a running state, unable to react for a while and fell to the ground fiercely, but this also made Shui Nai's magic cannon empty, only hitting the thief. However, Shui Nai obviously did not see the scene, because he only saw a white light flashing under the light column, and thought that Long Tian was dead just like that. Sweeping the magic cannon in a circle quickly, Shui Nai also saw someone rushing over from the outside, but the light of the magic cannon in his hand had disappeared. Without thinking too much, Shui Nai put away the magic cannon and prepared to flash into the darkness again. However, just as he was about to walk into the darkness, a bone arrow suddenly shot at Shui Nai. Afterwards, Shui Nai felt her body stiffen for a while, and when she looked down, she was actually hit by a paralysis poison. Turning her eyes that could still move, Shui Nai saw Long Tian standing in the pile of corpses with a hideous look, and the bone arrows in his hand were shot out one by one. However, most of the bone arrows did not hit Shui Nai's body, and most of them were blocked by Shui Nai's ice armor and wind armor. However, as luck would have it, one bone arrow was bounced by the air bullet of the wind armor to Shui Nai's head, and then through the effect of free fall, it hit Shui Nai's right hand. It was this right hand that paralyzed Shui Nai's entire body. After seeing Shui Nai hit by his paralysis bone arrow, Long Tian immediately launched a charge skill without saying a word, and the bone sword in his hand pointed directly at Shui Nai's head that was not protected by the ice armor and wind armor. However, what made him feel desperate was that Shui Nai, the mage, was obviously not a mage that could be described by common sense. With his amazing physique and resistance, he actually came out of this paralyzed state in just a few seconds. Shui Nai's left hand just caught the sharp bone sword at the last moment. Although the palm was rubbed with blood by the blade of the bone sword, at least he took the sword at the last moment. Looking at the sword tip that was almost magnified countless times in front of his eyes, Shui Nai roared, and his right hand, which had been reactivated, swung the magic wand from bottom to top and hit Long Tian's crotch fiercely. Ah! A sound that was obviously not something that humans could make sounded in Shui Nai's ears. Shui Nai looked at the ball of electric light on Long Tian's crotch, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Long Tian. Long Tian's upper body is a bone armor, but his lower body is a metal leggings. Although the leggings can withstand most of Shui Nai's physical attacks, they can't withstand the electric current of magic attack, and this is also a blow to the male's vitals. This blow almost knocked out all of Long Tian's strength. The strong electric current, the almost fatal pain, and the trampling on male dignity made Long Tian want to straighten his waist, but he couldn't control his body. He could only bend down, and his legs trembled in pain. At this time, Shui Nai's second attack also came down. However, this attack was not from Shui Nai himself, but from a clone on the side. Shui Nai, who was stabbed by Long Tian's bone sword, immediately found that his body was weak. He knew that he was cursed by the bone sword in Long Tian's hand, but fortunately, the curse came a little late, otherwise, the person who fell down now would definitely be Shui Nai. Using a ray of life light, Shui Nai saw the enemies who had come to the stone gate, and without thinking, he directly activated teleportation and walked towards the deep darkness. Although Shui Nai was running away, he was fighting while running away. The elemental birds in his hand kept flying out of the magic wand. At the same time, he had to use teleportation or other methods to dodge the crossbows of the thieves. However, looking at this mage running around in the hall like a rabbit, the thieves who were besieging him felt very powerless. Although the mobility of this mage was not as good as theirs, his counterattack and escape made them have to fight him remotely. But, can a group of thieves fight such a remote battle with a mage? Chapter 880 The Real Tomb Robbery. Shui Nai, who was running around in the hall of this mausoleum, made the thieves very powerless. He was always wearing the thunder crown. Under the influence of the thunder aura, it was difficult for the thieves around him to sneak up on him. Although there are several thieves with long-range dagger skills, they are not so obvious under the effect of the two defensive magics on Mina. The members of the Death God Guild were beaten very badly. Although Mina ran around like a mouse, there was no way to stop him, let alone attack him. As for the result of the long-range competition with the mage, 3 thieves were knocked down by magic, and their souls were still in the state of running corpses. On the other side, Mina, although he was a little out of breath, he kept fighting while running, and his wand occasionally shot out powerful low-level magic, so that these thieves could not find a chance to attack. The area of the Hall of the King's Mausoleum is very large and empty. There is nothing except a few thick stone pillars here. However, such an environment is very suitable for guerrilla warfare, especially for agile mages like Mina who can use teleportation. Using the acceleration spell, Shui Nai first fired a chain lightning at a stone pillar. After making sure that there was no one around, he went around and dodged several bone arrows. Shui Nai, who vowed not to come into contact with these bone arrows, made the thieves outside hate him, because each bone arrow in their hands was worth a lot of money, plus the poison fed on it. The cost of each bone arrow had reached an astonishing 10 gold coins. If 10 gold coins are not too much, then please think about it. The crossbows in their hands can at least fire 5 crossbow arrows at a time, which means that one attack is 50 gold coins. From the beginning to now, their guerrilla warfare has been going on for a full 5 minutes, and the number of bone arrows used during this period is so many that even the people of the Death God Guild can't count them. However, what makes them feel helpless is that this mage's combat awareness is higher than that of the warrior. As long as there is any disturbance, he will directly use magic, which makes it impossible for them to sneak attack. Seeing a mage suppress so many thieves to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads, the leader Shanying felt his face flushed. If people knew that they, a squadron of thieves, couldn't even beat a mage, how would they survive in the thieves' world in the future? For this reason, although they knew they couldn't beat the mage, they had to stick to it for the sake of face and the reputation of the guild. Moreover, for them, there is hope of victory. As these thieves slowly adapted to such battles, their number of injured people became less and less. Thieves are a profession known as survival experts, and this is not groundless. Although thieves do not have strong lethality and strong health, their high agility allows them to easily change their attack methods. Take now for example, if it were not for Mizuna's ability to teleport instantly, he would have been eaten by these 20 thieves. Mizuna can naturally feel this from the battle. However, the main reason why he did not leave was to accumulate energy. From the beginning, Mizuna had already chosen to use the strongest skill of his true Thunder Dragon. Although it is a bit troublesome to accumulate this elemental energy, he is now delaying the enemy, and the longer this time is, the better. Seeing that the time is almost up, Mizuna doesn't want to play here anymore. A flash of green light flashed, and Mizuna disappeared behind the stone pillar. He's over there, he wants to run into that corridor. A thief looked around immediately after seeing Shui Nai disappear, and at this time he saw the traces of faint electric light produced by Shui Nai's thunder crown. However, when he saw the direction in which the mage fled, he felt unusually excited. From the previous battle, they already knew that although the mage ran very fast, his speed was still far behind theirs, and the only thing that made them feel uncomfortable was that the mage had a lot of teleportation scrolls, and as soon as he found something wrong, he would immediately escape. In addition, the static electricity force field around the mage not only exposed their whereabouts, but also affected them, causing a certain degree of paralysis in the body, which made them unable to hate. If the environment was changed to this long corridor, the result would probably be different. This corridor is very long, but not wide, only about 3 meters, and once in the corridor, the slippery mage would no longer have room to slip. Although they also didn't have much room to move, with their number, this was obviously more advantageous. Looking at this long corridor, Shui Nai had learned from Tai Feng the total length of the corridor and its general direction. Hearing the bone arrows shooting continuously from behind, Shui Nai had to pounce forward and barely dodged several sharp bone arrows that shot straight at the back of his head. Although he did a somersault with one hand when he fell and stood up steadily, this action was completed almost in an instant, and his speed did not slow down much. The members of the Death God Guild who saw this scene were like seeing a ghost, and they almost forgot their mission. Even they might not be able to do this kind of skill, and the person in front was actually a mage, which made them feel embarrassed. Chase! Why are you still standing there? Shaneying behind did not see the scene, but he saw that Shui Nai had run far away. Everyone woke up at this time, and started to catch up with the fastest speed. Although Shui Nai in front had used up all his strength, he could still feel the enemy behind him getting closer and closer. This is the difference in profession. Although Shui Nai is the fastest among mages, he still loses to thieves. However, this is only a loss in speed, but in other aspects, Shui Nai will never lose. After taking a look at the almost thunder energy, Shui Nai suddenly braked his feet and stopped from the extremely fast speed. Although Shui Nai's active skill of the True Thunder Dragon is an instant skill, all mages cannot cast spells when running. This is a law that is restricted to death, and Shui Nai has no way to change it. Stop, turn around by sliding, and Shui Nai quickly adjusts his body to the state of casting. A large number of lightning flashes suddenly surged from Shui Nai's body. These lightning flashes were the thunder energy accumulated by Shui Nai using the Thunder Crown. If you count them carefully, you will find that there are 200 lightning points here. Under Mina's control, all the lightning points rushed from Mina's body to the elemental wand almost in an instant. The flashing lightning soon formed a ferocious dragon on the elemental wand. This is a vivid dragon flashing with blue and white lightning. What surprised Mina the most was that this dragon was obviously based on the template of the Oriental dragon. Not only did it have all 4 limbs, but even its eyes and scales were shown one by one. To be honest, this was the first time Mina used this skill called Lightning Dragon. Skills like Frozen Eye and Lightning Dragon were not cost-effective in normal use. They took a long time to accumulate energy. Although the power was really strong, if the time was spread out, the damage per second was not that high. However, the Lightning Dragon also had its own advantages, that is, it did not need to chant, as long as the energy and magic power are sufficient, it can be used. This is. Several thieves who ran to the front immediately found something unusual. Retreat, we've been tricked. At this time, a thief suddenly recalled the various actions of the mage and couldn't help but think of this. All players know that the more powerful the magic, the longer it takes to prepare, and now this magic obviously does not require any equipment time. Although they also know that Mina has a magic wand that can store magic, just now, he has used a lot of magic that can obviously be practiced to be instant. It was this attack that caused them to lose several precious combat forces. After that, they never found such magic, so they thought that this mage had used up all the stored magic. However, what they didn't expect was that this mage was so insidious that he left a magic and planned to annihilate them here together. However, only Mina knew that he really used up all the high-level magic stored in the elemental magic wand just now. The difficulty of these thieves was far beyond Mizuna's imagination. He did not expect that he had used up all the magic in this place and only killed a few thieves. Fortunately, Mizuna did not intend to end with this elemental magic wand. Because he knew that the thieves were very fast, if the distance was far, it would be difficult for his magic to effectively kill them. And it was for this reason that he chose to use this lightning dragon here. The most powerful thing about the lightning dragon is that the attack distance exceeds that of ordinary magic. Its own fast speed and amazing lethality, coupled with the terrain reported to it by Tai Feng later, made Mizuna almost ready to preserve all the thunder energy without even thinking about it. Mizuna waved his magic wand in front of him, and the lightning dragons surrounding Mizuna immediately rushed forward along the magic wand. The lightning dragon, which was as thick as a bucket, launched a devastating attack on all the targets in the corridor at almost the speed of lightning. The strong voltage and the huge temperature difference generated by the current almost overturned this section of the corridor. After a dizzy spell, Shui Nai finally came to her senses and spit out the sand and stones in her mouth. Looking at the ruins in front of her, she couldn't help but feel surprised by the power of the electric dragon. Now Shui Nai's position is more than 10 meters away from the original one, and the corridor in front of her is almost completely destroyed. The semi-collapsed corridor occasionally drops pieces of rocks, and the originally smooth corridor has also turned into pieces of broken stones under the high temperature and explosion. Damn, what's going on? Obviously, Tai Feng also felt the vibration just now, and immediately spoke to ask. We only saw a burst of lightning just now, and then there was an explosion. At this time, Ye came to his senses and responded. From their position, they could see the giant dragon of lightning, although the lightning only flashed before their eyes for a moment and then disappeared, followed by an earthquake-like explosion and vibration. I just tried the skill, and I didn't expect that this magic would have such a destructive power in such a narrow environment. Mina looked at the pieces of rubble on her body, and then looked at the almost destroyed corridor in front of her, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this situation, if they fight in this corridor again, I'm afraid it will collapse completely. Then, they really don't have to run. By the way, Tai Feng, did you find anything inside? Just now, in order to let himself be wholeheartedly in the battle, he closed the team chat system and didn't know the situation inside at all. Originally, we couldn't find it, but because of the explosion just now, we found a secret passage earlier. Tai Feng was already grinning so hard that his teeth were almost exposed. It turned out that when Shui Na led these guys to the corridor just now, Tai Feng had already arrived at a place that was obviously the main tomb. However, the strange thing was that there was nothing in this tomb as well. The empty space and the empty coffin, all of which exuded a strange atmosphere. If they had not been attacked as they imagined when they entered this tomb, they would not have had such a strange feeling. However, this strange feeling did not last long, and an almost earth-shaking explosion came from outside, and then after a shaking, a slight tremor suddenly came from just above the coffin in the main tomb. It was the sound of collision between the stone slabs. Although the sound was very weak, it was like thunder in the ears of the highly nervous people. Almost in an instant, everyone thought of corpse transformation or something else, and then, a series of attacks hit the ceiling that made the sound almost at the same time. The stone slabs on the ceiling turned into fragments in almost a second, revealing a dark secret passage behind it. That secret passage leads there? Mina asked in the team chat while looking at the broken corridor in front of her vigilantly. It's the tomb chamber that is exactly the same as the one below. Also, we have found the real coffin, but there is a magic circle here, and we dare not touch the coffin. Tai Feng looked at the tomb chamber that was almost exactly the same as the one below and said sadly. They spent so much time and effort to come here, but except for finding a coffin, they didn't find anything substantial. How could they not feel sad? Hey, boss, there is a heart piercing behind this wall, and there is a mechanism. Damn, why is this mechanism so simple? At this time, the ghost blade who was responsible for checking whether there were any mechanisms around suddenly found that this wall was a bit strange. He pushed it gently, but found that the wall was actually pushed open directly, and he couldn't help but be stunned. However, think about the difficulty of entering here. If there is another extremely difficult mechanism, I am afraid that not many people can get the secret here. Hey, there is also a secret passage here, but it looks like it was dug temporarily and feels very casual. It turned out that just now, Qun Lixu suddenly saw a lot of dirt on the floor in a corner, so she came to take a look, and found that there was also a very hidden secret passage here. However, although the location of this secret passage is hidden, the mechanism is simpler, that is, it is directly covered with a stone slab. 2 secret passages? What's going on? Shui Nai had no choice but to ask because she didn't see the situation inside. However, something obviously happened on Tai Feng's side, because no one of them replied. Boss, is there something wrong? Ye looked at everyone in the team panel who had nothing to do, but no one replied to them, which made Ye a little worried. Damn, Shui Nai, blow up the corridor outside immediately, we need to guard here, and don't let any enemies in. Tai Feng shouted at this time, panting. Exploded? Then how do we get out? Shui Nai reminded. I'll ask the guild to rescue us later. You can blow up the corridor below and come up later. You'll know the reason after you see this. Tai Feng said in a positive tone. You go first. I'll go and come back later. Shui Na knew that although Tai Feng was usually a bit rough, he would not be so rough at this critical moment, so he went directly to the corridor that was about to collapse and fired explosive bombs one after another, completely destroying the corridor. Although the people in the dark camp could still dig this place open, if they really let the guild come as Tai Feng said, they still had a chance to leave here safely, but the casualties of the members would be very heavy. Shui Na hurriedly climbed up the rope, and as soon as she emerged, she was immediately dazzled by a burst of golden light. When she looked up, Shui Na almost fell down. Damn, so much gold! Shui Na looked at the pile of gold that almost dyed the entire main tomb golden, and muttered to herself in disbelief. In front of Shui Na, a tomb of 10 square meters and 2 meters high was filled with precious metals and gems. In front of this tomb, Tai Feng and his men had already started at their fastest speed to put the gold bricks or gems into their backpacks. Wait, don't put them in the backpack, do you want to climb out? Shui Na saw that they completely ignored the weight and put all the things in front of them into the backpack, and couldn't help but wake them up loudly. If they really put all these things into the backpack, I'm afraid they don't have to leave. Chapter 881 Leaving. For players, using space equipment to carry things is a very unaccustomed thing. Regardless of the size, lightness, or heaviness, space equipment must be held in hand one by one, and it can't be fast. Watching the things in your hand slowly disappear in your hand is a very torturous process. Especially in this tense moment when you don't know when the enemy will come, you often have to start over if you make a mistake. Relax, we have installed the stone slabs below. As long as there are no problems, they will definitely not be able to find the space above in a short time. Shui Na looked at the gold bricks in Tai Feng's hand that frequently made mistakes and could not enter the space equipment, and couldn't help but remind him. I'm not afraid of the people below, but the ones behind us. Tai Feng pointed to the stone-sealed coffin behind him. The whole body of this real main tomb is made of grey materials, and the magic circle engraved with black runes around the coffin makes people feel a little eerie and depressed. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, which makes the sensitive Tai Feng very nervous. Although for now, nothing has happened here, it is precisely because nothing has happened that they feel strange. Hehe, other things, since we were not attacked when we came in, I'm afraid there are either no monsters here, or the real treasure is in this coffin. In the coffin, so as long as you don't touch them, there will be no big problem. I'm actually worried that we don't have enough space now. Minna said with some regret as she looked at the half-emptied tomb. Although this main tomb is very hidden, if Tianlong and the others are really determined, they don't need to dig 3 feet into the ground, they can find it by just tapping the ceiling. Now the situation that Minna least wants to see is that the people in the dark camp will discover the wealth here. As a common precious metal in this world, gold is not as good as magic metals, nor as valuable as finished gold coins. However, the gold bricks here can be sold to NPCs. The gold bricks here are very heavy and pure. Just the basic value given by the system, 1 ingot can be sold for 2,000 gold coins, and there are at least tens of thousands of ingots here. The gold here alone is worth tens of millions. If you add diamonds or other gems that are more valuable than gold bricks, and other gold crafts, the value may double again. All the things collected here have a deep style of the human empire, even the gold bricks are also stamped with the mark of the human empire. It seems that the burial objects here were all looted from the human empire in the past. Shui Na, do you have any space rings? Mine is full. Although Tai Feng was slow, he still filled a 500 grid space ring. I still have 2,000 grid space bracelets on hand, but I haven't had time to empty them yet. Shui Na handed a space ring that had just been emptied to Tai Feng, and also put away the ring Tai Feng gave him. Tai Feng, who received Shui Na's ring, looked at the rows of blue medicine bottles on the ground, and his mouth twitched a little. You usually carry so many medicines around when you have nothing to do. Tai Feng found it hard to imagine that a mage would actually carry so many medicines. It's about the same. Usually, unscrupulous merchants just throw a ring over, and they will change it after they are used up. I don't know how many medicines there are. Since high-level medicines are in pill form, they cannot be overlapped, but their recovery values are much more effective than potions. How much are left? Damn, it looks like we can only throw away some equipment. Mina looked at the tomb, which was at least half full, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Now, except for Mina who still had space equipment, the space equipment of the others had already been full, and they could only stare at the gold in front of them. They were not like Mina. Although this space equipment was not too rare, they would not bring so much out. Let's put the gems and other things in the backpack first. This thing is not heavy, but it takes up a lot of space. Tai Feng looked at the gems mixed in the gold bricks from time to time, and immediately thought of this idea. They have been here for a full hour, and it took a lot of time just to install these things. Yet Se and Gui Ren, who were responsible for exploring another secret passage, have not returned yet. However, at this time, Shui Na and the others suddenly received an excited notice from Ye Se. Boss, we found the exit. It turns out that this secret passage is an escape route to the outside. Haha, we don't need to ask the brothers in the club to come over. After an hour of careful investigation and reconnaissance, Ye Se finally determined that this secret passage was a secret escape passage for the mausoleum builders. As a king's mausoleum, its location and design are top secret, and in order to prevent tomb robbers from obtaining relevant information, killing people is naturally the most effective method. However, those with superb skills are naturally not fools, so there is such a secret passage, and it is also such an encounter that allowed Long Tian to obtain such a treasure map. However, Long Tian's well-made wishful thinking was completely destroyed by Shui Nai and others. Really? Tai Feng asked in surprise when he heard this. Well, yes, but this place is far from the border of the human empire, which may be a little troublesome, but it is better than being blocked here. Ye Se said with certainty. Then we have to speed up. Afterwards, Shui Nai also emptied the remaining space bracelets. These 2 bracelets were usually used to exchange with unscrupulous profiteers. Since Shui Nai seldom returned to the city, and his survivability and combat power were amazing, his gains had to be preserved in such a large space equipment. Fortunately, these 2 space equipment were traded once a few days ago. Except for a part of medicine, they were empty, so it was quick to clean up and not painful. There are still about 10% of gold bricks, Xiaoqi, let's divide them. Tai Feng looked at the batch of gold bricks at the bottom, which were the last gold bricks. Okay. So, they desperately put the gold bricks into their backpacks one by one. They were very fast, but at the same time, their weight was overloaded very quickly. No, if you take it down again, it will be fatal. Tai Feng wiped the sweat from his head. Although no changes can be seen from the outside, this overloaded state can only be felt by themselves. Let me do it. Shui Nai said, and then she collected the remaining gold bricks. Axio, collect as many medicines as you can, and smash those that cannot be collected. In fact, Tai Feng didn't need to say more. After discovering that the tomb was emptied, the mages also collected the medicines on the ground into their backpacks one by one. Don't smash it, we will come back now, and we will talk about it after we come back. At this time, Ye Se suddenly said in the team chat, and then Shui Nai and the others heard a sound of crawling in the secret passage. Do you still have space in your backpack? Tai Feng asked. To be honest, they have collected a lot of equipment from the dark camp in the valley outside. Although many of them have been destroyed by them in every possible way, there are still some high-level equipment that is difficult to destroy. They can only take it first to avoid being picked up by others and giving the enemy a bargain. I threw them all outside. There is a black lake outside. We dumped all the equipment directly into the lake. Haha, it turns out that throwing away those purple and gold equipment would be so pleasurable. We have just recorded a video. If the people in the dark camp see it, they will be so angry. Well, collect these potions first. If there is still space, collect these equipment as well. We will leave first. Tai Feng looked at the pile of special equipment for the dark camp piled aside. In fact, he was also very distressed. Although they could not use the equipment here, Tai Feng knew that Shui Nai had several friends in the dark world. He had already thought about it. If he really got so much equipment, he planned to let Shui Nai sell them wholesale to those friends directly, which was better than destroying them directly. However, he did not expect that the equipment he had just obtained had to be thrown away before it was put away for a day. However, Shui Nai and Yes did something even more ruthless. They actually transported the equipment that they could not take away to the secret passage one by one. Afterwards, Ye Se was so mean as to leave a gold coin and a pile of broken equipment in the tomb that originally contained gold bricks. Retreat. Shui Na and Ye Se were responsible for the inspection and the rear guard. After confirming that nothing was left out, they began to wipe off the dirt and traces in the main tomb one by one. At the same time, Shui Na also used earth magic to deal with this escape secret passage to prevent the people in the dark camp from finding it so easily. In fact, before Shui Na left, he also wanted to try the coffin, but considering the current state of Tai Feng and the others, he gave up the idea. He knew that it was not easy to get such an outcome, so he didn't make any more trouble. This secret passage was very long and very simple. Basically, except for digging directly into the soil and rock layer, there was no repair. In addition, Tai Feng and the other guys in the front couldn't drill through it one by one. As a result, when they saw the light of day again, it had been 3 hours. Including the more than 1 hour they spent moving bricks, in these 5 hours, almost all the dark camp players who could move and could not sit still rushed into this valley one by one. The howling players almost trampled the entire valley to the point where there was no grass left. Those wild monsters had just been refreshed and had not reacted before they were killed by dozens of attacks. Although their purpose of coming here was not pure, they would not start a civil war before finding enemies or treasures. At least they had to do their best to dig through the corridor that was blown down by Shui Nai. However, even so, some guilds without organization, power, and even some smaller guilds were excluded from the stone gate. In this regard, those players who were excluded were very angry, but they did not dare to mess around. Although the number of these idle people was larger than that of the people in these large guilds, in the case of unequal equipment and levels, they would die the most miserably when they fought. It's been dug through. I don't know who suddenly shouted in the regional channel, and then all the players outside rushed to the stone door. In the dim mausoleum, a large number of high-level players began to slowly disappear in the darkness of the corridor. Hey, let us in too. At this time, a dark orc warrior who was stopped outside was obviously unwilling. That's right, this relic belongs to all players. Why can only you occupy the treasure inside, but not let us share a little? Another player also instigated in the regional channel. Humph, do you know who is hiding inside? Just because you want to go in, don't hurt others and yourself. At this time, a member of the Dark Temple Guild obviously looked down on these beggar-like players outside. Although their level is not low, at least over level 100, but with a disproportionate equipment and skills and even combat awareness, they are just rookies in the eyes of these big guilds, a group of drags. Although the crowd outside was in a frenzy, some players who knew the whole story of this valley also understood what these guys said. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm only afraid of pig-like teammates. This was summed up many years ago. And many people have also been harmed by such teammates. However, there are still many people don't believe that they are pigs, so they started to push and shove with the players guarding the stone gate, and then there was a physical conflict, which led to bloodshed and death. Although the elite members of the guild who ran inside knew that there was a melee outside, they had great confidence in their companions outside. The reason why the big guild is a big guild, in addition to the number of people, the most basic reason is that they have strong enough masters. The location of the stone gate outside is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as there are enough people, it is simply a dream for ordinary players to come in. The leader of the Dark Temple is still Long Tian, the president. Although Long Tian now feels that the eyes around him are a little weird, he is also a conceited person. For such people who are obviously not at the same level, he will not pay attention to their eyes. Now he only wants to find Shui Na and then clear his name. However, what makes him feel strange is that he did not find any enemies in this mausoleum. They have already used a carpet search to confirm that there are no players from the Holy Light camp around. Are they all offline? Shanying, the person in charge of the Death God Guild's operation, said quickly. Tisk tisk, how is this possible? Didn't you see the system prompt? You can't just go offline here. I really don't know how you, the captain of the thieves, did it. You dare to ask such an idiotic question. At this time, a female priest with a purple headscarf shook her head and said with helplessness and disdain. Ziyi, you stinky bitch. Don't think that we can't fight you just because your Beiwa club is full of women. If you dare to provoke us again, be careful that we will directly destroy your guild. You. The dark priest named Ziyi immediately blushed, but she couldn't say a word. To be honest, the Beiwa club's combat effectiveness is not strong, which everyone knows, but they also have their own secret weapon, that is, there are many women, and they are all beautiful women. Many people are saying that the 100 Flowers Club is actually a red light district, but no one has confirmed it. Long Tian, who was standing aside, ignored them. The number of guilds in the Dark Camp was no less than that in the Holy Light Camp. The friction between them had already heated up. If they were not all interested in this relic, they would have fought outside. As the King Guild of the Undead Empire, no one dared to talk nonsense in Long Tian's territory. After all, if they wanted to go back to the Dark World, they had to pass through Long Tian's territory. What have you found around? Long Tian asked the thief who was responsible for finding the secret passage. Nothing has been found. The walls and the ground here are solid, and there are no mechanisms. There is nothing here either. A brave thief, standing in this uncovered coffin, also shook his head. What about above? Long Tian looked at the ceiling at this time. He knew that Shui Na and the others could not just disappear like this. If Shui Na could, then he would believe it a little, but it was absolutely impossible for others. So he thought there was a mechanism here, but they just didn't find it. Didn't you find it in other places? Long Tian asked in the team chat. No, this mausoleum is very strange. All the storage rooms are empty, even the coffins are empty. This is very strange. A thief who obviously has some status suddenly said in the team chat. Hey, President, there is a mechanism above. At this time, a thief climbing on the ceiling suddenly pointed to a stone slab and said excitedly. When Long Tian and his team went up with the rope, they also didn't find even a ghost, which made them all a little stunned. Search, there is a secret passage here, they must have left through the secret passage, they shouldn't run far. Long Tian looked at the real main tomb and knew that Shui Na and his team had found the secret passage and left. Chase those people, are you going to ignore this place? Shanying looked at the coffin that had obviously not been opened here, and his eyes began to flicker. Humph, if you want to do this, I suggest you come back at another time, or wait until our people leave. I don't want to die with you. The most introduced thing in the treasure map in Long Tian's hand is the design of this coffin. Although he didn't know what was here, he knew that this thing was not something they could face. Boss, there is a tomb here, but... A thief pushed open the tomb with only garbage left, and the initial excitement immediately turned into anger. The gold coin left by the knight was nakedly mocking their incompetence and failure. Chapter 882 Deep into the Enemy Camp, Part 1. When Long Tian and others found the stone slab of the escape secret passage that was processed by Shui Na and others had already left the secret passage. Shui Na and his group who left the secret passage did not run directly to the site of the human empire, but went in the opposite direction and hid in a forest in the north. Not long after they left, Long Tian and his team had already passed the secret passage and chased in the direction of the human empire. The exit of this escape secret passage was on the top of a mountain, and Shui Na and others who were hiding in the woods below were staring at this place with binoculars. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until no one ran out of it. Now they are ready to go offline at any time to avoid unnecessary sacrifices and losses. Someone! Everyone be careful! At this time, Ye suddenly pointed in a direction and said vigilantly. It's me. At this time, Dao Yiyudao saw that they all reacted and spoke immediately. When Dao Yiyudao discovered them, he didn't intend to hide his whereabouts at all, so he was discovered by Ye and his team. Hey, why is there only you, where are the others? Tai Feng looked left and right behind Dao Yiyudao, but he didn't see any other thieves coming. Why are you in such a hurry? I am enough. I have arranged others along the way. Now the undead empire is in chaos. If you are not careful, none of you can leave. Dao Yiyudao pointed at the cloth-clothed people behind them, but he did not dare to point his finger at Shui Na. Don't be so arrogant. Did you bring the things I want? Shui Na ignored Dao Yiudao's show-off look. Did Shui Na ask him to do this? As a mage, although he is now a little out of the mage profession, Shui Na still knows the weaknesses of mages, so he will disperse dozens of thieves to comprehensively investigate all the surrounding situations. I brought them. You are really stupid. You didn't call me for such an event. Dao Yiyudao said while giving the space ring in his hand to Shui Na. You are still a good guy. You actually thought of this method. Tai Feng took the ring and began to put the gold bricks in the backpack one by one. If Tai Feng were to come, he would probably have someone rush over to get excited first. It's not that I didn't want to call you, but you were not on this map at the time, so I couldn't call you. Shui Na said as she put the gold bricks into the space ring. You can't send messages. Dao Yiyudao pouted, but he also knew that even if Shui Na called him, he wouldn't come. Because just now, he was working hard for his lifelong event. As long as he completed the task given to him by his teacher, he wouldn't have to worry about his level 150 equipment. It's just a pity that he obviously hasn't found the core component of the strongest ultimate equipment in the legend, and he doesn't know where Nabi and the others are. Let's go. Tai Feng completed his work first. These gold bricks were very heavy. Even Shui Na could only lift them when he activated the power of violent transformation. As for those cloth clothes with little power value, they could only watch and not do anything. Under the leadership of Dao Yiyudao, Tai Feng and the others began a somewhat nervous smuggling behavior. Although this situation of being like a rat crossing the street made them feel a little helpless, they were more excited. Because, with the reports from the thieves who were constantly hiding, they were almost walking shoulder to shoulder with the thousands of people who were searching for them. Often, the people in the dark camp had just walked past one end of the mountain, and they came out from the other end. As long as the other party turned back a little, they would definitely run into the muzzle of the gun. In order to make them walk more safely, Tai Feng mobilized almost all the spies of the Undead Empire. Combined with the thief team arranged by Dao Yudao, almost all possible discoveries were combined. Wait a minute and go this way. We have 1 minute. Don't be slow. Dao Yudao came to this conclusion after discussing with several thieves in his thief team's chat. And the crowd did not react much to this. After all, they had heard such arrangements countless times in the one-year journey just now. Yudao, is it really okay for us to go this way? Tai Feng glanced at his map. They were now taking a long detour, and they were going into the interior of the Undead Empire. This is the only way to go. Starting from the ruins just now, there are already a lot of people deployed around. We must go out first, otherwise, once we go in, we can't leave even if we want to. Dao Yudao said it very easily. In fact, if it weren't for covering Qun Lixu and the others, Dao Yudao also wanted to rush into that area to test the depth of the dark camp. The group just bypassed this forest, and a team of warriors from the dark camp passed by the place where Shui Nai and the others had just left. Damn, the boss and the others actually assigned us here, why would they run here? I see someone is doing something behind the scenes, bah, that bitch. At this time, a soldier suddenly said hatefully. Xiaoming, stop talking. Who told you to offend her? And she is your ex-girlfriend after all. Stop saying such harsh things. Let's go. We still have to go on patrol. Stop, Mina, get some water. Hidden, there are a few thieves coming in front. At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly shouted. In front. Although Shui Nai was a little confused, he still cast Shui Yin on several of them, and also added a dark shadow. Not sure, it seems that a stealth thief team was discovered by our people. Dao Yudao said in a low voice in Shui Nai's private chat, but soon, his voice changed. Hey, they are coming towards us, damn, we are discovered. Dao Yudao said puzzledly. Hey, what's going on? Long Tian and others are bringing people here. At this time, Tai Feng was also a little nervous. Although he couldn't hear Shui Nai and Dao Yudao's private chat just now, he suddenly received a message from several of his people who were ambushing in the dark camp that Long Tian and others suddenly changed the direction of the search and came to this side with all their strength. There is a spy. It seems that one of our people has betrayed us. Shui Nai said with some regret. For now, Shui Nai and his two teams have basically not made any mistakes. The people in the dark camp can't find their whereabouts at all, let alone know where they are hiding now. And there is only one possibility, that is, they were betrayed. Shui Nai, I'll leave first. If it's really someone from our team, he may have scouted your location through me. Dao Yudao also thought of this. On Dao Yudao's player map, dozens of blue cursors are flashing. His teammates are setting up within a few kilometers, but now it is one of these cursors that exposes their people. Well, then you have to be careful. Tai Feng heard Dao Yudao's words and knew the reason. Thinking of this, Tai Feng was also very heartbroken. The team led by Dao Yudao was also trained as the elite of the guild, but now he found that it was infiltrated by the enemy, which made him both sad and angry. I understand. Dao Yudao finished speaking and left. Everyone, pay attention. The mission has changed, so everyone prepare to fight. Form a group of 5 and scout all the enemies around you. If you can kill them directly without leaving any alive. Also, let one person be responsible for guarding the resurrection point here. Kill 1 by 1, and kill 2 by 2. Do you understand? Dao Yudao did not try to find the little mouse here, because he knew that it was not only impossible, but also would make the team lose its cohesion ability, and even make some of them lose confidence in the guild. Boss Yudao, don't pay attention to the president and boss Fan. A thief asked nervously. It was his first time to participate in such an event. He had been working hard as an ordinary person in this guild, but since he was spotted by Dao Yudao, he began to be trained by the people in the guild. Although he did not disappoint these people, his combat awareness and strength continued to improve, but his state of mind was still a little behind. Little bird, you have to believe in them. Now we just have to do our job well. Let's act. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and suddenly turned into a black arrow and rushed towards the team of warriors just now. Understood. All the thieves almost shouted at this time. This team of warriors had just received the information, but before they could launch a search operation, they were suddenly blocked by a thief who appeared. I saw Dao Yiyu Dao turned into a stream of light with almost only a residual shadow left, and soon found a warrior on the periphery. Although this warrior reacted almost in an instant, he directly put Chongjin in front of him, ready to attack at any time. But he underestimated Dao Yiyu Dao's weapon, and at the same time overestimated his own strength. I saw Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly swung a knife at him 2 meters away, and the fiery red dagger immediately flashed with red flames, and in the flames, a fire dragon as thick as a thigh was holding flames and rushed out. With a bang, the fire dragon formed by Dao Yiyu Dao's fire dragon dagger soon hit the chest armor of this warrior, blowing him away. Xiaoming. Several warriors felt their scalps go numb when they saw that the warrior named Xiaoshi was almost dead. A thief could actually use magic attacks, and one strike could directly knock out nearly 8,000 health points. How powerful is this attack? He's still alive? Sure enough, the warrior profession is the most troublesome. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the warrior who had put out the fire on his body, drank potions, and stood up with difficulty, and murmured helplessly. Seeing that the strongest attack of his fire dragon dagger was ineffective, Dao Yiyu Dao also knew that he didn't need to try his ice dragon dagger again, so he sneaked directly. Be careful! The leading Templar shouted, and at the same time swung a white light of holy light in one direction. However, this holy light slash did not hit Dao Yiyu Dao, because when it just hit him, he suddenly accelerated and came directly to his in front of the target. How is it possible? The leading Templar saw that Dao Yiyu Dao could actually speed up at the last moment, and he obviously had some spare energy, which made him have to increase the danger level of this thief again. Although ordinary thieves can't do anything to their warrior's armor, if these thieves are equipped with a dagger with armor-penetrating or armor-breaking effects, they will be the nemesis of these iron-skinned turtles. Looking at this thief who has turned into a black light, he feels that he has no chance this time. Form a formation, use a defensive formation. But before the captain had time to command, Dao Yiyu Dao had already pointed the dagger at his throat. Under the powerful armor-penetrating effect of the ice dragon, the tip of the dagger flashed a blue light, and then puffed through the Templar's neck guard and then stabbed into his body. However, the counterattack of this Templar warrior should not be underestimated. When he was attacked by Dao Yiyu Dao, he was able to launch a slash at the moment of death, almost cutting the leather armor on Dao Yiyu Dao's back. Sure enough, frontal attack is not my home field. Dao Yiyu Dao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughed at himself, and disappeared directly. However, the surrounding warriors became more uneasy. Hold on, I have sent a distress signal, the boss and the others will be here soon. A warrior said nervously. Although he wanted to encourage his companions' ambitions, they knew that their president was with a group of mages. By the time they came, the flowers would have to wither. Almost at the moment when Dao Yiyu Dao launched the attack, similar battles were also launched in several other places. In all the battles, almost all of them were started by the thieves of the Holy Light Camp. However, these thieves are also good at choosing targets. They will not directly find a team of warriors to fight like Dao Yiyu Dao, but will specifically choose some mages to attack. Magic ban, paralysis, and various poisons, almost all of them were used on these people. For a time, with Shui Nai and his team as the center, the war within a radius of several kilometers almost ignited at the same time, and it was obviously getting more and more intense. Everyone, don't fight anymore. Kill if you can, and run if you can't kill. We will grind them down little by little. Dao Yiyu Dao can see the changes in everyone's health through the team panel, so he put forward new requirements at this time. However, for now, his health value is the lowest in this team, almost less than 40%, and it is obviously decreasing. We are so young, we don't want to die. But you, boss, don't be so ruthless just because you see that they are beautiful, and let them eat you. A thief was obviously very familiar with Dao Yiyu Dao, and he dared to joke at this time, but his situation was also not optimistic. In order to save a companion, he was surrounded by people, and now he was rushing out to the periphery. While the war was raging, Shui Nai and Tai Feng stopped at the same position as before and did not move. Shui Nai, Long Tian and his people have stopped, but with the character of Long Tian and his people, if we stay here, I'm afraid there will be problems. Tai Feng is now thinking about the current situation from Long Tian's perspective. No matter what, he thinks that Long Tian will definitely send someone to scout the situation here. I know, I'm waiting for these people now. I will lead them away later, and you can take advantage of this time to leave. Shui Nai said while taking out the magic cannon and started charging. Damn, it's like this again. Tai Feng was unhappy, but he also knew that if a soldier stayed here, he would die. Here we are, wait here for a while, and then leave. Shui Nai could already see several thieves in stealth. In the case of fast movement, they basically couldn't be completely invisible, and it happened that Shui Nai's insight combined with the search eye, the success rate was almost 90%. After finding the target, Shui Nai immediately carried the magic cannon and rushed out of the woods, and at the same time, he pulled the trigger at another place in the forest. There is an enemy. A thief turned into white light and died before he finished this sentence. And there were several thieves who died as well, and these guys were killed by Shui Nai randomly. 10 seconds of shooting time was enough for Shui Nai to sweep the surrounding space once. You can go. Qin Lixu said nervously at this time, staring at the holy light eye. Although she didn't see anything around her, she knew that if there were any thieves hiding behind the tree, her holy eye would be useless. However, she could only do this now. Apart from that, she could only pray that there were no enemies around. However, it was unknown whether Qin Lixu's prayer was effective or Long Tian saved his troops. After the death of these 10 thieves, no more enemies found him. After watching Tai Feng and the others leave, Shui Nai thought about it and chose the direction where the thieves had just come from, heading towards the enemy's rear. Went. Along the way, whenever Shui Nai encountered a suspicious place, he would throw a flaming bomb without saying anything. Although the hit rate was very low, there were still several unlucky thieves who were sent away by Shui Nai's flaming bomb. The loud bang-bang noise along the way also exposed Shui Nai's whereabouts. Now, every time Shui Nai walked a dozen meters, several archers or thieves would jump out. The archers of the dark system were not as accurate as those of the Holy Light Camp in shooting, but these archers had worked hard on arrows. Almost all arrows were status-enhancing. If Shui Nai had not practiced the water illusion to a high level, he would have to use himself to attract these archers. Now Shui Nai almost used all his skills, which also scared the players of the dark camp, because they had never seen a player like Shui Nai, who had so many special magics that it was almost overwhelming. Chapter 883, Deep into the Enemy Camp, Middle. Shui Nai has a lot of magic, and it is also very diverse. This time, Shui Nai also showed some of the magic of the Holy Light system in front of outsiders. Although these magics cannot be compared with the magic of the Dark Seal, they still make Long Tian and others feel uneasy. An elemental mage, who can first use the magic of the Dark system, and now can also use the magic of the Holy Light system, this is such an unacceptable thing. However, Shui Nai ignored the surprised expressions of these people when they saw the Holy Light magic flying out of his magic wand, but used water illusion and other magic to kill Long Tian all the way. With Shui Nai's current ability, as long as he is not touched by the forbidden magic powder, there will be no problem. Lao Fan, you are there, I will come to help you. After Dao Yiyu Dao solved the enemies around him, he thought about it and still felt that he should go over to stir up the water first. I'm looking for Long Tian and others, you can come. Shui Nai couldn't see the location of Dao Yiyu Dao, but he knew that this guy must have come. When Shui Nai opened the player map, he found that Tai Feng and his team's coordinates had stopped again. It seemed that they had encountered a patrol again. They had been walking and stopping like this for half an hour, but fortunately, they had not fought during this period, which means that they had not been exposed yet. As long as they returned to the border of the human empire, he could leave here. However, before that, he had to kill a few more people to draw all the attention of these enemies to himself. Yudao, is there anyone from the thieves team dead? Shui Nai is now worried about this, because there is a traitor here, so their situation is the most dangerous. Not yet, but they have a lot of people, and they are a little tired. I have asked them to prepare to retreat. In this environment, if the thieves really want to save their lives, they have many opportunities. However, this is also if they don't encounter opponents like Shui Nai, otherwise they will find that they have been sent back to the resurrection point before they come to their senses. That's good, I won't say anything more, someone else is coming. After Mina finished speaking, she saw several figures suddenly emerge from the woods in front. However, the moment they met Mina, their figures suddenly disappeared. It's thieves again, what a trouble. Mina looked at these thieves who had already entered stealth, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. Although he was not afraid of thieves, he was very afraid of the entanglement of these thieves. Once they really got entangled, it would be endless. While controlling the clones created by his water illusion, Mina carefully hid aside. However, it may be that the same trick was used too many times and it was a bit ineffective. As a result, the clones outside were running around, but no one attacked it, and naturally there was no way to know the specific location of the thieves. In fact, the phantoms created by the water illusion have a big disadvantage, that is, the movements are a bit unnatural, and the most unnatural part is its feet. When the phantom is walking, no matter whether the ground in front is high or low, it will directly pass by, feeling like floating. Although Mizuna also knew this shortcoming, his water illusion was only at this level, and there was nothing he could do. Seeing that his water illusion was ineffective, Mizuna thought about it and decided to fight first and see the situation before deciding whether to leave or stay. According to what he saw just now, there were only 5 thieves that could be found, and he was sure that there were no other players in this forest. At least he could not feel that anyone had other hostility towards him, which would make him feel dangerous. If the enemy does not move, I will not move is the rule that thieves must follow when lurking. Because when thieves move, the effect of stealth will be greatly reduced, and their flaws will be exposed. So generally speaking, when fighting with strong people of the same level, thieves are more likely to wait for the enemy to reveal flaws first, and then wait to sneak attack the enemy. However, this has no effect on Mizuna now. Because he is now planning to force all the thieves out, only in this way can he ensure that there is no thief could sneak attack him. And now, Mina was at the edge of the open space. Although there were not many shelters around him, as long as he could succeed, he would be almost there. After moving the elemental wand, Mina began to aim the wand at the center of the open space, and then slowly mastered the extent of the space. After feeling that it was almost the same, Mina changed the explosion bird to the link bird. After the preparations were correct, Mina began to attack. He suddenly swung the wand from the left side of his body to the right side, and the head of the wand formed a perfect arc in the air. During this period, the red flames kept flashing on Mina's elemental wand, and the link birds rushed out in the flames. What was most striking was that this time, Mina's link birds almost distributed the entire space, and a completely red fan's hape enveloped the space. However, not long after, these 25 linked birds dispersed almost at the same time, each split into 5, and they were also fans haped. 25 small fans haped, adding up to a total of 125 smaller linked birds, this time really directly covered the entire space. This time, Mina's magic attack area was hundreds of square meters, much larger than the current ordinary magic attack range. The distance between each linked bird was less than a few dozen centimeters. With such a small space, it was basically impossible to dodge. All the dark camp thieves within the attack range turned pale at the same time, and their expressions could not help but stagnate slightly. When they saw such an attack coming back, they thought of escaping. However, after a moment of distraction, Mina's linked birds had already come, and only the 2 thieves with the fastest reaction barely dodged before the magic came. However, their figures also appeared at this time, and what greeted them were several chain lightnings. Such a high lightning resistance attribute. At this time, Shui Na saw a thief actually ran directly into the woods with a body full of lightning. But he didn't have time to pay attention to him, because although the 4 thieves around him were all in the state of electric current paralysis, the electric current paralysis effect of this chain lightning, which was only a high-level magic, was not significant. So he had to get rid of the remaining 4 first, otherwise they would be on guard and it would be difficult to attack again. Using the classic combination of chain lightning and explosive bombs, these thieves basically turned into white light after running a few steps. After sending these thieves away, Shui Na didn't pay attention to the thief who escaped to an unknown place, and his figure disappeared. Shui Na, who sneaked for a while, soon found the second batch of players. This time, there were many people, a full 30 people, but Shui Na didn't find any familiar faces. Among this group of people, half of them are cloth-wearing professions, among which the number of elemental mages is the largest, with a total of 10. Looking at this group of people, Shui Na did not go heathen with them. After all, it is not easy to kill these people, and there are probably several thieves guarding around. More importantly, this group of people is very slow. They may have to protect the lives of these mages. They not only maintain a defensive formation while moving, but also run very slowly. Basically, most thieves have no chance to get close to these mages. After a circle, Shui Nai quickly left this forest and changed the direction and walked in another direction. This direction is the direction where this group of people came just now, that is, the number of enemies in this direction is probably not large. Tai Feng, where are you now? Since Tai Feng and his location has exceeded the range of Shui Nai's player map, he can only ask. We are on the outskirts of the Mohais forest, but there are people guarding there, so we dare not move for the time being. The Mohais forest is the big forest where Shui Nai was just now. As one of the few forests in the Undead Empire, this forest is basically very dead, and even undead monsters are rarely seen. However, the Mohais Mountains are one of the few 150 map areas in the Undead Empire. For now, except for some large guilds that have organized people to try to open up the wasteland, not many people have come here. As long as they cross the Mohais Mountains, Tai Feng and his team can go to the Human Empire side. In this mountain range, there are a total of 3 Human Empire fortresses leading to that side. The nearest one is in the direction of Longtian, but it was rejected by Shui Nai and his team. Because they knew that Longtian's people would definitely deploy heavy troops there and wait for them. So for safety reasons, they chose the farthest fortress, which is the temporary site of the Dark Dragon Guild, and it is also one of the most powerful fortresses. Tai Feng, if you can't do it, just log off. Anyway, it's already like this now, and there's no time to fight for it. Now Shui Nai is most afraid that Tai Feng and the others can't help but take risks. Then take action. Okay, I get it, but we don't want to give up until the last moment. Tai Feng said seriously. Okay, then I'll think of a way to confuse the water. Shui Na also knew that this was their current idea, and knew that they would not just log off and escape. After Shui Na turned off all the communication systems, he came out from behind the big tree where he was hiding. Now what he had to do was to hunt more dark players, so that they would focus on this side in order to take care of each other. But what made him feel a little inadequate was that he did not accept the killing mission this time, that is, the players he killed this time were basically killed in vain. However, if the dark players who died in Shui Na's hands just now knew about it, they would probably be so angry that they would die again. The level and experience they worked so hard to train were defined as in vain by Shui Na, which was absolutely a shame. Long Tian, who was on a high mountain, was frowning and looking at a map in his hand. This was a map of the border defense line of the Human Empire. This map is not too unfamiliar to the Human Empire, because as long as the accumulated military merit is enough, it can be exchanged at the quartermaster. This territory defense map cannot be included in the player's big map and player map, nor will it have various updated information like these two. This is a map in this world, a very inefficient map. It seems that our people are still too confident. Long Tian, who has calmed down, has also restored his usual wisdom and analytical ability. Why is this? Wei Zhe, who was beside Long Tian, put down the telescope in his hand and asked a little puzzled. At first, they were heading towards the fortress farthest from here, with the goal of not meeting our people, but since some people tipped off, they did not change their goal and still went to that fortress. But what about our people? They were confused by those thieves, and they only wanted to deal with these thieves, but forgot the biggest enemy. Long Tian put away the map and looked at the little light bursting out of the distant woods below. This is the light of battle, the light that only players can release. They are still heading that way? They are so bold. Wei Zhe said in disbelief. According to common sense, they all knew their goal, but they did not change direction and headed for the nearest place. Instead, they maintained their original goal. This is too bold. No, we are too confident. We all thought that those people would fight to the death at this time and break through our blockade as quickly as possible, so we went to the nearest fortress to garrison. But they did not abandon their mage companions. Instead, they let the thieves who came to rescue set fire everywhere, which made us anxious. Long Tian had to admire the courage of Tai Feng and others. If Long Tian still put all the people on that side at the last moment, then except for Shui Nai, the perverted mage, no one of them would be able to escape. There are nearly 5,000 people on their side, and their strength is ranked high. If they fight, they don't even have a chance. However, among these 5,000 people, there are good and bad people, and there are nearly 5 larger guilds alone. Everyone wants to take advantage of others and watch the show on the side. This is why the thieves can't win and run away, leaving no one behind. Then what about us now? Wei Tsai thought about it and still felt that he had to ask. No need to chase them. If they dare to do this, they will naturally use offline to escape our pursuit, so it's useless to chase them. It's better to focus on the firepower to get rid of these thieves and the mage first. Long Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction where Shui Nai came from. Although there are many people belonging to Long Tian among these 5,000 people, only a few hundred people. But he has a lot of spies in other guilds, so he basically knows Shui Nai's location and general situation all the time. And it is precisely because of this that he knows that Shui Nai is now going this way. Basically, the command centers of all the big guilds that launched attacks and hunts on the dark campsite are placed here, because the height here allows all commanders to see a large space around them, which is convenient for command. In addition, these are easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a very good position. Then should we tell them to, otherwise it might be a bit troublesome for us alone. Wei Zhe was very surprised at the strength of the thieves like Dao Yiyu Dao, and he didn't know why these thieves were so brave. Not only was there no news of death, but they also killed a lot of mages. Such combat power made his companion, a commoner, feel terrified. However, it is a pity that the senior thief spy in the Twin Dragon Guild is not from the Dark Temple, otherwise he would know why these guys are so strong. No, let them die more, anyway, they are not our people, no matter how many they die, we won't feel heartbroken. Moreover, this way that's not bad. The more hatred they have with those people, the more people will come to deal with them. Haha, I just don't know if those guys will go to trouble them in reality. I remember that there are a few people who can't afford to lose. This. Wei Zhi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He rarely saw Long Tian hate so much as he did now. The hatred that almost penetrated from his bones could make a person like Long Tian change so much. By the way, our spies are still there? Long Tian asked without thinking. Yes, but they haven't penetrated to the upper level yet, so are people. Wei Zhi shrugged. He knew that Long Tian was asking about the Twin Dragon Guild. Okay, as long as there is, it's fine. Anyway, I just want that mage to feel heartbroken. After Long Tian finished speaking, he looked at the war not far away, which was very close to this side. However, Dao Yiyu Dao is also very troubled by the problem of spies now, because this team of people are basically brought up by his teachers. Although they have not learned much, they are also top-notch in the world of thieves. However, now there is a bomb buried among them that may explode at any time, which makes him feel very uneasy. First of all, such a spy not only knows a lot of important information in the guild, but also knows that the Twin Dragon Guild is secretly training a team of thieves. Thirdly, he is even more afraid that such a spy may shoot cold guns at any time. When he thought that these people who were introduced by him and became his junior brothers were actually spies with wolves and dogs, he felt as if he had eaten hundreds of flies, very disgusting and very angry. So he vented all his negative emotions on the players in the dark camp through the dagger in his hand. Lao Fan, I'm here, how about you? Dao Yiyu Dao was at the edge of the woods at this time, looking at the hill not far away, and shaking off the blood on the dagger. It's almost there. If you feel bored, you can go up and help me lead some people away. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he continued to use high-profile magic to open the way and lead people around. Chapter 884 Going Deep into the Enemy Line, Part 2. Long Tian looked at Shui Nai who had already come outside. This time, Shui Nai was no longer the illusion in the report just now, because magic with powerful killing power was flying out of the magic wand in this person's hand. Such a powerful magic attack. I didn't expect that even the strongest warrior of our guild couldn't withstand an attack. Wei Zhe looked at Shui Nai who kept releasing magic like a flying bird in the sky, and said with some shock. The attack power of this magic is at least twice as strong as the current situation collected. It seems that this magic has been upgraded just now. Long Tian looked at the dark orc warrior who had just died below. Although the health value of the dark camp is not as high as that of the holy light camp, it is not the kind of race that will die at the touch. This orc warrior is the most powerful in the Dark Temple Guild, with nearly 20,000 health points. Although the magic defense is a little fragile, the attack power is too great. Then boss, should we call back all the thieves? Wei Zhi asked. If these thieves had not run away, it would probably not be the turn of this mage to be arrogant here. No need. They came back just because they fell into the trap of this mage, letting them continue to chase and kill Tai Feng and the others. As for him, others will take care of him. Long Tian shook his head, looking at the defenders below, who were almost only warriors and mages, knowing that this time, Shui Nai had more and more enemies. Although the Dark Camp and the Holy Light Camp were in a hostile relationship, that was limited to the camps, and the players would just kill each other at most. For many guilds in the Dark Camp, although Shui Nai had a lot of combat power, a player was not very useful in the camp war, and this also made many guild members only choose guilds with the same strength as them as potential enemies. However, it was a pity that although Tai Feng's Twin Dragon Guild was not a low-level guild, it was established a short time ago and had no foundation of its own. In front of everyone, it was just a hale household. In front of them who claimed to be nobles, such hale households were not too noticeable. However, now it was different. In such a large-scale battle, this mage actually attacked his own line of defense consisting of 5,000 people by himself, which was very shocking in itself. As long as they put this mage in the enemy list, many people will probably regard him as a thorn in their eyes, and it will be much easier to deal with this mage. The battle outside did not stop because Long Tian was thinking, but was developing in the direction he wanted. The Dark Camp players who were beaten so hard that they couldn't even lift their heads began to wake up from the shock one by one, no longer considering him as a mission target, but instead repeatedly increasing his danger level. Now they understand why this mage has always been the target that the Dark God's spokesperson must kill. With such a powerful player, even they have to kill him. Death. It's too scary to keep such an enemy alive. In fact, the only guilds that really understood the horror of Shui Nai were the Dark Temple Guild and the Death God Guild. Only these two guilds had a real grudge against him and fought against him. However, for the sake of the big guilds, they did not make the matter of this mage public, which made many people not understand Shui Nai's strength. As for the general Dark Camp players, when they could not log into the official website of the Holy Light Camp to learn about the information, they only knew the name but not the person. What's wrong with this guy? How can he cast magic in the sky? A mage on the front line looked at Shui Nai, who was flying fast, and could actually launch an attack in this flying state, while his own attacks were all in vain. In three-dimensional space, Shui Nai's escape ability is extremely strong. Shui Nai, be careful, there are archers coming. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly received a message from Dao Yiyu Dao. Although Dao Yiyu Dao had come here early in the morning, he had been hiding in the dark and had a thorough understanding of the situation of all the enemies around him. I saw it. Shui Nai had already discovered these dark elves without weapons. The bows used by the advanced elves are all giant bows that are almost as tall as themselves. This giant bow can be seen from a distance. So, this time, none of the archers who came over took out the conspicuous giant bows, intending to wait until they get close to take them out and shoot the target. However, these unarmed archers were discovered early in the morning. Although they came from behind Shui Nai and were moving at the edge of the woods, they did not expect that the Shui Nai who was killing and setting fire outside was also a fake. Controlling his clone and going towards those archers, Shui Nai immediately saw that these archers activated eagle eyes almost instantly and took out longbows. Looking at the sparkling eyes in these eyes, Shui Nai immediately asked the clone to use the elemental bird. Two waves of elemental birds with chain lightning, carrying dozens of lightning, entered the woods. The chain birds with automatic tracking ability forced the archers out in an instant. The archers who were panicking soon came to the open space outside the woods, but they were greeted by stronger magic. The archers who ran into the woods did not escape. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was already guarding inside, sent the archers who had not figured out what was going on back in an instant. When the magic explosion outside disappeared, there was no sound in the woods anymore. Lao Fan, you are really generous. You use such advanced equipment for your clone. Aren't you afraid that it will be exploded by others? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the clone in the sky holding the elemental magic wand and the flying ring, and he was a little envious. Although this flying ring is not a high-end thing, it is definitely a rare item in the eyes of players. Because for now, only Shui Nai's family has it. If we don't show off our powerful skills, those people will believe us, Shui Nai said as he walked towards the direction where the clone flew. In fact, he was also afraid that the clone would die suddenly, because once it died, all the newly added equipment on it would fall off, and this was exactly why he had to move with the clone. By the way, how are Tai Feng and the others? Dao Yiyu Dao asked at this time. It's safe. Yu Huang and the others sent people over. Now they are clearing out all the people in the dark camp around. There is no problem for them. Shui Nai took a look at the situation around him. Since most of the thieves were dead, many of them were still in a weak period and dared not come out, so Shui Nai didn't need to be afraid of their sneak attacks. Moreover, the clone was so dazzling in the sky that the thieves would not focus on the ground. Haha, I didn't expect that our hatred with the Dark Dragon Guild would be resolved like this. Dao Yiyu Dao also sighed. There is no big hatred in the first place, and we are passive in dealing with them, so they naturally have no interest. Moreover, more importantly, we are too strong, and they dare not attack us. Shui Nai knew that if their strength was not enough to deter them, then their outcome would be really hard to say. Then it's time to go up and get rid of that guy. We have come here. If we don't kill a few people before leaving, it would be a bit unfair to them. Dao Yiyu Dao had already started to kill, and it would be a bit hard to go on without killing a few people. Well, we will leave after killing people. We still have to do the task later. Shui Nai looked at the dark sky in the sky. The dim sun above had been out for a long time. Boss, they are coming. Should we retreat first? Wei Zhe looked at the mage in the sky, and he was already secretly retreating in his heart. Retreat? Long Tian shook his head very clearly, even if we are all dead, we can't retreat. Otherwise, we don't have to mix in the future. We can just delete all our accounts. Everyone listen to me, all thieves go into stealth mode, warriors retreat to the back, and all ranged warriors, stay put, I want to take this guy down. Long Tian said in a decisive tone in the guild channel, without the ferocious aura of his previous rage. Regarding Long Tian's calm mood now, Wei Zhi didn't know which one was Long Tian's real emotion. Hey, this is... Wei Zhi looked at Shui Nai, who was rushing towards him like he was going to die, and was surprised. This mage would never do such a stupid thing, so the only explanation is that he has enough confidence. At this moment, a mage suddenly turned into white light and disappeared, and at the same time, a burst of grey powder suddenly appeared in this mage group. Dao Yiyu Dao Long Tian shouted in horror, unable to maintain his calmness. The group of archers before were not Long Tian's men, so he didn't know that Dao Yiyu Dao had already come. Keep the archers at this time, Long Tian had already seen the plan of Dao Yiyu Dao. He planned to abolish this wedge master and directly deal with the few remaining archers. Only in this way can Shui Nai, the mage, attack without any worries. After seeing that the people on the mountain were already in chaos, Shui Nai controlled his clone to fly over while throwing out countless elemental birds. Since Shui Nai's elemental birds were trained, he began to turn this into a main combat skill. A large number of explosive birds flew down from the sky, and for a moment, the nearest dark camp players were burned by the bursting flames one by one. Disperse, counterattack, Long Tian said, while driving the colorful magic, carrying Wei Zhe and several other mages up. Due to the characteristics of the monsters of the Undead Empire, the Dark Temple Guild did not train any archers, so they only had those few archers, but now they were being chased by Dao Yiyu Dao and couldn't take care of themselves. Stand firm, Long Tian said, and directly let the colorful magic spider rush towards Shui Nai. The huge colorful magic spider almost pressed towards Shui Nai like a mountain. However, at this moment, Shui Nai, who was about to be hit, suddenly turned into a ball of starlight and disappeared in the sky, leaving only 3 pieces of equipment falling from the sky. Doppelganger Long Tian looked at the equipment falling to the ground in disbelief. In the sky, a golden cyan ring, a bright red legendary magic wand, and a colorless magic book disappeared in Long Tian's eyes. Doppelganger. Wei Zhi knew that Shui Nai had a magic shadow ring in his hand, but he also didn't expect Shui Nai to dare to give these 3 pieces of equipment to the avatar, and one of them was the elemental book of the same level as the legendary dark book. Long Tian immediately controlled the colorful magic spider to fly down. Although he knew it was impossible, as long as there was a chance, he didn't want to miss such equipment. This is a legendary artifact. However, when Long Tian finally controlled the colorful magic spider to turn around, he found that the 3 pieces of equipment had disappeared in Shui Nai's hands. Attack Long Tian controlled the colorful spider and directly sent out a lightning net, but before the net hit Shui Nai, it was blown up by several explosive birds. After that, several elemental birds flew to the colorful spider at the same time, blowing up balls of red flames. Seeing that his magic could almost hit thousands of blood, Shui Nai's eyes lit up and immediately gave up the plan to kill all the people on the mountain. Hey, don't do this, I'm still up here. Dao Yiyu Dao was shocked after hearing Shui Nai's idea. He rushed to the top of the mountain alone. If there was no support, it would be a serious problem. Because he didn't change into the Shadow Killer suit just now to make it easier to kill people. He is using a new suit now. This suit called Dark King has a very strong stealth bonus ability, as well as a very strong attack bonus and skill bonus. This is a must-have equipment for killing and arson, but unfortunately, it is not as invisible as the Shadow Killer, so it can only be rushed and resisted. Soon, just get rid of this colorful spider, it will be very soon. Shui Nai didn't want to miss this opportunity. With the space reinforcement column isolation belt completed by Shui Nai and others, the bone portal of the dark camp is about to fail, but the powerful transportation capacity of Long Tian's colorful spider makes Tai Feng and others very troubled, because only with it, they can cross the border at any time to do the task of killing and arson. After activating the flying technique, Shui Nai's elemental bird almost didn't stop, flying and hitting the colorful spider one by one. And Long Tian, who had already reacted, was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the magic of this mage would be so powerful that the blood volume of the colorful spider almost dropped straight down. Looking at the life value that dropped, swishing Wei Zhe had tried his best to fight back, but he still couldn't stand it. Boss Wei Zhe called Long Tian. He didn't expect that although the magician's flexibility was even better than before, all the magics attacking him almost ended in failure. Shui Nai, who used the flying technique, was much more flexible than the clone who used the flying ring just now, so it was naturally not so easy to hit him. And Shui Nai didn't take the general low-level magic seriously. Even if he tried hard, he could still kill the Wedge Master. Let's retreat. Although the seven-colored magic spider could not keep up with the development of the game, its role was the most powerful tool in the Dark Temple. It couldn't be lost in these, so although Long Tian was very angry, the situation was stronger than the person, so he could only retreat. However, Shui Nai refused to let them retreat. Now he had circled to the top and planned to kill the blue-dotting mages first. However, at this moment, an arrow shot from nowhere suddenly hit Shui Nai at the speed of lightning. Although Shui Nai tried to avoid the vital points at the last moment, a hole was still shot through her chest. However, before Shui Nai had time to heal her wounds, the second arrow had already come. However, this arrow was obviously not as fast as the previous arrow that was too fast to be seen. Shui Nai finally blocked it with the Wraith Shield, but was still knocked away more than 10 meters by the powerful impact. Shui Nai, you. Dao Yu Dao didn't know Shui Nai's situation, but he could still see the shocking red blood on Shui Nai's chest with his sharp eyes. It's okay, retreat, there are strong men coming. Shui Nai looked at Long Tian and his group who had already run away, and then looked at the woods where the cold arrow was shot just now. Without saying much, he flew directly to the side of the human empire. Haha, this mage is really not ordinary strong. He was hit by your life withering, but he can still act like nothing happened. Shakesing looked at the man wrapped in a black robe behind him and said with a teasing smile. Didn't you see the blood coming out of his head? Life withering is unsolvable. It's not like you don't know that he doesn't die because you don't have enough skills. Okay, I won't say it. It's my fault. I admit my mistake. But you said, can we pull this guy in as well? With him, our strength will be much stronger. Impossible. He has a deep relationship with the NPCs of the Holy Light Camp. No, it's precisely because of the deep relationship that we are more worthy of winning him over. He is a very useful person. It's up to you. Anyway, my mission is to assist you. I won't participate in your decision-making. Hee. However, just when Mina had just flown a distance, the green light on his body flashed, and his life value that was about to return to 0 was restored at once. However, not long after, his life value slowly decreased again. Damn, it's really endless. Mina looked at the life value that began to decrease again, and cursed a little angrily. Chapter 885 Engagement? Hey, Lao Fan, your health value. Dao Yu Dao, who had returned using the teleportation ring, immediately discovered through the data on the friend panel that Shui Nai's health value was unnatural. In fact, there was no need to look at the system prompts. Just by looking at Shui Nai's almost grey face, you can know that he is in a bad state now. I'm in a cursed state. I have to find someone to get rid of it. The curse of life withering is a very overbearing state. For now, except for the light of life of Shui Nai's life ring, other skills and other medicines have failed. So fierce. Dao Yu Dao was also surprised after listening to Shui Nai's explanation. Even Shui Nai's light of life can't get rid of it. This is a state of extreme quality, and it's the kind of state that can't be solved until death. The Pope came over just now and is with your teacher. You'd better go there now. Xiao Yu also spoke at this time. Pope? Haha, there is always a way out. Shui Nai said, and went straight to the old wizard. Xiaoyu and Dao Yudao were also a little worried about Shui Nai's safety, so they followed. By the way, Yudao, are the thieves safe? Shui Nai, who was running in the front, was relieved when he knew that the Pope was here, and couldn't help but start to care about others. Everyone is safe, but 5 people died during the retreat. Fortunately, no valuable equipment was exploded. Dao Yudao shrugged. He didn't expect the enemy's final counterattack to be so strong that even the thieves who had been trained by high-level NPCs for half a month and benefited countless people couldn't stand it. 5. It's okay. This time, the people of the Dark Camp are ashamed to the Pacific Ocean. Shui Nai had already seen the courtyard where the old wizard lived. And the guards who had seen Shui Nai also opened the door from a distance at this time to welcome Shui Nai and others. Shui Na and the others are already regulars here, and basically all the guards on duty know them. The old wizard and the Pope are in the flower garden of this mansion drinking tea and playing chess in the garden. They seem to be not worried about the current situation of the human empire. However, when Mina just stepped into the garden, the two of them looked up at Mina almost at the same time, and both of them frowned slightly, but soon calmed down. Boy, how did you provoke such a powerful curse? The old wizard said with emotion at the first time. Life is withering. I haven't seen such a curse for a long time. The Pope also said with some emotion, and then he didn't even take out the magic wand, but waved his hands directly, and a nearly pure golden light shot from his hands to Mina. Under the effect of this holy light, Mina's left hand suddenly permeated with a black gas, which wrapped Mina's left hand and resisted the holy light energy that was about to come. The Pope raised his eyebrows and waved his hands again. The holy light that was about to shoot into Mina's body turned around Mina and actually went around, obviously avoiding Mina's left hand. Finally, in a ball of holy light that was almost liquefied, Mina's body was almost wrapped up except for her left hand. Mina, who was in the holy light, saw that the grey color produced by the withering of life on her body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye almost in an instant, and the little bit of death power that was dissipated was directly neutralized under the holy light. However, since Mina had a lot of grey death energy on her body, and Mina's left arm was in a special state, the holy light power belonging to the Pope carefully decomposed the death energy on Mina's body. Hey! After a full half a minute, the Pope stopped the output of the holy light energy, and the holy light energy that lost the Pope's control was absorbed by Mina's right hand in an instant. Why don't you thank him more? If he hadn't helped, even if you were lucky enough to survive, your cultivation would have dropped a lot. The old wizard saw that Mina was staring at his right hand, and was afraid that he would be rude to others, so he couldn't help but remind him. However, the Pope obviously didn't take it to heart, because he also noticed the changes in Mina's right hand. He couldn't help but be a little surprised when he thought that the holy light energy that would have dissipated would be absorbed by his right hand. Old friend, this is another masterpiece of yours. The Pope knew that the dark seal on Mina's left hand was created by this old friend, and now his right hand is obviously of this kind, so he thought of him. Haha, this is not a masterpiece. The one on him is a failure. My subsequent work is stronger than his. What, are you interested? The old wizard saw his shock and couldn't help but ask a little absent-mindedly. Can you mass-produce this seal? Although the Pope had calmed down the change on his face, his voice was still a little loud. Yes, but it costs a lot, and it doesn't seem to be of much significance to you. The effect of this thing is very weak, and the strongest one is only half as strong as the one on him. The old wizard was just playing with this kind of holy light seal. Although he also thought about using it to form an army that could fight against the dark forces, he didn't try it again because the effect of the holy light seal was not as good as he thought. No, I'm not talking about whether it is strong or not, but it can absorb my holy light energy, which means that this thing is a container that can hold holy light energy. That's what you thought at the beginning. The Pope looked at the seal in Mina's hand that was emitting bursts of strong holy light, and his face became excited again. You mean, use this thing to deal with those angel legions? This seems a bit unrealistic. The old wizard looked at the gradually stabilizing holy light seal and immediately understood what he meant. However, dealing with the angel army and using holy light energy to dispel the curse are two completely different things. It's not dealing with it, but saving lives. I hope you can study it again and turn it into a magic imprint that can weaken or even absorb the holy light energy. Only in this way can our soldiers have the strength to fight against the angel army. Why am I so stupid that I didn't think of this? If that's the case, then I might as well study the dark imprint as well, so that we humans can deal with the angel and demon army at the same time. Come on, you stay for a few days. With you in my research, it will be much faster. The old wizard who draws inferences from one thing and infers from another, doesn't care whether Shui Na and the others are busy or not, and directly pulls the Pope back, leaving Shui Na and the other two outside and ignoring them. We seem to be ignored. Dao Yudao curled his lips. Although their mission was completed, such an ending made him a little helpless. Haha, then take a look at this. Shui Na said, raised his right hand, and released the attributes of the Holy Light imprint at the same time. Hey, evolution, this is the evolved Holy Light seal. Dao Yudao immediately discovered the difference of this Holy Light seal. Now the Holy Light seal in Mina's hand has been baptized by the Pope's pure Holy Light energy, and its properties have been enhanced. Its enhanced effect is that when using the Holy Light healing magic used by the seal, the effect increased by 100%. At the same time, because the Holy Light energy belonging to the Pope is too huge, the level of this Holy Light seal has been directly upgraded by 10 levels, which means that there are now 5 more magics in it. In addition to the 3 magics of the primary healing spell and the Holy Light column, he now has a total of 8 magics. However, it may be because the Holy Light energy of the Pope this time is aimed at healing Shui Na, so his 5 new Holy Light magics are mainly healing auxiliary magics, such as intermediate healing spells or advanced healing spells, and the rest are respectively for healing minor and serious injuries, as well as bleeding states, 3 auxiliary healing magics. Although these things are still a bit useless for Shui Na, it is at least a good development, which is not bad. Lao Fan, try it and see if your milk is enough. Dao Yudao was bored for a while, so he played self-harm and directly stabbed his arm with a dagger. However, he was not so excited as to use his own ice and fire dragons, and just used an ordinary dagger to lightly scratch it. However, the wound was a bit deep. Let's try to treat minor injuries first. If it works, I want one too. At first, Dao Yudao also knew about such engravings, but since the old wizard obviously felt that this thing was not very meaningful, he did not mention it again, and Dao Yudao was embarrassed to ask the old wizard. I saw a white light flash on the magic wand in Mina's right hand, and a white outer layer and a golden holy light wrapped in the center shot onto Dao Yudao's arm. Afterwards, I saw that the white holy light quickly turned into life value, replenishing part of Dao Yudao's lost life value, while the golden light covered the wound. Although Dao Yudao's wound was not too serious, it was already among the minor injuries. Generally speaking, the duration of this minor injury is related to the physique. For a physique as high as Dao Yudao, such a wound can only exist for tens of seconds. However, during the time when the wound exists, the player will continue to lose blood until the wound heals. Although Shui Nai's treatment of minor injuries has a 100% bonus, the effect is not good due to the low level. In addition to the dozens of health points brought by the holy light at the beginning, the wound only healed a little bit, and it was not as fast as Dao Yudao himself. The effect is okay. If the level can be higher, it will be perfect. Dao Yudao looked at the effect and shook his head and said, "Do you really want this engraving?" Shui Nai tried other magics in response to Dao Yudao's request, and then couldn't help asking. "Yes, a little bit. You know, our thief series only has crossbows except daggers. However, when facing some monsters with physical defense, if I don't have ice and fire dragons, I can only stare blankly, so now I want to learn some magic. However, I don't know if I can learn it, after all, I don't have the attribute of magic." Dao Yudao said with some emotion. "Well, that's a problem. This engraving directly uses our own magic power. However, I think I'll ask him again in a few days. We can't mess with him now. If he gets angry, we'll be in trouble. Okay, let's do the task first." Dao Yudao was just thinking about it, so he didn't insist too much. "Damn, there are so many people from the dark camp on this side. I can't do it anymore." Dao Yudao looked at the dark camp players who popped up from time to time outside and began to feel annoyed. "Be patient, wait until they leave, then do it." Shui Na looked at the empty space around him, but he knew that his teammates were around. After meeting up with Tai Feng and his group, Tai Feng generously distributed nearly 1 million gold bricks to Dao Yudao and other thieves who contributed, and those thieves who died once received double rewards, and also compensated for their lost equipment. The remaining gold bricks were divided among the 11 people, and a small part of the rest was given to the Dark Dragon Guild as a reward, and the rest was locked in the guild's warehouse. As for the gems or those very expensive gold products, some were given to unscrupulous profiteers, and some were disposed of internally. Take the pair of couple rings on Mina and Xiaoyu's hands, the shape is gorgeous and eye-catching, and people can see the relationship between Mina and Xiaoyu at a glance. However, Mina felt that this decoration was a bit impractical, so she also complained. Basically, all the people who participated in the development of this ruins got a few such ornaments. Okay, let's go. At this time, Yesi and Gui Ren came from another direction. Just now, they followed the team of dark camp players who didn't know what to do, and came back after making sure they all left. Yesi and Gui Ren are the new players who joined this time. Since Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao have decided to start leveling up with all their strength from tomorrow, they plan to hand over the task of strengthening the space pillar to those who are trustworthy. Let's go, the Undead Empire is not peaceful today, so we shouldn't stay too long. Today, they were attacked by Shui Na and his dozens of people several times, and their face was basically destroyed. Now, in order to save face, they will naturally not let the players of the Holy Light Camp stay here. However, what they don't trademark to know is that the people on the side of the Undead Empire have long known about Shui Na and his space reinforcement pillars, but they can only strengthen the defense of the border because they can trademark to find the coordinates of those space reinforcement pillars. Now the only thing Long Tian and his people know is that Shui Na and his people are developing in a straight line, so they also deploy defenses in this direction. However, Shui Na and his people are not frequent visitors to this border, so they naturally don't trademark to know the changes in this border. Instead, they think that Long Tian and his people are looking for bad luck with the Holy Light Camp. The group of people who finally completed this task spent almost twice as much time as usual, and killed several waves of enemies during the period, but ended up causing a big melee. Finally, with the joint efforts of Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao, they used the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west to successfully lead these people to an open space, and then they killed them with all their strength, giving the remaining people time to complete the task. Two bosses, we are afraid that tomorrow's task may be. Yesi said with some uneasiness. They did not have the hard power of Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Na. Although they were very strong, they would only be strong when fighting alone. Once there were so many people like just now, they could only run away. Don't worry, I have studied it. The road behind is all barren mountains with few monsters and few resources. There can't be too many players in the dark camp, so you will have no problem. Since Dao Yiyu Dao dared to give them such an important task, he would naturally not let them die. Okay, then we will work hard. Yesi looked at Dao Yiyu Dao's affirmative eyes, and nodded and continued. According to Dao Yiyu Dao's plan, tomorrow, they will complete this task with a lineup of all thieves. It's not that they don't want the mage to participate, but the road ahead is far away and there is no convenience in the main city, so they can only let the thieves take action. As long as the isolation belt behind this part is completed, the task will be almost done. Well, let's break up here. Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao had other things to do, so they didn't go with these thieves. You Dao, I have something to do later, I won't accompany you to level up, let's practice tomorrow. Shui Na said to Dao Yiyu Dao after returning to the main city. Damn, there are guys with opposite sex but no humanity. It's just to accompany Xiao Yu to drink morning tea. There's no need to be so early, it's only 6 o'clock now. No need to prepare, let's go, I have already made an appointment with Tai Feng, let's talk tomorrow. Shui Na said, and disappeared in the colorful light with a whoosh. I'm going offline too. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that there was not much time left, so he also logged off. No way, come to this six-star hotel just for a morning tea. Shui Na looked at this large international hotel in Huaishan, and looked at her clothes a little unnaturally. Today, although he was obviously dressed up, he did not expect the destination to be such a place. Why, are you scared? But you don't have to worry, this is my territory, relax. Although the clothes worn by Tai Feng are of a higher brand than his, the style is also very fashionable, which is a bit out of tune with the splendid and high-end decoration of this hotel. By the way, what is the purpose of this morning tea today? Tell me first. Shui Na looked at Tai Feng driving the car into the underground parking lot, and couldn't help but ask with some concern. Well, it's nothing serious, it's just, then I'll tell you directly. Tai Feng was frightened by Shui Na's stare, so he made up his mind. Someone is engaged to Xiaoyu, so the old man of the Cheng family wants to see you. Chapter 886 Meeting, Part 1. Engagement, don't scare me. Actually, it's nothing, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Tai Feng said indifferently. Although he didn't know the situation of the Cheng family, at least for now, Shui Nai has too much advantage. This is actually a political marriage. However, you also know Xiaoyu's situation. She is the kind that everyone loves, so Xiaoyu has more situations. I'm afraid you will get used to it after this. What do those people in the Cheng family think? Shui Nai asked nervously. Don't be nervous. At least, Xiaoyu and her parents are against it, and the old man of the Cheng family has no comment. But I think he is more against it. After all, Xiaoyu is his favorite granddaughter, and it is impossible to ruin her life like this. However, other members of the Cheng family hope to drive Xiaoyu out of the Cheng family so that they can get more family property, so. Tai Feng shrugged, obviously already very familiar with the old plot of this big family. Then today? Nothing, it's just that Xiaoyu's grandfather wants to see the person who took her granddaughter away, and Xiaoyu's father obviously has a high opinion of you, so today it became like this. Then the engagement just ended like that. What else can happen? Although there are not many female members in the Cheng family, Xiaoyu is the only one who has not confirmed the relationship yet. However, if you pass this level today, then your relationship with Xiaoyu will be confirmed, so you don't have to be so nervous. Tai Feng looked at the somewhat nervous Shui Nai and patted his shoulder. You are not nervous about this, but you asked me to accompany you to meet Qin Li Shui's parents last time, and you threw me aside to cool off after you were done with me last time. It was pure cross-river demolition. This is not the same thing. I am different from you. At least you are from a prestigious university. And I, well, so, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you don't have to be afraid of anything now. As long as the old man of the Cheng family is here, you can be absolutely relieved. Damn, why are you talking like that? Be careful that Xiaoyu hears it, and you will have to keep your tail between your legs in the future. In fact, you don't have to be so uneasy. To be honest, the Cheng family doesn't lack money or other material things, but they need to save face. As for you, since Xiaoyu's father has no objection and Xiaoyu only likes you, you don't have to worry at all. Oh, by the way, the old man in the Cheng family is famous for his bad temper. He likes real villains and can't stand those hypocrites the most, so don't be too restrained later, otherwise you will make things worse. Real villain? Hypocrite? Feeling. To be honest with you, the old man now favors Xiaoyu's father, because your father-in-law is very courageous and capable. Not only can he run a company without family support, but he also faces the pressure of brothers and sisters. That kind of business method makes old man Cheng very happy. It's just that they are born enemies and their tempers are a bit aggressive, so it will become like this. Otherwise, your father-in-law would have taken over the family long ago. It trademark S a bit complicated, but it trademark S not too difficult. It trademark S just that I feel the atmosphere today is not very friendly. Shui Nai pointed to the bodyguards outside who were wearing black suits and sunglasses. These bodyguards were staring at Tai Feng trademark S car like cheetahs. These is not someone from the Cheng family. It seems that someone wants to give you a warning. Tai Feng looked at these familiar people with a little surprise, but he couldn't trademark T remember where these people were from. Ella trademark S go. I trademark LLC if anyone dares to cause trouble for us here. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out, and Shui Nai followed behind. I doesn't trademark T have to be so big. Shui Nai only had time to pay attention to the surrounding environment at this time. It was just an underground parking lot covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, which was full of countless luxury cars. What surprised Shui Nai the most was that Tai Feng trademark S car seemed to be the least popular here. Here, this is the third floor underground. If you can trademark T find the elevator, you will get lost. Tai Feng pointed to a huge stone pillar not far away. It seemed that there should be an elevator behind the stone pillar. You too, our young master invites you. At this time, nearly 10 black-clad bodyguards suddenly stepped forward, blocking their way, and made a gesture of invitation with their left hands. However, their expressions and attitudes were completely tough and commanding, which made Tai Feng angry immediately. He patted his chest to make a promise just now, but now he was looked down upon by a servant. This surprised him and made him feel embarrassed. What is your young master's name? Tell me his name first. Tai Feng did not let Shui Nai speak at this time, and said casually. Shui Nai also knew that Tai Feng was a little irritated now, and was happy not to bother. Who are you? The bodyguard obviously had some impression of Tai Feng, but he just felt that he knew him a little, but he didn't know his name and background. This is Master Feng. I'm sorry, my quality is a bit low, I just saw this car, so I didn't recognize you, haha, don't be surprised. At this time, a man in a silver suit, holding a cigar, walked in front of Shui Nai and the others, and also glanced at Tai Feng's car. To be honest, Tai Feng's car is very low-end in terms of style, shape, and even brand, but only those who have driven it know that this is a top-notch modified car. He is. Shui Nai and Tai Feng naturally ignored the man's contemptuous look. To be honest, this car is shameful, at least it is shameful for ordinary people. This car has a weapon system and has the combat and defense capabilities of an armored aircraft. Once discovered, it will be a bit troublesome. Wait, let me think about it. Your name is Luo something Jia, right? Sorry, my memory is not good. Tai Feng would not let him off easily. You. Oh, it's Roger, I've heard of him. Tai Feng had just told him about Roger. After all, he was his rival in love, so he couldn't be too rude. You're Mina. The man named Roger ignored Mina's hand and looked her up and down. That's right. Mina saw that he was so rude, and knew that this was the usual way rich people treated people like them, so she didn't pay attention to the attitude of such people. I heard you are playing well in the game. That person called Fanfiction must be you, right? Roger took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of inverted triangle eyes with a bit of envy and jealousy behind the sunglasses. To be honest, it is really tiring to wear sunglasses in this underground parking lot. Well, it's not bad. Shui Na nodded. To be honest, for ordinary people, Shui Na's current gaming career is also a big highlight. Although the money earned is not much, only a few 100,000. However, there are many people like Roger who spend a lot of money but are not even an elite player. In the game, there are not many players who can make money, and those who can make a lot of money are even rarer. Haha, I am also a master in the game, but compared with you, I may lack a few pieces of equipment. How about this? I will offer 50,000, I want a few of your legendary equipment, I wonder if you are interested. Roger has always believed that although his strength is not as good as others, he is only short of the luck to get a few top quality items to compete with poor people who rely on equipment to build their empire. Pfft, haha. You are fine, you still don't have money. You want those legendary equipment for 50,000, don't be ridiculous. Tai Feng tried to hold back, but couldn't help laughing. Although in the game, these things are just worthless data, but its value is priceless for players. If someone dares to pay 50,000, he is either sick or poor, or both. Mr. Feng, although you are rich, as long as someone recognizes it, it is a deal, so. Roger looked at the several strong bodyguards behind him and said a little sarcastically. He naturally knew that these legendary equipment were not worth the money, but who would spend a lot of money if they could be purchased at a low price. And the most important thing is that this guy is the one who robbed his woman. He is now bullying this person for having no money, and at the same time he also wants him to give up. To be honest, even if I give you my equipment, you don't need it. Those equipment are very limited and not suitable for you at all, so I'm sorry, and I'm in a hurry. Let's talk next time if there is a chance. It's not that Mina didn't understand Roger's idea, but he felt that it was better to go up and meet the parents first than to waste time with these people. That's right, it's a waste of time. Let's go, bye. Tai Feng looked at his watch and immediately realized that time seemed to be running out, so he stepped forward and pushed the bodyguards away. Although he knew that with Shui Nai's skills, it was not a problem to push these people away, but the problem was that these bodyguards would obviously not let him leave like this, but with him in the picture, it was different. At least they didn't dare to touch him or say anything. Shui Nai also understood this very well, so he flashed behind Tai Feng almost in an instant, making the bodyguards who wanted to use some tricks all fail at the same time. A bodyguard saw that he didn't even catch the corner of the young man's clothes, and the man disappeared from his side. He looked at the spike hidden in the ring in his hand and couldn't think of what had just happened. And there were also several bodyguards who were planning to trip him up. They were all trained people. Although they were not enough to become masters, they were not underestimated by ordinary people, and this was exactly why they dared to bully others. With someone watching and a certain level of strength, there is no need to worry about getting hurt or being punished by law. I'll warn you first. If you dare to do this again, I won't ignore it. Don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Shui Nai, who had just left the crowd, said without looking back. Tai Feng only realized that something happened behind him at this time, but seeing Shui Nai walking in front, he had to stare at these guys and then followed them. You didn't eat, so you let him go. Roger looked at his bodyguard fiercely, and then went to the elevator on the other side without looking back. Shui Nai, what happened just now? They wanted to touch you. Tai Feng couldn't help asking after pressing a button to make the elevator move. They wanted to ruin my clothes. This childish approach is really... Shui Nai felt powerless when she thought of the intentions of these guys. Damn, this is too childish. Fortunately, Xiaoyu won't be interested in such people, otherwise, it's really worrying. Okay, we're here, follow me. Shui Nai, who had already seen the floor here, looked at the ground outside the window in silence. This place was 60 floors high. It doesn't have to be so high. Shui Nai looked at the scenery outside the window, and saw that the sun outside had already drilled out of the clouds early, casting a golden light. Hey, you are surprised by what you have never seen before. At this time, before Tai Feng could speak, a young woman who was dressed very fashionably on the side said with some arrogance and disdain. Shui Nai looked over, but found that this person was actually a bit similar to Xiao Yu in her eyebrows and eyes. This is Xiao Yu's aunt. Hello, Aunt Yan. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become much more beautiful. It's really enviable. Tai Feng said in a low voice, and at the same time his eyebrows kept raising. Although Shui Nai seldom inquired about Xiaoyu's family affairs, he knew one thing, that is, the Cheng family was not very harmonious, and this was also a common problem of all big families. Hello, my name is Shui Nai, it's the first time we meet, please teach me. Shui Nai knew that Tai Feng was helping him, but when he saw the gloomy face of this woman, he just couldn't call the word aunt, so he said this. Teach me? I dare not, you are Xiaoyu's mistress, I dare not provoke her. After saying that, Aunt Yan directly left the two of them and disappeared into the bathroom not far away. Although this person's words were full of bones, Shui Nai felt that she was actually quite pitiful. At least he heard that her tone was full of unwillingness and envy. Maybe she was envious of Xiaoyu. Let's go. Shui Nai had already seen the VIP room, so she didn't need Tai Feng to lead the way. After knocking a few times and pushing open the thick and gorgeous door, Mina saw Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa at first sight. This luxurious VIP room is divided into several layers. The outermost layer is a sofa and some leisure facilities. Here, several people are sitting here chatting, while Xiaoyu is a little isolated and sitting by the window. Sorry, I played too much games and came late. I'm really sorry. Tai Feng stretched his head and got out from Mina's back. Humph, people who don't even have a car, haha, it's really rare. At this time, a voice that was not loud but not small appeared at an inopportune time. Mina turned her head and immediately saw a child who was obviously a little sleep-deprived. This child was about 10 years old, but he looked like he hadn't slept for several days. The eye sockets could not be covered even with makeup. Sorry, I'm late. Mina and Tai Feng sat directly next to Xiaoyu, but ignored the eyes of the people around them. No, Grandpa hasn't come yet. I heard that you just met Roger and the others. You didn't have a conflict, did you? Xiaoyu was very concerned about Shui Nai. He wanted to buy my equipment, but the price was a little low. Shui Nai winked at Tai Feng. Low? That can't be called low, that's called robbing, okay? 50,000 to buy a few legends, when the artifacts are flying all over the sky, that's about right. Tai Feng was very good at changing the subject and quickly led the topic away. Xiaoyu didn't say much, just glanced at Shui Nai, and then at Tai Feng who was bragging, and then she calmed down. At this time, the group of young people staying in the outer room also obviously heard what Tai Feng said, and one by one they couldn't help but talk about the game. Young people like to play, which is a big trend in the current society. Although many scholars think that this is a waste of time and energy, people who like it don't think so. In addition, the federal government has always seemed to be biased towards the development of this type of game, so no one dared to say anything more. However, for the older generation, such new things are not very popular. At this time, the kid who had just spoken rudely but was ignored by Shui Nai also came over. However, he only looked at Tai Feng and Xiao Yu, and obviously refused to spend a second to look at Shui Nai, which clearly showed that he did not take Shui Nai seriously. Mr. Feng, I heard that you just opened another ruins. I wonder if there are any good things. Looking at this kid who is obviously only in his teens, but insists on talking to people in such an experienced tone, Shui Nai just feels that this guy is so awkward. Don't mention it, anyway, there is no good thing, but I have made a lot of money. Tai Feng responded with a stiff upper lip. He didn't like this kid who liked to pretend to be an adult and old, but because boxers don't hit smiling people, he didn't treat him like Xiao Yu, the ice goddess. By the way, Xiao Yu, Shui Nai, this is your first time here, why don't I take you out for a walk first? Tai Feng winked at Shui Nai and the others, and then pulled them out. Who were those people in there just now? They couldn't all be Xiao Yu's family members. Shui Nai asked with a bitter smile. From the time he entered to the time he came out, it seemed that no one had any good eyes for him, which made him feel very stressed. Well, they are all, but some of them are more distantly related. They just came here to be curious about the true face of the man of the legendary ice and snow goddess. Otherwise, the people here only meet a few times a year. Tai Feng said with a little teasing, but he still glanced at Xiao Yu's face. No way, it's so serious. Shui Nai really didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such a strong appeal. Don't underestimate Xiao Yu. In fact, many people envy her unruly and persistent nature. Many people have nothing but these few things, and end up losing their lives. However, there are also many people who don't want Xiao Yu to be happy. Once human jealousy arises, it is powerful enough to destroy a person. Please share. Chapter 887 Meeting, Part 2. The three did not wait long before they saw today's protagonist. Net. Hides your future grandfather. Tai Feng whispered as he passed Shui Nai, and then walked towards the group of people opposite. The place where Shui Nai and the other three were was exactly on the straight corridor leading to the VIP room. Tai Feng chose this place on purpose, so that he could know the situation outside at the first time, and also let the old man of the Cheng family see Shui Nai at the first time, so as to leave a good impression. Old Cheng, good morning. Tai Feng walked over to greet him at the first time. Because of the relationship with Xiao Yu, Tai Feng was able to get close to the people of the Cheng family directly. Good morning, I haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have grown a lot stronger. You are still a good kid, you have trained yourself early, and you don't have to start exercising like me, an old man, now. Old Cheng was wearing a white training suit. Although his figure was a little thin, he looked more elegant and majestic. Grandpa. Xiao Yu also stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Cheng. Shui Na thought about it and decided not to be too abrupt, so she just called him Grandpa Cheng. Although this seemed a bit unfamiliar, at least it wouldn't make people think she was too enthusiastic or too artificial. Shui Na. Not bad, she's even prettier than in the photo. Just for this, Xiao Yu has a good eye. Old Cheng said with a bit of a joking nature, and from his tone, he was really satisfied with Shui Na. Puff. Tai Feng couldn't help but laugh first. He knew that if he was patient in front of this old man, it would make him look down on you, so he was also very direct in front of this old man, without any pretense. Shui Na stared at Tai Feng and smiled, but didn't say anything. Isn't it just a little prettier? What kind of man is it to make a living by relying on your face? At this time, a boy who was a few years younger than Shui Nai and the others behind Cheng Lao said a little unconvinced. At this time, Tai Feng, who saw him, looked at him with some amusement, and teased the little guy. He is Xiao Yu's youngest cousin, and he is very favored in front of Cheng Lao, so he basically walks sideways in the Cheng family. Hehe, Xiaoran, I heard that you seem to have practiced some kind of sanda in school. If you can touch his clothes within 10 moves, I will give you a dark gold equipment, how about it? Tai Feng wanted Shui Nai to show off his power in front of everyone, so that he would not look down on his brothers. Okay. Is it okay? Cheng Lao. Tai Feng actually blinked at Cheng Lao, which made Shui Nai's scalp numb. This Tai Feng is too. Okay, let me see the traditional Chinese martial arts. To be honest, since I learned Tai Chi, I have been very interested in this martial arts. Don't let me down. Old Cheng understood Tai Feng's idea, and to be honest, he also wanted to see if Shui Nai had the ability to protect his granddaughter. Here. Cheng Xiaoran took a look at the surrounding environment and felt that this environment was too favorable for him. He couldn't help but look at Shui Nai in confusion. Inside was a corridor. Although it was very wide, it was filled with bonsai or vases and other things. Although it did not affect the passage, it was not suitable for fighting. Okay. Shui Nai nodded. Although the clothes on his body were a little inappropriate, he did not take Cheng Xiaoran, who had only learned Kung Fu for a few months, to heart. Now he was thinking about how to make this future brother-in-law lose convincingly, and make people other than old Cheng convinced. Then I'm here. After Cheng Xiaoran took off his coat, he roared softly, rushed to Shui Nai, and stretched out his hand to grab Shui Nai's collar. If Shui Nai was grabbed by him, she would definitely be thrown upside down. However, at this moment, Shui Nai suddenly moved one step to the left, but was just a little faster to avoid it. Cheng Xiaoran did not give up. After discovering the target moving, his hand immediately swept to the left. However, what surprised him was that he did not touch Shui Nai's clothes with this sudden force, let alone her body. In this process, Shui Nai was like a ghost. The upper part of her body, including her posture and movements, did not change, and she flashed behind him. This process actually took less than 1 second, but Shui Nai not only flashed behind Cheng Xiaoran without any problem, but also moved in a very strange way. Few people present could see it clearly, and even the few strong men who were responsible for bodyguard work were a little stunned. Now Shui Nai gave them the feeling that she had not moved, but the displacement had actually changed. Haha, Xiaoran, although I want to say that you have not lost, the result is obvious. Tai Feng looked at Cheng Xiaoran, who was still in a daze, and knew that he had found out that he had lost. Shui Nai flashed past Cheng Xiaoran and came directly to Xiaoyu. The movement was like strolling in the garden, very natural, but also very unnatural. Because this distance, although it was very short, they felt that this person called Shui Nai had walked for a long time, and it was different from the flash that went around people just now. There was another completely different change behind him. I lost. Although Cheng Xiaoran was not very good at ordinary times, he was also a person who could take it or leave it, much better than other young masters and young ladies of the Cheng family. And this was one of the reasons why the old man of the Cheng family valued him so much. Just now, what did you do? It seemed very simple, but... Although old Cheng was old, he still had some vision. It was just that he had never been exposed to real Chinese martial arts, so he could only use this word to express it. And the people around him looked at Shui Nai with some interest, and obviously wanted to know. The combination of true qi and body skills can generate strong power in an instant. I just used this method to accelerate. At the same time, such a speed difference can have a certain impact on people's eyes, making them feel very strange. Shui Nai pointed to the red carpet on the ground, on which there were several very clear footprints. The strength of leaving such obvious footprints on this soft carpet made people feel a little weird. It's true qi again, I thought I could learn it. Tai Feng murmured. The real body movement must be combined with the true qi to achieve the greatest effect. This is destined to happen, so I have no choice. Amazing, although I have always heard my Tai Chi teacher say that there is really such an inner strength in this world, this is the first time I have seen it, and I didn't expect you to be so young. This makes me feel that God is still kind to me. Well, let's go, we can't let others wait for too long. For Cheng Lao, he has seen a lot of things in his life, and basically has no regrets, but today he saw this legendary inner strength and martial arts master, which surprised him. And such a martial arts master is actually the person his granddaughter likes, which makes him even more surprised. To be honest, after living for so long, he has seen through it, especially in this family where interests and power are intertwined, he has no expectations. Now he just wants his grandchildren to be happy, and he will be satisfied if there are no regrets because of him. It is under this premise that there is no problem with this morning tea. Those who had not treated Shui Nai well before, did not dare to say a word in front of Mr. Cheng, let alone slander or oppose. The only drawback was that there were many uninvited outsiders, which made Shui Nai and Xiao Yu very headache to deal with. This morning tea was almost over after 11 o'clock, and Xiao Yu rejected the invitations of several people and left directly in Tai Feng's car. I told you, in fact, you don't have to worry at all. Tai Feng drove the car out of the parking lot and started his full-time driver work. By the way, I didn't see your parents today, they are not here. Shui Nai ignored Tai Feng's words. Anyway, Tai Feng was not qualified to say anything about him. Well, I went out of town. Xiao Yu didn't say much, leaned on Shui Nai and began to take a nap. To be honest, there were so many people today, although she rarely responded to these people, but she was also a little tired. Her parents are in space, and the colony satellite in the sky has entered the final stage. As one of the developers, the Cheng family must send someone to take over. But this is good news. At least according to what old man Cheng said, your future father-in-law is likely to become the head of the Cheng family. Oh. Shui Nai responded indifferently, and then closed her eyes. Damn, I really became your professional driver. Tai Feng muttered in dissatisfaction after seeing the expressions of the two people in the rearview mirror. Damn, traffic jam? What's going on? Tai Feng, who had just turned into the city ring road, looked at the long queue of cars in front and was a little surprised. Are you going to fly over? Young master. At this time, Tai Feng said jokingly. Do you think you can fly at this distance? Shui Nai had already discovered that there were several air police cars and ambulances passing by in the sky, and knew that something might have happened in front. Although Tai Feng's car has the ability to fly, this ability must be realized at a sufficient speed, which is not like those large government vehicles in the sky that have the ability to take off and land vertically. Forget it, let's wait, anyway, you have nothing to do when you go back. Tai Feng said while taking out a few bottles of drinks from the car refrigerator. By the way, Shui Nai, I plan to exchange that batch of gold bricks for credit points. At this time, Tai Feng unscrewed the drink, took a few sips to moisten his throat, and suddenly said this. All. Shui Nai asked a little surprised after reacting. Well, all. Don't look at me like that, I don't want to, but I received news that this game may not be too long. Tai Feng saw Xiao Yu also looking at him with a ghost look, and couldn't help but feel that Shui Nai had a great influence on Xiao Yu. Like before, to see this expression on Xiao Yu's face, it was almost as rare as seeing a meteor in the daytime. And this is all Shui Nai's credit, otherwise, this ice and snow goddess really I don't know when it will melt away. Not too long. Mina pondered these words and asked in confusion. Although the game world is destined not to last too long, he still felt reluctant when he thought that the virtual world was really going to disappear. In it, he not only met many gamer friends, but also met many intelligent programs that were almost the same as humans. Although this was very surprising, the feelings were real and they were paid for. Well, someone wants to destroy the magic myth, so. Destruction, is it possible? Although the magic myth is only one, it is under federal surveillance and cannot be destroyed. You have been to the dark world and should know the following situation. What do you think of the area controlled by the players? If this area is enlarged to the entire game world, what do you think? Area controlled by players? Player camp? What does it have to do with them? Mina didn't understand at first, but then suddenly thought of something and continued. You mean if the players take control of the world, the game will be destroyed from the inside? Once the game world is really controlled by a few top players, the playability of the game will plummet. For most players, the game world is challenging only when it is controlled by NPCs who are not players. If the players are allowed to control it, then there will only be darkness and conquest. And most importantly, after losing the NPC power, the source of many things for the players will be gone. Then the players will not be able to play anymore, and it is really possible to destroy the game world. Yes, they are fighting for this idea, and you can see that the player camp in the dark world is such an experimental area, and it seems that they have succeeded. After all, no matter how powerful the NPC is, it is not invincible. As long as their weaknesses are controlled, then. Tai Feng made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand in front of his neck. Why do they do this? This game world is great. Shui Nai knew that if the so-called player alliance really controlled this world, then their first task would be to completely eliminate the NPC forces, and no one would be left. Great! This is something that only the lucky ones like us can say. Think about the young people in the Cheng family today. They all play games, but which one can reach our level? Moreover, these people don't look for their own shortcomings, but instead blindly think that others have better equipment than him and are just lucky. However, if you don't have enough strength, even if you have great luck, you can't kill the boss and get equipment. However, let's not talk about those people, it's unlucky to talk about them. Tai Feng didn't say it, but Shui Nai and the others understood it. Although Magic Myth has only been open for about 2 years, to be honest, there are only less than 1 in 10,000 players who can really walk ahead of the players. The vast majority of people are just wandering in the middle and lower streams. In fact, there are certain political interests involved. Although Magic Myth is monitored and supervised by the Federation, its operation is handled by agents. I won't talk about the interests involved. Now some people want to destroy this game and let new games come out, so the cake will basically have to be redistributed. This is too risky. This is equivalent to going against the Federation. Federation? In the face of absolute interests, it is impossible for businessmen to think that they are members of the Federation. Tai Feng laughed at himself, because he was also one of these people. I received a message from a stranger yesterday. Someone wanted me to join that side, but I knew it was impossible for you, so I refused. However, as a businessman, I have to recover a certain amount of principal and profit, so I may not be able to help you. I understand. It seems that the backstage of that player camp is very strong. Not very strong, but abnormally strong. I don't know what the hell is wrong with those guys. They actually proposed to destroy a game world in advance. This is really sick. When Tai Feng said this, he was also unwilling. His game business has just taken shape, but he suddenly received such news, which made him feel very powerless. Who are they? The second generation of officials, the second generation of businessmen, and the kind of prince level. Although we are not afraid of him, compared with money and other things, we are not their opponents. However, in the game, I can beat them all by myself. Now I suspect that they must have been beaten to shit in the game, so they hate a game so much. Tai Feng guessed with hatred and unscrupulousness. This is somewhat possible. Mina thought about it and felt that this made sense. For people like this who have always been high on the altar, if they are beaten to death by a few masters in the game world, it is very likely that they will become a little psychologically abnormal with their temperament. You know, this kind of guy who has no worries about clothes, food, work, and life, although he looks glamorous in front of others, but his psychology is in fact, it may be vulnerable. Shuai has seen many people like this who are beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside. So you plan to exchange all those things for gold coins and then sell them directly. At this time, Xiaoyu also felt that Tai Feng was a little irrational. If 10 million gold coins were thrown to the trading platform like this, the exchange rate of the gold coin market would definitely drop a lot, and it might ruin the market. Of course not, I have discussed with the unscrupulous profiteers. If even Shuai, the big boss, agrees, we will sell them in batches directly to ensure the value of the gold coins, but this may be much slower. I have no problem, but yes, and the others. Hehe, they signed a death contract with me. Now I am their boss. These younger brothers naturally dare not say no. Now they need you. Well, then leave it to me. Chapter 888 Seeing Injustice on the Road. Shuai, who came back online, took a look at the map and immediately left the original position. Yudao, where is he? I'm at your teacher's place. I'll come find you now. You're still in the main city yesterday. Well, come on over. 1 minute later, Dao Yudao and Shuai disappeared directly at the gate of the main city. No need to accompany your girlfriend. Dao Yudao ran quickly while chatting in the team chat. Damn, I wonder if that person was still determined to go leveling with me before. Shuai glanced at the looming figure running in the front, feeling helpless. Hehe, it's because I'm afraid that you'll value women over friendship. However, you really don't have to accompany Xiaoyu. I'm afraid that she'll shoot me with an arrow as soon as we meet, and then I'll die unjustly. Stop playing around. The good place you mentioned before won't be in the human empire. Shuai glanced in the direction they were heading, but found that they were already some distance away from the border. Yes, it's in the human empire. I heard from one of my juniors a few days ago that there are level 150 monsters over there, but with your strength, there shouldn't be any danger. What level are you now? Shuai glanced at his attribute panel. He is now level 135, and I believe that Dao Yudao will not be much worse. 132, it's still far from level 150. Dao Yudao sighed. And Shuai knew that this was mainly because Dao Yudao's ultimate suit, the infinite magic shadow suit, had already been in his hands, but the level 150 and the level of the King of Thieves had become a gap that he could not cross at present. Although Dao Yiyu Dao could also use the advantage of equipment to complete some tasks that thieves would never be able to complete, when it comes to monster killing ability, thieves can't compare to mages even if they flatter. We're here. The Laker Mountains are one of the natural borders between the human empire and the undead empire. They cover an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers. At present, less than 25% of them have been developed by players. This is the territory of level 100 monsters. Shui Na pointed to the team below that was fighting monsters. In front of this group of players with an average level of only 90 was a level 100 fiery flame leopard boss. The attack of this fire monster was incredibly high. If a warrior was hit by its strongest magic, it would definitely make him die. But there were too many players on this side, and they cooperated well. They just used one warrior to consume the strongest magic of the leopard. Although the other magic of the fiery flame leopard was also very powerful, in front of the priest, this little damage was not enough to kill people. Well, the outer area is full of level 100 monsters, as for the inside, that's not clear. However, a player once heard from an old NPC resident that someone had seen undead creatures in this mountain range, so I plan to call you over to see if there are any ruins or something like that. Damn, ruins again. We were lucky last time in that tomb, there was no mechanism inside, but if there is no mechanism in the ruins here, then there must be something fishy. Let's take a look. Anyway, there must be a good place to spawn monsters here. Although it is a little more difficult, it is better than killing people on the border to earn that little experience. Stop, I have to correct you. A level 150 monster, let alone me, even if the elites of the Twin Dragon Guild are pulled over, they may not be able to beat it, and this is at the level of a monster, I don't have confidence. Mina looked at the level 100 fiery flame leopard below, he could only deal with such a boss. If it is stronger, then you can only use the advantages of terrain or flight to deal with it. But that is a thankless task, whether it is medicine or time, it is a waste. Now Shui Na can only put her hope on the legendary undead creature mentioned by Dao Yiyu Dao. With the abnormal number of undead creatures, it will definitely cause a quantitative change. Hey, there are people piking down there, wait for me for a while, I will go and deal with those scums first. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly disappeared in front of Shui Na, and then Shui Na only saw a blurry but extremely fast black shadow flashing in front of her. At this time, Shui Na looked down and found that the team that was fighting the fiery demon leopard boss just now was facing a sneak attack from several thieves. Although they had changed their formation at the fastest speed, they lost several priests under the sneak attack of the thieves. Therefore, under the attack of this boss, the front line of defense was in danger of collapse in an instant. With the cooperation of the claw attack and magic of the fiery demon leopard, the few warriors in front who were not full of blood were quickly wiped out. At this time, Shui Na suddenly heard a burst of horse hoof sounds coming from the other side. Looking back, he saw more than 20 players with blood all over their bodies rushing here. Judging from their appearance, these thieves are their front troops. Robbing bosses, killing people, and exploding equipment, this has always been the favorite of some players, and it is such scum that will cause serious credit problems in the trust and communication between players. Shui Na glanced at Dao Yiyu Dao, although he was slaughtering those thieves who were robbing bosses with an absolute advantage. However, it will take quite some time, and on the other side, the team that suffered heavy casualties is also slowly adjusting, sending people to help Dao Yiyu Dao while stabilizing the boss. And if this large group of people who want to rob the boss comes over, I am afraid that except Dao Yiyu Dao and a few thieves who can be spared, the rest of them can only die here. Using 2 teleports in a row, Shui Na appeared in front of the team, but just as he appeared, an arrow with a faint golden light suddenly shot at Shui Na, and behind this arrow were several lightning arrows. Shui Na frowned, and with a wind blade, he cut off the arrow that was shot over and blessed with a powerful shooting skill, and the broken arrow lost its accuracy and flew away from Shui Na's head. Then, an ice shield appeared in Shui Na's hand, and several lightning arrows crackled on the ice shield. Although the ice chips and lightning on the ice shield were flying everywhere, Shui Na was not hurt at all. Shui Na originally planned to persuade them, but he did not expect these guys to attack right away, and when the attack failed, they actually launched a large-scale attack. I saw more than a dozen magic spells and several arrows that clearly wanted to kill people, and they attacked Shui Na in an instant. At this time, Shui Na was too lazy to talk to them anymore. Shui Na waved his elemental magic wand, and as the magic value on his body dropped a little, an ice pillar was erected almost a minute earlier than the first lightning arrow, barely blocking this series of attacks. This A group of players who had rushed over like this saw that the mage on the opposite side took all the attacks with only one ice pillar, and they tightened the reins and stopped. If it was luck and trickery that he used the wind blade to cut off the powerful shot before, then it is not justifiable to use trickery now. Although the arrows shot by the elven archer player are very powerful. However, the arrows themselves are not that strong. As long as a method is found, it is still possible for a mage with decent equipment to single out an archer. However, the premise is a fair duel. However, with the attack of more than a dozen people, they can't even break the ice pillar of the player on the opposite side, so the ice pillar magic of this mage must have reached the realm of perfection. And the mage who can practice a magic that is not mainstream is either a poor player with no money and no skills, or a perverted player with extremely powerful equipment. Generally speaking, the former is unlikely to rush down when seeing so many people coming, as for the latter. Friends in front, why are you blocking our way? At this time, a paladin who was obviously the leader rode over. So, if I block your way, I will be attacked. You are really arrogant. Shui Na looked at the paladin, whose level was not low, and he had already passed level 100. And the team members behind him were not bad either, and they were almost level 100. But what Shui Na looked down on the most was that such a high-level player actually went to rob the boss of another low-level team, and even killed people to rob the boss when the boss was about to die. These people really didn't deserve their equipment and level. Arrogant. It seems that you haven't seen more arrogant ones. At this time, an elf archer had a face that was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. While the elf archer was talking, the 2 arrows inlaid with wind crystal cores in his hand had already flown out, hitting Shui Na's throat and heart. Seeing that this guy actually wanted to kill him openly, Shui Na couldn't help but laugh a little. This guy is really arrogant. However, he was arrogant, but his strength was not good enough. This elf archer used his skills directly according to the system skill template. His movements were stiff. Although the arrows were accurate, they were not agile at all. Mina took a step back and twisted her body. The 2 arrows that were shot with accelerated speed were hit, it was ineffective. Your double shot is really bad. Shui Na was used to Xiao Yu's triple or quadruple shot, and had enough vision to criticize such a bad double shot. You. However, the elf archer who was so beautiful that it seemed unreal did not learn from this, but was angry and shot 2 arrows again. Don't. The paladin obviously knew that Shui Na, the mage, was not easy to mess with, but his reaction was still a step slow. However, even if the elf archer stopped attacking him, Shui Na did not intend to let these scum of players go. Shui Na's counterattack was as fierce as before. After a few chain lightnings, several archers who wanted to shoot cold arrows around almost lost control of their bodies in an instant. After that, Shui Na's explosive fire impact rushed to the front of the crowd almost in the next instant, and then the wind blade and the wild thunder danced together, suppressing these guys who still wanted to resist and unable to move. Ah, ah! Several screams accompanied by the rise of white light, the archers and the surrounding ranged players also began to suffer a large number of casualties. Stop, everyone stop! At this time, the paladin suddenly rushed between Shui Na and those people. Since Shui Na started to attack those professions that could threaten him, this person soon came to him. You are mortal. The paladin kept staring at Shui Na's elemental wand. Although this wand did not have an equipment halo, the appearance of this elemental wand has long been known to everyone. Yes, what, do you want to grab it too? Shui Na waved the elemental wand in his hand. Shui Na was very familiar with the burning greed in the paladin's eyes. No, 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 don't get me wrong, I just think this wand is very beautiful, hee. The paladin immediately put away his eyes, but his hand was placed on his sword very secretly. Actually, this, you see, this is just a misunderstanding, haha, misunderstanding. The paladin said, while turning his body to look at his companions behind him, and at the same time blocked Mina's sight with his body. At this time, Mina responded to his sight and looked over. To be honest, these guys who came to grab the boss are also miserable now. They didn't even hurt their hair, but all the archers died, and several mages died as a result. This is completely in line with the ancient saying die before the end of the mission. Seeing Mina actually looking at that side, the paladin's eyes flashed, and then his right hand exerted force in an instant, and the golden quality long sword in his hand, with a light and shadow, slashed towards Mina's waist. With a puff, Mina's elemental magic wand and the long sword collided fiercely. Although Mina's elemental magic wand is of a high level, wooden products are still a bit inferior to metal weapons. Shui Na looked at the long sword that had been cut into the elemental magic wand, and smiled at the shocked paladin. A mage could actually block a warrior's full-strength attack. Although this did not use skills and could not produce more powerful power, the strength value of this mage was too high. Do you think a mage would let a stranger get so close without any preparation? Shui Na had just finished speaking when a lightning bolt that was almost bright purple came out directly from the elemental magic wand and passed along the long sword to the paladin. Although the paladin's magic defense is very high, Shui Na's own elemental special effects are not bad. As for who is stronger, just look at the paladin who was electrocuted and couldn't even move. It seems that you really have to go back to the city to face the wall. Shui Na said, and then lightly retreated several steps, but the paladin looked at the ball of changing red light on Shui Na's magic wand in horror. That was the halo of fire magic, the unique halo of the strongest magic used by the strongest magic of the legendary players. Before using the elemental bird of Mizuna, a constantly changing halo will be formed. Although it only takes a short moment, for the players in front of him, this red halo is almost calculated in years. The flying explosive bird swallowed up the paladin almost in an instant. The subsequent battle was even simpler. In front of Mizuna's elemental birds flying all over the sky, all counterattacks and escapes were just a joke. There were no thieves or archers who could threaten Mizuna, so their result was just as Mizuna said, they went back to the city to face the wall. After getting rid of these people, Mizuna thought about it, so he picked up all the equipment that exploded on the ground. Although there were only more than 20 people, there were hundreds of pieces of equipment that exploded. It seems that they were quite sinful. Fortunately, Mina's equipment is still very large, and the equipment of these ruthless killers is also good, so Mina doesn't mind spending some time to pick up these things. Hey, this is a map, a treasure map. Mina looked at the opened parchment scroll in her hand and saw it was filled with various map symbols. It seems that it is not safe to store things in the backpack. Shui Na said as she put away the map. This thing is not equipment, but it exploded because its former owner's red name value was too high, and at the same time, the equipment on his body was put away, resulting in the system randomly picking out a few items from the backpack and exploding. In fact, generally speaking, most players would rather choose to explode their equipment than let the system randomly extract it, because it is too exciting. Moreover, once all the good equipment is put away, the player can't escape even if he wants to. The difference between having equipment and not having equipment is basically the difference between heaven and earth. After making sure that there is nothing missing, Shui Na returned to the side of Dao Yiyu Dao. On that side, the fiery demon leopard had fallen at the feet of Dao Yiyu Dao. It turned out that at the last moment, the team that had severely injured the boss, after losing the support of the warriors and priests, the mages and several swordsmen could not bear the boss's anger at all. In the end, their leader reached a cooperative relationship with Dao Yiyu Dao. Dao Yiyu Dao would naturally not miss such a good opportunity to pick up a bargain. After that, Dao Yiyu Dao was the main attacker, and one of them took down the boss in the front, while the mages behind were responsible for adding status, becoming a supporting team. Here, so late. Hey, you are injured, it seems that you are also too idle to go out and see injustice. Dao Yiyu Dao knew from the traces on Shui Na's clothes that he had also killed and set fire just now. I originally wanted them to restrain themselves, but they started fighting before they even said anything, and the result. Shui Na shrugged, looking helpless. The dozen or so remaining players around them looked at them with difficulty, but no one touched the remains of the boss or the things that exploded. Do it, you don't touch anything? If it is brushed away, you won't be able to cry. Dao Yiyu Dao also obviously found that they looked ugly, and immediately knew what they were thinking. It seems that they are worried that these two people will steal their loot, but because they saved them, they can only wait and see what they do before taking the next step. You don't want this boss? The team leader asked in confusion. What's the point of coming here? We just need experience, but I want to see if you are lucky enough to open a top quality item to open our eyes. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the body of the fiery demon leopard, under which there were several pieces of equipment. Chapter 889 Yellow Sand Basin. Hey, don't worry. If we really want to deal with you, you can't stand here and enjoy the scenery. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at them and said, shaking his head. In fact, they stayed here for a purpose. They lacked a player familiar with the mountains, and these people here were obviously local snakes in this area, so he planned to communicate with them. Hello, my name is Hoba, Do you have something to do with us? The leader of this team suddenly walked in front of Shui Nai and the others. He couldn't recognize the identities of these two guys, but it didn't hinder his understanding of their strength. If they knew that these two people were Fan Chen and Dao Yiyu Dao, then they wouldn't be so worried. Although Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao rarely appear in front of players, most players know that these two legendary masters are not as bloodthirsty and unreasonable as some high-level players, who always like to watch others beg for mercy or die at their feet. There is one thing. I want to ask you, does anyone know the distribution of monsters in this mountain range, or is there any place with more monsters in this mountain range? Dao Yiyu Dao asked. This mountain range, do you want to go in and spawn monsters? After hearing Dao Yiyu Dao say this, Hao Ba immediately showed a puzzled and shocked expression on his face. Generally speaking, solo players will not look for such places with large-scale monsters to fight. They are proficient in single combat, and can often take advantage of the weather or the terrain to solve the target alone. However, if it is a group of monsters, then it is hard to say. In this mountain range, there are monsters over level 100. For them at present, the depths of this mountain range is basically a place of death. Yes, we need too much experience to level up, so we can only choose such a dangerous place. However, we are not familiar with this place, and we plan to ask you first. If there is anything you can remind us, then we can be a little more relaxed. Dao Yiyu Dao also knows that for ordinary players without guilds and strength, it is incredible to go to such a level 100 map to find monsters and spawn. Yes, we know a place where there is a group of sand wolves, about 1,000 of them, but they are very strong. Sand wolves, what level are they? Thousands of monsters. If the level is high enough, it will be enough for them to kill for several hours. Level 120 the defense is very high, and our magic can't hurt it at all. Hao Ba heard that Dao Yiyu Dao looked very interested, and his eyes dimmed a little. For these two people, this level 120 sandwolf is like a cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, but for them, it is a death god than the god of death. Even if it is an ordinary sandwolf, it will be full to death if it is eaten. Level 120, it looks okay. By the way, have you heard of any undead monsters in this mountain range? I heard that this legend is very popular here. Dao Yiyu Dao asked what he was most interested in at this time. Are you also planning to hit the ruins inside? However, I suggest you don't go there. There is indeed a ruin inside. We have done a related task before and know some things about it. But that is not an undead ruin, but the seal of the Dragon Lich, which is not something that current players can deal with. Dragon Lich? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at Shui Nai who had not responded. It is to apply the ritual of the Lich to the dragon race, and the creature produced is the Dragon Lich. But generally speaking, the dragon race cannot give up their noble and majestic bodies, so basically all the Dragon Liches born are forced. Shui Nai popularized the magic blank of Dao Yiyu Dao. Very strong. I don't know. The number of people who have successfully become Dragon Liches in this world can almost be counted on fingers. However, since it has been sealed, it should be no problem. I am afraid that I will run into the Lich King again, and then we will be in big trouble. When Shui Nai heard about the Dragon Lich, his first reaction was the Lich King. I don't know if he and the Lich King are born incompatible. Basically, they have to meet each other every time they go to a new place, and then it is a fight to the death. Damn, stop talking, you crow mouth. As someone who has fought the Lich King at close range, he naturally knows how terrifying the Lich King is in good condition. He was besieged by 6 saint-level warriors, but he was able to injure a few of them and escape. This strength can no longer be described as very strong. Just talking. I heard that the Lich King was seriously injured this time and his level was almost beaten back, so he shouldn't come out now. But, I find it strange that if the Lich King really has a demon army, why doesn't he march south directly? With the current fragility of the border defense line, there is basically no resistance. Shui Nai didn't understand this at all, and if they understood this, they could formulate new tactics based on this. Maybe the demon army is disobedient. You know, the lowest level of the demon army in the legend is 150. If it is stronger, it will be on par with the Lich King. Who commands who is an unknown number. That's right, we can only hope so. Shui Nai actually hopes that the players can work harder for a while. When the players' strength is improved, there will be room for them to speak. However, what makes Shui Nai feel troubled now is that if someone really wants to destroy this game as Tai Feng said, then the situation will be extremely complicated. The angel army, the demon army, the player camp, the NPC forces of all parties, and the players like Shui Nai, all these various forces have obviously surfaced. Once the melee starts, it will be hard to tell who will beat whom. When thinking of the player camp, Shui Nai can't help but think of what Tai Feng told him. Yudao, have you heard of the rumor that someone wants to speed up the destruction of this game? Hey, you know this too, but let's talk about it later. Dao Yudao looked at Shui Nai strangely, and then said a few words to Hao Ba, who had been ignored by them for a long time. Well, thank you very much for what happened today. Although we don't have much power, if there is really a place where we are needed, please don't hesitate. Although Hao Ba didn't know the details of these two people, he could think of something. A combination of a mage and a thief, haha, to be honest, there are really not many. It's okay, I'm free anyway. By the way, who are those people just now? Their names are so famous. Dao Yudao also remembered that two thieves had just escaped. These two thieves were quite powerful, but they used their strength to kill their own kind, which was a bit of a waste. They belong to a guild called the Death Robbers Guild, which is a famous guild here, but their strength is not weak, and they like to sneak attack, so players like us can only turn a blind eye. Hao Ba said with a wry smile. However, Mina and Dao Yudao knew that this was mainly because no one was willing to make an effort to provoke such a group of murderers. If it was really as he said, then this so-called death bandit would have been hated by the heaven and the people long ago, but the distrust between players and the players' various fluke mentality, so they have always dealt with the problem with the attitude of it's none of my business. However, such negative behavior has made the so-called Death Bandit Guild more and more powerful. After all, their equipment and economic sources are so cheap. Oh, I thought it was some large guild? Then it's fine. Dao Yudao was just curious, but he was not really bored to the point of being annoyed. After asking all the questions they could, Shui Nai and the others left and began to get in touch with the monsters in this area. For solo players like them, the first thing to do when entering a new area is to get in touch with the low-level monsters in that area. If you can't even deal with these low-level monsters, it's better not to mess around and go back to practice before coming back. Shui Nai and the others thought about it and went into the mountain area along the road that Hao Ba and the others mentioned. This road is said to have been discovered by Hao Ba and the others when they were escaping. Because the Death Thieves Guild was chasing them very closely at that time, they ran to a very deep place. Although they and the people of the Death Thieves Guild died in it in the end and none of them could get out, they still brought out what they saw and heard. Along the way, Shui Nai and the others saw many kinds of monsters, but the number of these monsters was very small. In some places, there were less than 10 monsters at a refresh point. Such a large number of monsters often means that they have extremely strong strength. Shui Nai and Dao Yudao have no idea about these monsters that are not high in level but strong in strength. After slightly testing their strength, they left directly. When they crossed a dim valley, they suddenly found that their eyes were bright, and then a gust of hot wind blew, and a large area of yellow sand appeared in front of them. Damn, there is really a desert in the valley, what kind of logic is this? Dao Yudao looked at the basin that looked like a standard circle inside and couldn't accept it. This basin is the trace left by the forbidden spell. After taking a look, Shui Nai said with some certainty. The area around this place called Yellow Sand Basin obviously still retains the appearance of the original forest. There is also a continuous mountain range not far away, and there are many birds and beasts around. Only here, it is obviously transformed by something artificial. In a standard circle, there is a field of yellow sand and a dry climate like a desert. And only forbidden spells can have such great destructive power and influence. It's a forbidden spell of the fire system, and it's a very strong forbidden spell. Shui Nai can say it with certainty now, because he can feel that the activity of the fire elements around here is terribly high. Strong, directly turning the forest of several kilometers here into a basin, this is no longer strong enough to describe. Let's go, it's time for you to show up, lead more sand wolves to me. Shui Nai said, and then retreated to the valley he had just entered, and then took out the magic cannon and charged the equipment. But, where are the sand wolves? I can't see any. Dig into the sand. At the same time, you have to be careful of sandworms. There are usually sandworms where there are sand wolves. Be careful not to be swallowed by them. Shui Na kindly reminded. Damn, you don't want to come in. Nonsense, I'm going to die. Although this is a level 120 monster area, Shui Na is still not arrogant enough to shuttle around here like a thief. In a terrain environment like the desert, the speed of all professions will drop by one level, but the decline of professions like mages is very large. He doesn't want to be swallowed by sandworms. I know that it will not be easy to be with you. Although Dao Yiyudao was very dissatisfied, if he wanted to wear the infinite magic shadow suit earlier, he had to rely on Shui Nai's magic cannon, so he rushed into this strange desert. Dao Yiyudao was also entering this kind of desert environment for the first time, but Shui Nai had heard Tai Feng say a lot about the things to pay attention to in this desert battle. The Orc Kingdom is a country with the largest desert in the entire continent, and the number of players who die in this desert every day is really countless. Dao Yiyudao walked carefully on the sand. Although he had the help of Shui Nai's acceleration technique, the sand was not easy to exert force, and it was very troublesome to run up, and the most troublesome thing was that he still couldn't see the shadow of the monster. Although he knew that the sand wolf would drill into the sand and then wait to attack the target, but this is still the same sentence, can't see it. However, Dao Yiyudao is not a brainless person. Now every few steps he takes, he will shoot a few crossbows to test the surroundings to ensure that he will not be ambushed. As for the sandworm, a brainless monster that can only rush up and burrow back into the sand, Dao Yiyudao is not afraid of it at all. After all, the noise it makes when it appears is too loud to be avoided. Just as Dao Yiyudao was slacking off and shooting arrows randomly, one of the arrows shot out seemed to hit something tough and bounced back onto the sand pile. Looking back at the arrows stuck in the ground, Dao Yiyudao immediately knew that he would not be bored this time. The sand wolf has strong endurance. When it was attacked by Dao Yiyudao, it actually knew to hide in the sand. If it weren't for the small damage on the sand pile, if the sand wolf keeps floating out, Dao Yiyudao will also wonder if he is wasting arrows. However, when the damage reaches a certain level, this sand wolf can no longer bear it. With a wolf howl, the sand pile where the sand wolf hides suddenly rises up, and a yellow sand wolf rushes down at the top of the sand wave, rushing straight to Dao Yiyudao's place. At this time, dozens of sand piles around began to move one by one. Looking at the sand piles around without wind, even Dao Yiyudao, who is not afraid, feels a little scared. Originally, he came to the lair of a sand wolf without knowing it. The 120level sand wolf is a giant monster with a body size of more than 2 meters. In addition, it is taller than a human. Such a monster is feared by everyone. The sand wolf has extremely strong defense capabilities and also has a strong intelligence. It is one of the best choices for a mage's pet. However, if someone comes to the territory of this sand wolf, then he will not think so. Dao Yiyudao, who had just run a few steps, had not had time to put away the crossbow in his hand, and the sand arrows shot from the sand pile had already hit him. If Dao Yiyudao had not had the ice armor and wind armor blessed by Shuina, he would have been seriously injured now. But the defensive magic on his body was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the ice crystals of the ice armor were even cracked. However, when the defensive magic on Dao Yiyudao was about to dissipate, he still ran away from the wolf pack. The speed of the sand wolf on the sand was very fast, and coupled with the negative effects of human professions on the sand, Dao Yiyudao could barely match the speed of the sand wolf. However, this was the speed under the effect of shadow killing. If Dao Yiyudao changed to the fastest wind thief, then his speed would not be something that these sand wolves could keep up with. However, the defense of his suits is really not good enough, and Dao Yiyudao now basically lives in bulk. After walking around with dozens of wolves for a few rounds, the number of wolves behind him has increased from dozens to hundreds. In the past few moments, he visited 3 wolf dens, startled many sand wolves, and also let a sandworm follow. So few, no more. Shuinai had heard the earth-shaking wolf howls and human roars, but what surprised him was that there were very few monsters following Dao Yiyudao, only about 100. Still few, then you come and lure them. Dao Yiyudao is now in a very embarrassed state. The 2 defensive magics on his body have long been broken into pieces, and his head is covered with sand, and there are many scars on his body. Your speed is also so slow? No way. At this time, Shuinai finally understood why Dao Yiyudao couldn't lure more monsters. Dao Yiyudao's speed is obviously much slower now, and it seems that he has been hit by some negative magic. Earth binding, slow down the movement speed by 10%, plus the 100 points reduced on the sand, my current speed is less than 700 points. Dao Yiyudao himself is not a speed type thief. Without the bonus of equipment, his speed can only be considered above average. The result of his slow speed is that there are always a few faster sand wolves hanging behind him. Ready, I'm going to do it. Shui Nai walked out of the valley, calculated the distance, and prepared to open fire. Okay. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, he directly used the disappear skill and disappeared in front of all creatures. The sandwolves and the sandworm, who had lost the whereabouts of Dao Yiyu Dao, were stunned for a moment, and then quickly set their sights on Shui Nai not far away. However, at this time, Shui Nai's magic cannon was already flashing a deadly light. Chapter 890 Furious Sandworm Boss. When Shui Nai attacked for the 5th time, leaving only corpses on the ground, it was already the 3rd hour since they entered the yellow sand basin. Although there were many sand wolves, the area of the yellow sand basin was not small. It took most of the time for Dao Yiyu Dao to go out and lure the monsters, and Shui Nai refused to go to the sand to fight. While collecting the spoils, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao chatted intermittently, and the topic always revolved around the background of the player camp. So, you don't know their details either? Shui Nai concluded. Well, I just received an anonymous message before, but I deleted it directly. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this game. At least it is the one I enjoy playing the most. I don't want it to collapse so soon. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he stretched his hand to the back of a sandwolf corpse. At the same time, with the cut with the skinning knife in his other hand, a complete sandwolf skin appeared. Dao Yiyu Dao's collection skills are very high now, and he can collect a complete fur almost every time. Me too, but I heard from Tai Feng that those people have a lot of power, and it seems that many famous guilds have been pulled in. On the other side, Shui Nai kept picking up the items that exploded on the ground, and did not forget to reply a few words. Although due to their high level, the situation of the items exploding was not ideal, but with the mentality that it is better to have something than nothing, Shui Nai still took the trouble to pick them up one by one, and then selected some of the ones that he liked to collect. No matter, there are still many places in this game that have not been discovered by our players. Moreover, if you want to kill all the NPCs? Why do I think they are providing business for people like us? Dao Yiyu Dao said, showing a golden wolf tooth knife he had just picked up. Shui Nai knew that he was referring to the business of unscrupulous profiteers. As long as this kind of high-level battle broke out, the resources in the hands of unscrupulous profiteers could be more reflected, which means that the benefits of their two small shareholders would be greater. Okay, the sandwolves here are almost dead. Let's come back in 2 days to see if there are any refreshes. However, the monsters here are really perverted. A small monster has hundreds of thousands of blood, and the attack and defense are high. It's really perverted. Dao Yiyu Dao only had time to repair his leather armor and recover his lost health at this time. Wolf monsters have strong attack power, and since they are earth type, their defense is naturally high. Monsters above level 100 have strong health, so it is reasonable for you to get hurt. The difficulty of monsters after level 100 is no longer something that ordinary players can understand. Only those who have extremely strong equipment or combat awareness can really compete with them. Damn, don't talk so nicely, I'm the one who got hurt. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he led the way. He had just visited the yellow sand basin. Although he did not attract all the sand wolves, he was willing to attract the 3 or 4 scattered kittens, and Shui Nai was willing to fight them. For this single sand wolf, its strong health and abnormal strength can almost make a 1-0 MAN team fight for a long time. Although this is just a blink of an eye for Shui Nai and the others, for this blink of an eye, they have to spend hundreds of times more time on attracting monsters, which is not worth the loss. Moreover, their target is not the sand wolf, this is just a byproduct. Hey, there are sandworms coming up. Dao Yiyu Dao was chased by the sandworm just now, but now he saw Shui Nai walking slowly behind him, and the corners of his mouth were smiling insidiously. Sandworms are a kind of disgusting insect monsters with thick skin and flesh. Not to mention being ugly, some disgusting and smelly green blood will splash out when attacking it. This is a strong challenge to the willpower of melee players. Although long-range mages will be better, this kind of creature likes to drill around in the sand the most. Not to mention aiming, it is difficult for mages to dodge. Shui Nai couldn't help laughing as Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared quickly in front of him. This sandworm is a hard bone to chew for ordinary mages, but for him, it has no effect at all. Damn, you cheated. Dao Yiyu Dao watched Shui Nai fly into the air, and couldn't help but cursed, while speeding up to run to the other side. Haha, run faster, I'll wait for you in front. Shui Nai said, and flew away without looking back. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, a nearly 20-meter-high sand column surged out from behind Dao Yiyu Dao, and the huge sound directly covered Dao Yiyu Dao's shouting. "Damn, the boss is out." Dao Yiyu Dao had to talk in the team chat. He had seen the sandworm monster level, and the sand column formed was only a few meters, but this sand column with a diameter of 4 meters clearly showed that the owner was huge. "You Dao, lead it to the valley in front, we will deal with it there." Shui Nai looked back at this time, and immediately saw this huge and ugly worm. As Dao Yiyu Dao said, "This is the boss, and it is a red boss. This red violent sandworm is 20 meters long." If it weren't for its obvious appearance, Shui Nai might have thought it was a creature like a sand snake. All sandworms can drill sand, but this ability is greatly reduced on the hard rock. After adding an acceleration spell to Dao Yiyu Dao, Shui Nai shot a few ice elemental birds, but found that the deceleration effect was not good, so he didn't shoot again, but rushed into the exit of the yellow sand basin, another section of the valley. Before the yellow sand basin was baptized by the forbidden spell, it was just an ordinary primitive valley, but this forbidden spell was to be directly blasted down in the section of the valley, turning the valley into what it is now. The part outside the yellow sand basin is all hard rock layers. Although the surrounding wind and rain are very serious, at least it can restrain the most powerful characteristics of the sandworm. Dao Yiyu Dao rushed into the valley, and after feeling the fulfillment of being on the ground, he immediately turned back and shot several crossbows with flames. Although this flaming crossbow has no effect on this huge sand, the boss didn't have much damage, but Dao Yiyu Dao's provocative behavior still irritated the sandworm. The violent sandworm opened its huge mouth with countless fangs and swallowed a stream of yellow and smelly liquid at Dao Yiyu Dao. "Damn, it can attack with saliva." Dao Yiyu Dao originally planned to use a crossbow to delay for a while, and then talk about other things, but he didn't know that this guy would use long-range attacks right away. After dodging this disgusting venom, Dao Yiyu Dao began to use the terrain of the valley to fight with it. "Lao Fan, you're not ready yet." Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shuina above the valley and was a little impatient. "All right," Shuina said, and then aimed the magic cannon at the violent sandworm below. After a beam of light, the violent sandworm's nearly 3 million health points disappeared by 100,000 points. "Hey, damn, why don't you chase him, but chase me?" Dao Yiyu Dao didn't expect that after losing so much blood, this violent sandworm didn't transfer its hatred to Shui Nai, but attacked Dao Yiyu Dao even more desperately. Now the violent sandworm almost used the pitifully weak magic, a spear made of sand, a ground spike, and a stone cone that stabbed down like a knife. Although these magics were not fast, they were more overwhelming. It was very uncomfortable to be hit. "Don't play, be more careful, if you don't fight in close combat, be careful to be buried alive by these magics." Although Shui Nai was also a little surprised by the hatred system of the violent sandworm, he could see that the sandworm seemed to be very intelligent. It stopped chasing Shui Nai and just kept attacking him with magic. "Melee, what are you kidding? Have a melee with it." Dao Yiyu Dao refused to fight this violent sandworm, or he would stink for 3 days and 3 nights. "Then I'll lead it deeper. I'm afraid it will be a waste of time at the last minute." Shui Nai glanced at the valley bordering the yellow sand basin. This is not the home court of the players. And look at the flames of the explosive bird on the violent sandworm below. The attack of the elemental bird is still good. However, no matter how good it is not as abnormal as the magic cannon that ignores defense. For this reason, Shui Nai kept using the magic wand cannon and the elemental bird together, and there was a clone parked beside him, which was also using the explosive bird. The only shortcoming of this style of play is that the magic power is consumed too quickly. Now Shui Nai basically has to calculate the combination of magic potions every second. Although this is very troublesome, the health of the violent sandworm below is steadily decreasing. When Dao Yiyu Dao finally jumped on the violent sandworm and attacked it with his sword, the violent sandworm finally went berserk. "You Dao, run, this guy is serious." Shui Nai, who was standing on it, could see it clearly. In the ferocious mouth parts of the violent sandworm, a very rich yellow energy group was condensing. This earth energy, which was almost liquid, was probably beyond the level of all magicians. This light, damn! Dao Yiyu Dao could already see the strong earth yellow halo at this time, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he couldn't feel the power of the earth element, he knew that this thing was very serious just from the strong light effect. However, earth magic is notoriously slow, so when Dao Yiyu Dao ran to a sufficient distance, this magic hadn't been activated yet. However, this magic was obviously not for Dao Yiyu Dao. The violent sandworm suddenly raised its head and glanced at Shui Nai on the cliff. Hey, there's danger. Shui Nai, who had already smelled the danger, wanted to fly up immediately. However, the completed magic was faster and more fierce than Shui Nai thought. Almost in an instant, the ball of light in the mouth of the violent sandworm shot onto the mountain where Shui Nai was. Then, in less than half a second, Shui Nai found that the mountain below him was shaking violently. A huge crack extended from the violent sandworm to Shui Nai's feet, and in the crack, sharp rock pillars like fangs were emerging quickly. Shui Nai was shaken so hard that he couldn't even stand steadily, let alone fly up. Now he couldn't even see the things in front of him clearly, and from this he could know the degree of shaking of this magic. Lao Fan, jump down. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was watching from the side, reminded anxiously. Although he knew that Mina was in a state called earthquake shock, in which the target could not move or perform other operations, it was a state similar to dizziness. However, this was only an auxiliary feature of this magic, and the real killing came after this. However, Mina's luck was obviously very good. Mina, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, was shaken to the edge by the huge crack when it came. When the fang-like rock pillar came, he just broke away from the cliff and fell down. Fuck. Mina, who left the ground, recovered immediately. He was first seen cursing after saying this. He used his flying technique and flew up when he was about to fall to the ground. This magic is so sharp. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Nai, who was only hit by one of the sharp rock pillars, and he didn't dare to lose 3000 HP. Don't attack yet. After Shui Nai saw that his clone was swallowed by this crack, he immediately felt the pain of countless sharp weapons piercing his body. Fortunately, the magic cannon is always in my hand. Shui Nai looked at the crack that was slowly closing, and couldn't help but feel lucky to be able to keep the magic cannon. Because in this crack, in addition to swallowing Shui Nai's clone, the fire magic wand used by the clone was also swallowed, and it seemed that it would not be recovered. The effect of the empathy of the magic shadow was still there, so Shui Nai could not attack, but this violent sandworm obviously didn't want to let Shui Nai go. After using magic beyond its ability just now, it didn't rest enough and rushed directly towards Shui Nai. However, seeing its obviously weakened momentum, Shui Nai used a teleportation on the elemental magic wand and fled behind Dao Yiyu Dao. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao rushed to the front of the violent sandworm, and an ice dragon made of ice rushed directly into the bloody mouth of the violent sandworm. Roar! The violent sandworm, which was beaten painfully, immediately spit out a ball of yellow-green corrosive venom, but it did not aim at Dao Yiyu Dao, but instead shot at Shui Nai, who was resting not far away. Damn it! Shui Nai cursed, and immediately fired a pyrotechnic bomb and jumped to the side at the same time. The pyrotechnic bomb accurately hit the ball of yellow-green venom, and a brilliant flame rose, and the ball of venom was directly burned by Shui Nai's strong flame. Old Fan, be careful, I can't stop this guy, it's determined to cause trouble for you. Dao Yiyu Dao kept triggering the skills of the Ice and Fire Dragon Dagger, but he couldn't stop it, just the opposite of when Shui Nai kept bombarding it with magic cannons. Seeing this, the two people naturally knew that this violent sandworm was quite intelligent. I'm afraid that the higher the level of the monster, the more vague its hatred system. It's okay, I'm fine. Shui Nai, who had recovered, immediately shot a string of explosive flying birds at the big mouth of the violent sandworm. The mouth parts of this violent sandworm are the only most vulnerable part, and it is particularly effective when hit. You Dao, you step back, I'll just hang it with magic. When this boss is not controlled by Dao Yiyu Dao, his magic cannon is naturally unusable, otherwise, during the fight, this boss will directly abandon the two people and go back into the desert, then they will fail miserably. I was waiting for you to say that. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and then he disappeared. Don't really stay still, call out your three-headed hellhound, and don't let it run away later. Oh, I know. Dao Yiyu Dao responded quickly, and then ran to the place bordering the yellow sand basin and began to guard. However, Shui Nai's decision made him stay there for a full hour. During this hour, the thunderous explosions in the valley and the roars of the violent sandworms that almost shook the entire valley continued. You Dao, come in, it seems that this boss is not going to escape back. Shui Nai said, while shooting the explosive flame bird into the mouth of the violent sandworm without leaving any. No, I've been waiting for a long time, and you just said it. Although Dao Yiyu Dao said so, he still pulled his three-headed hellhound and the ice bear into the valley. He himself rode on the violent evil venomous snake, carefully ambushed on the side, ready to shoot. In the valley, the place where Shuai fought with the violent sandworm has now been completely turned upside down. 5 huge and hideous cracks almost completely destroyed this valley, and several cliffs have collapsed, blocking half of the space in this valley. The ground is also full of complete and incomplete things left by earth magic, and the places bombed by Shuai's magic are still emitting black smoke and flames. Damn, Lao Fan, you are fighting a world war. This was the first reaction of Dao Yiyudao when he saw this scene. This guy is too perverted. I can't kill it in the end. Come and help. My magic can't keep up. Shuai is now in a very embarrassed situation. In order to prevent this boss from having the desire to escape, Shuai has been fighting it alone on the ground. Although he used teleportation and spider crawling to evade the boss's attacks, he still received many attacks, almost killing him. Okay, wait a minute, I'll use the ultimate move of the violent viper to defeat it. Dao Yiyudao could now find out why Shuai couldn't defeat the violent sandworm's health. It turned out that when the boss's health was only 1%, it actually used a very high-level defense magic of the earth system. Now its magic defense is several times higher than before. This made the mage Shuai very helpless. Then come quickly. Shuai's words just fell, and the violent evil venomous snake rushed over, and a red figure shot at the violent sandworm with almost thunderous speed and momentum. Chapter 891 Entering the Mountain, Part 1. Under the self-sacrificing attack of the violent evil venomous snake, the violent sandworm's defense magic was almost shattered in an instant, and along with the defense magic, its 1% health value also disappeared, and the violent sandworm's huge body also fell silent at this time. After confirming that the violent sandworm's health value was really 0, Dao Yiyudao immediately controlled the violent evil venomous snake and overturned the disgusting huge sandworm, revealing a pile of glittering equipment and non-luminous items underneath. At this time, Dao Yiyudao had to carefully run into the green blood and pick up the items one by one. Damn, I will never fight sandworms again, it's too disgusting. After Dao Yiyudao picked up the things, he had to climb onto the violent sandworm boss and began to collect materials from it. For soft-bodied monsters like sandworms, only their skin, teeth, and crystal cores are worth collecting, and the materials of this level 120 boss have a lot of market. Shuai took a look at the large piece of insect skin that Dao Yiyudao dropped. Although it was wrinkled and had a fishy smell, the properties of this material were really high, and it was the best material for making leather armor. Moreover, this material itself has the earth-based earth-solid defense effect, which can increase the physical defense of the finished product by 20% and the magic defense by 15%. If such materials flow out of the market, it will definitely drive all tailors crazy. Yudao, be more careful, such a piece of skin is worth hundreds of credit points. Shuai raised the insect skin in his hand that was only half a square meter in size. This is Shuai's lowest conservative estimate. If this thing is handed over to some high-level tailors to make it into a finished product, the value will definitely increase several times. And the most important thing is that this violent sandworm boss is very large. Although many insect skins were blown to pieces by Shuai's magic, it is possible to get hundreds of such insect skins. However, of course, this also requires Dao Yiyudao to work wholeheartedly. As for Shuai, his collection skills are not even half of Dao Yiudao's. If he wants to deal with such high-level materials, the success rate is not even a quarter of Dao Yiudao's, so he can only cheer on the side. The refresh speed of this huge boss corpse is very slow. It took nearly half an hour for the corpse to be brushed away. At this time, Dao Yiyudao also dug out the last and most important crystal core of the sandworm. This crystal core is as big as Shuai's fist, and it is a rare treasure. It's a pity that those teeth were not collected, otherwise it would be perfect. Shuai looked at the corpse of the violent sandworm that had been brushed away, and said with a little regret. Damn, you don't go again, and I'll never go into that stinky mouth. Dao Yiyudao said while tearing the scroll of recovery, saying it hatefully. Dao Yiyudao is very dissatisfied now. He originally planned to let Dao Yiyudao do some hard labor, but he didn't expect that he didn't start well. Not only did he not enjoy it, but he was also used as a hard labor by Shuai, which made him feel very unbalanced. Seeing this guy vent all his dissatisfaction on this scroll of recovery, Shuai couldn't help but laugh. Okay, this thing is for you, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Shuai said, and threw the dagger he had just identified over. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the dagger flashing dark gold in the sky, and his eyes narrowed immediately. Hey, this thing is good, almost comparable to the ice and fire dragons. Dao Yiyu Dao said excitedly as he looked at the peculiarly shaped dagger in his hand. And Shui Nai naturally knew the reason for his joy. Although this dagger is not as good as the ice and fire dragons in terms of long-range attack and close combat, this dagger called Yellow Sand Fang also has many good attributes. The most powerful part of this dagger is the cutting effect brought by its appearance. The whole dagger is not vertical like ordinary daggers, but like a curved fang. When this dagger attacks, it can cause the target to cut the wound, that is, it can make people bleed, and it is 100% triggered. If combined with the thief's skills such as cutting or bleeding, the state that was originally only considered a minor injury may become a serious injury, and the effect is even more abnormal. And that's not all. This dagger also comes with a petrification attack, but the triggering probability of this petrification attack is only 50%. At the same time, this dagger also has a 20% chance of triggering the sandification effect, which can directly break the defensive magic. When facing equipment, it directly destroys the equipment's defensive effect by 10%, which can be overlapped 3 times for 1 minute. A dark gold equipment has 3 such abnormal passive effects at the same time, so its value itself is not low. It also has an active skill Sand Fang Blade. Although this skill can only be used 5 times a day and each use cannot exceed 3 minutes, the attack of this skill is very strong. After activating the state of Sand Fang Blade, the yellow Sand Fang absorbs the energy of the surrounding earth elements and turns into the shape of a one-handed long sword, which will increase the attack power of the equipment by 150%. At the same time, in this form, the trigger probability of sandification is 100%, the sandification effect increases by 10%, and the number of overlaps also increases to 5 times. By the way, in addition to this dagger being dark gold, are there any other ones? Although Dao Yiyu Dao picked up equipment, because his identification level was less than half of Shui Nai's, when he picked up these high-level equipment, he could only stare at them in a daze. No, there is also a golden longsword and a blue shield, which have no special features, but the basic attributes are high and can still be used. Shui Nai said with a little regret after taking a look at the backpack. This fang of the yellow sand cannot be sold, and as for the remaining 3 pieces of equipment, it can only be said that they are better than nothing. No way, this is too low. If there is no wasteland here, and we have challenged this boss, how can only 1 dark gold item be produced? In the current environment where legends are beginning to appear, players like Dao Yiyu Dao, who are on the front line, naturally begin to look down on dark gold equipment. The situation after level 100 is like this. We are lucky to be able to produce so many equipment. Although Shui Na said so, the quality of the equipment is a very important thing. A top quality equipment can often be better than 4 or 5 pieces of second level equipment. Take the fang of the yellow sand that Dao Yiyu Dao has inserted on his waist now. Basically, this one can be better than several such long swords and shields. By the way, isn't there another skill book? I remember it's called The Trace of the Earth. Dao Yiyu Dao found that the native magic skill book was gone at this time. I've learned it. Such a perverted magic, naturally, can't be leaked out. Shui Nai was bombarded by this magic several times just now, and he has the most intuitive understanding of the power of this magic. Don't you want to learn the earth system? Dao Yiyu Dao said while putting away the pets such as the violent evil venomous snake. Now they don't have enough experience, so naturally they won't share it anymore. This magic is perverted. Although it is only at the magician level, it can affect the surrounding 10x10 range, and it has such a perverted attack effect. If I don't learn it, I will always feel uneasy if other players learn it. Damn, this is the trace of the earth. Dao Yiyu Dao was immediately shocked when he saw the magic performed by Shui Nai. In front of Shui Nai, a huge crack about 10 meters long was slowly closing, and the jagged sharp stone pillars on this crack were also slowly biting together when it closed. However, this is not the most powerful part of this magic. The most abnormal part of this magic is the earthquake-like vibration at the beginning. Under such vibration, even Dao Yiyu Dao cannot control his body, and this control is within a range of 100 square meters. Although there is only one crack that can attack people, this magic can last for 30 seconds. In these 30 seconds, how many things can happen, even Dao Yiyu Dao can't tell. Awesome! I was used several times by that boss just now. Against this magic, if I don't run away at the beginning, it is basically impossible to escape the control of this magic. However, this magic is not ideal in terms of attack. Mina looked at the crack on the ground that could not be restored. Only the target within the attack range of this crack would be hurt. Not bad. If you add a few more wizards and archers, they will all be dead during the period when your magic is effective. Let's go to the next level. Dao Yudao looked at the valley. This valley is the easiest way at present. Compared with the dense forests in the jungle, there is almost no big danger here. And Shwina and his team were also happy to relax before they found the real target. After getting rid of dozens of monsters guarding this valley, Shwina and his team finally came to the final exit of this valley. Outside the valley is a natural basin. The terrain is not too deep, only a few dozen meters, but below it is a lush forest. It seems that this valley should have been washed out by a big river many years ago. In the distance in front of them, there is a mountain shrouded in fog, but the fog in this mountain is a bit weird. This seems to be a fog. Dao Yudao pointed to the fog in front. Because the distance is far, he can't see clearly, so he can only say uncertainly. Not only is it fog, there is also death fog and normal water fog. It seems that there may be something in this mountain. Mina looked at the Thriakala fog covering the mountain and said in shock. On this mountain, in addition to the normal white water fog and the grey fog, there is also a kind of death fog belonging to the death system. Shuinai had seen this kind of fog in the Undead Empire. It was a dark grey fog. Although this kind of death fog was not obvious in the fog, Shuinai himself had been in contact with such fog. In addition, he had the dark seal on his body, so he could sense this thing that belonged to dark energy. So, the ruins are in this mountain. Dao Yudao's eyes lit up immediately, staring at the mountain in front of him. Don't be too happy too soon. This mountain is very big. The most pity is that there are many birds in the sky. Otherwise, it would be nice to fly up and take a look. Shuinai looked at the bird-like monsters in the sky that were several times larger than him. If there were only a few, Shuinai could still fight with them, but there were more than 2 or 3 in the sky, but nearly 100. I'm afraid that Shuinai would be divided by these monsters before he flew too high. Let's go and take a look first. Anyway, as long as we don't encounter a guy like the Lich King, it will be difficult for us to die. After hearing this, Shuinai could only shake his head and follow. Legend has it that looking at the mountain will make you run to death. Now, Dao Yudao finally understood this truth. The 2 people who entered the woods were walking towards the mountain, but after walking for half a day, they still didn't reach the mountain. Lao Fan, haven't you arrived yet? Dao Yudao asked a little tiredly after chopping down a jungle lizard. It's almost there, just past this forest. Shuinai repeated it again. Can you give a new answer? Dao Yudao wiped the blood on the dagger and looked helplessly at Shuinai, who was torturing another jungle lizard with an ice spear bird on the other side. What new ideas do you want? Hurry up, the monsters behind are coming again. Shuinai immediately retreated after shooting dozens of ice spear birds. With the help of acceleration spell and several defensive spells, Dao Yudao took the lead, knocking out a jungle lizard in front of him, and then hitting a broken spine, which crippled the jungle lizard. He then bypassed him and ignored him. At this time, Shuinai also rushed to the front, and shot 3 lightning arrows almost as soon as he stopped, stopping the 3 jungle lizards there. After that, Shuinai added an ice spear bird to each of them, and ignored them and passed through them directly. Although the jungle lizards hit by Shuinai's magic or Dao Yudao's skills did not lose much blood, they slowed down one by one, and the monsters that had already formed a siege were penetrated by the 2 of them. However, if someone could see the dozens of jungle lizards approaching step by step around them, most of the players would probably be scared out of their wits. The jungle lizards around here are all monsters that have passed level 130. Although they are all small monsters, their attack power is enough to make most players drink a pot. However, Shuinai and the other 2 retreated calmly under this situation. This kind of coordination and grasp of timing is really eye-opening. This is already the 10th wave. Dao Yudao looked at the group of jungle lizards that had been left behind by them and said a little surprised. The hatred system of these jungle lizards has been obviously strengthened. Although they are nearly 10 kilometers away from the refresh point, they are still chasing them from behind, which makes Shuinai and the others very headache. They have not stopped to rest for a whole hour. Although the 2 of them can still support it, this is not a solution. Be careful, there are poisonous snakes. At this time, Shuinai didn't have time to respond, and found that the vines on a tree suddenly twisted strangely. Looking at the green jungle poisonous python blown away by the explosive bomb, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was affected by the flames and fishy smell, immediately dodged a little. All the monsters in this jungle are poisonous. Basically, you will be poisoned for no reason before you touch them. This makes people hard to guard against. Although Shui Nai, the mage, has the skill of adding blood, he is a half-baked nurse. If he can't detoxify, he will only be poisoned to death in the end. Damn it, is it over yet? Dao Yiyu Dao said, and threw out a dagger. The blade of the dagger showed a yellowish-brown color, and it was obvious that it had the petrification effect of the earth system. However, what disappointed Dao Yiyu Dao was that the flexibility of this jungle poisonous python was far beyond his imagination. With a twist of its waist as thick as a bucket, Dao Yiyu Dao's flying knife missed. However, at this time, Shui Nai, who cooperated with Dao Yiyu Dao seamlessly, had already shot out an ice column, directly freezing this jungle poisonous python on the branch. After that, the two left again. However, behind them, the jungle poisonous python joined the group of jungle chasers. Lao Fan, if you don't get out in 10 minutes, you use the underground escape and I disappear. We won't get any benefit if we keep fighting like this. Understood. Shui Nai responded. At first, when they saw the relentless pursuit of these monsters, they planned to lure them all outside and then have Shui Nai kill them with the magic cannon, but the area of this basin was far too large. It was beyond their imagination. They had not finished the run after running for so long. Although Shui Nai had endurance potions to replenish his energy, his spirit could not be restored by medicine. If he continued to run, his strength would definitely decline. Damn, there are leopards ahead. Dao Yiyu Dao saw the dozens of leopards with green stripes in front of him and immediately ran to the left, and Shui Nai followed him naturally. It's really endless. Shui Nai glanced at his map, but he found that the map seemed to be a little bit ineffective. The compass on the map kept spinning. The closer they got to the mountain, the more problems there were on their map. In addition to being unable to point out the current direction, they could not record the traces of their own walking. Hey, there is light ahead, it seems to be the end. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw the light, he immediately sped up and pulled Shui Nai away at once. Damn, it's so much worse. Shui Nai looked at Dao Yiyu Dao who was running without a trace, and couldn't help but be amazed. Old Fan, get ready. It's time for us to reap the harvest. Okay. Shui Nai rushed out of the woods with narrowed eyes. Before he could see the environment in front of him clearly, Dao Yiyu Dao had already raised his magic crossbow and kept shooting at the leopards that had already run behind Shui Nai with both hands. Chapter 892 Entering the Mountain, Part 2. The crossbow arrows used by Dao Yiyu Dao were magic arrows inlaid with ice monster crystal cores or gems, which had the effect of freezing the target. However, due to the high cost of this kind of arrows, Dao Yiyu Dao only had less than 1,000 of them. However, the effect of these magic arrows was very high, almost at the level of the ice magic of Shui Nai, the perverted elemental mage. After the fastest few fierce wind leopards were frozen, Shui Nai immediately turned around and shot more than a dozen ice spear birds. Among the red damage values in the sky, there were several extra huge values. This was the effect of the critical hit triggered by the ice spear birds after breaking the armor. I'll go get ready, you have to hold on. After saying that, Shui Nai took a few steps back and then began to charge the magic cannon. Don't worry, I'm not alone. After Dao Yiyu Dao said that, his figure flashed, and as the ring in his hand flashed a few times, two Dao Yiyu Daos who were exactly the same except for a few pieces of equipment missing appeared on both sides of the original Dao Yiyu Dao. It's not over yet, let's take a look at my new skill. Clone Technique. After Dao Yiyu Dao roared, the three clones also appeared with a blurry halo, and then another clone appeared in front and behind them. Hey, are they all entities? Shui Nai used the reconnaissance technique to check the 9 Dao Yiyu Daos, but found that except for the first 3, the other 6 actually had health points, although the health points were a little less. Nonsense, if they are all illusions, then what's the point of coming here? Dao Yiyu Dao said proudly, and then the 8 clones, under Dao Yiyu Dao's control, put on temporary equipment one by one, holding crossbows, and began to shoot continuously. Wait, can't the magic shadow ring copy the highest level of dark gold equipment? Why are your clones' equipment so bad? Shui Nai discovered the problem with these clones at this time. There is no way. My shadow ring is different from the undead shadow in your hand. This may be a limitation. The highest is only gold, so now I have started to collect some gold equipment with better attributes, intending to use it when I use the clone. Then what is the upper limit of your clones? I mean in the strongest state. In theory, it is countless, because the strongest effect of my infinite shadow set is infinite clones. However, the upper limit of this clone depends on my own health. The more clones I have, the thinner the health will be. And my current clone can only split 2 at most, but it may be used in conjunction with the shadow ring. Infinite. Except for health, other attributes remain unchanged. Yes, but without those equipment, some attributes will still be lost. However, my basic attributes are not low. Besides, these clones will not feel pain, and it doesn't matter if they die. Hehe, these are all terrorists. By the way, I have a question now. How much health do you have? Shuinai's reconnaissance technique can see the health of these clones, but the health of these clones is surprisingly high, more than 4,500 each. If it is really what Dao Yiyu Dao said, then Dao Yiyu Dao who used the shadow clone, whether it is the main body or the clone, only has 50% health, and then uses the clone technique, then it is divided equally. And if you calculate it the other way around, then Dao Yiyu Dao's health is now over 27,000. Haha, you found it, but don't tell others. I have 27,000 health now, those warriors with the thickest health can't catch up with me even if they rush to their horses. What's possible, when did you? Although Shuinai couldn't see Dao Yiyu Dao's information either, he didn't realize that Dao Yiyu Dao had become so thick. 27,000 health points, now among the warriors Shuinai knows, only Taifeng's health is the highest value, but that's only 25,000. Although he himself has a lot of blood, he is really a bit of a small witch compared to Dao Yiyu Dao, who has a lot of blood and can't use it up. What happened a few days ago? Didn't I always take a group of brothers to do tasks? I was doing my master's tasks, and the rewards were this, such as skill books and life fruits. I got a lot of them. If these things were not only for me, I would have planned to hide there and brush him for a few months so that you could all have a set. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao and his clones had begun to suffer casualties. Although Dao Yiyu Dao's clones basically retained most of their attributes, there were more monsters with very perverted hatred systems than these clones. The jungle monsters that came out of the woods were almost like flowing water, continuous, and soon killed Dao Yiyu Dao's clones that were split by the clone technique. However, after all the clones died, Dao Yiyu Dao used the clone technique again. No way, there's no cooldown. Yes, but the cooldown time is the same as the number of clones. I've only created 2 clones now, so it's only 2 seconds. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he controlled the clones to pull apart the monsters rushing out of the woods to prevent them from breaking through in a concentrated manner. In fact, although the effect of this clone technique looks very abnormal, it's actually just like that if you encounter a real opponent. Sometimes, having more people doesn't necessarily mean being stronger. Dao Yiyu Dao still has a very intuitive understanding of this skill. Although these clones can perform basic actions, if you want them to perform any difficult actions, you must control them yourself. However, it's already difficult for him to control these clones, let alone unlimited clones. However, this skill also has a perverted aspect, that is, the clone technique consumes health points, not the upper limit of health points, which is much better than using the magic shadow ring. You can drink potions while cloning and grind the opponent to death directly. However, the number of monsters on the opposite side was many times greater than that of his little clones, and Dao Yiyu Dao only felt infinite pressure. In just 30 seconds, he and the 2 clones drank nearly a set of life potions. However, just when he was about to drink it, Shuinai said lie down, and he and the clones rolled on the ground and lay on the ground. After the beam of light from the magic cannon, nearly 80% of the monsters fell under the beam of light, and pieces of equipment exploded one by one. Beautiful. Dao Yiyu Dao got up from the ground, took a look at the items that were bursting all over the ground, and didn't care about the monsters that were not dead around him, and directly collected a few golden equipment in front of him. This virgin land that no one has ever opened up contains a large number of top-quality equipment, but I believe that after a while, the equipment produced here will soon be pulled down. As a pioneer, clearing out the monsters that have accumulated here for a long time is a huge loss, and as a compensation, this high explosion rate is naturally the most feasible way. Finally, when Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao killed all the thousands of monsters that rushed out of the woods, the corpses of the monsters that died first had been refreshed. There is a shortage of manpower. Dao Yiyu Dao now doesn't care about the equipment on the ground, and gives priority to dealing with those corpses. And Shui Nai is not idle either, and he also began to practice the collection technique while collecting materials from these corpses. If there are more people, I'm afraid we can't get through here. Shui Nai looked at the corpse in front of him that disappeared just halfway through the collection, and said unhappily. That's right, how many players can be like us? We are afraid that we will be killed before we can get through this forest. After 10 minutes, Shui Nai and the others finally put all their things into their backpacks, and then found an open place to rest. After sorting the equipment into different space rings, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao also began to select some equipment that thieves can use, so that Dao Yiyu Dao's clones can use it. All clones can share Dao Yiyu Dao's backpack, but they can't put the things they picked up. This kind of only outgoing but not incoming made Dao Yiyu Dao hate it, but he had to do it for the sake of strength. Lao Fan, here are a few passive skills that increase physique or life, how about it? At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the skill books that he couldn't learn because he already had stronger skills, and asked with a little regret. Give it to me. Shui Nai said, and then put away the skill books, but didn't learn them immediately. If I don't learn, it won't be that there is no skill position. Dao Yiyu Dao was a little worried after seeing it. No, I just want to give it to Xiaoyu. As for me? With the wood chapter, there is no problem with the health value data. By the way, Xiaoyu seems to rarely show up now. You won't stop her from fighting, right? What do you think? Shui Nai asked back. Don't take it seriously, it's just a joke. Dao Yiyu Dao naturally knew that this was impossible, so he didn't ask any more questions. Let's talk about something else. I have already got my ultimate suit. Where is your book of elements? No news yet? No, since the Lich King was beaten to the ground by our saint-level strongman and disappeared, there has been no news from the old wizard. It seems that the high-level officials of the human empire do not agree with this, so I have no choice. The importance of the Book of Elements, anyone who knows it will not let it go. And now that this thing has fallen into the hands of the NPC, it is even more impossible to give it to Shui Nai casually. However, it is strange that the human empire did not ask Shui Nai to return the Book of Elements, which made him feel strange for a while. Okay, get ready to set off. We must reach this mountain today. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed to the mountain peak that was still a long way away and said a little firmly. Use the mount. I don't want to run. The mage's endurance was too weak. Shui Nai really didn't want to run over there, and the rest of the road was all flat. By the way, can you help me get one of your nightmare war horses? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the tall, mighty, and ferocious iron cavalry under Shui Nai's crotch and said with a little envy. Don't think about it. If you are not from the dark camp, you can't get up. Shui Nai said, and then he went first. Humph. Dao Yiyu Dao snorted in dissatisfaction and disappeared. To be honest, 2 feet are the final destination of thieves. After half a day, Shui Nai and the others finally arrived in front of the mountain they had dreamed of before logging off. Shui Nai and the others who had just entered the mountain area looked at the rugged road on this side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If this road was just a little difficult to walk, they would welcome it, but what they didn't expect was that the monster guarding here was actually a difficult earth element creature. Moreover, there are more than 100 of them, and no one has ever conquered them. The level of the monsters here is even higher. Basically, every one of them has passed level 140, and some have even reached level 150. Seeing that this road is full of these floating rock giants, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao wisely retreated to a safe place. Although Shui Nai and his friends have never fought these monsters, they know the information about them. Dao Yiyu Dao had fought with these monsters in a deep mountain before. This kind of monster is a long-range physical monster. It may use earth magic to form stones to hit people. Its power should not be underestimated. The most problematic thing is that this mountain road is going up now. Although it is not yet in the foggy area, these monsters can not only easily find them by taking advantage of the terrain, but also have a great long-range advantage. Shui Nai's magic cannon cannot get any benefit. By the way, how far can they throw? There is not even a single bird here. Shui Nai glanced at the sky around them. Just now, they were warmly welcomed by many birds. Brother, this is stone, and it is a long-range stone. With them guarding, if there is also a blockade by birds, how can you let the players play? Dao Yiyu Dao's thief eyes kept looking around and soon found a breakthrough. With the characteristics of his shadow killer equipment, it is still no problem to get in. However, now they are here to level up, so naturally they have to find a way to lure these monsters down and swallow them. After walking around, Dao Yiyu Dao nodded confidently, sat down, repaired his equipment, and waited for the time to go offline. Just now, he just went up to step on the spot to determine how to lure monsters and how to kill them later. I thought you would lure a few down to try. It's almost offline, and these things are notoriously difficult to fight. I don't want to waste time. But are you sure you want to use the magic cannon to fight? Aren't you afraid that you won't have enough potions? Dao Yiyu Dao knew that he could only lure a dozen monsters each time. Facing these monsters that were far above his level, he didn't dare to lure monsters randomly. If he attracted a perverted one, he would be finished. Potions are no problem, the problem is that we don't know how far their range is, and I don't want to be flattened by rocks falling from the sky. At this time, Mina was also looking at the place that might become a battlefield tomorrow. The terrain here is rugged, and there are many gravels as small as fists and as big as wash basins. It is inconvenient to run up, and there is no place to hide. Once a war breaks out, this is an excellent battlefield for those rock giants. Tomorrow, just don't show up. Just find a place to shoot directly. Dao Yiyu Dao said quickly, and the leather armor in his hand was repaired with the player-specific props such as the repair hammer. Dao Yiyu Dao has been splitting up all the way, and although the equipment used by those splitting ups has been picked up, the durability has been reduced a lot. If it is not repaired, it may be broken into pieces and disappear in the next battle. There is a place there hide, there is no end to the land here. Here, except for the small mountain stream where they hid, the rest was all rocks and flat ground. However, the distance between this small mountain stream and the other side was too far. Once monsters really spawned, it would probably take most of the time just to attract and pull the monsters. I think, I'll try to go up to the sky tomorrow, and by the way, test the attack range of these rock giants. Mina still didn't want to miss the magician's biggest advantage. Okay, as long as you like it. After replenishing his stamina and magic power, Shui Nai looked at the dark night sky and couldn't help but admire that this was a good time to kill monsters and level up. In the magic myth, all monsters have the concept of day and night, and most of the monsters on the Holy Light campsite will have their attributes reduced in the dark. Of course, the players are also affected. Although the attributes will not decrease, it is still a headache in the dark environment. Many murders and robberies happen on dark and windy nights. However, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao are not afraid of such a dark night. Shui Nai, who has the dark mark, has already learned a dark vision on the dark campsite. Although it is not as clear as during the day, it is not that bad. As for Dao Yiyu Dao, a thief who walks in the dark, he also has one or more abilities that allow him to walk freely in the dark. I'll leave first, and then you can choose the time to take action based on the situation. After saying that, Shui Nai flew into the sky. In the dark night, the circles of green air currents around Shui Nai were not as obvious as in the daytime, so he rushed directly to the mountain and began to try to contact the monsters here. The first magic cast was the lighting fireball, which was seen falling rapidly in the air, and as the height decreased, the brightness of the fireball continued to rise, illuminating the space of dozens of square meters below. However, at the moment when this fireball appeared, the earthy yellow light below flashed, and more than a dozen rocks, mixed with the whistling sound of the wind, passed by Shui Nai's previous position. Wow, it's so close! Shui Nai felt the wind pressure brought by the stones, and then looked at the dark monsters below, and his scalp numbed. Now he is at a height of nearly 100 meters, and those guys who throw stones below can throw them to this height so easily, so how are they going to fight later? Yudao, go back. We have to plan for the long term, these monsters are very difficult to deal with. Chapter 893, Forbidden Spells to Spawn Monsters. Listening to the whistling wind behind him, Shui Nai had to increase the flying altitude again and again. According to what Dao Yiyu Dao said before, the maximum range of this rock giant soldier is only a few dozen meters, but now they can actually attack Shui Nai who is hundreds of meters high. So on flat ground, this range may have to be doubled. If Dao Yiyu Dao really acted rashly just now, this attack distance would definitely make him sweat. No way, hit so high. Dao Yiyu Dao swallowed his saliva and retreated immediately. Dao Yiyu Dao's plan was based on the situation that the range was not too far, otherwise he would be killed by the stones before he could pull these guys. NND, I didn't expect that in addition to the enhanced attack power, even the range was enhanced to this extent. which is several times more. Dao Yudao listened to the dull and loud banging sounds around him, and couldn't help but feel a little cold. These were the sounds made by stones hitting the ground from hundreds of meters high. Just this kind of sound made people a little afraid to move. It's close to level 150, which is dozens of levels higher than the one you met before. It would be fake if it is not strengthened. Go back. After saying this, Shuai had already left the airspace on the other side. What should we do now? Should we leave or continue? Dao Yudao looked at Shuai who was falling from the sky and asked helplessly. You can use magic cannons to snipe at high altitudes, but the effect is not good, and I'm afraid that apart from gaining experience and some equipment, it is impossible to get materials and the like. Shuai was also in a dilemma. Although opening up a wasteland often means high returns, it is also not easy to open it. Especially in the case of a few people training alone, facing a large number of monsters, if there are not enough people, it often means that a large number of resources will be brushed away. Such a cost-effectiveness is not something that ordinary players can afford. Brush, this monster has a high experience. Nothing can be left. They came here to brush the level, and these rock giants happen to be a piece of fat meat. Okay. Shuai certainly had no problem. However, according to Dao Yudao's idea, he planned to see if he could use his clones to lure a few down first, so as to test the attack and defense level of these monsters. But, unfortunately, although the clones created by Dao Yudao with the clone technique sneaked to the side of those monsters smoothly, those rock giants with several centimeters thick stone decks on their heads made Dao Yudao, a physical thief, completely helpless. Damn, this guy is too tough. Dao Yudao looked at the feedback from the system's data. He couldn't help but sigh that thieves really couldn't fight against such a tough opponent. Didn't you lure one down? Shuai asked. No, I tried to lure them down at close range, but they beat me with a few punches without even a chance to find my teeth. If I went a little further, I would be turned into a meat pie. It seems that this monster can only be killed by the mage with magic, or I can wait until the level and equipment are upgraded and then kill it by force. Dao Yudao looked at the clones that had all died and said helplessly. This place is simply not accessible to current players. Without a large team of thousands of people, I'm afraid it can't handle this place. Although the magic of the mage can hit very far, it is still not as far as this kind of rock giant soldier with terrain bonus. However, I'm afraid that only the magic of the mage can hit these monsters. Otherwise, it's unknown how long it will take for me to fight close to the combat profession. Actually, I think there is another way, but it's more dangerous. Forbidden spell. Shuai immediately thought of Dao Yudao's idea. Although this plan is feasible, the sequelae after using the forbidden spell forced Mina to face it seriously. Not so good. Although I can use the forbidden spell of tsunami now, there are not many water elements here, and the effect may be very poor. Moreover, I don't know if I can bear the load of this super area forbidden spell. Compared with the forbidden spell of super area, there is no comparison between the single forbidden spell and the forbidden spell of super area, and the cost is naturally the same. Try it. If you think about using the magic cannon, it will not only waste time, but also be very dangerous. God knows if there is a boss inside. Once the boss attacks, you can still survive. With such a large level suppression, it can definitely kill a mage like you who has little defense in one hit, but using forbidden spells is different. Not to mention the long distance, but also the lethality is great. Come on, at worst I will carry you away. To be honest, Dao Yudao is very interested in seeing what it feels like to use forbidden spells to kill monsters. Okay. Shuai was moved by Dao Yudao's words, and he also wanted to try the power of the forbidden spell. Taking out the water scroll, Shuai looked at the requirements of the magic on the last page of the water scroll, and immediately changed his equipment. Tsunami is the most powerful magic in the conventional water magic, and it is also a forbidden spell that water mage players can basically learn after reaching a certain level. However, for now, I am afraid that no one can learn this magic, and even Shuai can only use it through this water chapter. Tsunami, the attack area of this forbidden spell is related to magic power. The higher the magic value, the greater the tsunami that can be generated. The power of the tsunami is related to the magic attack and mental value of the caster, and of course, it also includes various status bonuses. After the tsunami is used, all the magic power of the caster will be consumed, and then the magic power will not be restored for a period of time, but the existence time of this state is related to the caster's level. Where are you going to use the spell as the target? Dao Yiyu Dao also started to prepare at this time. Where else can I use it? The higher the better. The attack method of the tsunami is actually to use water to flood. The higher the terrain, the stronger the power. Can the forbidden spell be used so far? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the mountain in the distance. He thought that Shui Nai had to get close to use it. This is a mountain that is so big that it makes people feel suffocated. Its height can no longer be measured with the eyes. He only knows that this is a mountain that goes straight into the sky. The forbidden spell itself has a long range. Basically, as long as the eyes can see, it can hit. Now stop arguing. I have to be serious. Shui Nai said, and then he didn't say anything else. Dao Yiyu Dao also opened his eyes wide and watched the scene of using forbidden spells to kill monsters for the first time in this game world. And Mina also began to choose the forbidden spell attack method. Tsunami has two different attack methods. One is to use it in places with large water sources. In this environment, the forbidden spell of tsunami is to directly use the water element to push the water in the large water source to form a tsunami to hit the people on the shore. The other is to directly flush a large amount of water from high altitude in the absence of a large water source to attack the target, which will cause damage. To be honest, the second method of use basically has no way to exert the maximum power of this forbidden spell, but it cannot be missed. Mina's chanting of tsunami took a long time. It took 10 minutes for the huge magic array in the sky to take shape. Looking at the magic arrays with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the sky, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately called out the DV camera and filmed the whole process. As the magic circles in the sky continued to condense water elements, the elemental halo produced almost dyed the entire space blue, and the giant rock soldiers under the forbidden spell were also affected by this man-made change in the world, and they all became violent and agitated. When the magic circle emitting bright blue light in the sky stopped getting stronger, the surrounding auxiliary magic circles almost turned into starlight at this moment and melted into the main magic circle. The raging water waves surged down from this magic circle. In Dao Yiyu Dao's eyes, he saw a water line of hundreds of meters rushing down from the sky. Although this water line did not have much space in front of this mountain that was so big that it made people feel insignificant, the light and sound effects of the forbidden spell-level tsunami made Dao Yiyu Dao look frightened. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the water line accelerated at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, and continued to increase, and began to form a huge wave. Under this wave that was several meters high, even the rock giant soldiers with a height of 3 meters could not show their heads. In addition, the scouring force brought by this huge wave made these rock giant soldiers have no power to resist. Still looking, if we don't leave, we will be in trouble. Shui Nai, who was tired and panting, saw Dao Yiyu Dao looking at the water waves coming from a distance, and couldn't help shouting loudly. However, under the deafening sound of the tsunami, Shui Nai's words could not be heard clearly. Fortunately, Dao Yiyu Dao also woke up at this time, carried Shui Nai directly, and walked towards the plane behind him. Wow, so cool! I actually upgraded 2 levels in an instant, haha, it's still so refreshing. After more than 10 minutes, after the power of the tsunami completely subsided, the environment in front of Dao Yiyu Dao had basically changed. For example, the low-lying areas directly became pools or ponds, and the surrounding soil was even more muddy. Fun, you head, I can't use magic for a long time now. Shui Nai looked at the state of exhaustion of magic power on his body, which was the sequelae of using forbidden spells. It's okay. We still have to pick up equipment. This is enough for us to pick up for half a day. This is faster and more efficient than using magic cannons to brush. Haha. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the equipment emitting attractive light in the low-lying mud. If he hadn't been carrying Shui Nai on his back, he would have jumped down to dig for treasure. Okay, let me go. If I don't pick up things, I'm afraid they will be brushed away. Although Shui Nai still felt sorry for not being able to get the precious materials on the rock giant soldier, he also knew that if he didn't take action, the loss would be even greater. These two guys who have no guild awareness at all almost never participate in any guild activities. Under normal circumstances, such people would have been kicked out or criticized by others long ago. However, everyone in the Twin Dragon Guild knew that a large number of high-level equipment in their warehouse was provided free of charge by these two mysterious honorary presidents, and they only had to pay a low guild contribution to get it. After jumping off the cliff, Dao Yiyu Dao landed steadily on the ground, then threw Shui Nai aside and rushed directly into the mud, picking up things with his bare hands without caring whether it was clean or not. Damn, they are all level 140 equipment, this stuff is valuable. Dao Yiyu Dao could pick up a piece of equipment directly with just a slight dig with his hands. The big explosion during the land reclamation, plus the tens of thousands of rock giants here were cleared out in an instant by the tsunami. The equipment and items produced can almost be described as a huge amount. Yu Dao, use the clone. Otherwise, you won't be able to pick up all the equipment tomorrow. Shui Nai ran down to pick up equipment without caring about his physical weakness. Oh, that's right, it would be a waste if the clone is not used. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and directly used the magic shadow ring to separate two clones, and then used the clone technique together. I saw that the 8 clones of Dao Yiyu Dao were digging quickly in the mud, throwing each piece of equipment aside. The refresh time of these equipments that have passed through the hands of players is recalculated, which means that their existence time can be extended. As Dao Yiyu Dao said, the equipment here is very expensive. After reaching level 100, the NPC shop basically has no business to do. If players want to get equipment, in addition to going to the wild to get it, the only way is to make it by themselves. However, the number of life players is not large after all, and life players who can make equipment of the same level are rare, and those who can make equipment with special attributes can be counted on 10 fingers. Therefore, most players, including the elite groups of large guilds, will focus on the wild. However, there are also not many players who can successfully explode equipment from wild monsters, because most players can only fight monsters that have been opened up by frontline players for an unknown period of time, and the explosion rate of such monsters is shockingly low. According to calculations by some experts, the drop rate of white equipment from monsters during the land reclamation can reach almost 50%, and even the worst blue equipment can reach 15%, not to mention the boss level monsters that are bound to explode. As for those monsters that have been reclaimed and used as leveling sites, the drop rate is less than 10% even for white equipment, not to mention the ones with some color. However, the danger of land reclamation is terrifyingly high, and the guilds with less strength end up being wiped out, losing levels and equipment. Therefore, in this environment, the business of equipment players like Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao is very good. And because the places they go in and out are basically undeveloped maps, the equipment they produce is very good in both quality and quantity, so the income created is naturally not low. Damn, I picked up so many. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the full equipment in his backpack, hit his waist, and looked at the blank equipment in front of him with a bitter smile. The number of equipment is a bit too much, and what's more troublesome is that there are many white equipments that are not worth much, but they are reluctant to throw them away. After all, their backpacks have a lot of space. And Dao Yiyu Dao's clones don't know how to choose equipment, so they can only pile all the equipment aside, and then Shui Nai will sort it out. Work hard, think about a blank equipment can sell hundreds of credit points, come with hundreds of pieces, then we will be rich. Shui Nai had to tempt, and at the same time lowered his head to put the colored equipment into the space ring first. More than that, only 100 credit points for one piece, don't you know that prices are high now? The gold coins in the gold coin market are getting tighter and tighter, and the price of this equipment is also rising. No way, didn't Taifeng sell a lot of gold coins before? Shui Nai thought of the tens of millions of gold coins in Taifeng's hands, which was a lot of money. How much is 10 million? Look at the number of online players now, it's over 100 million, this little money is not enough to fill the gap. You are a mage, so you don't know the expenses of us melee professions. In fact, every time we go back, our maintenance costs alone are outrageous. We are still lucky, at least we can get good equipment, be self-sufficient, and have some left. What about others? If we can't produce it ourselves, we can only buy gold coins or hold on. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he divided the equipment and put it away. Shui Na took a look at his equipment. Although he rarely repaired it, he knew that a high-level repair hammer would cost dozens of gold coins, and the higher the level, the more expensive it would be. Moreover, the power of the guild is also developing rapidly, and more gold coins are needed. I heard before that the people in the player camp are openly buying gold coins, buying hundreds of thousands at a time, and they alone have caused the current gold coin market to be out of stock. But fortunately, the unscrupulous profiteer is very good at reading the market, and now he has a large backlog of gold coins in his hands. It seems that he plans to let go at the last minute. Hehe, you will get higher returns later, don't forget to take care of me then. The people in the player camp are buying a large number of gold coins, could it be? Well, they are already accumulating power, and I heard that many guilds have joined their side. Once they explode, the power, I dare not say. Dao Yudao couldn't help but feel a little numb when he thought that nearly 60% of the guilds in this world are in this camp. These are all big guilds that can be named. Forget it. Anyway, I don't want to care about this kind of thing now. Things like PK should happen less if possible. Xuanai disliked this kind of PK behavior. To be honest, this kind of PK behavior would only generate more hatred. He didn't want to live in this hatred forever. Of course, we are professional players. Making money to support our families is the kingly way. Dao Yudao put away a rare golden stone sword and said with a smile. War money has always been the fastest way for some people to get rich. Okay, the rest are basically useless whiteboards. There is no need to install them. Let's go. Dao Yudao looked at the scattered colorless equipment on the ground, shook his head, and didn't plan to take them anymore. Just in the past few hours of screening, they added more than 2,000 pieces of equipment to their backpacks. Except for the garbage on the ground that was really whiteboards and not even slag, all the other equipment with some attributes were collected. As for things other than equipment, the most they collected were earth gems, but they got less than 100 crystal cores. The refresh rate of those rock giants was too fast, and there was basically no time to collect them. Well, let's go. Mina patted the dust and dirt on her body and stood up. In front of them was the mountain they were going to open up. Chapter 894, Dead Spirit Mountain. Following the mountain road occupied by the giant rock soldiers, Xuanai and his team quickly passed through this area. This location is just the foot of the mountain, and it is only a small part. After being cleared by the forbidden spell, there are almost no monsters around, and even most of the stones are gone. By the way, Lao Fan, can the tsunami still be used? Dream on, the cooling time of the forbidden spell is calculated in days. I don't have to think about it in the next half-month. Xuanai naturally had to interrupt Dao Yudao's wasteful behavior. Using forbidden spells to kill monsters is unprecedented. Generally speaking, in the history of this world, every use of forbidden spells is a forced act, and it is used for strategic needs. Like them, they are purely for upgrading and exploding equipment. That is unprecedented, and there may be no one to come later. No, I was planning to have you wash the entire mountain once more. Dao Yudao naturally knew that the cooling time of forbidden spells was extremely long, but he was wondering if there was anything special about the water chapter, such as a reduced cooling time or no cooling time. Like. Although the water chapter is the ancestor of water magic, things like forbidden spells are different from ordinary magic, even with the help of artifacts. Don't think about it anymore, just work hard. After saying this, Xuanai pushed Dao Yudao forward. But to be honest, the benefits of the tsunami forbidden spell just now are really exciting. Xuanai just directly upgraded to level 3. This instant upgrade almost made Xuanai dizzy. The experience required after level 100, even for Xuanai, can only increase by 20% per day. If you encounter some boss or something, it will be higher. It's just that this situation is based on the situation where there are enough high-level monsters around, so the difficulty and consumption here are naturally needless to say. But here, he actually spent nearly 40,000 magic power directly and got nearly 3 levels of massive experience. If this is said out, other players will definitely complain and accuse. Fortunately, the information on Xuanai and Dao Yudao could not be leaked. Even the information in their own guild was blocked by Tai Feng, not to mention other outsiders. The two walked very slowly on this rugged mountain road. It was not that they could not walk fast, but they were afraid of the sudden appearance of the rock giants. After Xuanai's forbidden spell killed all the monsters here, the monsters here began to adjust. As high-level and advanced monsters, the rock giants have strong offensive and defensive capabilities, and also have powerful long-range attack capabilities. Therefore, as long as Xuanai and his team found that there were rock giants around them, they would attack them without saying a word. They did not want to be hit by stones from behind when they were climbing halfway. Under the elemental attack of Xuanai's elemental magic wand and the attack of Dao Yudao's ice and fire double dragons, although Xuanai and his team were beaten badly, they were still able to successfully deal with them. Damn, this won't work. If a few come, we will be in big trouble. Dao Yudao said while watching the changes around him vigilantly. As soon as these rock giants find them, they will desperately attack them. Once they are attacked by surprise, the consequences will be disastrous. The most troublesome thing is that Mina's magic power has not been recovered yet, and she can only rely on the effects of small fireballs and small ice bombs on the elemental magic wand to kill monsters. However, Mina's fireballs and other primary magic are very advanced and have strong lethality. It's just that after he loses his magic power, other life-saving magic can't be used, which is more fatal. These monsters can't be beaten with kite tactics. After all, their kites are stronger than anyone else, and it's unknown who kites whose. It's almost time. My magic power will be exhausted in 5 minutes. Then I can leave here directly. Mina said helplessly. Although they got a lot of materials on this road, it was also very hard. The two of them basically didn't dare to fight long-range battles. Once the distance was over 3 meters, the rock giants would smash stones. At this distance, except for Deo Yudeo who could dodge, Mina was definitely a target. Therefore, every time when the rock giants appeared, Deo Yudeo had to rush down first to prevent them from hitting the mage Shui Nai with a rock. Hey, what's black on this road? At this time, Deo Yudeo suddenly pointed to the road ahead and said cautiously. This is land polluted by dark energy. It seems that there are really dark creatures here. Shui Nai soon felt the dark breath coming. When they walked to this black land, they all received a system prompt at the same time. System, you have entered the Dead Mountain. Under the influence of the dead breath, the recovery ability of the players in the Holy Light Camp will be limited. Please choose to move forward carefully. Dead Mountain, this name is domineering. By the way, you have no effect. Deo Yudeo looked at his attribute panel. In the status bar, there was a black status flashing, indicating that his normal recovery ability was lost. No effect, but I didn't get the bonus of the dead breath. Shui Nai completely ignored all the effects of the dead breath under the effect of the dark seal. Under the influence of this dead breath, the recovery ability of the creatures of the undead race will be greatly improved, and all attributes will increase by 10%. This effect can only be described as terrifying for the monsters in this monster area. It seems that all the creatures here are undead. Have you recovered? Okay, you can go now, said Shui Nai, and then he directly cast an ice armor and a wind armor on Deo Yudeo, and also added a spell. Then let's go and see what kind of monsters are here, said Deo Yudeo, and then he walked towards this piece of black land. However, just when Deo Yudeo had just taken 10 steps, he suddenly felt something moving underground. Looking down, he saw a thick bone hand with a black luster drilling through the soil and grabbing Deo Yudao's ankle. The owner of the bone hand obviously had a very strong strength value. Not only did he lift Deo Yudeo up, but he also swung it hard and smashed it on the ground, causing a few hundred points of damage. Damn, is it down there? Be careful, don't come over here, Deo Yudeo, who was dazzled by the blow, said hurriedly. Me? As long as you don't die, they won't hurt me. Shui Na looked at the dirt bags that were rising in front of him, and couldn't help but worry about Deo Yudeo. With the help of Shui Na's magic, Deo Yudeo had the opportunity to pierce off the bone hand. Your strength is also a little weak. Shui Na glanced at Deo Yudeo, who ran back a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Do you think everyone can get so many permanent attribute increasing fruits like you? Deo Yudeo said, while using reconnaissance to check the skeletons that were still emerging. Dead skeletons, damn, 140 elite skeletons. Deo Yudeo couldn't help being so surprised, because in front of them, there were hundreds of such black skeletons, and the black land behind them was endless. Using elite monsters right at the start, this mountain is really not simple. Shui Nai has also scouted out the information of these skeletons. Should we move forward carefully or use the magic cannon to bomb them directly? Use the magic cannon. Anyway, as long as you are not dead, these undead will not attack me. The work of attracting monsters depends on you. Shui Nai said and stepped back a few steps, pulled out the magic cannon, and began to charge. For Shui Nai, these undead creatures will give priority to attacking players like Deo Yudeo who are in the pure holy light camp. As for people like him, they are the second target of attack. And as he said, as long as Deo Yudeo does not die or stays away from these undead, Shui Nai will not be targeted by these undead. The undead skeletons are filled with a faint undead aura. This is the biggest difference between them and the skeleton soldiers Shui Nai has seen before, which is that they are very strong and tall, and their bones have a little metallic luster. The hardness is completely unmatched by the skeleton soldiers outside. However, the undead skeletons are still skeleton monsters after all. They are still afraid of fire and ice magic, and the magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand. When Dao Yiyu Dao was about to move, a large number of dead skeletons also drilled out of the black land in front of him. Although they all wanted to catch Dao Yiyu Dao, a living person, in terms of speed, they were creatures without flesh, basically no match for Dao Yiyu Dao. Be careful, don't be surrounded. Shui Nai could see clearly from outside. As long as Dao Yiyu Dao walked, bone hands would appear. In order to attract more undead skeletons, he basically circled around from time to time. Sometimes he was less than a few centimeters away from those bone hands that appeared, which made Shui Nai a little thrilling. With a twist, Dao Yiyu Dao bypassed the palms of the undead skeletons around him almost in an instant, and at the same time blocked the ice shield in his hand to block the harassment of another bone hand. Are you done? Dao Yiyu Dao asked, seeing that he was almost surrounded by these undead skeletons. Okay, you can retreat now, Shui Nai said in advance, seeing that there was less than 10 seconds left to charge. Dao Yiyu Dao heard this and rushed and jumped, actually jumping onto the shoulder of an undead skeleton, then used it as a stepping stone to jump onto the head of another undead skeleton. When he returned to Shui Nai in such a thrilling way, there were thousands of tall black skeletons following behind, rushing towards Shui Nai and the others. However, what greeted them was a bright blue beam of light. In just 10 seconds, the bone powder formed by the undead skeletons here covered the ground, and there were several pieces of bones that were obviously exploded. Damn, why are these skeletons so stingy? They didn't even explode a coin, but only exploded bones. Dao Yiyu Dao picked up the bones on the ground in a bad mood. If these bones were not useful to Dawn, Dao Yiyu Dao would probably crush them directly. However, the experience is not bad. Shui Nai is the main attacker, and nearly 75% of the experience of all monsters is in his hands, so naturally he is the happiest. All the way forward, Dao Yiyu Dao rushed in to lure these monsters alive, and then pulled them in front of Shui Nai, letting him annihilate them with magic cannons. They were very happy and joyful. Although these skeletons are much stronger than the ones outside, and can break Dao Yiyu Dao's defense with a single grab, their experience is also very high. One can match several outside. In addition, it is a cross-level killing of monsters. This experience bonus makes their level increase steadily. However, good things will eventually come to an end. After brushing for several hours in a row, Dao Yiyu Dao can no longer continue. It's not that he doesn't want to come, but the strength and level of the undead skeletons in front of him have been greatly enhanced, so strong that he is already in danger. This time, Dao Yiyu Dao only managed to bring back less than 50 undead skeletons, which was his limit. Skeletons holding huge black sickles kept slashing at Dao Yiyu Dao in front of him. If Dao Yiyu Dao hadn't been wearing the Wind Thief suit, he would have had several holes in his body by now. Very fast. Although Mina had already discovered that the higher up the mountain, the stronger the undead skeletons became, but he was still I didn't expect it to be this strong. It can actually catch up with Dao Yiyu Dao and attack. Level 150 Elite, come and help. Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Nai sighing and couldn't help but call for help. Wait. With the help of Shui Nai's ice ring and ice spear Asuka, Dao Yiyu Dao finally got away. Later, under the beam of Shui Nai's magic cannon, these undead warriors holding sickles also turned into black bone powder and converted into experience. Forget it, I'll use my clone to lead. My level and defense are a bit low. I'll be in trouble after being hit by these monsters. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the leather armor covered with scars on his body. This is a dark gold leather armor with high defense, but it is about to be broken into pieces under the attack of these undead warriors. The defense of the thief profession is only one level better than that of the mage. In addition, Dao Yiyu Dao is only level 135 now, which is 15 levels away from these level 150 elite monsters, and also one level away. Okay, safety is important. Shui Nai will naturally not let Dao Yiyu Dao get into trouble. Dao Yiyu Dao directly used the clone technique to split out two clones, and then let these clones rush into the quiet black land in front at the fastest speed, while they stood outside in the area full of earth pits. Dao Yiyu Dao had tried it before, and he couldn't be undetected here with his stealth level, let alone these clones, so he planned to maximize the effect of the clones. After the two clones moved forward, the surrounding undead warriors woke up one by one from their slumber, and saw a black sickle rushing out of the mud first, fiercely slashing at the two clones. However, the speed of these two clones was not slow, and it took some time for the sickle to break out of the ground. As a result, the two clones passed by without any damage. As the two clones ran farther and farther, the undead warriors along the way popped up like mushrooms after rain, losing the effect of lurking. Although their density was not as large as the one that Dao Yudao had just attracted, it was still within an acceptable range, so Mina's magic cannon flashed a strong beam of light. This mountain is too big, it's not over yet. Dao Yudao's clone technique has been upgraded by 2 levels during this period of time, and now it can split 4 clones at a time. Although the health value is a problem, it is still very exciting, because at present, even Mina can't face the attack of 4 people from Dao Yudao at the same time. With the cooperation of the 4 clones, Dao Yudao can now completely eat such an undead warrior alone, and it is still the kind of undamaged one. Looking at the undead warriors who were stunned to death, Shui Nai felt a chill. The current Dao Yudao is basically invincible in single combat. Just now, the undead warrior boss here was tortured to death by him, and Shui Nai was just outside constantly harvesting health points. Enough rest, let's go. Shui Nai looked at the restored magic and endurance points, and immediately stood up and prepared for the next level. Let's go, the next level. Dao Yudao said, and then controlled the clones to output at the same time. At this moment, the 4 clones used combo skills at the same time, and dismembered the elite undead warrior in their hands in an instant. By the way, Yudao, your infinite magic shadow suit is infinite clones, so what about the effect of the space dimension suit? Shui Nai asked as he walked. For now, Dao Yudao did not trigger any attacks from undead creatures. Space shuttle can shuttle freely through all spaces in the same dimension, ignoring distance and obstacles. If the physique is strong enough and can withstand the tearing of the dimension, it can also directly pass through other dimensions. At the same time, this space dagger can also use dimension slash and various space-related abilities. However, you also know that MB has completely disappeared. I don't count on this set of suits. Dao Yudao said helplessly, and at the same time took a look at the magic shadow ring in his hand. Abnormal enough. Shui Nai did not expect that the power of these 2 sets of suits of Dao Yudao's master would be so great. One can infinitely split, and the other can shuttle through all spaces. If these 2 sets of suits are in Dao Yudao's hands, then he can basically be invincible among players. However, as Dao Yudao said, he can't count on the space dagger in MB's hand. With such an equipment, no one can keep MB. He and Dao Yudao had a deep understanding of the power of this space dagger. Let's go, don't think about it, anyway, I am very satisfied with this set of suits now. Dao Yudao was relaxed. Hey, there is a sound of fighting ahead, it seems to be a player. At this moment, Dao Yudao suddenly lay down and drilled on the rock on the side. Chapter 895, Secret Passage. Are you sure it's a player? Shui Na also drilled forward at this time, and then he quickly sensed the elemental fluctuations in a forest not far away. It's really a player. For them, this couldn't help but surprise them. The difficulty of this Dead Spirit Mountain was so great that even the 2 of them felt a little strenuous, not to mention other mages. However, here, the elemental fluctuations that Mina felt were almost everything from ice to fire to thunder, which meant that the players here were a team, and there were many of them. After the 2 looked at each other, they both entered stealth mode at the same time and quietly came to the edge of this forest. After pushing aside the leaves in front of them, a very classic team-killing monster scene appeared in front of them, but what surprised them was that the average level of these players here was only around 100, and the highest was only level 120. What surprised them was that there were hundreds of people here. No wonder there are no monsters here. It seems that they have all been led to this forest. Dao Yudao also understood why he had not seen any undead monsters appear just now. It turned out that all the undead zombies living here were led to this forest by the living. And he also knew that in this forest, the advantage of the number of undead creatures could not be brought into play, and the players' group combat tactics could also be fully presented. However, what they didn't understand was how these players appeared here. They had no stealth skills and no strong survival ability. It was a miracle that the magicians here could appear here. It seems that there should be other roads that can pass here, otherwise this can't be explained clearly. Shui Nai only thought of this explanation. I think so too. By the way, didn't you pick up a treasure map before? Did you take it out to compare it with here? Dao Yudao suddenly thought of the treasure map that Shui Nai mentioned. I almost forgot it. Shui Nai patted his head after saying that, and finally found the treasure map after searching in his backpack for a while. When he took it out, he saw that the treasure map suddenly disappeared in Shui Nai's hand, and on Shui Nai's player map, the lines belonging to the treasure map appeared. This is the effect of the treasure map being activated. Treasure maps like this without specific coordinates and locations are often only triggered when they are found. Otherwise, the treasure map will have no effect at all. It turns out that the coordinates of this unknown treasure map are in this Dead Spirit Mountain. Shui Nai carefully looked at the lines on the map, but the final location marked on the map was in the foggy area above the mountainside. Then let's go, don't waste time here. Dao Yiyudao looked at these people and immediately planned to leave. Although the levels and equipment of these players are not as good as theirs, their team cooperation is terrifyingly high. If the two of them conflict with these people, it will be a big trouble. At least they don't have to level up here. Wait, they seem to be members of the Holy Flame of Light. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly saw the emblem on the peak of a female priest's chest. That's them, but I suggest that we don't have any contact with them. In this life, something seems to have happened inside the Holy Flame of Light. Not only can they not inherit the strength and style of the previous life, but the more their guild develops, the more they fail. Now their reputation is not even comparable to the Dark Dragon Guild. No. Shui Nai seldom paid attention to such things, so when she heard Dao Yiyudao say this about Holy Flame of Light, she couldn't help but be a little bit unbelievable. Don't be so surprised, I'm more surprised than you. Although in this life, Holy Flame of Light and Dark Dragon Guild are fighting hard, but most people know that in the last life, if Dark Dragon Guild hadn't used some dirty tricks to make several top players of Holy Flame of Light unable to take care of themselves, Dark Dragon Guild would have been destroyed long ago. And in this life, Holy Flame of Light has some of the style of Dark Dragon Guild in the last life, and its behavior and style are becoming more and more annoying. How can this style change so suddenly? For a famous guild like theirs, as long as the upper level personnel do not change, such a situation will not happen. Shui Nai then thought of Oiwa, a friend he had not contacted for a long time. He remembered that the last time he contacted Oiwa, he seemed to have said that something happened in the guild, and then he never tried to persuade him to join the guild again. It is precisely because of the personnel changes that it has become like this. The Holy Flame of Light seems to have been acquired by someone who is several generations rich and has become a club or something like that. And those top bosses are the kind of overbearing and domineering people, so there is nothing that can be done about it. Dao Yiyudao shrugged and then took the lead to leave this forest. The two tried their best to carefully avoid these players who were spawning monsters here. From Dao Yiyudao, Shui Nai knew that the high-level leveling field like the Dead Spirit Mountain was a must-fight place for the guild, and in order to keep such a leveling field, clearing the field and killing people was naturally indispensable. Along the way, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao could see the true family background of the Holy Flame of Light. The higher they went, the higher the level of players they encountered. He had seen hundreds of players at level 120 alone, which was many times stronger than Taifeng's Twin Dragon Guild. Shui Na remembered that when he left, only Taifeng and his friends who often did quests and killed monsters with Shui Na had reached level 120. If you count them, you can count them on 10 fingers. This is the real power of various big guilds. Dao Yiyudao said with the look of an experienced person, the real big guilds, their strength is hidden behind, the kind of openly put on the table is often just the tip of the iceberg. So, if a guild war really breaks out, then the scene will be beautiful, but the power of NPCs in this world is too great, completely covering up the power of players, and players have to follow the plot. Seeing Dao Yiyudao shaking his head, Shui Nai didn't know what to say. For Dao Yiyudao, a world led by NPCs is not as refreshing as a world led by players. Hey, there is a cave in front, is it the place we are looking for? At this time, Dao Yiyudao suddenly pointed to a cave in front and said. No, the place pointed to by the treasure map is in the foggy area above, so it is impossible that there is someone here, be careful. Shui Nai found a burst of fire coming from the cave at this time. After a closer look, he immediately found that it was the fire of the lighting fireball. There were quite a few players coming out of the cave, hundreds of them. Their levels were not high, and at most they had just completed the 100th level promotion. However, the equipment on these people was brand new, and they looked very relaxed, obviously without any signs of fighting. This should be a secret passage or something, and it seems to lead to a safe place. Dao Yiyudao immediately thought of this. I thought so too, retreat, it's better for us to go there sooner or later, there are not enough monsters here for us to swipe. Shui Nai said, and planned to retreat. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow suddenly shot at Shui Nai. Be careful! Shui Nai's mind was startled, and he pushed Dao Yiyu Dao away. At the same time, he retreated and turned behind himself. The sharp arrow with the wind-type spell flew past Shui Nai's forehead. The strong wind generated by the sharp arrow slightly took away Shui Nai's health. Your stealth is still not enough. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao was still in the mood to joke with Shui Nai. Shui Nai was speechless. Who are you and why are you trespassing in our guild's territory? At this time, an elf archer was blocking Shui Nai and his group with several sword dancers, looking like they were going to call them to task. The archer who shot the sharp arrow did not expect that he could not even hurt a thief with such a poor stealth level and such a sneak attack. However, the place Shui Nai and his group chose was not bad. The light was dim enough, so dim that even the archer who could detect Shui Nai's stealth did not notice that he was wearing a wizard robe. However, even if that archer really saw it, he would not care what profession this person was because many thieves now like to wear a jacket that has no attributes but is in the style of a wizard robe to deceive others' eyes. If we say we are just passing by, will you believe it? Dao Yiyu Dao said with a smirk, but his eyes were constantly looking around, and it was obvious that he was ready to retreat. Passing by, I wonder where you came from. As far as I know, there seems to be no way to get here. This 120level player named Archer007 naturally didn't believe that a thief with such poor stealth could pass through the restricted area outside that even their guild couldn't pass through. Like you, we came from this secret passage, but we arrived earlier than you, Dao Yiyu Dao followed. There was actually a reason why he said that, because a few hours ago, Shui Nai and the others used forbidden spells to directly brush the rock giant soldiers at the foot of the mountain below. Under this forbidden spell level sound and light effect, although these people were not alarmed, there was only one possibility, that they had just arrived. However, imagine that in the Holy Light Camp, except for Shui Nai, no one dared to fight the monsters of the undead clan at night. In the dark, some of the abilities of the undead clan would be strengthened. You know this secret passage, Archer007's tone immediately became more serious. They discovered this place a few days ago. After they discovered the secret passage, the precious leveling field here was under their control. Now they organize the first T-line members of the guild to come here for leveling every day, and retreat in the evening. Although high-level players in the guild like him know that there is no impenetrable wall in the world, they did not expect that the secret passage they had been guarding was actually infiltrated by two little thieves. You are from that guild. If you have nothing to do, please leave here immediately. We, the Holy Flame of Light, have taken care of this mountain. Although Archer007 said this, the sword dancers behind him slowly disappeared into the darkness of the woods. Lao Fan, we are leaving. It seems that they have not discovered our identity yet. Okay, Shui Nai responded, and at the same time switched the main element to earth element in an instant. After that, Dao Yiyu Dao opened his hands, and two small grey mud balls quietly fell to the ground between the two. You, go ahead and kill them. Archer007's eyes were sharp, and he even noticed the slightest movement of Dao Yiyu Dao. But, Archer007 thought that these two small mud balls were dangerous things. If he knew that they were just smoke bombs, he would not have made such a big move. Archer007's bowstring was clanging, and arrows with green cyclones were aimed directly at the vital points of Mina and the other two. However, under the grey smoke, the arrows and the two targets disappeared. After seeing the smoke, all the sword dancers who had completed the encirclement operation did not dare to move, and stared at the slightest movement around them. However, after 2 minutes, the smoke of the smoke bomb had long dissipated, but the two people had not appeared yet, and no one found their movement. Even Archer007, who had a strong reconnaissance ability, could not figure out the situation for a while. Finally, Archer007 could not help it, and directly used a scattering skill to shoot all the surrounding places, but except for shooting at his own people, there was no way to find other people. Xiao 7, what's up? At this time, a tall warrior suddenly came to the forest where Archer007 was, and opposite the forest was their secret passage leading to the two places. Brother Yan, we just found two thieves, so. At this time, Archer007 immediately showed an admiring expression when he saw the warrior coming over. If Mina was here at this time, he would find that the warrior carrying a huge shield was Dayan, who had not seen him for many days. Thieves? Are they players? Dayan also didn't believe that anyone could come here. After all, the only secret passage was in their hands. As for the circle of monsters outside, he would never think that anyone could break through. It's a player. I just talked to them, but none of us could detect their identities. We were planning to kill them first, but they escaped. Escaped? It seems that they have no ill intentions, otherwise, you will be in danger. Diane took a look at the arrangement of Archer 007 and others. If someone can escape from such an encirclement, then their level is outrageous, so it is not a problem to deal with them. But, here. No buts, this place will be discovered sooner or later. Instead of regretting it later, it is better to work harder and take away the benefits here as soon as possible. Diane is not the kind of player who will kill for a leveling field. If possible, he hopes to handle the relationship with other guilds or players peacefully. However, this idea is beautiful, but it is unrealistic. He used Shadow Shuttle and Earth Escape to leave Deo Yiu Deo and the others, and did not take Archer 007 seriously at all. However, for Mina, he was still a little disappointed. Because he still had high hopes for the Holy Flame of Light, but he did not expect that their behavior was actually the same as other guilds, relying on the large number of people and good equipment to suppress other guilds or players. Shuinai was very disgusted with this, so he would not participate in some activities organized by Tai Feng, because these activities were based on clearing the field or other aspects. Although this was driven by the general trend of the game, Shuinai still couldn't like this behavior. Let's go deeper, otherwise we won't get through this section of the road and will be chased away by people behind us. For Deo Yiu Deo and Shuinai, there seemed to be no place in this world that was difficult for them. As long as the distance was right, they could go anywhere. The two of them used their own skills or equipment and quickly passed the area controlled by the Death Knights outside. These Death Knights are a bit like skeleton knights, but their exposed bodies are wrapped in a layer of black phantom, which looks like they are possessed by ghosts. Coupled with the blood-stained armor on their bodies, it is quite amazing. These death warriors here are all level 150 monsters, and they are also high blood and high defense characters like knights. For now, absolutely no team from that guild dares to provoke them. With them guarding the road behind, Shuinai and Deo Yiu Deo can level up and kill monsters without worry. The monsters in front of them now are tall but disgusting dark troll zombies. These dark trolls polluted by the breath of the dead have lost their powerful elemental abilities, but their power has been multiplied. At the same time, due to the troll's physique that can absorb energy, the concentration of the breath of the dead in their bodies is very high. With a wave of their hands and feet, they can actually attract the surrounding undead breath and use undead magic to attack the target. These dark troll zombies were caught off guard by their alternative undead magic when Deo Yiu Deo first came into contact with them. If it weren't for Shuinai's countless ice spears and flying birds to control the situation, Deo Yiu Deo might have been in trouble. The density of dark trolls is very low, which also reflects their strong strength. Deo Yiu Deo has no way to deal with these monsters, so he can only let Shuinai have a headache. In the end, Shuinai had to take out the magic cannon and clear them all the way. This clearing will clear Shuinai and his group for several days. The scale of the Dead Spirit Mountain is terrifying, and there are many forked roads leading to the top of the mountain. Without a map, the mountain road is like a maze. The magic cannon does not have much advantage on this rugged mountain road. At least, it cannot be fired in a straight line in many cases. However, the experience and explosion rate of these trolls still surprised them, so they have nothing to complain about. So, the two of them spent their days and nights on this mountain, not caring about the world. Chapter 896, Leveling Up in Seclusion. Just when Shuinai and his friends were increasing their level at the level of nearly 1 level per day in the Dead Mountain, a series of major events happened outside. First of all, the first major event came from the Undead Empire, and the place where that event happened was somewhat related to Shuinai and his friends. Long Tian's Dark Temple and the Undead Empire's large guilds joined forces to develop the King's Tomb, but they finally triggered the strongest boss in the tomb, the residual soul of Rayfid. This is a level 150 black boss. As soon as it appeared, it used magic to destroy the mausoleum that imprisoned itself, and a cannon fodder team responsible for triggering the boss's resurrection died just like that. Although the residual soul of Rayfid is called a residual soul, it is not Rayfid's body. It is a part of the purest dark energy left by Rayfid's body, plus the resentment and hatred before his death. The ghost boss itself directly ignores physical attacks and is immune to most undead magic and some elemental magic. This residual soul is a collection of all the negative emotions of Rayfid. In addition, it was imprisoned in the mausoleum with a magic circle, so it was full of resentment as soon as it came out. At the beginning of the boss battle, the Dark Temple, which was the first to bear the brunt, was almost killed by this boss in an instant. Dozens of high-level players on the front line. These warriors have no effect on this kind of ghost monster, and this is a high-level boss, and the level and rank are seriously surpassed, so their death is not unfair at all. After a day of struggle, several guild members and a large number of idle players who joined temporarily failed to kill the boss in the end, and lost a large number of combatants. However, when most of the guild members had given up, Long Tian's Dark Temple Guild had been holding on to the front line and prevented the boss from rushing out of the valley. Many guilds were very puzzled about this because, for now, such a boss is basically invincible to the players, so retreat is the most appropriate tactic. However, the behavior of the Dark Temple Guild is obviously not in line with the style of a large guild. However, what is puzzling is that when only the Dark Temple Guild was left to hold on tenaciously, the Death God Guild, which had already begun to retreat, suddenly returned to the valley and held its position with the Dark Temple personnel. Players from major guilds who smelled a little bit of tricks also went back. At this time, the true power of the major guilds also surfaced. This time, the Dark Temple Guild and its branch guilds alone sent out nearly 50,000 level 100 players. Although a large number of physical players returned after playing around, the scene of high-level players everywhere still scared many idle players. Other large guilds also sent out a lot of people. Even the Death God Guild, which has been developing in the Dark World, has actually cultivated an elite force of more than 10,000 people in the Undead Empire. Although these personnel are open in major guilds, for guilds like Taifeng that have no family background and a large number of idle players, this is undoubtedly a thunderclap. Nearly 100,000 people went to beat the boss. Although many of them died without even seeing the boss clearly, their high morale still made people particularly excited. After a day of fighting, when more than 100,000 players were about to die, an unexpected person appeared and snatched the boss that originally belonged to the players at the last moment. The appearance of the Lich King was beyond the expectations of most players, but judging from the reactions of the high-level players in the Dark Temple, they seemed to have known about it long ago, and they even cooperated with the Lich King to kill the residual soul of Rayfid. Finally, when the Lich King swallowed the residual soul of Rayfid, the action of fighting the boss this time was officially over. In this battle, the number of players who died reached 100,000 times. On average, all the players who participated in the battle died once, and the equipment and other resources lost were countless. However, those who participated in killing the Black Boss this time also gained a lot of benefits. Players like Long Tian who were still alive and attacked the residual soul of Rayfid received corresponding experience depending on the amount of blood they caused. Basically, the more than 10,000 players who were still in this valley at the end were upgraded to a higher level. Although this is not comparable to those who died, this is just a reward for killing the boss. Afterwards, all guilds that participated in this battle and persevered to the end received a hidden mission reward. This mission was a regional mission triggered by the Dark Temple Guild. As long as the guild participated and persevered during the execution of this mission, regardless of size and effort, they would all be rewarded. Reward level 1, and a lot of military merits. The Dark Temple Guild under Long Tian performed extremely well in this battle and received additional rewards. Not only did the level of all participating members increase by 2 levels, but they also received all the burial objects when Rayfid died. Basically, in this battle, Long Tian's Dark Temple Guild was undoubtedly the final beneficiary, and the members of other guilds were more or less suspected of being used by him. However, this kind of cooperation between guilds has always been you use me, I use you, so not many people jumped out to question whether Long Tian's behavior was reasonable. The second major event happened in the territory of the Human Empire. The Lich King who devoured Rayfid's residual soul obviously greatly improved his strength. He actually launched a surprise attack not long after this, wreaking havoc in the territory of the Human Empire. A large number of undead appeared in the territory of the Human Empire almost in an instant, causing heavy casualties. Although most of the masters who rushed there slaughtered all the undead in the end, most of the masters were seriously injured in the battle with the Lich King. For a time, the combat power of the Human Empire was greatly damaged. At the same time, in the border area, a round of offensive and defensive battles also began. Although the high-level players of the Undead Empire suffered a lot in the battle of Rayfid's residual soul, the low-level players were not damaged. Under the control of the Lich King, the spokesperson of the Dark God, a large number of players and NPCs were sent to the border area and launched a surprise attack on the fragile defense line of the Human Empire. For a time, the human empire, which was still struggling with internal troubles, finally had to accept Howard's declaration of the Holy Empire and put aside all disputes, unanimously giving priority to dealing with the invasion of the undead clan. As for the third major event, it was a small problem between the players. However, this problem was somewhat related to the undead mountain where Mina and others were. After multiple infiltrations, the news that the Holy Flame of Light had found a secret passage to the undead mountain was finally spread by spies. For a while, the battle around the secret passage became more and more intense. For the information about the Dead Spirit Mountain released by the spies, basically all the big guilds wanted to get a piece of the pie. Although the monsters in the Dead Spirit Mountain are very strong, for the guilds with team advantages, this is an excellent leveling field. There are many monsters, and the refresh rate is fast, and the experience is amazingly high. As long as you choose a suitable place and be careful, you can refresh it for a whole day. In the environment where the leveling field is seriously insufficient, many high-level players have to squeeze in the low-level monster area and struggle. So when this news spread, many players began to go to the entrance of the secret passage controlled by the Holy Flame of Light. As the discoverer of the Holy Flame of Light, it is natural that they will not give up the leveling field so easily, and this result leads to the occurrence of war. In this life, the development of Holy Flame of Light is very subtle. Although it is still a large guild, it has gradually faded out of the player's field of vision, so more and more people think that Holy Flame of Light is outdated. In addition, under the deliberate provocation of some people, this problem has erupted. Regarding these three things, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao felt a little surprised. They did not expect that when they were in seclusion, the outside world would be so exciting. So, the Lich King has fully recovered now? Shui Nai asked Tai Feng in the team chat. It is, but I personally think he has become stronger. You didn't see the scene when he was showing off his power in the human empire. It is said that at that time, 2 main cities were destroyed by him alone, and the people in them became undead. Fortunately, these 2 main cities are relatively remote and not very popular, otherwise it would be terrible. If a large number of high-level players or NPCs become undead creatures and destroy them under the control of the Lich King, it would be really scary. It seems that we have to hurry up. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at his level. He is now level 140. If he works hard in the Dead Spirit Mountain, he still has a chance. Yes, you have to work hard, but I'm afraid you don't have much time. The old wizard asked someone to tell me before that you should be ready to return to the imperial capital at any time. It seems that the Book of Elements may have been found. Really? When Shui Nai heard this, she was immediately excited. Well, I heard that the holy book seems to have been found, but it is in Howard's hands, and the other book of punishment is in the hands of the Pope, so the Book of Holy Light is destined to be unreconciled. Now the high-level personnel of the human empire are already considering activating the Book of Elements. Among them, the old wizard has spent a lot of effort. The Book of Elements again, I really don't understand what your old man wants to do. Although the Book of Elements is very powerful, it is not so powerful that it must be used. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Nai in confusion. Don't look at me, I don't know either, but I think the old wizard should not harm me, and I also want to see how powerful this Book of Elements is. Shui Nai didn't know why the old wizard would spare no effort to collect the Book of Elements, but since the Lich King wants to get it and the old wizard also wants to collect it, then there must be some secrets that cannot be told. By the way, you two, you are here now on the Dead Mountain, the people of Holy Flame of Light didn't make things difficult for you. Damn, make things difficult for us? They have to come up and find us. The people of Holy Flame of Light have been brushing those dead zombies. Although these zombies are much faster, that is also the result of comparing with the zombies outside. In the entire Dead Mountain, only the monsters there are most suitable for group brushing. That's good, we don't plan to go to the Dead Mountain. We are still far behind those big guilds in strength. Oh, no more, I still have things to deal with. Tai Feng finished talking and hung up. It seems that Tai Feng has suffered a heavy blow. Dao Yiyu Dao could hear the weakness in Tai Feng's last sentence. Strike? This is a fatal blow. Tai Feng had some thoughts about competing for the Central Plains at the beginning. After all, the development of the Twin Dragon Guild was too smooth. Now that he suddenly saw the foundation of those big guilds, the distance was revealed, so. But this is also good, at least we don't trademark T have to worry about life and death, and we should try our best to be ourselves. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he left the hiding place first and walked towards the dark troll zombies outside. In the past few days, they have been brushing these dark troll zombies back and forth on this mountain road. It trademark S, not that they don't trademark T want to go up a level, but these dark troll zombies are very suitable for their current level needs, and they are not bad to brush, so they didn't trademark T risk running into the fog area. Behind these dark troll zombies is the fog area covering the top of the dead mountain. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had already touched it before. In this fog area, the player map has no effect at all. Even with Shui Nai trademark S treasure map, it is probably very dangerous. So Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao didn't trademark T run in again, and planned to raise the level first. In fact, the Death Knights below are easy to kill, but considering the threat from the people of the Holy Flame of Light below, Shui Nai and the others just left them there. Roar! At this moment, Shui Nai and the others suddenly heard a loud roar from a distance. Lao Fan, now is the time for that boss to kill. Number 4, Shui Nai said immediately after taking a look at the memo and the time, and at the same time he went to one of the forked roads. Here, in the area where the dark troll zombies are killed, all bosses are marked with numbers by Shui Nai and the others. The speed of the undead in the Death Mountain is very fast. A large number of elite undead can be killed in half an hour, while ordinary bosses are killed every 4 hours. There are a total of 5 bosses in this area. Except for the violent boss guarding the entrance of the fog area, which they don't want to touch, the other 4 ordinary bosses will be harassed by them almost every 4 hours. Although these bosses are getting less and less interesting, the experience is still sufficient. Moreover, with Dao Yiyu Dao's invincible meat shield and the powerful blood replenishing effect of the water scroll held by Shui Na, Dao Yiyu Dao's clones are almost endless. In the past few days, Dao Yiyu Dao's clone technique has become more and more advanced. Now he can create 5 clones at a time. Shui Na has not slowed down. Now his elemental bird has been practiced to level 7. Both the quantity and quality have reached an astonishing level. Dao Yiyu Dao first came to the territory of boss number 4. He created 5 clones right away. He first used a clone to carefully lead away several small monsters that spawned at the same time, and then used the remaining 4 to control the boss. At this time, Shui Na, who was carrying a magic cannon, just came over. After killing all the small monsters with one shot, Shui Na immediately put away the magic cannon and started to attack the dark troll zombie boss with the explosive bird. Damn, the clones are not durable, they will die soon. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the only one clone left and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, bosses are never easy to kill, leave it to me. Shui Na looked at the boss who had been stunned, and the flying bird on the magic wand kept flying, drawing a gorgeous ribbon, constantly reducing the boss's health. On the side, Dao Yiyu Dao's main body was desperately drinking medicine to add blood, and at the same time, he would use his ice and fire double dragons to launch a few long-range attacks. Yu Dao, stun it a few more times. Although Dao Yiyu Dao's skills that can cause stun are very powerful, the boss's own physique is high, so the stun that each clone can cause is only a few seconds. However, if it is matched with Shui Na's Frost Star and Ice Pillar, this dark troll zombie boss will not even be able to move, but the undead magic triggered by its undead breath cannot be ignored. The bone arrows and bone spears it fired were too much for even Dao Yiyu Dao's clones to handle, not to mention Shui Na, who only had the defense of a mage robe. Fortunately, these dark troll zombies here didn't seem to use undead summoning magic, otherwise they would have to fight. After easily dealing with this boss, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao immediately followed the previously planned route and headed for the next boss spawning place. Along the way, they killed almost all the dark troll zombies that spawned along the way. Tomorrow, well, let's go up and see the experience here. It's not good anymore. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the experience given by the dark troll zombie just now and shook his head. Okay, Shui Na is naturally no problem. He is higher than Dao Yiyu Dao in level, and he doesn't care about the experience of these dark troll zombies. Since Shui Na reached level 142, Dao Yiyu Dao has enjoyed the last blow of all bosses. The 50% experience of the boss is quite enough, which can often make Dao Yiyu Dao's experience bar rise a lot, but there will always be an end. Then we will kill the boss guarding the door later, so as not to waste time on it tomorrow. Although Dao Yiyu Dao is not sure about the refresh rate of the red boss, he thinks it will definitely not refresh as frequently as these ordinary bosses. Then go over after solving these bosses, but you have to be careful, the difference between red and white is too big. Okay, but you have to give me the last blow, otherwise, our levels will be too far apart. Dao Yiyu Dao has been staring at the experience of the last blow of this violent boss. I knew it. Chapter 897 Blackened Boss. The two people who entered the foggy area of Dead Spirit Mountain moved forward at the speed of a turtle. The effective field of view is less than 10 meters, and the player map cannot be used. In addition, there are many monsters in this foggy area, and they are undead that can detect stealth, so they have to walk carefully. To be honest, now they have developed from the mentality of leveling to adventure. Leveling in this foggy area is not ideal, at least it is too dangerous. Although the monsters in this foggy area are also around level 150 monsters, and their strength has not increased much, under the influence of the fog, Dao Yiyu Dao's speed cannot be fully exerted, and Mina's magic cannon cannot be used well. However, now they don't care much about this problem. After both of them passed level 140, the demand for the 150 level elite monster has come down. However, the monsters over level 150 are not something that the two of them who have not yet been promoted can deal with, so they can only do this for now. Now Mizuna's level is 144, and Dao Yiyu Dao is 141. They are very satisfied with this level. At present, the first ranked Shenlong in the level ranking is only 135, and the gap with them is not a little bit. However, they are not sure whether they have surpassed all the players, and before the promotion to level 150, such level data is not very meaningful. In magic mythology, the level of the player is not too important. Most of the equipment or skills are related to the professional level, and each promotion brings a qualitative change in the attribute bonus. This is also the same for monsters. There's another dead end ahead, retreat. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly pointed to a fork in the road ahead and said, and a clone that looked exactly like Dao Yiyu Dao came back at this time. Dao Yiyu Dao can connect his consciousness to the clone. Although this will make the main body unable to resist, it can improve the clone's strength. For this kind of reconnaissance mission, it is naturally easy to accomplish. Retreat, Mina said, and drew a heavy stroke on a piece of parchment. Although the player map has no effect, for players, there is more than one map. Is your treasure map still not responding? Dao Yiyu Dao asked as he controlled his clone to continue exploring. Not yet. The treasure map is in this Dead Spirit Mountain, but we haven't found that road yet, so there is still no response. After taking a look at the treasure map that didn't respond, Xuanai could only put it away. This kind of treasure map with only lines cannot react to any external factors except when it reaches certain trigger locations, so they are also helpless. Then continue, there are a group of monsters in front, and my clone was killed in seconds. Level 150 elite monsters, and there are a group of them. Everyone can catch Dao Yiyu Dao off guard with one move, so it's no problem to kill him in seconds. I told you to use the equipment that the dark trolls exploded, but you didn't use it. A piece of troll leather armor is worth hundreds of dollars outside, it's a waste to give it to the clone. Dao Yiyu Dao looked like a miser. I really can't stand you. After saying that, Mina fired several lighting fireballs in front of him. At the same time, 10 explosive flame birds also flew out at this time, hitting the dozen or so blurry figures in the mist. At this time, the monster hit by Mina's magic suddenly let out such a wolf howl. It's not the undead. It seems not. My clone didn't have time to react before it died. The undead shouldn't be so fast. Moreover, they seem to be invisible. Dao Yiyu Dao summoned a clone and carefully surrounded Mina. It's a shadow wolf. I didn't expect to encounter a shadow wolf here. Mina had already thought of this monster at this time. The only type of animal that can be invisible is the shadow wolf that lives in the dark. This wolf is good. It would be great if I could collect one. Dao Yiyu Dao's pet space is not full yet, and this shadow wolf is really good when paired with a thief. However, this shadow wolf is notoriously difficult to fight and tame. Considering the defense of the thief profession, it is very difficult. Dao Yiyu Dao, who has already changed into the wind thief suit, obviously intends to really tame a shadow wolf. Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared at this time, and then he only saw a roll of fog in front of him, and a blurry figure was swallowed by the fog. What's going on inside? Mina asked. Although the effect of the clone is similar to that of the real body, if it comes to control ability, the real body is much stronger, so Dao Yiyu Dao will go out in person. This monster area is very small, with only 3 spawning points and no boss. The number should not exceed 50. We can clear them all. Dao Yiyu Dao shuttled around the wolf pack while looking at the surrounding environment. I will use my clone to lure all the shadow wolves together, and you can just use the magic cannon to bombard them directly. Dao Yiyu Dao said another sentence, and a clone next to Shui Nai left Shui Nai. Ready, Dao Yiyu Dao shouted in the team chat at this time, they are right in front of you. Understood, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao have cooperated like this for countless times, using clones as bait and finally solving the bait together. This trick is very practical. Under a beam of light, the shadow wolves in front of them wailed collectively, and turned directly into experience and added to Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's experience bar. Wow, there are still many monsters with meat. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the obviously increased experience bar and couldn't help but sighed. Although the experience of the undead monsters is not low, they have the advantage of numbers, so on average, it is just that little. And the shadow wolf here can beat several outside, but the number is too small. Shui Nai put away the magic cannon and rushed to Dao Yiyu Dao. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao was fighting a shadow wolf alone. Under the magic shadow clone of the magic shadow ring, the two magic shadow clones with their own clones have submerged such a shadow wolf. There are many ways to subdue this kind of adult wild monster, and the fastest one is to subdue it directly with violence. As long as a wild monster is beaten to submission, it is considered to be subdued, and then it is almost enough to find a way to cultivate loyalty. Although the shadow wolves here are all elite, but under the dizziness of a group of Dao Yiyu Dao, its resistance ability is completely out of the question. Solved. Shui Nai, who was collecting equipment on the ground, asked after seeing Dao Yiyu Dao coming over. Of course, Dao Yiyu Dao said, and immediately summoned the elite shadow wolf that had been subdued. However, this shadow wolf looked a little embarrassed. Not only was it covered with wounds caused by daggers, but its mental state was also not very good, and it looked sick. Pets themselves do not have recovery medicines, so their recovery ability is the biggest limitation. Shui Na gave Dao Yiyu Dao a scroll of hydrotherapy and asked him to treat the injuries of the shadow wolf himself, and then ignored him. The equipment dropped by the shadow wolf is basically for agility professions, such as thieves and archers. There are many, and Shui Na is now looking for some archer equipment suitable for Xiaoyu. On the other hand, Dao Yiyu Dao began to train his own shadow wolf. Although the shadow wolf is a monster, they do not know any magic. In addition to sneaking, they can only use some pure physical skills such as claws and tearing. However, if it is combined with the high attack of the wolf system itself, then this single attack skill is needless to say. During the rest process, Dao Yiyu Dao's clones have already scouted the surrounding environment once. Although basically all the clones died, at least they know the distribution of the surrounding monsters. Hey, Lao Fan, I found something that looks like an altar. Do you want to go and take a look? At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao's eyes were flashing with a hazy light, which was a sign that he was trying his best to control the clones. Altar? What kind of altar is it, round or square? Neither, it's an inverted pentagram. Haha, that's right, we have to go over and take a look. There is a place marked with an inverted pentagram on the treasure map. It seems that there is a great chance there. Then let's go over there now. There don't seem to be any monsters over there. Dao Yiyu Dao said and took the lead. Just as Dao Yiyu Dao said, basically no monsters were seen along the way, but this gave Shui Nai and the others a very dangerous feeling. In this mountain of dead creatures full of undead creatures, there suddenly appeared an area without undead monsters. This can't be justified. The two looked at the altar in front of them. This altar, which was almost 1 meter above the ground, had a pentagonal shape, and on it, a reverse pentagram was drawn. In this world, the reverse pentagram represents darkness and evil, the positive pentagram represents light and goodness, and the hexagram represents elements and everything. This should be a teleportation array, not an altar. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao did not dare to approach the suspected altar. To be honest, the appearance of such an altar representing darkness and evil in such a peaceful place is not a good thing no matter how you look at it. I'll let the clone go up and see. If something is triggered, then we'll see what happens. Okay, Shui Nai nodded. Anyway, they had no choice but to do this. While Dao Yiyu Dao was controlling the clone, Shui Nai took a half step back and was ready for battle. As for Dao Yiyu Dao's elite shadow wolf, due to its high level, plus its rank and strength, it was placed by Dao Yiyu Dao's side. Generally speaking, for such a pet that has just been subdued and has a higher level than oneself, it cannot be placed by one's side to fight. First, the pet's loyalty is not high, and it is easy to work without effort. Second, if the owner is in danger, it is easy to trigger the possibility of rebellion and killing the owner. Third, in this case, once the pet dies, its loyalty will often drop directly to the lowest point, and the pet is likely to escape. However, now the thief is just catching this shadow wolf for fun, so it is not a pity even if it runs away. At the same time, this shadow wolf seems to be quite intelligent. If used well, it is much more useful than the thief's clone. At least it can act independently, and it does not have to execute basic commands like those clones. However, it is a pity that this elite shadow wolf, which originally had a health value of more than 100,000 or 200,000, was directly weakened by nearly 90% because it was subdued, and other attributes were also weakened accordingly. Get on the thief also prepared all the clones at this time, and the health value was full. The clone that discovered and had been guarding the edge of the altar rushed forward and rushed directly onto the altar. However, just when this clone just stepped into the anti-pentagram altar, the engravings and runes on the entire altar glowed in an instant. The dense undead breath around turned into a vortex and rolled into the core position of the magic circle of this altar. Although the clone was pulled by the power of the vortex, it did not suffer much damage and was controlled by Dao Yudao to withdraw from the altar. I'll try to see if I can interrupt this thing. Shui Na looked at the cyclone that was slowly forming. Although it was not clear what it was at present, as long as the player thought about it, he knew that this must be the prelude to the appearance of a big monster. If it's a ghost system, we'd better go to bed. No wonder Dao Yudao was so frustrated, because this cyclone didn't look like a physical entity at all. Don't say that, magic is something that can't be defined by the naked eye, Shui Na said while sending out the condensed fire dragon impact. The fire dragon roared and rushed into the cyclone from the magic circle in front of the magic wand. Although the powerful cyclone quickly extinguished the fire element energy of the fire dragon, a small part of the undead breath was still dispersed. It's a good idea. Shui Na saw that the dispersed undead breath did not return to the cyclone, and immediately knew that his attack was effective. After wearing the crown of flames, Shui Na immediately used the flame explosion, and then the elemental birds kept flying. Although less than 10% of the black air was dispersed by Shui Na's magic, the effect was very significant. As the black cyclone slowly weakened and shrank, a black bone dragon with half a wing and half a leg missing rushed out of the black air mass in the center of the altar. Damn, a bone dragon and a black boss. Dao Yudao was immediately frightened by this black bone dragon boss. For now, all black bosses are the nemesis of players. Wait, this isn't a real bone dragon, it's just a skeleton made of undead magic, not the kind that was transformed by the dragon clan, and it seems to have been crippled by me. Shui Na wasn't worried about this. To be honest, although this bone dragon looked very strong, he wasn't afraid if they really had to fight. This abnormal bone dragon wasn't too big, only about 5 meters tall, 10 meters long from head to tail, and it was missing several parts. Are you sure? Dao Yudao was a little worried. After all, he was the only melee player here, so he had to be in charge of the front line. Sure, but we won't know if we can beat it until we try. After Shui Na finished speaking, he put the information he had just discovered on the team chat. Incomplete Bone Dragon, 150 Blackened Boss, Pseudo Bone Dragon condensed by undead magic. Dao Yudao carefully checked the information sent by Shui Na. Although the information also said that this so-called Pseudo Bone Dragon was not as powerful as the genuine Bone Dragon, it was not a soft persimmon. No, you just used a few magic spells to reduce nearly 10% of its health. This bone dragon is a bit useless. It's hard to say now. Look at my magic, a wave of explosive birds only dealt 1,000 points of damage. God knows how long we have to fight. Shui Na said as he shot out explosive birds one by one, while also controlling another clone to use ice spear birds to freeze the joints of the pseudo bone dragon with all his strength. This incomplete bone dragon boss has a total of 10 million HP. Although 10% of it was taken away by Shui Na as soon as it appeared, under the influence of this undead aura, this 10% of HP will probably be recovered quickly. However, what Shui Na and the others are most happy to see is that this incomplete boss seems to have a lot of problems with mobility. Not only can it not fly, but it also has some difficulty walking. However, even so, the combat power of this black boss is still very strong. Often, just one blow can make Dao Yudao's clone disappear directly. Disperse, Dao Yudao said, and then he suddenly jumped to the side. Although the mobility of this bone dragon is very poor, it is huge after all, and one step can match several of their steps. However, at this moment, the bone dragon boss suddenly opened its fleshless mouth, and a black energy ball was formed almost instantly. Breath, Shui Nai yelled, and then dodged with teleportation. The bone dragon's big mouth swung, and the black breath shot towards Dao Yiyu Dao. Damn, I didn't expect this change of Dao Yiyu Dao. Although he dodged with all his strength, he was still swept by the energy aftermath of the breath, and lost nearly 5,000 health points directly, and was also in the state of undead poison. After that, the bone dragon spun, and the tail behind it whipped the shadow wolf on one side. With a bang, the shadow wolf was not as strong as the bone dragon, and was directly whipped away. During the flight, a damage value of nearly 10,000 also appeared. The shadow wolf's defense is not enough. Shui Nai was the farthest away from the bone dragon at this time. Although the firepower was maintained, it was not attacked by the bone dragon. Still talking nonsense, heal the shadow wolf quickly. Just as Dao Yiyu Dao rushed forward, Shui Nai's clone had already cast a hydrotherapy spell, saving the shadow wolf with only half of its health left. After that, Shui Nai increased the firepower output, and one after another of the exploding flame birds rushed towards the boss in front of him like a wave. Chapter 898 Dragon Slayer. Lao Fan, add blood. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the clone he had just summoned, and after it disappeared in the palm of the blackened bone dragon boss, he immediately shouted, and he held an empty potion bottle in his hand. Wait. After saying this, Shui Nai used up the last clone in the undead shadow. As Shui Nai's clone appeared and moved away from Shui Nai immediately focused his mind on the blackened bone dragon boss. Now, after wearing the flame crown, Shui Nai has been accumulating flame energy. Although this also makes him unable to use water, ice, or even wood magic, the powerful lethality of the fire system is not comparable to other systems. In this battle that has lasted for 4 hours, Shui Nai's output accounted for almost 99%, but the blood volume of this boss has only dropped by half. On the other side, Dao Yiyu Dao is now in a very embarrassed state. His combat power can basically be ignored for this tall blackened dragon. But his role is very important. As long as he is still alive in front of the blackened bone dragon, the bone dragon will not attack Shui Nai. This is a hidden effect of Shui Nai's dark seal. When he faces undead creatures with players or NPCs from the Holy Light Camp, as long as all the creatures from the Holy Light Camp are not dead, Shui Nai will never be attacked by the undead. However, of course, he can't rush to the front, otherwise he will be hit by stray bullets and lose blood or even die. Dao Yiyu Dao has almost eaten up all the medicine on his body, and this blackened bone dragon is immune to dizziness and all poison damage, so Dao Yiyu Dao's ability is completely useless. Now he is leading the boss around this altar, but this bone dragon boss is not easy to deal with. Once it runs far away, it will use that dark breath to sweep a large area. If it runs close, it can almost kill Dao Yiyu Dao in seconds. This makes Dao Yiyu Dao very depressed, and he can only use his clones to attract firepower and contain this boss at the same time. After turning around and shooting a flurry of crossbow arrows, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately jumped away. At the moment Dao Yiyu Dao jumped away, a fist made of only bones but frighteningly large hit him just at the spot where he was just now, and a small pit appeared. The speed of this blackened bone dragon was very erratic, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which made Dao Yiyu Dao very distressed, and he kept trying to accommodate it. To be honest, whether it was the long-range dragon breath or the close-range slap, he couldn't bear it. Although his health was very high, his defense was not as strong as that of a warrior. Moreover, Dao Yiyu Dao, who had been using clones, had a low health value. On the other side, Mina's clones under the control of Shui Nai, Dao Yiyu Dao continuously cast defensive auxiliary magic such as hydrotherapy or acceleration at Dao Yiyu Dao, and at the same time cast an ice elemental bird to help the blackened bone dragon slow down. It's painful. Dao Yiyu Dao has been wailing like this for many times. It took 4 hours to fight a boss, and only 50% of its health was reduced, which was beyond the tolerance of most players. Pain is better than regretting it later. Try hard, young man. Shui Nai teased. But I regret it now. Although Dao Yiyu Dao said so, his movements were still as agile as before. Every time the boss attacked, he seemed to be able to predict the future and knew the time to dodge without even looking. Shui Nai also had this ability, but it seemed that it was the first time he saw Dao Yiyu Dao also had such a strong sense of crisis. Try hard. At worst, I'll give you the last blow. Shui Nai knew that he couldn't give up this boss, and he also knew that he said so because he wanted this last blow, so he just asked directly. Lao Fan, I love you. Damn. Shui Nai was shocked, and the exploding flame bird on the elemental magic wand almost touched Dao Yiyu Dao. Just as Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were using words to dissipate the pressure on their bodies, the shadow wolf on the other side suddenly jumped onto the back of the bone dragon and bit it hard. This shadow wolf has long lost its dissatisfaction. After seeing Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao fighting with such a bone dragon that made it tremble unconsciously for so long, its original dissatisfaction has almost dissipated. In nature, wolves, which are proud and social creatures, are often loyal to the head wolf. Although Dao Yiyu Dao is not a wolf, his strength has convinced this shadow wolf, so naturally he will no longer have any rebellious thoughts. Therefore, the shadow wolf is now working hard to attack this blackened bone dragon boss. Its attack power is much stronger than that of Dao Yiyu Dao, and it likes to sneak attack, so it fights well, but its defense is too weak, and it has to rest for a long time after a fight. Yu Dao, use the clone, I'm going to use a big move. At this time, Shui Na suddenly felt hot all over, and after glancing at the skill bar, he immediately shouted to Dao Yiyu Dao. Okay. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, he saw the red dots flying around Shui Na, and then all the red dots poured into Shui Na's elemental magic wand in an instant, and a purple flame appeared on Shui Na's magic wand. This is Shui Na's purple flame sky fire, which is basically one of the strongest single-target fire magic except for the forbidden spell. When Dao Yiyu Dao used the disappearance skill to throw the hatred of this boss to the clones around him, Shui Na's purple flame sky fire also fell from the sky. The purple flame enveloped the black bone dragon boss almost at the moment when it slaughtered all its clones. This extremely terrifying high-temperature flame directly burned the bones of the black bone dragon boss, making them crack. The huge blood bar of the black bone dragon boss also exploded with nearly 400,000 damage at the moment of the flame, and then slowly decreased at a stable speed under the residual flame. Although the duration of the purple flame sky fire was a bit short, it still directly reduced the black bone dragon boss's health by 8%. Yu Dao, continue. After saying this, Mina played an elemental bird again and repeated the previous work. In this dead mountain filled with the breath of the dead, the blood recovery speed of the undead is so fast that it makes people collapse. The speed of directly recovering percent per second basically makes Mina's elemental bird have little temper. If Mina didn't have such a skill that could burn blood to a large extent, he would not have the mood to continue. In fact, this blackened bone dragon boss was beaten into its current state by this move. As for other attacks, they were just barely suppressing its blood recovery speed. Okay. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had only rested for less than half a minute, had to run to the blackened bone dragon boss again. So, the battle between the two, the dragon and the wolf started again. After persisting for another 4 hours, Shui Na and the others finally reduced the boss's blood volume to 5%. Now as long as Shui Na uses the purple flame sky fire again, it will basically be free. However, at this time, the blackened bone dragon once again entered a violent state. Not only did its speed increase dramatically, but it also began to emit black light. There is another big move. Seeing this, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately thought of this, so he didn't think much about it, and directly activated the wind element incarnation of the Gale Thief, intending to survive this move first. The blackened bone dragon's bony hand with a black glow tore Dao Yiyu Dao's body apart fiercely, and at the same time tore the shadow wolf that jumped over to protect its master into 2 halves, and a fatal blow of more than 50,000 damage slowly appeared. Mina looked at the almost 2-meter-long black energy claws, just feel chilling. Even the shadow wolf, an elite pet that is not weak, can be killed in one move. If this move hits a player, who can survive it? Lao Fan, how long will it take? Half a minute. Shui Nai's purple flame sky fire will take more than half a minute to complete the accumulation of flame energy. Yu Dao, you retreat first, I will use the undead projection to block it. Shui Nai knew that Dao Yiyu Dao could not bear it anymore. Under the incarnation of the wind element, although he could not be physically hurt, the attack of the blackened bone dragon obviously still carried dark energy damage, and repairing the body would consume the upper limit of endurance. Once the upper limit is used up, Dao Yiyu Dao will be almost dead. Okay. Dao Yiyu Dao also knew that he could not hold on for half a minute, so he began to quickly rush out. Although the speed of the blackened bone dragon increased a lot, Dao Yiyu Dao in the state of the wind element incarnation increased more, and ran away in an instant. At this time, a vampire projected from Shui Nai's undead shadow quickly rushed to the bone dragon and attacked it. Although it was shattered into pieces by the black energy emitted from the bone dragon at the moment of the attack, it successfully attracted the attention of the black bone dragon, so that it no longer ran in the direction of Dao Yudao. Yudao, you'd better come back. Shui Nai suddenly found that the black bone dragon's empty eye sockets were staring at her. Wait, I'll be back soon. Dao Yudao also knew that Shui Nai was in danger now. It's too late, I'll escape first. Shui Nai looked at the black bone dragon that had already rushed over, and it was too late, and the huge black energy claw had already come. After Shui Nai activated the earth escape technique, the black bone dragon's extremely sharp black energy claws directly cut 4 claw marks 4 or 5 meters deep on the ground. Half a minute later. Your hand. Dao Yudao reappeared and was a little surprised to see that Shui Nai's entire left hand was gone. It was cut off. It turns out that once you are hurt in the underground state, the effect will be much deeper. I miscalculated. Shui Na said while using the life ring to activate the light of life. After repairing his injuries, he suddenly set his sights on the life ring. Yudao, take this. If I use the purple flame sky fire and it still hasn't killed it, you can directly activate the light of life on it. If it doesn't work, just use it a few more times. Shui Na took a look at the bone dragon that was recovering quickly, and couldn't help but harden his heart. The light of life is Shui Na's life-saving trick. Generally speaking, it will never be used until the last moment. Okay. At this time, the blackened bone dragon boss who was still guarding the altar had slowly risen to 10% of its health with the help of the undead breath. Go. Shui Nai looked at the purple flame sky fire that had completed its energy reserve, and rushed out immediately, and Dao Yudao followed behind. Shui Nai's purple flame sky fire soon enveloped the head of the blackened bone dragon boss, and the blazing purple flame actually burned the bone dragon's skull this time. However, even so, it still failed to burn the blackened bone dragon boss to death. And at this time, Dao Yudao came out. Although he was directly targeted by the blackened bone dragon as soon as he came out, and the dragon breath in his mouth was already brewing, Dao Yudao shot out a ray of life as soon as he came out, and then ran to the side. The light of life can forcibly correct the wrong life of the undead monster, which they have already confirmed. When the light of life appeared and covered the bone dragon's skeleton immediately trembled, and at the same time, a stream of black air surged out of the bones, fighting against the green light representing life. However, the price of using black gas to resist the light of life is that the originally small life value will immediately drop a lot. Wow, not bad. It can knock down 100,000 blood in one go. This light of life is very strong. Dao Yudao shouted excitedly while dodging the dragon's breath, and at the same time, another light of life was shot out again. Although they all knew that the light of life could kill the undead, they did not have the luxury of using the light of life to kill monsters. And under normal circumstances, there was no monster worth using the light of life to deal with. It's the last knife, so don't use props to kill it. Shui Na looked at the blood bar with less than 10,000 points left, and immediately reminded Dao Yudao. If Dao Yudao finally used the ring of life to deal with this blackened bone dragon, then what he got would definitely be discounted, which they absolutely could not tolerate. Understood. Dao Yudao looked at the light of life on his finger and became more confident. When Dao Yudao's clone skill was activated, 9 clones that turned from blurry to real appeared. Then, these clones rushed to the front of the bone dragon as if they were risking their lives. Dao Yudao himself also rushed forward under the restoration of the light of life. Stealth, continuous stab, back attack stab, strangle, shadow raid, all kinds of combo skills and finishing skills were played out from the clones, constantly greeting the bone dragon. Although such skills are a bit like tickling for this black bone dragon, Dao Yudao has put a lot of effort in terms of quantity. This guy is too tough. Lao Fan, help add some auxiliary magic. Dao Yudao, who was fighting, shouted a few words from time to time to release the pressure accumulated in his heart. To be honest, he is very nervous now. First, this is the strongest boss he has ever faced, and second, solving a black boss has never happened before, at least not to players. And as this precious first time, God knows whether the system will give any good rewards. Yudao, your skills are not very powerful. Mina looked at the black bone dragon's health value slowly recovering when the clones were getting fewer and fewer, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The pure physical attack of the thief is completely incomparable to the defense of the bone dragon's dragon bones. Help, help! Dao Yudao, who was caught off guard, didn't even have the energy to speak. He could only jump on the bone dragon's body and dodge its deadly attack. Then you pray. After saying this, Shui Nai started to attack with the elemental bird, but he didn't dare to use full firepower, for fear that it would be troublesome if he accidentally killed it. I accept my fate. Although Dao Yudao said so, he still stabbed the dagger into the cracked skull of the bone and activated the flame vibration of the fire dragon dagger. With a bang, the flame vibration broke out directly in the skull of the bone dragon, and the ejected flames actually sprayed out from the eye sockets and ear holes of the bone dragon. At this time, a damage value far exceeding the general level appeared on the top of the blackened bone dragon head. Dao Yudao actually triggered the 10 times effect of a fatal blow at this time. Just a few more times and it will be almost there. Try hard. Shui Nai immediately used the insight technique to check and found that after several times of burning with the purple flame sky fire, this part of the skull, which was originally the hardest, was actually burned out with a fatal vital point. Okay. Dao Yudao naturally understood the reason, and danced with the ice and fire double dragon daggers in both hands, constantly triggering the special effects of the ice and fire double dragon daggers. As the last trace of the bone dragon's life value was knocked out by Dao Yudao's fatal blow, the black incomplete bone dragon boss also fell to the ground, and then slowly turned into a ball of black gas and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao suddenly found that they did not gain any experience. This is... Just when Dao Yudao could not help it, a server-wide announcement suddenly sounded in their ears. Announcement for all servers, player Fanfiction and player Dao Yudao successfully killed the blackened boss incomplete bone dragon in the Dead Spirit Mountain, and obtained the title of Dragon Slayer, and triggered the blackened boss refresh system. The probability of blackened bosses appearing in all servers has increased. Players who kill the corresponding blackened bosses can get unique titles and legendary equipment. Legendary equipment. Shui Na and Dao Yudao looked at each other, and then they both found that a dazzling light suddenly appeared where the boss fell just now. And then, their long-awaited experience also arrived. The golden light on their bodies flashed continuously, and the experience slot on the attribute panel was actually growing at a very fast speed. Every breakthrough would bring golden light flashing. Shui Na's body flashed 5 times before it stopped, and Dao Yudao had one more flash than Shui Na because he got the experience of the last knife. Chapter 899 The Sin of Holding a Treasure. As the first team in the server to kill the blackened boss with their own hands, the amount of experience obtained by Shui Nai and Dao Yudao was obviously amplified. Although the level of this blackened bone dragon boss is not low, and the rank is high. However, no matter how high it is impossible for them to level up 11 levels in total. You know, they are at the forefront of all players. Once such a large amount of experience is given to other players, it can basically level up 20 levels or even more. And according to the monster rank conversion method they have always used, the black boss is about 2 to 3 times the gold boss, and at most it can give Shui Nai and the others 1 to 2 levels of experience. However, now that they have become the first players to defeat the black boss, it is different, and they have also activated the refresh system of the blackened boss, which is undoubtedly a huge contribution to the game. However, for this, the two parties did not pay attention. After they saw that their own experience had not disappeared, they immediately came to the place where the blackened bone dragon fell to the ground and picked up the items on the ground. This time, the blackened bone dragon only dropped 4 items, 2 equipment, a skill book, and a black treasure with strange patterns. Stone. Although the two were a little dissatisfied with the number of items dropped by such a perverted boss, they were still very satisfied with the quality of these items. Of the 2 pieces of equipment, one was legendary and the other was dark gold. The legendary one was a hideous bone staff, and the head of the staff was clearly carved into the shape of a bone dragon skull. This was equipment exclusively for the undead mage, but it could be equipped by Dawnbreaker. The dark gold piece of equipment was a shield called the Dragon Bone Shield, which had no restrictions on occupations or races, as long as it was a shield armor. Disappointed. Dao Yudao was very depressed, but also helpless. For these treasure hunting players, the most helpless thing was that the top quality equipment they got was not for their profession. Forget it, it's not bad to be able to upgrade so many levels. Shui Na took a look at the legendary magic wand called the Necromancer. The properties of this magic wand were good, and it was only a little worse than Shui Na's elemental magic wand, but it also had a strong magic bonus for the undead summoning system. The most abnormal thing is that its strongest equipment skill can summon 3 bone dragons that can exist for 1 minute in a day. This is the ultimate magic in the conventional magic of the undead summoning system. As for the dragon bone shield, it is also good. The dragon armor defense itself is already very abnormal, and it also has the skills of dead reflection and dead absorption, which can not only cause damage to the enemy when defending, but also restore a small amount of its own health. This attribute is amazing. For this dragon bone shield, Mina and Dao Yudao finally decided to give it to the unscrupulous profiteer. This retreat was only possible with the strong support of the unscrupulous profiteer. He had to give him a few treasures of the store. However, the level restrictions on these two items are too severe. This legendary one is fine, you only need to be level 130 to equip it, but this dragon bone shield requires level 150. If legendary equipment becomes popular, then this shield will depreciate. To be honest, the reason why equipment is divided into high and low is because of the environment. Once the player thinks that this dragon bone shield is not worth it, then it will naturally not be sold at a good price. This shield is the most profitable to sell at this time. If all blackened bosses are of this level, then I'm afraid legendary equipment will be gone. Moreover, I remember that when I went to find the Wushang profiteer last time, he seemed to have a gem that could reduce the equipment level limit. I will ask him then. Mina was very relieved about this. If the blackened boss was really that easy to beat, then the game would not define the legendary level as the strongest equipment below the artifact. If the blackened bone dragon boss just now had not been crippled by Mina at the beginning, I'm afraid they would not be able to beat it, and there is a high possibility that it would just die. By the way, can you learn that skill book? At this time, Dao Yudao saw the skill book in Shui Nai's hand, and he could tell from the cover of the skill book that it was a magic book. No, this is the bone dragon summoning technique, which is the ultimate move of the necromancer. None of us can learn it, what a pity. Dao Yudao was silent. Anyone who beats a peerless boss will give out some things they can't use. How embarrassed are they? Let me see if anyone wants it over there. We can sell it at a low price. Although this bone dragon summoning technique is not as perverted as the blackened bone dragon, it is not comparable to ordinary necromancer summoning techniques. It can only be like this, otherwise it can't be sent to the magic guild to be destroyed. Dao Yudao naturally agreed. After all, at least there is some money to be made. After Shui Nai put away the rest of the things, he began to study this black gem. This thing is not a gem that Mina had seen before, because it has a layer of natural lines on it, but this line is like a magic circle. After using the insight technique to check, Mina immediately saw all the properties of this gem. Item: Magic Line Stone, Darkness. Quality: Excellent. Weight: 1. Item description: Magic Line Stone is the best of all gems. Since it is born with its own magic lines, it is the most powerful gem in nature. It can be inlaid on equipment or equipped in the accessories column. Gem effect: inlaid on weapons or rings can increase dark damage by 2000 points, equipped or inlaid on armor can increase 100 points of dark resistance or 1000 points of dark defense value, and can also increase dark skills by 10%. Fortunately, a useful one is out. Dao Yudao finally calmed down a little after reading the information of this gem. The effect of this gem is very strong, and there are no restrictions, which is very considerate. Here you go. Your attack is not that good, and this thing can just make up for it. Shui Nai threw the rare magic pattern stone to Dao Yudao. You don't want it. Dao Yudao couldn't help but raise his voice. It was reasonable to give this gem to Shui Nai. After all, he could use dark magic, and he contributed the most in this battle. This dark gem can't be inlaid on the elemental wand, otherwise there will be problems, and there is no space in my ring to inlay it, so I have to give it to you naturally. The elemental wand is made of branches of the Tree of Life. Even if it is used to cast dark magic in normal times, it has to be discounted, not to mention inlaying this dark gem. Moreover, the attack power of Dao Yudao is really worrying. Although his output is basically the best among players, his dagger is very weak against boss-level monsters. Okay. Dao Yudao didn't say much and directly put away this precious gem. A gem that can directly increase 2000 points of dark attribute damage, as long as it is not against a player with dark defense, it can basically directly hit 2000 points of damage. This is an additional attack, which is basically unsolvable for players in the Holy Light Camp. Don't show this gem in front of the people of the church, otherwise something will happen. People in the Holy Light Camp cannot use or collect this kind of dark gem. Once discovered, they either have to escape forever or lose a level and lose the gem. Otherwise, there is no third option. Okay, as long as we don't reach Howard's territory, we can go anywhere else. After that, the two had time and energy to study the titles given by the system just now. In magic mythology, the title system has always existed. Generally speaking, titles can be placed on the head of the character, which looks quite handsome and can also show unique strength. Different titles also represent the different experiences and strengths of the characters. The cooler the title, the more it can attract other people's attention. However, for people like Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao who like to make a fortune quietly, this kind of title that will be displayed is too ostentatious and does not fit their personality, so they basically have never used it. Moreover, these ordinary titles have no bonuses, and they are basically just for show. But this special title of Dragon Slayer is different. It can actually add some special attributes. As long as the title of Dragon Slayer is equipped, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao will have a 10% attack bonus and increase their own defense by 5% when facing dragon blood or similar creatures. However, once equipped with this title, all dragon bloodline owners will be hostile. For Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao, they naturally would not equip such a title. Okay, now should we continue to move forward or go back home? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at Shui Na. He is now level 149 and can also do the promotion task. Go back. Even here there is a blackened boss guarding the door. The ones behind must have exceeded level 150. If you are not careful, something will happen. That will be troublesome. Shui Na glanced at the altar, which was flashing with a faint light. Naturally, he didn't want to take risks at this time. Okay, I'll go back and see if I can tell those old men. If it works, I should be able to advance earlier. Dao Yiyu Dao also had this idea. Then go back. Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, and then he led the way down the mountain. In this strange foggy area, there was obviously some special energy, which made their teleportation rings malfunction. Along the way, Shui Na and the others had no intention of fighting other monsters, and directly used their own methods, earth escape, and crossing. However, at this time, they were not idle, and both of them checked the information of the blackened boss on the official website. For a long time, this blackened boss has been the kind of existence that only knows its name but not its person. As the top existence among the bosses in this world, they are very mysterious and rarely appear in front of players. The information on the official website is still so little, but they have proposed which places are prone to this kind of blackened boss. In the Holy Light Camp, a large part of the blackened bosses are demonized bosses eroded by darkness, that is to say, places with a large amount of dark energy may breed this kind of blackened boss. However, this is certainly not absolute. At least the Flame Lord created by Mina is not. The reason why it is a blackened boss is that it is simply too strong. However, at this time, the players in the Dead Mountain also went crazy because of this system announcement. A large number of players rushed to the upper levels of the Dead Mountain, and each of them wanted to see if there were other blackened bosses that could be hunted. For these players, they have been blinded by the legendary equipment. They are the kind of people who have luck and fantasy in their hearts. Naturally, they can't think about whether they can beat such a boss. Anyway, so many players here are going up one by one, and they will naturally follow suit. Since the day before yesterday, the people of the Holy Flame of Light could no longer withstand the impact of those foreign players on the secret passage. They can only open this. Although they didn't know what a secret passage was, they still thought of ways to use it to make money. The toll of 10 gold coins was not expensive for someone who could go to a place like the Dead Mountain to kill monsters. But the accumulated money was not an ordinary amount. Coupled with the gimmick of the blackened boss, the Dead Mountain became even more popular. However, this was not Schwina's business. They only wanted to go back and then think of ways to complete the promotion task, and then come back to see if they could find the treasure in the treasure map or the legendary Dragon Lich. However, Schwina and his friends didn't expect that when they came out to rest, they were discovered by several thief players. At first, they didn't find these thieves hiding in the dark, because the stealth of thieves in this state was the strongest, and they didn't expect that there would be several thieves lurking in a place full of undead monsters. Now they are still in this foggy area, bypassing most of the monsters, and are planning to find a place to rest and replenish. However, at this time, there was a loud noise on the road below the mountain, and then a group of hundreds of people came to Shui Na and the others. Although they immediately turned on stealth, what made them feel uneasy was that these guys were actually coming for them. And seeing their silent but fierce expressions, they knew that these people were obviously not good people. Lao Fan, get out of the way, they are holding the forbidden magic powder in their hands. Damn, they are coming for us. Dao Yiyu Dao saw a thief actually revealing a small handful of grey powder in his hand, and immediately recognized that it was the forbidden magic powder. There were no magic monsters such as skeleton mages among the undead in this place, so it was naturally impossible for the forbidden magic powder to appear, and the only explanation was that they came to kill people. However, in this case, coupled with the fact that they had just obtained a legendary equipment, this ancient routine of sin of holding a jade also appeared. Just as Dao Yiyu Dao thought, the players in their group really came to kill Shui Nai and the others to explode the equipment. They also knew that it was very difficult to get a piece of equipment from a boss, but here there was a mage whose equipment was better than that of the blackened boss, and there were more. However, what made them most happy was that their front troops only ran around a few times and found the two people. Under such circumstances, they would not let them go. At the moment when Dao Yiyu Dao reminded him, Shui Nai immediately found that several thieves were moving slowly. Although they were very cautious, the sand and stones on the ground would not disappear because of this. There are thieves around, be careful. Shui Nai did not expect that he did not even find these thieves lurking around him, and could not help but scold himself for being too careless. It turned out that just now, he had been looking up the information about the promotion of the mage to the great mage, so naturally he had no mind to pay attention to the people around him. So that's it, no wonder we were exposed. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately understood the cause of this situation. Leave or stay? Leave. Shui Nai had already seen the emblem of this team with the pattern of the holy flame of light, and she didn't want to conflict with them anymore. Okay. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and immediately activated the ability of the Shadow Killer, and waves of cocky halos appeared around Shui Nai. Under the effect of Shui Nai's Earth Escape technique and Dao Yiyu Dao's Shadow Crossing, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao began to move underground in front of everyone. However, at this moment, a paladin suddenly rushed out, and at the same time, the holy light on his body shone, and a rope composed of holy light energy suddenly rolled towards Shui Nai, and even when Shui Nai was about to disappear underground, it entangled Shui Nai's hand. This is the holy light shackle. Shui Nai immediately received a prompt from the system that she was attacked. The effect of this holy light shackle is different from the death duel shackle. It has no restrictions on its use, but its effect is naturally not strong. The existence time of this holy light shackle was very short. It disappeared within a few seconds after it just wrapped around Mina's hand, but this gave the thief on the side a chance to spare, and a grey dagger stabbed Mina's arm that was blocking. 3 seconds? Damn, this mage's level has reached 145, pervert. The paladin who used the holy light shackle looked at Mina with a ghost look. The existence time of the holy light shackle is related to the level of both parties. The higher the level of the user, the longer its existence time. But of course, if the opponent's strength value is too large, it can still be broken free early. Now the level of this paladin is 125, and for every 10 level difference in level, the existence time will increase or decrease by 1 second. Then it is not difficult to calculate Mina's level. Mina, who was hit by the forbidden magic, found that her earth escape technique was about to fail, so she got out before it completely failed. At the same time, he calmly looked at the players on the other side. As for the thieves around him, they fell at Dao Yiyu Dao's feet. How? Dao Yiyu Dao asked Shui Nai after he dealt with the thieves around him at lightning speed. Kill them. It's not that Shui Nai didn't want to give them a chance to live, but that they didn't want to live, that's all. Chapter 900 Elemental Power. Shui Nai and the other two who returned intact quickly notified Tai Feng and the unscrupulous profiteer and asked them to come and pick up equipment. Tisk tisk, these are all good equipment. Now I want to go to the Undead Mountain. Tai Feng sighed as he looked at the equipment poured out of Shui Nai's backpack. Don't go now, it's a mess there, and you won't get anything if you go there. Shui Nai naturally didn't want Tai Feng to go and get involved in this mess. By the way, I heard that you just had a conflict with the people of Holy Flame of Light. Is that okay? Wu Yang Yu's Hang, the businessman, asked immediately. For him, harmony makes money, so he naturally didn't want Shui Na and the others to have a conflict with such a big guild or organization. Humph, we will naturally not let such people go, and collectively reduce 1 level as punishment. Dao Yiyu Dao was very disdainful of the people of Holy Flame of Light. In fact, this is not the fault of Holy Flame of Light. The Holy Flame of Light has been eroded by foreign players now, and many core members are helpless. Wolyang Yuzhang was close to Holy Flame of Light in his previous life, so he also felt sorry for her. Don't mention that kind of thing. By the way, Uncle Yuzhang, how much do you think this shield is worth if you sell it now? Dao Yudao asked while holding the dragon bone shield. This is the last piece of equipment among all the equipment. Sell it now? Are you going to use simple gems to lower the level limit? Yes, that's what I meant. However, that simple gem is hard to find. The current market price is 5,000 credit points. One can only reduce 10 levels, and there is only a net herd success rate when embedding. Isn't this a bit too hasty? The unscrupulous profiteer took a look at the dragon bone shield. Although this shield is not as good as legendary equipment, it is also a rare top quality product. Although it is said that if this thing is sold now, it will definitely get a very high price, but if a rare item like simple gems is used, it may not be able to recover the cost. 5,000, and it's still credit points. How come this gold coin is out of the market now? Dao Yudao screamed when he heard this. It's because the gold coin market is not very stable now. The exchange rate of gold coins and credit points is sometimes high and sometimes low. So many players plan to trade offline to avoid risks. So there is no other way. I have a few simple gems in my hand. I'll see if I can ask Mew for help. If he is willing to help, there will be a great success rate. The unscrupulous profiteer thought about it and still felt that it would be better to sell this shield as soon as possible. With the official appearance of the Black Boss, this kind of top-grade armor is very popular among high-level players, and naturally it can be called out at a sky-high price. However, simple gems are not easy to find. One less is one less, and it hurts to use them. Then I'll take care of it for you. By the way, I heard that the players on the player camp may want to take action against the NPCs of the Holy Light camp. It's best to sell equipment and gold coins during this period. You have to watch it. At this time, Dao Yudao said mysteriously. Are you sure? They are really going to attack the NPCs. The unscrupulous profiteers obviously knew about the player camp, so they were a little excited because it was time for them to make money. Well, they are now planning to attack those small villages first, and eat away the power of the NPCs bit by bit, so. If that's the case. Shuinai also looked at Dao Yudao at this time, because he was worried that something would happen to Lanluo village. Let's talk about it later. It's not new for players to destroy villages. But I'm afraid that they will use tough means to force players to join. That would be troublesome, and it would definitely make people angry. Tai Feng was worried about this because he had put away the invitation letter before, but he didn't reply. Don't mention it. Let those who are coming come anyway. Now let's solve the equipment problem first. Tai Feng, have you chosen all your equipment? Okay, I only have 20 sets of troll suits, and the rest will be handled by Uncle Wolyang. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he looked at the selected suits on the ground. Although this troll suit is not too advanced, it is something that current players can use, so there is no need to waste time. Although Tai Feng can choose some better and more advanced equipment, he always hopes that the people in his guild can fight for equipment by themselves and digest it by themselves. This is the kingly way for the development of the guild. So every time he distributes equipment with Shuina and others, he will only choose some standard equipment to avoid letting the players of the guild lose the motivation to move forward. Okay, that's it. Dao Yudao said, and gave the entire space ring to the unscrupulous profiteer. By the way, Uncle Wolyang, have you heard of the magic pattern stone? Magic pattern stone, I haven't heard of it, what does it look like? When the unscrupulous profiteer heard this, he immediately thought that this magic pattern stone should be a high-level material, otherwise it would be impossible for him not to know it. Such a beautiful stone, but it seems that only insight can get information. At this time, Dao Yudao took out the magic pattern stone. Since Shuinai had already used insight, its attributes were also revealed. Such a strong attribute. Tai Feng was speechless. This was much worse than the gems he had collected before. This, I seem to have seen it. Let me think about it. It seems that there seems to be NPCs in the Orc Kingdom selling this kind of attributeless ornaments. I will go back and check it out. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at this beautiful stone for a few times, and after making sure that he had memorized it, he moved his sight. High-level materials like magic pattern stones cannot be detected by ordinary players. However, daily necessities in the hands of some NPCs have no attributes, so current players basically cannot distinguish which ones are high-level materials, which is useless. Is this true? After I finish my promotion, I have to go over there to brush it for a few days. Magic pattern stone is a good thing. Dao Yudeo's eyes lit up immediately. This is another great opportunity to make money. While all the players don't know, first hoard important supplies and then sell them. This is the favorite of all the players who are at the forefront. What, you are already high enough? At this time, Tai Feng asked a little unbelievably. Hehe, after killing the first black boss in the whole server, our level has soared directly. I don't know if it can be done, but he can already take the promotion task. Dao Yudeo pointed at Shui Nai and said proudly. When are you going? At this time, the unscrupulous profiteer who was ready to go back also asked. If there is no accident, I will start to do it tomorrow. Shui Nai didn't know the task process of the promotion to the Grand Mage, so he had to be fully prepared before he dared to do it. Okay, I will bring the best supplies in the store tomorrow, remember to wait for me. Eden trademark T worry, I will definitely wait for you. Shui Nai felt warm in her heart and agreed with a smile. Ethan I trademark LL go first. At this time, Shui Nai had already seen Xiao Yu trademark S figure, so she directly put love before friendship, left the three of them and left. Edam Dao Yi Dao and Tai Feng cursed at the same time. The next day, Shui Nai and Dao Yi Dao received the best supplies from the unscrupulous profiteers, and then they dispersed. Shui Nai first went to find the old wizard. Shui Nai trademark S profession is now a hidden profession. Although she can also take the task of promotion in the Magic Guild, it trademark S not too late to find the old wizard first. You have formed the heart of the element and the core of the element in your body now. Do you feel that you can fully control it? The old wizard asked this question after seeing Shui Nai coming. Eyes. Shui Nai glanced at her element core panel, nodded, and said affirmatively. Oh well, it trademark S time for you to cultivate the power of the element. The old wizard nodded with satisfaction, and then explained, elemental power is the ultimate power of elemental wizards. Generally speaking, ordinary elemental wizards only need to cultivate their own elemental power, but you are different, so you have to be prepared. This step is difficult and I am afraid it will take you a lot of time. Teacher, don't worry, I'm ready. Shui Nai had checked a lot of information before, although he didn't find any information about promotion, but he found that in the human empire, there were very few NPCs who could successfully promote to the Grand Mage. Often, if 1 or 2 out of 20 mages can be promoted to the Grand Mage, then it is already a very high probability. Although this may be magnified for players, it is definitely not too much. And this means that this level of promotion task may not be easy to do, at least it is difficult to complete in this exploration period. Well, just have confidence. The old wizard nodded again, and then said leisurely, the source of our elemental wizard's power is the elemental power of nature. In other words, we use external energy to achieve our goals. However, when we reach the level of Grand Mage, it is different, because we will form our own power in our bodies, that is, the power of elements. When the power of elements is strong to a certain level, it can form its own domain. However, for us elemental wizards, the domain is a luxury. The old wizard saw that Mina was listening quietly and smiled. In order to form the power of elements in our wizards, we need to rely on the help of external objects. Now you go to collect 100 gems and crystal cores of various elements. The higher the quality, the better. Okay, wait, 100 pieces. Mina was ready to leave when she received the task, but after thinking carefully, she came back to her senses immediately. Yes, 100 pieces. Remember that the quality cannot be too bad. This is an important key factor in whether your elemental power is strong or not. 100 top quality gemstones or crystal cores. That's 700 in total. Teacher, can you help me? When Mina heard this, she immediately wilted. Top quality gemstones are something you can only encounter by chance. It will take a long time to collect 700 gems or crystal cores, and he doesn't have so much money to save this pit. I also know that it is a little too much. Let's put it this way. If you really can't find it, you can go to the headquarters of the Magic Guild to have a look. However, I don't recommend you to go there. If you want to exchange it, your cost may be higher. As for my gems, I have other uses. The old wizard blinked mysteriously. Then I will go to find it now. I forgot one thing, teacher, can the magic pattern stone replace gems or crystal cores? Magic pattern stone. You have magic pattern stone. The old wizard immediately swallowed the hot tea he had just taken a sip back into the teacup, while looking at Mina excitedly. No, but my friend seems to have seen it, and I'm planning to find some back. Okay, go find the magic pattern stone right away. If you use the magic pattern stone, only 25 pieces of each system are enough, and the elemental power cultivated is much stronger in terms of purity and effect. 25 pieces. Shui Na looked at the changed task panel and was speechless. After leaving the old wizard, Shui Na quickly contacted Wu Yanzhishang, Dao Yiyudao, and Tai Feng. This is a prelude to the promotion of the Grand Mage. This is a very important discovery. If you are well prepared, this is an inestimable wealth. To collect 100 elemental gem crystal cores or 25 magic pattern stones within 7 days. The time for this task is too tight. Tai Feng looked at the task introduction sent by Shui Na and was a little unbelievable. If this task is an unlimited task, it doesn't matter. At most, you can be promoted later, but now there is a deadline, which is hard to say. Collecting 100 top quality gems in 7 days is difficult for players like Shui Na to complete, let alone other players. And once the task fails, you have to wait another month before you can take the next one. So in this month, will the mage upgrade or not? However, this task doesn't seem to have any mandatory collection of gems of other qualities, which means you can just make up the numbers. It seems that the system is using this method to divide the strength of players. Unscrupulous profiteers have the highest business sense, so they can naturally smell the business opportunities and significance of this task. Make up the numbers? You mages are fine, at least you can make up the numbers, but we thieves basically can't make up the numbers. At this time, Dao Yiyudao, who had been silent all the time, also spoke. Well, what is your task, isn't it also a collection task? Tai Feng was also a little worried. Although his promotion was controlled by himself, as long as the level reached, he could promote himself, but when he thought of other people in the guild, he was upset. This was an extremely huge expense. No, thieves don't need to collect quest items to advance, but we have to survive in the trial land for 7 days, and we have to kill 100 quest monsters. Trial land, new map. It's a special map that is closed and not open. One player can only enter one map. In such a map, the lowest monster is above level 150, and those old men have confiscated all my professional suits. I even want to die now. Dao Yiyudao said helplessly, because he had triggered the task process and was now walking towards the entrance of the trial land. Wish you good luck. Tai Feng and the unscrupulous profiteer could only wish him well. To live in a monster area above level 150 for 7 days is also a big challenge for thieves. If you are not careful, you may have to wait for another month. Now for these players who are running at the front, the biggest problem is that they know nothing about the road ahead. I'm here. See you in 7 days. Dao Yiyudao said in a tone of going to his death, and then his name was completely dim. Alas, it's painful. Shui Na said helplessly. It was time for him to find those magic pattern stones. As for those elemental gems or crystal cores, he could only rely on Wushuo and Tai Feng. With the ability of their 2 guilds, it was not difficult to acquire these things in a low-key manner. The difficulty was whether they could find any gems that could be put on the table. Shui Na, who left the human empire, almost immediately followed the instructions of the unscrupulous profiteer and came to the mining area rich in gems. In the deepest part of this mining area, there are a large number of elemental monsters. The unscrupulous profiteer once organized people to go down and test, but because the players he hired were not strong enough, they could not go too deep, so the development there was left unfinished. Shui Na opened the map sent by the unscrupulous profiteer, checked his position, and walked towards the dark mine tunnel leading to the bottom. According to the estimation of the unscrupulous profiteers, if you want to get magic pattern stones from those elemental monsters, you have to face monsters above level 150 at least. Because in this mining area, all monsters that are not above level 150 have been visited by players, but no magic pattern stones have been found. Our team has tried monsters above level 150. It's not easy. The people I hired basically died after a short fight. I'm not fighting them hidden. Besides, I have a natural advantage over these elemental monsters. Shui Na said confidently. In this game, only Shui Na, an elemental mage, dared to say that. Okay, that's good. Oh, by the way, I just received news that the group of people who wanted to steal your equipment yesterday are now pulling people to cause trouble for you. Remember to be careful when you come out. The unscrupulous profiteer didn't take this matter to heart, and just said it briefly and nothing more happened. Yesterday, those people of the Holy Flame of Light who wanted to get Shui Nai's equipment were killed by Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao. Shui Nai alone killed more than 30 people with the elemental magic wand and the ghost shield. 30 people were killed in a row by a mage who couldn't even cast magic. Those guys who wanted to save face would naturally not let Shui Nai go so easily. However, Shui Nai's reputation as a melee mage was widely spread by these people. Many people were surprised at the melee ability of this mage, and at the same time, they were also surprised at the high comprehensive attributes of this mage. No one who had fought with him, whether it was a warrior or a thief, could survive. Such a mage hurt those warriors who thought they were powerful. However, the place where Mina is going now is basically not where they can go, and now Mina already knows their existence. Whether it is a sneak attack or anything else, it is impossible for Mina to be dangerous. I will be careful. Okay, I'm going down now, and we'll talk later if there is anything. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he saw a monster with flames all over his body in front of him. As soon as the insight spell came out, Shui Nai immediately got its information. Level 150 Flame Giant, Fire Element Monster, proficient in fire magic, afraid of ice.